This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1168. Xia Ning stopped sliding her finger on the phone and looked at it. In the Douyin video, screenshots of Weibo were played one by one, accompanied by the voice of a familiar self-media girl. Yi Lan's concert changed the song list temporarily, causing dissatisfaction among a large number of fans, who shouted for a refund. Today, Yi Lan's studio issued an urgent statement, and the original song list for the concert the day after tomorrow was changed on a large scale. The original 13 songs were removed and replaced with 13 new songs. And of these 13 songs, except for 4 songs with Yi Lan's participation in the chorus, the other 9 were sung by mysterious special guests, whose names were not marked. This move caused protests from a large number of fans, who believed that it was disrespectful to fans and treated fans as leaks. Many fans shouted for a refund. Yi Lan has not responded to this so far. Xia Ning was a little helpless when she heard the blogger's fierce words. What mysterious guest or not? Can't Qin Sun's name be marked directly? Without marking the name, who would think it was the same person? Xia Ning saw the number of likes on the video, which was 200,000 likes and more than 100,000 comments. She suspected that Yi Lan deliberately concealed Qin Sun's identity to hype it up. She clicked into the comment area and found a lot of hostility. There is a comment with 10,000 likes, which is a conspiracy theory. Yi Lan pushed so many announcements a few days ago and stood up her fans so many times. Some people have long suspected that she encountered force majeure and was forced to quit the entertainment industry. I didn't expect that before she quit the entertainment circle, she would still treat her fans like leaks and cut them. Actors are ruthless, what queen or not. They are all the same. The comments below are not very nice either. When Yi Lan turned down the announcement and disappeared a few days ago, fans were always worried and asked about her news everywhere. I didn't expect that she would repay us in this way. Haha, it's a wrong investment after all. Is Yi Lan's company going to launch a new person? What's her background? She is so powerful that Yi Lan can change the playlist temporarily. Look, this is the star you are chasing. This is the idol you are licking. Keep licking, people really treat you like dogs. Calm down, since everyone is Yi Lan's fan, we have to respect her decision. She must have a hardship. Hardship? Hack you. My money is blown by the wind. Sure enough, you are a good dog that is adaptive, but you feel sorry for your master who is well-dressed and well-fed. I declare that Yi Lan's fans are the meanest fans on the entire internet. Xia Ning looked at these comments expressionlessly. It is speculated that these comments are not only from haters, but also from water armies sent by other companies. He continued to scroll down, and saw that the netizens below were discussing the mysterious guests and new songs fiercely. What mysterious guests? How mysterious? Are you too embarrassed to see people? Hey, do you think Qin Sun will be among those mysterious guests? It shouldn't be him. Although Qin Sun is often active on the internet, he hardly participates in any program. He had agreed to be a flying guest on the previous Top Chef, but he didn't go in the end. Although he has written many songs, he only performed them once at Douyin Wonderful Night last year. That's it, and it's just to advertise the tavern. He can't possibly attend the concert. It's not something a rational artist can do to use new songs on such a large scale at a concert. Maybe these songs were written by Qin Sun? How much is it per song? I also want to make this money. Why are you still defending your master? Look at these song titles. How could they be written by Qin Sun? It's You Is You? It's Your Uncle. Kiss Everywhere is such a vulgar song title. I took off my pants. Do you really dare to kiss? Pointing to the moon with the left hand? Didn't your mother tell you that pointing to the moon will rot your ears? The song title Drowning looks like kidney deficiency. Happiness, you are fucking getting married on stage. And happy worship, I'm not happy at all now. Xia Ning found that most people thought that the mysterious guest would not be Qin Sun in the discussion about the mysterious guest. These songs would not be written by Qin Sun. After all, other people's concerts invited the same special guest to sing more than half of the songs, which is equivalent to giving up the main venue. It's too unbelievable. Xia Ning smiled and continued to scroll down, and saw many netizens posting their tickets in the comment area. After proving their identity as audience members, they protested fiercely. It is said that if you don't spend money, you have no right to speak. Now I have spent money, 1888 tickets. Do I have the right to speak now? I want to say, Yi Lan, I misjudged you. I will never rush to your photos again. The concert will start the day after tomorrow, and now this ticket can't be refunded, but I feel disgusted and don't want to go. Yi Lan's concert ticket is 30 yuan per ticket, 100 yuan for 3 tickets. Who wants to buy it? Everyone look at my IP. I am from Shanghai. I bought the tickets, the plane tickets, and the hotel. Now I can't refund the tickets, and I can't give them to others. Who will bear my financial losses? They are selling dog meat under the guise of selling sheep meat, and they still don't allow refunds. Is there any law? Follow me with a knife in hand. Let's go to the Beijing Market Supervision Administration. At Beijing Market Supervision Administration, this netizen tagged the Beijing Market Supervision Administration. Hundreds of netizens followed suit and tagged below, and the number is still increasing. Gradually, some people tagged the Cultural Department. Some people tagged the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Some netizens even tagged the police station and shouted, "Catch her, she is cheating!" Xia Ning saw the reactions of netizens, and felt that the matter might be more serious than he thought. Yilan might get burned by playing with fire this time. Such a large-scale public grievance cannot be ignored by the relevant departments. Xia Ning put his mobile phone on the bedside, turned around and prepared to go to bed, and saw Qin Sun sleeping soundly. She was furious, and she quietly raised her right foot under the quilt and kicked Qin Sun's, but hard. Then, she closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. In the dark, she heard Qin Sun's panicked cry. "What the hell? What happened? I dreamed of being chased by a wild boar. Is it so real?" Xia Ning opened her eyes. "A dog can't spit out ivory. I fight you." The next day, Yilan got up early and went to the family KTV to practice singing. After singing for a few minutes, she saw Wang Chui rushing in a hurry. "Sister Yi, something happened. You are on the hot search, all black hot search. Fans are shouting for a refund. The company said that the relevant departments are putting pressure on them, and we must take certain measures." Yilan took a sip of water from the water bottle to moisten her throat, and smiled. "I wanted to give the fans a surprise, but since they are so impatient, I just throw Qin Sun out. He took half of the songs in my concert, and I can't be the only one to take the brunt of it. You can ask the company to open a ticket refund channel. You can't force a cow to drink water, just let them do what they want." Chapter 1169. After explaining the matter clearly, Yilan stopped caring. This morning she found Qin Sun's email, which was the arrangement of 13 songs that Qin Sun had made. When she looked at the time, it was sent at more than 3 in the morning. She was shocked at the time. The arrangement of 13 songs? I didn't expect Qin Sun to go for a long walk with Xia Ning after dinner yesterday, and he only worked overtime until 3 in the morning to complete it. This speed is as fast as copying and pasting. Yilan played the accompaniment practice songs in the family KTV. She knew that she couldn't practice these 4 songs perfectly in one day. But fortunately, the fans who attended the concert were more tolerant of their idols. As long as her singing level could reach 80 points or more, they would be satisfied. As for whether Qin Sun practiced or not, forget it. People have different physiques. An hour later, Wang Chui posted an announcement on Yilan's social media. "Dear fans, thank you for your support for Yilan's concert. After the recent release of the song list, we noticed that some fans were surprised by the special guest songs. Here we would like to explain that the special guest is a superstar in the music industry, which is a surprise we carefully prepared. In response to everyone's concerns about ticket refunds, we have now opened a ticket refund channel, but we hope that every Lan fan can come to the scene to experience this unique music feast. We understand everyone's expectations and promise to give back to everyone's support and love in the future. Let us look forward to going on a journey of music and dreams with Yilan and the special guests." Sincerely, Yilan and the team Wang Chui kept refreshing and paying attention to the comments area. Soon, she found that Yilan's fans, black fans, and Water Army heard the news and commented in the comment area. "I knew my sister wouldn't hurt me. What superstar? Has anyone appeared in the entertainment industry recently who can be called a superstar by Queen Yi? 13 superstars appeared in one go?" Toad yawned so loudly, using the title of superstar to cheat the 2 coins in my pocket. "Sister, is Qin Sun among the special guests? Is Qin Sun? Is he? Is he? I don't care about you. Refund the tickets. Refund the tickets. Refund the tickets. Refund the tickets. Refund the tickets." Wang Chui saw that the public opinion was still not getting better, and the comment area seemed to be occupied by Water Army and black fans. She patiently brushed for more than an hour, and finally couldn't help it. Wang Chui used Yilan's studio account to reply to a question about whether the special guest was a fan of Qin Sun. "Do you remember that someone once said that he never sang a song a second time? So could these 13 mysterious guests be the same person?" A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the fans became extremely excited. "Oh my god! Could it really be that man? Jin Sun brought 13 new songs to Yilan's concert as a gift to the audience. Kill two birds with one stone, this concert is worth it. The songs written by Jin Sun are all big hits, and the so-called kings and queens in the circle are just a piece of cake under his hands. I didn't refund the ticket, I made a fortune. If it were someone else, I would refund the ticket, but if Jin Sun grabbed half of the songs at my sister's concert, I don't mind, and I am very happy. Wang Chui saw that after she hinted to the fans that the special guest was Jin Sun, her reputation showed signs of changing. She couldn't help but marvel at Jin Sun's influence. Jin Sun should swear less, beat fewer people, and commit fewer crimes. He should be more willing to be more reserved, act cool, and act cool. Forget about pretending, he is very good at it. Then he should become a well-deserved superstar? In the manor, on the island in the middle of the lake, in the pavilion. Xia Ning sat on a stool, looking expressionlessly at Jin Sun fishing not far away. She didn't understand why boys were born to love fishing. Just now, Jin Sun was just bored and got addicted after fishing for a while. He said he would take a few sets of fishing tools from his grandfather when he left. In the future, he will become a fishing master, a real sea king. Xia Ning retracted his gaze and took out his mobile phone to check the news. He immediately saw Yilan's hot search. #shocked. The special guest at Yilan's concert was Jin Sun. #the two best combined on the concert stage, the bad fate between Yilan and Jin Sun that cannot be ignored. What is Jin Sun's intention to take over Yilan's concert with 13 new songs? Seeing the words combination and take over Yilan, Xia Ning frowned slightly. She clicked in, took a quick look at the news fabricated by the self-media, and directly opened the comment area to see what netizens said. After seeing it, Xia Ning sneered. Today's fans are completely different from yesterday's fans. They don't care about their moral integrity at all. The more they scolded yesterday, the more they licked today. Yesterday, they scolded Yilan for not respecting fans, and today they licked her again. Who said this concert is not good? This concert is great. Yilan really took great pains for us fans. She even invited Jin Sun as a special guest, and sang 13 songs in one breath, all new songs, full of sincerity, full of sincerity. We all misunderstood Yilan yesterday. Who in the entire entertainment industry can invite Jin Sun? Only Yilan. I don't believe you if you say they don't have an affair. I declare that our Lancy is the most distinguished fan in the world. Xia Ning continued to look through the comment area and found that netizens had a new understanding of the titles of these 13 songs. It's you. Is me, that's me. Kiss Everywhere is such a romantic song title. It kisses my heart. Pointing to the moon with the left hand. As soon as I see the song title, I can think of a romantic scene of a fairy dancing in the moonlight. Drowning. Looks literary and melancholy. Happiness. Please ask Jin Sun and Yilan to get married on the stage. Happy worship. I am very glad that I didn't give my ticket away. I am so happy now. Xia Tian sneered and continued to scroll down, wanting to see how low the bottom line of these netizens could be. After a while, she found that many netizens beat their chests and regretted that they were too quick to refund the concert tickets. Oh my god, why didn't you say it earlier? I just gave the ticket to my classmate for 200 yuan. Fuck, I just refunded the ticket, and you said Jin Sun is coming? Where is the scalper? Where is the scalper? I need a scalper. I urgently need a scalper now. Oh my god. I finally managed to grab Yilan's ticket. Just now my goddess suddenly called me brother twice in a sweet voice. I didn't know what was going on, so I gave her the ticket in a rush. Now it seems that this ticket is worth a drop of blood. Increase the price by 4 times, please give me a ticket. Increase the price by 5 times, please give me a ticket. Increase the price by 10 times, please draw a ticket. 1 drop of blood, please give me a ticket. Xia Ning put down her phone and stared blankly at Jin Sun's back. Just looking at him is worth giving a blood? He has become so popular now? Do I usually get angry with him, or do I not know what is good for me? Chapter 1170. The internet was abuzz with rumors, but Jin Sun remained calm despite the wind and waves. He sat on the island in the middle of the lake as the sun set, and caught 2 Crucian carps, 2 black carps, and a carp. This little catch made him very depressed. When he saw the fish swimming freely under the sparkling water, circling around the float, he felt greatly humiliated. Jin Sun was furious, picked up some pebbles, and shot them at the fish that didn't know whether to live or die. The lake's surface was splashed with water, like being shot by a machine gun. Without waiting for the lake surface to calm down, he picked up the scoop net and scooped up half a bucket of dead fish, cursing. Don't punish the diligent, don't punish the lazy, just punish the blind. Do you really think I have a good temper? Qin Sun ran away with the bucket, and said to Xia Ning, who was stunned in the pavilion. Let's go. I won't fish again, it's boring. Xia Ning smiled, as he left angrily. I've been fishing here all day, why did I suddenly lose my temper? Xia Ning's eyes fell on the dozen fish in the bucket, and shook his head. No wonder people say that to destroy a man's enthusiasm for a game, just download a plug-in for him. When the reward is within reach, he will soon lose interest in the game. The next day, just after breakfast, Yilan saw Qin Sun was leaving, and said to him in a stern tone, You can't slack off today, we have to go to the stadium for rehearsal. You have to respect your fans, respect yourself, and respect me. Qin Sun was dissatisfied with Yilan's attitude like an elder and said, Except for the time when Xia Ning was kidnapped in the grove before, I have never worked so hard in my life. You actually still doubt my professional attitude? Yilan sneered and said nothing. She never knew that sitting by the lake and fishing could be considered desperate. Qin Sun saw Yilan's expression, and said seriously, I want the big guys to see my concert's ability to make money, and let them advance 1 billion to me. Don't worry about this concert, I will definitely blow it up. Yilan couldn't listen anymore. Don't keep saying such things, it really makes me feel that you are a bit tang. Where can there be such an organizer, who advances 1 billion in real money in one go? How many concerts do you have to sing to make it back? No one does that. Qin Sun laughed. That's because they didn't meet me before. If they had met me earlier, they would have done it earlier. Yilan, ? The few people talked and laughed, and walked towards the parking lot. Qin Sun's group, including Xia Ning, Yilan, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo, and Wang Chui, all got on the bus and drove to the stadium in the suburbs of Beijing. In the car, everyone was bored and talked to kill time. As they talked about the ticket sales of this concert. Wang Chui happily introduced the chaos of yesterday. Because the temporary large-scale change of the song list hurt the fans' hearts, after the ticket refund channel was opened yesterday, nearly 6,000 people refunded their tickets in less than an hour. They didn't believe the so-called superstar's words in the announcement at all. As she said, she laughed. As a result, when I hinted in the comment area that the special guest was President Qin, a big reversal immediately came. The more than 6,000 refunded tickets were instantly sold out. The fans who had their tickets refunded were wailing, regretting their impulsiveness and not believing in Sister Yilan's sincerity. They just refunded their tickets and went looking for scalpers to buy them. But it's not that easy to buy them again. Sister Ye's tickets were sold for tens of thousands of yuan before, and now the highest price is even 160,000 yuan. Qin Sun was shocked to hear that a ticket was 160,000 yuan. How much? 160,000 yuan a ticket? Is it true? He frowned, looking regretful. If I had known that being a scalper could make so much money, why would I sing? I'm exhausted from dancing, and all the money was earned by them? Is there any justice? A burst of happy laughter rang out in the carriage. Wang Chui said with a smile, Boss Qin, it's not uncommon for a ticket for a popular concert to be sold for hundreds of thousands in the entertainment market of Country C. Even if the price is inflated, tickets for 30,000 or 40,000 are already very easy to sell. Many fans who originally bought tickets couldn't resist the temptation of money, and have already given their tickets to others at high prices. She became happier and happier as she spoke, happy that Yilan was able to win Qin Sun's concert debut. She didn't forget to flatter him as she spoke. The current market reaction has proved the box office appeal of your concert, Boss Qin. I believe there will be companies that spend a lot of money to cooperate with you to launch a global concert tour. Qin Sun smiled and waved his hand, saying, Sister Wang, what about a concert tour or not? It's too early for you to say that. This sounds like modesty, but it's not. Qin Sun has other ideas in mind. He plans to shine at tomorrow's concert and lure the organizer to sign a 1 billion bet contract to get the money first. When the original god goes public and starts to make money, he will directly break the contract and generously compensate the organizer with 2 billion. Otherwise, based on the ticket revenue of 40 to 50 million per concert, he must hold at least 150 concerts and reach a box office revenue of 3 billion to impress the organizer to sign a contract. Based on 8 concerts a month, 150 concerts will take 19 months. What's the difference between this and screwing screws on an assembly line? They are all consuming their youth in exchange for money. Yilan saw Qin Sun smiling a little proudly, and said coldly, Qin Sun, There are rumors online that my box office appeal is not as good as yours. Why do I feel like you are here to ruin my show? Is this my concert or yours? Why didn't I realize that you were so popular before? She originally wanted to tease Chin Sun, but as she spoke, a sour taste came out of her tone. I have been struggling in the entertainment industry for 7 or 8 years to get my current popularity, and you have become like this in less than a year? It's really unfair. Chin Sun smiled innocently and said hypocritically, Alas, you can't say that. It's mainly because of you. 1 ticket for 2 people is equivalent to watching 2 concerts. Of course they are willing to buy tickets. Yilan was indifferent to Chin Sun's compliments. But since the identity of the special guest was revealed to be you, the ticket price premium has gone beyond common sense. I even saw in the news that someone gave up his virginity for a ticket. When Chin Kun heard this, he instantly became excited. Where? Where? Is there such a thing? Yilan glanced at Xiaoning and said, It's true. I saw the news. The woman is pretty. Chin Sun stretched out his hand to Yilan. Let me see. Yilan took out his mobile phone and found the news, and handed it to Chin Sun. Chin Sun took the phone and swiped directly to the picture of the news. Although the woman's eyes were blurred, it can be judged from her facial contour, hairstyle, and temperament that she is indeed a beautiful girl. He said with great grief. What a pity, what a pity. A beautiful girl in her prime. If you want a ticket, you can tell me. As soon as the voice fell, Chin Sun felt a stream of gazes, like sharp swords shooting at him from all directions. He raised his head, changed his expression, waved his fist, and said righteously, How can a person sell his body for a little profit? Despicable. I have an incompatible fate with gambling and drugs. More than an hour later, Chin Sun and his group entered the stadium. Chapter 1171. They came too early, and many preparations were not completed. Under the guidance of the staff, they toured the stadium. Chin Sun felt that the whole venue was shrouded in an atmosphere of both tension and excitement. In the stage area, the huge steel frame structure slowly rose, and the workers were carefully adjusting the position of each plate. The lighting technicians were busy around the stage, debugging various lighting equipment. The sound team was carefully calibrating the sound system. In the backstage area, a group of staff were busy setting up temporary dressing rooms and rest areas. At the same time, the security team was also conducting the final patrol inspection to ensure that all safety exits were unobstructed and that the firefighting equipment was complete and effective. More than 2 hours later, the stage was finally built, and the sound and lighting equipment were debugged and could be used normally. Chin Sun and his group walked onto the big stage. He stood quietly on the stage, and the surrounding space was infinitely magnified. Looking around, tens of thousands of seats were arranged in an orderly manner. He could imagine that when the night falls tomorrow, this empty stadium will be filled. The audience held glow sticks and swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, gathering into a dazzling sea of fluorescence. Chin Sun was immersed in shock, and suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head, and saw Yilan smiling and handing him the microphone. You first. Chin Sun knew that she wanted to bully him for not having experience on a big stage, and wanted to make fun of him by not giving him an example. He was not panicked at all, and took the microphone and shouted, Everyone has it. Xia Ning and the others looked at Chin Sun, wondering what he was up to. Why was he shouting like a military training instructor? Chin Sun said, All of you go down, lest I accidentally hurt you. Everyone was speechless, and walked to the stage with a look of shaking their heads as if they were dogs, and sat down in the VIP position. Accidental injury? Can someone die from singing a song? Everyone looked up at Chin Sun. Chin Sun held the microphone with both hands, cleared his throat, and tested the sound quality. Hello, hello, is Chiuya here? Xia Ning and the others were confused. Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu sat on Xia Ning's left and right, and they turned their heads and stared at Xia Ning. Who is Chiuya? Is Chiuya his first love? Xia Ning said expressionlessly. His first love is me. She paused for a second and emphasized her tone. I'm sure. Niu Xiaojun laughed. Oh, then I know. Chiuya is his white moonlight. Xia Ning, On the stage, Chin Sun held the microphone in one hand and shouted, Night. Music. After a few seconds, the accompaniment of night immediately sounded in the huge stadium. A light and dynamic two-high drum beat sounded. Chin Sun smiled and shook his head on the stage. His steps were light and powerful, and he stepped quickly and leisurely to the beat of the music. Relaxed and comfortable. Under the stage, everyone discussed. He is not afraid of the stage. It can be seen that he is a veteran of disco. Without 50 years of nightclub life, you can't walk out at such a scumbag's pace. This prelude is too long, more than a minute, right? Good fellow. He didn't sing for more than a minute. He was going to slack off in front of more than 60,000 people? At this moment, Jin Sun started singing. The fluorescent-colored lights, chandeliers and spotlights continue to shine. The strobing lasers will continue to be revealed tonight. Everyone was shocked. Oh my god! It's still Cantonese. The pronunciation is quite standard. He must have had a female friend from Ling'an before. I'm sure. Xian Ning ignored Niu Shijun's teasing, and was also puzzled. She was sure that Jin Sun didn't know Cantonese, but he could sing it, and it was very standard. She was also sure that Jin Sun didn't know J language, but he could sing it. She even heard Jin Sun sing in Tianzhu while taking a bath. It seemed that he sang something like, "Ah, it's so cold, I'm playing in the mud in the northeast." Yilan stared at Jin Sun on the stage, her face became serious, and she sat up quietly. Laymen watched the excitement, experts watched the door. There are singers who sing and dance in China, but no one is like Jin Sun, who dances while singing, with a steady breath and no breath. He is still relaxed and comfortable, as if he is lip-syncing. It seems that the song is played backstage, and he is just dancing on the stage with a microphone. As the song is coming to an end, Jin Sun is getting better and better, and his movements are getting bigger and bigger. Happily dancing and passing by in a daze. How much happiness is hazy here. In fact, you don't need to chase it anymore, just keep dancing. Xian Ning and others were infected by the song, and they stood up one after another, dancing with their hands. They can already imagine how exciting the stadium will be tomorrow. Don't worry about being tacky, just have fun. On the stage, Jin Sun walked to the microphone stand in the middle and inserted the microphone on the stand. He grabbed the collar of his white t-shirt with both hands and tore it off violently, and a sharp sizzling sound came. Jin Sun sang and threw his clothes off the stage. With the shouts of hi hi hi. La 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 la. He exposed his upper body, with firm chest muscles and 8 abdominal muscles. The muscle lines tightened and relaxed as he danced, exuding full sexual tension under the lights. All the women under the stage were stunned. Su Luoluo was thin-skinned, blushed slightly, and quickly turned her head away. After 2 seconds, she turned around quietly, and stared at Jin Sun, who was performing hard on the stage, comforting herself in her heart. I am a life assistant, and I can't let President Jin leave my sight. It's my duty. Xian Ning looked left and right, and saw that everyone was looking at Jin Sun with open eyes, feeling a little helpless. She finally understood why Jin Sun didn't allow her to wear low-cut clothes outside. Good things should be hidden. After singing a song, Jin Sun picked up the microphone and asked, "What do you think?" Niu Xiaojun shouted, "Why are you taking off your clothes? You scared me, damn it. Are you a singer, or a bullfrog meat seller?" Jin Sun stood on the stage, looking down and smiling. "Since I want to make this concert the most exciting concert, let the organizers see the commercial value of me, Jin. Some sacrifices are necessary. This meat is not impossible to sell." Niu Xiaojun mocked loudly. Who just said shamelessly that a person can't sell his body for a little profit? Despicable. Jin Sun smiled and said righteously, "Can the physique of men and women be the same?" Niu Xiaojun thought about it and laughed. "You're right. The less sexual experience a woman has, the more valuable she is. The more sexual experience a man has, the more valuable he is. You should sell more." Jin Sun retorted. "Yes, you are quite valuable." Niu Xiaojun blushed immediately, picked up a stool and rushed to the stage. "Fuck you. I fight you." Jin Sun and Niu Xiaojun started a life and death battle on the stage. Xian Ning looked helpless, and it was not good to help anyone. Suddenly, Yilan came over and asked her, "Xian Ning, don't you mind this? He is going to tear off his clothes and bare his shirt on this stage in front of 60,000 people. He is dancing a striptease." Xian Ning minded in her heart, but she was very stubborn. "It's all art. It's okay as long as he doesn't take off his pants on the stage." Chapter 1172. On the stage, Niu Xiaojun picked up a folding stool and fought with Jin Sun. Yilan ran up to the stage quickly, opened her arms, and stood between the two of them, saying, "What deep hatred do you have? Can you wait until the concert is over to resolve it? I don't want Jin Sun to sing on a stretcher tomorrow." Niu Xiaojun held the folding stool high and tried to pat Jin Sun's head over Yilan's arm. "Yilan, didn't you hear what he said just now? He said I'm very valuable. He scolded me," Yilan said, holding Niu Xiaojun, who was riding like a wild boar, with both hands. What's wrong with that? According to the standard you just said, who among our group is not valuable except Xia Ning? Niu Xiaojun was stunned and thought it made sense, but then he thought it made no sense. Yilan, Su Luluo is as beautiful as a flower, and it is definitely impossible for her to be valuable all her life. Although Wu Yu has no breasts, some people just like her. But who would be so serious about sparring with me? I will probably be worth money for the rest of my life, unless... Hee, I force myself on you. A female tyrant is also a tyrant. Niu Xiaojun is fat but kind-hearted. When Yilan stopped him from beating people, his anger dissipated. He snorted and said, Yilan, you are my sister now. Will you help me or Qin Sun? Yilan was stunned by the question. Her mind raced. In an instant, her IQ caught up with Einstein. She turned around and pointed at Qin Sun, then at Xia Ning who was eating melons under the stage, and asked Niu Xiaojun. Brother Niu, I am your sister, and she is your best friend. When they get married, I will go to grab the bride. Will you help me or her? Niu Xiaojun opened her mouth wide, slowly put down the folding stool she held high, and threw it to the side, far away. She looked at Yilan and smiled, like a fool at the east end of the village, and turned to walk off the stage. Let's go! As she reached the stairs, she heard Qin Sun shouting behind her. Niu Xiaojun. It seemed to be the first time that Niu Xiaojun heard Qin Sun calling her name. In the past, he either called her Fatty Niu or Bastard or Evil Beast and other elegant names. She turned her head and stared at Qin Sun with a puzzled look. You better have something big to say to me. In order to show his seriousness, Qin Sun deliberately said in a low voice. Niu Xiaojun, I will find a way to make you lose half your weight in the future. He patted his chest twice with his right hand, quickly pointed to Niu Xiaojun, and said with a confident and arrogant smile. I mean what I say. Niu Xiaojun was stunned and stared at Qin Sun blankly. After a few seconds, her fat face turned red, her skin trembled slightly, and she turned and rushed over. Me? Fuck. You? Big. Father. She ran faster and faster, like a rolling lion's head. Are you still making fun of me? Do you want to cut my flesh, or turn me into a mummy, or amputate my lower body? Die for me. Qin Sun turned and ran, and jumped off the high stage with a big jump. Looking back, he saw Niu Xiaojun lying on the edge of the stage and yelling. He sighed. Alas. It's hard to be a good person. On the stage, Yilan felt a headache so painful. How could there be such an outlier as Qin Sun in the world? Always jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Next, Yilan started rehearsing. She asked the dancers waiting on the side to come on stage and sing a previous representative work leap. This is a dynamic and light dance music. She was more serious than Qin Sun. In addition to being familiar with the stage layout and sound equipment, she also focused on cooperating with other performers to ensure coordination and smoothness during the formal performance. After singing this song, Yilan communicated with the team members. She looked up and looked around, and was surprised to find that Qin Sun ran nearly 100 meters and sat in a seat in the 100 yuan area. Yilan walked onto the stage, stared at Qin Sun from a distance, and shouted with a microphone. Hey, hey, hey! Is Qin Sun there? Come back to rehearse the chorus song. Under the stage, Niu Xiaojun turned his head and looked at Qin Sun, spitting, but didn't say anything. The most important thing today is the rehearsal. As a major shareholder of Yuzi Film and Television Company, she still knows which is more important, revenge or making money. The main thing is that after calming down, she knew she couldn't beat him. If she really pissed off Qin Sun, she might bring shame upon herself. Qin Sun likes to grab people's legs and spin around, and she is so fat, so she must be spinning very fast. Qin Sun returned to the stage. Yilan handed him a black microphone and said with a strange expression, You are a walking CD. You should pay attention to the timing. Your live singing is like it has been edited, and it is easy for the audience to suspect lip syncing. Qin Sun nodded. Yilan took a white one and shouted, Master Zhang, happy worship, you have worked hard. The accompaniment sounded. Qin Sun started to sing. 1, 2, 3, here we go. If you forgot your name, please follow me. Now let's worship happiness. As soon as the song started, Xia Ning and others in the audience had bright eyes and stared at Qin Sun on the stage. Once Qin Sun got serious, he was radiant, confident, calm, and full of charm. Niu Xiaojun pouted and mocked. The Qin Sun who was singing is the same person as the grandson just now. Hearing no one responded, she turned her head to look at others, and found that Xia Ning, Su Luluo, Wu Yu, and even Wang Chui stood up and danced. Niu Xiaojun sighed. This world where appearance is justice is destroyed. The song was finished. Xia Ning and others applauded. Good, good, good. Tomorrow's concert will definitely be a hit. I didn't expect that President Qin is a big scene player. Don't look at Yilan, who has practiced the song for so many days. Once you start singing, you are not inferior to her at all. Hearing this, Yilan felt a little embarrassed. Laymen watched the excitement, experts watched the doorway. Qin Sun is not inferior to her at all, but Qin Sun has been accommodating her level. Although she sings very well, she has been practicing songs in a hurry, and is far from the top. If Qin Sun sings and dances like the night just now, she can give the audience a clear contrast and magnify her flaws. Qin Sun's singing skills are like a magic mirror. Next, Yilan and Qin Sun started to sing the next song, Liang Yang. Wu Yu sat in a chair, looking at the stage thoughtfully. Her family has a large performing arts company, which often hosts large-scale concerts of super popular artists, and even has shares in the ticketing platform. Qin Sun seems to be really a hot commodity. After a while, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone and walked aside to call Lu Gang. Dad, Qin Sun has a concert tomorrow night. He wants to prove his commercial value, and has signed a 1 billion gambling contract with a large entertainment company. I just watched his rehearsal, and I think there's a chance. I really didn't team up with Qin Sun to defraud the company's money. Come and have a look. It's good to keep money within the family. Tickets? There should be no more tickets. Would you like to buy 2? No. Wu Yu was full of regret. Well, okay. Hang up the phone. In the living room of a suite in a 5-star hotel near the stadium, Lu Gang sat on the sofa, looking at Xia Zheng, Xia Shujie, Lu Jingya, and Xia Jing across from him, and said with a smile, "Why did you have to go to the concert without telling Qin Sun? This may not be a surprise, it may be a shock." Xia Zheng leaned on the sofa and smoked, saying in a deep voice, "This kid is not right. He borrows money everywhere as if he is preparing to flee abroad. I have to hide in the dark and observe carefully." Chapter 1173. The next day. As night fell, the lights came on. A magnificent stadium looked particularly dazzling against the backdrop of neon lights. Outside the stadium, a crowd of people surged. At the entrance, rows of iron railings formed a winding passage, winding like a python. Fans who bought tickets lined up excitedly with their tickets in hand. They either looked down at their phones, posted live broadcasts of the concert on their moments, or had lively conversations with people around them. "Sister, how much did you pay for the ticket?" "Don't mention it. I bought it from a scalper, and the 668 ticket was sold for 26.88. Be content. I spent 39.88. Didn't everyone scold Qin Sun online before? Why is it so hard to get tickets when he sells them? Scarcity makes things valuable. With Qin Sun's personality, do you think he will hold another concert in the future? This may be the only concert in his life. Hearing you say that, why do I feel that this price is not expensive?" Ha ha ha. Outskirts of the stadium. Those fans who failed to buy tickets, they were sitting or standing, under the street lights on the square, and on the lawn. In the crowd, some people were anxiously shuttling among the crowd, constantly asking if anyone was willing to sell tickets. Some people finally bought tickets with satisfaction after some bargaining. Some people left disappointed because the price was too high or the seats were not good. At the same time, some scalpers were also moving among the crowd, shouting and selling tickets like thieves. "You think it's too expensive, but I think it's too expensive too? Where can I find cheap tickets now? All the tickets were bought at a premium. Just tell me whether you want them or not." Although the price of scalper tickets is much higher than the original price, many fans are still willing to pay for the chance to see Qin Sun and Yilan perform together. Damn it, this premium is like buying a coffin for you. Qin Fanshu is good-looking and sweet-mouthed, so she sold 3 tickets in one night and made a net profit of 4,300 yuan without losing a single ticket. When she saw that the time was almost up, she went to the VIP channel to enter. Suddenly, Qin Fanshu saw an old lady with gray hair and a staggering step in front of her, and subconsciously slowed down her pace to avoid bumping into her and making things difficult for her. After walking a few steps, she found that the old lady was actually a believer who worshipped Qin Sun on the plane before, and she walked up quickly and smiled. "What a coincidence, old lady. Do you still recognize me?" The old lady recognized Qin Fanshu at a glance. Although this girl didn't sell her the electronic wooden fish before, she always had a charming smile, which made people feel comfortable. The old lady didn't hate her at all now, and said in surprise, "Little sister, you also come to worship the original god?" Qin Fanshu said with a smile. "No, I came to see Yilan." The old lady shook her head, with a regretful expression of Fahai, "You don't understand love. You are still young. What's so good about Yilan? Master Qin is the real." She raised her head slightly, and looked at the night sky. "The best in the world." Qin Fanshu, ? Is this old lady going to bloom a new flower on the old tree? The concert started at 7 o'clock, and almost all the audience entered the venue at 6:40. The lights of the stadium dimmed. Xia Ning and his group had already sat in the VIP seats. VIP seats are near the front of the dance, with a better view, more comfortable to sit, and also provide peripheral gifts for Qin Sun and Yilan. Listening to the hustle and bustle around, Xia Ning couldn't help turning her head and slowly looking around. I saw 50,000 to 60,000 spectators densely packed in the entire venue. Everyone held a colorful fluorescent stick in their hands, like the brightest stars in the night sky, gathering into a vast and boundless ocean of fluorescent light. Suddenly, Xia Ning met a pair of eyes close at hand. Those eyes were smiling and very gentle. She didn't expect Qin Fanshu to sit behind her, and it was such a strange coincidence again, which made people's scalp numb. Last time, after Qin Sun scared Qin Fanshu away with a caterpillar, she saw her back riding a shared bicycle and disappearing at the corner of the street, and felt that she would never see her again in this life. I didn't expect that in the vast crowd. I would bump into him again when I looked back. Xia Ning looked at Qin Fanshu's smiling face, hesitated, and said, "What a coincidence." After a pause, she added, "Thank you. Thank you for your support." This sentence was a subtle declaration of sovereignty. Qin Fanshu waved the light stick in her hand and smiled. "You're welcome." After saying that, she just smiled, with a happy face, and said nothing. Xia Ning suddenly felt that the sentence she just added was a bit redundant and lost face. But since she had already lost face, she didn't care if she lost face even more and asked, "Do you like to listen to Qin Sun singing too?" Qin Fanshu answered truthfully, "I like it." Seeing that she was speaking frankly, Xia Ning felt a little embarrassed. "I thought you hated him very much." Qin Fanshu smiled. "I really hate him, but that doesn't mean he's bad." She gave a thumbs up. "He's a terrible person, but his art is okay," Xia Ning said with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment." Qin Fanshu, ? Only half of what you say. VIP area, another place. Xia Zheng and his group sat next to each other. The last time Xia Zheng watched a concert was more than 10 years ago. He was not used to this atmosphere and leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. Xia Shujie complained, "Brother-in-law, aren't the positions of these tickets you got too conspicuous? Qin Sun will be able to see us at a glance next time, right?" Lu Gang snorted coldly. "Do you think it's easy to get tickets for sitting together?" Lu Jingyao came out to smooth things over. "It's okay. Ningning turned around and looked around just now, and didn't find us." "How could Qin Sun find us on the stage?" Xia Shujie said. She was busy talking to the girl behind her. Xia Jing stared at Xia Ning, who was chatting with Qin Fanshu not far away, and suddenly grinned, then said expressionlessly, "That beautiful sister likes my sister." The surroundings were quiet for a moment. Xia Jing said firmly, "I can tell at a glance that she is bisexual. She likes both men and women." Xia Zheng opened his eyes, looked at the woman chatting with Xia Ning, and closed his eyes again. "Ajay, go home and contact teacher Xia Jing to see what she is learning in school. We Xia family members should keep up with fashion, but not too advanced." Lu Jingyao reached out and covered Xia Jing's mouth. Xia Jing looked unconvinced. "I am already 9 years old, don't I have this much experience?" VIP area, on the other side. Some cadres and staff members of the Beijing Cultural Department sat together and chatted. The song list has been changed by more than half, and was sent for review in a hurry. If we hadn't worked overtime to review it, the concert would have been ruined. They only gave us these few seats. It's really not generous enough. She is a bit too arrogant. People always lose their identity when they are popular. It's time to teach these young artists some rules. A middle-aged man who looked like a cadre coughed twice and interrupted the discussion. He knew that Yilan was the illegitimate daughter of the Qian family, and seemed to have other backgrounds. Before completely clearing the other party's trump card, you need to be careful to test it, and not to make things difficult for them. He looked at the empty stage and whispered, "Don't worry, take a look first and see if this concert is positive enough. If they really dare to mess around, then we have to ask them for an explanation." Behind them, Mr. Niu lay on the chair, glanced at the Ministry of Culture staff in front of him, crossed his legs, and smiled softly. Secretary Zhao sat on the side, and noticed Mr. Nyo's expression. Seeing that he didn't say much, he didn't move. On the other side of Mr. Nyo, Jingwu sat on the chair, closed his eyes, and played the Buddhist beads with both hands, with a somewhat chaotic rhythm. The light shone on his bald head. Suddenly, the giant screen on the stage lit up, and began to play the opening video of the concert. A cheer rang out in the stadium. Chapter 1174. Stadium. On the stage, other places were dark, only the big screen was lit. A video was playing with background music. In a green jungle, streams flowed, birds chirped, and suddenly a disaster struck. A black tornado destroyed the jungle. The trees fell to the ground, and the brown roots were uprooted and exposed. The stream became turbid. The birds fluttered their wet wings on the ground, and the sick deer licked their wounds with their necks retracted. Everything was wailing. The sun set, and the moonlight fell. On the inconspicuous branch of a dead tree, there was a small white cocoon. It moved, and moved again. A gust of wind blew, and the cocoon fell to the ground. ZZ. The tiny sounds were transmitted to the ears of nearly 60,000 people through the speakers in various parts of the stadium. ZZ. Under the stage. Xiaozheng stared at the big screen and smiled. Are all concerts so fancy now? No singing for a long time, just showing US cartoons? Lu Gang explained to Xiaozheng in a low voice. Uncle, now they will make a singing video closely related to the theme of the concert, which is a means to promote the theme, create an atmosphere, and whet the audience's appetite. It's mainly to appear high-end and classy, so that the audience feels that the ticket price is worth it. Yilan's concert is called Breaking the Cocoon. Look, there's a cocoon on it. Xiaozheng looked at the big screen. What cocoon or no cocoon, I don't understand. I came here to listen to the songs, showing me cartoons. Isn't this a scam? As he said that, he suddenly smiled. It seems like something Qin Sun can do. This short film was rushed out by Yilan's team. At that time, she was busy escaping, and had no time to comment on the opening video. Although the video is well made, it does not feel immersive. The story is also old-fashioned. The audience in the stadium was not attracted and was whispering. This opening video looks average. Other stars do not participate in the performance. At least they will use their own narration to tell some stories. How can this be just a cartoon? Don't do it. I got the ticket by spending a lot of money. Suddenly I feel that the ticket in my hand is not good. Just now a beautiful scalper came to collect my ticket. I should sell it to her. Maybe I can add prestige. Suddenly, Zila. A slightly louder sound sounded. The small cocoon on the giant screen cracked, and a colorful butterfly flew out and flew towards the moon in the night sky. The butterfly flapped its wings, fluttering. The moon on the screen became bigger and brighter, and the light illuminated the stage more clearly. The audience could vaguely see a dozen people posing on the stage, and among the group, there was a person wearing a sparkling dress. The audience knew that the performance was about to begin and became excited. What's going on? There are more people than I thought. It seems that some money has been spent. Is it Yilan's representative work breaking the cocoon that starts out? Maybe it's Qin Sun's new song. Yilan's concert, Qin Sun is singing? Are you kidding? It's Qin Sun holding it. At this time, 3 low and slow sounds came from the speakers. Duong. Then Duong. With a sound, the lights on the stage came on. The accompaniment sounded. From a group of dancers, Qin Sun took the microphone in his hand and walked to the center of the stage with a casual dance step. 1, 2, 3, here we go. Those who have forgotten their names, please follow me. Now let's worship happiness. Those who have put down their burdens, please follow me. Spread it and build a happy era. As soon as Qin Sun opened his voice, the stadium was quiet for a moment, and then cheers rang out again. They were very surprised. Thousands of people couldn't help but stand up, swaying to the rhythm and cheering. New song. It's really a new song. It sounds good. What a strong sense of rhythm. Did Qin Sun save Yilan's life? Why did the opening song go to Qin Sun? Xia Ning looked at the charming Qin Sun on the stage, listened to the hustle and bustle around, and smiled slightly, turning her head to see the reactions of others. As soon as she turned her head, she met a pair of sparkling eyes again. Xia Ning was a little embarrassed, and said to Qin Fangshu, "Look at the stage, what are you looking at me for?" Qin Fangshu smiled, waved the light stick, and shouted without thinking, "Ah! Brother is so handsome." Xia Ning, question mark. Forget it. This is just a polite remark, extremely exaggerated, without any real feelings. At this time, Chin Sun's rap sound came. Which era does happiness belong to? 80s, 90s, aughts or Z generation? Among them, Yilan's harmony followed and shouted, Z generation. In the stadium, a tsunami-like cheering sounded, which made Xia Ning's eardrums numb. Some howling words came. My Jiao. Is this mouse so good? Oh my god, he's a versatile person, he can also rap. Yilan is out. Qin Fengshu stood up suddenly, waving a fluorescent stick and shouting as if possessed by a demon. Ah! He can also rap. So handsome. Xia Ning stared at the excited Qin Fengshu in a daze, and hesitated to speak. She sighed and turned away. She knew that Qin Fengshu's shout just now was sincere. Qin Fengshu seemed to really start to get Qin Sun's handsomeness. Why do so many women in the world like rappers? Is he really handsome? Suddenly, Xia Ning thought of Qin Sun's need to take off his clothes when singing Night Color later, and couldn't help but look bitter. I don't know how many women will be charmed later. Xia Ning looked at the stage, and saw Yilan and Qin Sun in the middle of the stage. Qin Sun was singing a long rap, Yilan occasionally sang, but most of the time she danced, waved her arms, and waved to the audience in the audience. Qin Sun finished rap. Yilan picked up the microphone and sang. Forget your existence. What are you looking forward to? Happiness will come when you invite it. Her voice was high and cool, and it ignited the whole audience. The audience was like crazy shouting, Ah! It sounds good. Great. The huge stadium was full of cheers, and Xia Ning felt like she was in a forest with cicadas chirping in summer. Next to her, Wu Yu sat next to her, with his hands folded in front of his chest, staring at the stage with a serious face, and complained in a low voice. How can you do that? Although the opening concert is important, the first two songs are usually 80 points or so. They are for finding the state and warming up the audience. After the audience is in a good mood, the third song will be the representative work to ignite the whole audience. She frowned. It's easy to collapse if you exaggerate right at the beginning and raise the audience's threshold so high. Not professional at all. Wu Yu paused and said, Their concert needs a professional director. Xia Ning heard Wu Yu's complaint and turned to explain to her. I discussed this issue with Qin Sun last night. He said that this approach is the routine of some singers with few representative works. He also said that when you are poor, you can strike with precision, and when you are rich, you can cover with firepower. She listened to the endless cheers, and said with a smile, He said that if there are not 10,000 fans in the stadium tonight who have their voices damaged, it is because he is incompetent. Chapter 1175. A song of happy worship is finished. The stage went dark, and then lit up again in a few seconds. Yilan was on the stage, and the dancers all left, leaving Qin Sun alone. He wore a head-mounted microphone, a black hat, black sunglasses, and black gloves. Qin Sun stood sideways on the stage, lowered his head slightly, holding the brim of his hat with his right hand, and posed in Michael Jackson's classic standing posture. Whether he was handsome or not, he was very compelling. He posed motionlessly, with an abstinent and cold look on his face, waiting for the accompaniment to sound. Xia Ning watched quietly, with a smile on her lips. Niu Xiaojun looked disgusted. He is so pretentious. She didn't like it, but the audience in the stadium were crazy, shouting and screaming like the monkeys in Mauname, and the air seemed to be boiling with their shouting. Ah! So handsome. Brother, kill me. Brother, sleep with me. Amidst the cheers, the prelude slowly sounded, and the entire venue seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and the atmosphere gradually heated up to a boiling point. Dang. 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 The accompaniment was slightly oppressive, and seemed mysterious and distant. Then, Dongsi Desai. A drum beat sounded. On the stage, Qin Sun sang silently in his heart and danced. He snapped his fingers with his right hand, stepped forward with dance steps, and waved his left and right hands up and down alternately, turning handsomely, and being very cool. The audience was stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. What the hell? What is he doing? Is he having an epileptic seizure? You are talking nonsense, this is a dance. It's a very advanced and difficult dance. If you can't appreciate it, get out. Qin Sun's fans are indeed of questionable quality. As Qin Sun continued to dance, more and more dance moves were revealed, and even laymen could see that this was indeed an incredible dance. Professional level. The audience's shouts became louder and louder. Ah! So handsome. I knew he was very good at being handsome, but I never thought he could be this handsome. Suddenly, Chin Sun shouted. Ouch! The voice was loud and startled everyone. Fuck. Did he really have an epilepsy? What's going on? What's this? What kind of singing is this? Chin Sun ignored the discussion in the stadium that suddenly increased several times, stepped on the dance steps, and sang by himself. He sang very well, and the song itself was dynamic. The audience in the stadium was immediately brought into the rhythm. Although most people didn't understand it, good songs don't pick words, so it doesn't matter if you don't understand it. It's fine as long as it sounds good. Xia Ning sat on a chair, watching Chin Sun on the stage, and heard screams and shouts one after another. Amid the overwhelming shouts, she felt that Qin Fengshu's voice was particularly harsh. Ah! So handsome. My friend, 666. How can a person be so handsome? Such a cowardly lyrics are sung so powerfully, amazing. Xia Ning heard her shouting like an ignorant girl, frowned slightly, wanted to turn her head to see her expression, but held back. But people in the VIP area are more reserved, generally do not shout, which makes Qin Fengshu's voice even more harsh. Xia Ning was a little helpless, and still did not see through Qin Fengshu's character. When they first met, she took the camera and took candid photos openly, calmly, artistically, and not annoying at all. Later, she cooperated with Chin Sun to hold a campus party, and also showed a high level of professionalism, working diligently like a high school teacher. In J country, she was dressed in a kimono, elegant and charming. Now, like an ignorant girl. This woman seems to be a chameleon, always able to easily adjust her state according to the environment, showing 1,000 styles. Xia Ning had to admit that this was a very charming woman. Fortunately, she and Chin Sun don't get along. Behind him, Qin Fengshu screamed. Wow, so handsome. Awesome, awesome. 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 It's a loss, it's a loss. Today's tickets are sold at a loss. One ticket should be at least 3,000 more. Xia Ning, At least after leaving the stadium, the two of them don't get along. Suddenly, Xia Ning realized something was wrong. She found that the cheers in the stadium had reached a peak. Some people shouted so hard that their voices almost overturned the stage. She came to her senses and looked carefully. On the stage, Chin Sun slid backwards and performed the spacewalk with smooth movements. Xia Ning stared blankly, her eyes bright and dark, dark and bright, and she was very conflicted. She hoped that others would cheer for Chin Sun, but she was afraid that he would be too dazzling and be remembered by others. Hearing Qin Fengshu shouting behind her, Xia Ning felt it was too noisy. She wanted to shout a few words, but she was cold-tempered and had no experience in chasing stars. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't shout anything, and only uttered a word softly. Okay. She smiled bitterly, and shook her head. Forget it. Why should I compete with Qin Fengshu? Suddenly, Xia Ning heard a strange voice behind her. Master, master. Master. Amitabha. The best in the world, living Buddha. The voice was slightly hoarse but deliberately clipped, like an old donkey making a clip sound. Xia Ning turned her head suddenly, and looked at the old lady next to Qin Fengshu. Before, she had seen this old lady before, and recognized her as the shrew on the plane at a glance, and thought it was so funny. She is old, but still chasing stars. Now, Xia Ning was even more shocked. This old lady must be obsessed. An old man waving a fluorescent stick to chase a fake monk who was performing hard? And making a clip sound? There is no need for this. Another place. Xia Zheng looked at Qin Sun on the stage, turned his head to look at the crazy shouting audience around him, and laughed. Hey, this kid is really good. Lu Jingyao smiled. Dad, from the first time I saw him when he delivered takeout to me, I knew that this kid is not an ordinary person. Xia Shujia asked. How did you figure that out? Lu Jingyao laughed. I told him to give him 66 yuan, and he said thank you sister without saying anything, without any hesitation or politeness. At that time, I realized that he was thick-skinned and could accomplish great things. Xia Zheng and the others laughed. Another place. Jingwu opened his eyes and looked at Qin Sun on the stage, a little dazed. He thought for a moment, what if Qin Sun on the stage was him? Jingwu was slightly startled, closed his eyes, put his hands together, and whispered a Buddhist name. Amitabha. Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. On the stage. The song entered the interlude. Qin Sun danced more and more skillfully and relaxed, and accidentally performed Michael Jackson's trump card move. His left hand was slanted beside him, and his right hand touched his lower abdomen. Hip thrust. The gymnasium was quiet for a moment, and then it exploded. Xia Ning was stunned and blushed. Behind her, Qin Fengshu calmed down instantly. Don't lose face. Chapter 1176. On the stage, Qin Sun danced to the beat of the interlude drums and performed Michael Jackson's trump card moves. Hearing the roar of the mountains and the sea, and looking at the randomly waving light sticks, his facial expression did not change. Cool. Originally, this song did not have this dance move, but just now, he was so excited that Qin Sun was so excited that he touched the key part with his right hand. As soon as he started, he realized that it was wrong. This was too reckless. It was too late for Qin Sun to retract the move, so he had to quietly put his right hand 3 inches below his lower abdomen, without touching the core. However, since he had already jumped, he could only jump to the end. 1 da-da. 2 da-da. 3 da-da. Under the stage, in the VIP audience, Xia Ning's face became redder and redder, and he turned his head to look left and right to see the faces of others. I saw Niu Xiaojun open his mouth wide. Wu Yu widened his eyes, and his mouth became an O shape. Su Luluo covered his eyes with both hands, but his fingers were wide open. Suddenly, Xia Ning heard a hoarse voice behind her. Master, master, master. My master? She turned her head, and saw a trace of girlish blush on the old lady's chicken-skinned face in the dim light. Xia Ning heard the hysterical screams of the women in the stadium and sighed. Why do I feel that Qin Sun is a duck in the club? And the top card. Another place. Xia Zheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Xiaoya, you are right. He is so shameless. So thick. Xia Shujia was expressionless and sulking. Lu Jingyao felt that it was inappropriate to watch her future son-in-law dancing this kind of dance. She turned her head away, but found that Xia Jing's eyes were wide open. She covered Xia Jing's eyes with both hands and taught him a lesson. Don't look at him if you don't want to. He's your brother-in-law, Xia Jing said in a muffled voice. This is art. Another place. After watching for a while, old Master Niu turned his head to look at Jing Wu and asked, Master Jing Wu, what is Master Qin's way? Jing Wu put his hands together. I don't understand. Qin Sun has always had his own way of practicing. I dare not speak nonsense. Old Master Niu turned his head and smiled. Master Qin is a great master in the city. People in the VIP area are generally well-known people. They are more reserved and close to the stage, so they don't express their emotions much. In the area with the most audience seats, they are all crazy. Most of the men are laughing and joking. Fuck. Doing this in front of 50,000 or 60,000 people? That's awesome. I always avoid people. Awesome plus. Why go there when you can't touch anywhere else? Oh, it's so shameless. What is he showing off? Good guy. No wonder he is in good health. It turns out that he does hanging exercises anytime, anywhere, even on the stage of a concert. Does he get a subsidy for dancing this way on stage? Women are more likely to get carried away and say a lot of mean words. Ah! Qin Sun! Let me stand in front of you. Let me stand in front of you. Come to me if you have anything to say. Brother, give me a little push on my back. Go to me, if you have the strength. So handsome. So handsome. Cool. These shouts attracted the dissatisfaction of some men around. They looked over and saw those crazy girls, and they felt very unhappy. This kind of woman will definitely be in trouble. It's obvious that she has not received much education and her academic qualifications are very fake. We need to investigate. In the stadium with more than 50,000 people, many people let out their inner demons in the dim light and noisy noises. Cheers and shouts came one after another. VIP area. At the seats where the staff of the cultural department gathered, they all condemned Qin Sun. Look, look, what kind of words are these? It's so frivolous. Can you show some positive energy? We shouldn't have approved their playlists. Now look. What has the social atmosphere become? What kind of super idol is this? Where is the future of the country? A man wearing glasses turned his head and looked at the serious middle-aged man. Director Wang, what do you mean by this? Do you want me to talk to their person in charge now? The man named Director Wang waved his hand as he looked at Qin Sun, who was still singing and dancing to beat it on the stage. No hurry. I always feel that this guy is going to cause trouble. Let's observe secretly. The man with glasses smiled and nodded. He understood. When they cause more accidents, we can beat them up with more confidence. Behind them, without them noticing, Mr. Niu heard their conversation, glanced at them lightly, and smiled. What era is it now? Still making a big deal out of it. On the side, Secretary Zhao was always observing Mr. Niu's expression. Once he found something wrong, he would immediately ask the noisy people in front to leave. It was the first time for Mr. Nyo to watch a concert in decades. How could he allow others to be offended? After singing a song of Beat It, Chin Sun bowed and left the stage amid cheers. Yilan walked onto the stage in a white dress, as white as snow, decorated with some sequins. She walked to the left side of the stage and waved to the audience. "How are you, my friends?" The stadium was filled with cheers. "Good." She walked to the right side of the stage. "How are you, my friends?" The cheers were like thunder. "Good." Yilan walked to the center of the stage, facing straight ahead, her eyes moving down from the high stands to the VIP area where Xiao Ning and the others were. On Xiao Ning's face. "How are you, my friends?" In the stadium, audiences everywhere joined in the excitement and shouted. "Good." Nyo Xiaojun stood up from his stool, dancing and shouting. "Good, looking extremely good." Xiao Ning noticed the deep look Yilan had just given her, and felt something was wrong, worrying that she was going to make trouble on the stage. But Yilan is a well-known person. It's not good for her to snatch my boyfriend in front of tens of thousands of people, right? On the stage, Yilan took the microphone and uttered a breath. The stadium cheered again. Yilan said with a smile, "Did you think this opening was a little strange?" A few voices came from under the stage. "No, not strange. Very good," she continued. Originally, the opening video was a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon and flying towards the moon, when it flaps the fastest and the moon is the brightest. A spotlight will shine on the stage, and I will stand there wearing a beautiful dress like a butterfly and start singing breaking out of the cocoon. And this carefully designed opening has changed because of the addition of one person. She raised her voice. "Who do you think this is because of? Shout out his name." As she said that, she pointed the microphone at the audience. The stadium shouted in a fairly uniform manner. "Chin Sun." The voice was loud, like thunder in summer. In the dressing room, Chin Sun had just changed into his next set of performance costumes. He heard the noise outside and frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. He tightened his belt around his already put on pants. Did they talk about this during the rehearsal? This Yilan is cueing me like crazy. Is he looking for death? Chapter 1177. On the stage. Under the spotlight. Yilan wore delicate makeup and a gorgeous dress, like a moon elf. She said with a smile, holding the microphone. "Yes, it's Chin Sun. He's a robber." She paced slowly on the big stage and said, "He forced me to steal the opening song of my concert, saying that he must make you happy and joyful at the beginning, so he brought joy worship." Yilan sang a cappella. "If you forgot your name, please follow me. Now let's worship joy." She stopped singing and shouted, "Are you happy?" After saying that, she immediately held out the microphone, put her left hand under her ear, and pretended to listen. People shouted everywhere in the stadium. "Happy! Happy! I am very happy." Yilan took back the microphone and said with a smile, "But I'm not happy." She paced on the stage again, the hem of her dress dragging on the red carpet, and she complained like a primary school student who was beaten and reported. "Chin Sun wants to take my concert. He wants to take my opening song. He wants to take my C position. He wants to take everything from me. I'm losing out." The stadium burst into laughter, and several conspicuous bags shouted everywhere. "He is that kind of person. Very bad. Hate it. He is bullying his sister. Beat him to death." Xiao Ning sat on the chair, looking at Yilan with a vigilant face, and became more and more certain that she was going to make trouble. Suddenly, she heard Qin Fangshu's voice behind her, revealing a laugh that was watching the fun and not afraid of trouble. "Xiao Ning, do you believe that Yilan is going to snatch your old boyfriend on the stage?" Xiao Ning looked back at Qin Fangshu, hesitant to speak, turned his head away, and immediately turned back, staring at Qin Fangshu's eyes, and asked seriously, "Then will you snatch him?" Qin Fangshu, ? "Ah? Xiao Ning, will you snatch Chin Sun?" Qin Fangshu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughed a few times, then wrinkled his face into a steamed bun, and said with disgust, "I would not snatch him even if I snatched a dog on the street." Xiao Ning was silent for a second. "Not snatching?" She paused for a second and said again, "This sentence shows that you actually still have some interest in him." Qin Fangshu was stunned, and before she could figure it out, she saw Xiao Ning turned her head away, leaving her only the back of her head. She lowered her head slightly and frowned. "What? You are sick, on the stage." Yilan continued to interact with the audience. "Chin Sun is a guy who steals everything from me, so can I steal from him once?" The audience burst into a very uniform voice. Yes. Yilan stretched out her voice. Then what should I steal from him? After that, she stretched out the microphone. In the huge stadium, shouts came one after another. Steal his money. Money! Steal his money! Steal his brain. Steal his talent. Steal his character. Let's forget it. Yilan smiled and held the microphone high, and never took it back, as if she didn't hear the answer she was satisfied with. In the stadium, the shouts continued. Steal his body. Take his heart. Take his chastity. Yilan took back the microphone, laughed, and said, You are getting more and more excessive. How dare I take his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys? Organ trafficking is illegal. There was a burst of laughter from the stage. Yilan continued. Also, even if you are talking about his heart. She pointed to her heart with her left hand, and said with a smile. Even if you are talking about this kind of heart-to-heart, I dare not take it. Qin Sun has a girlfriend. Besides, his girlfriend is very fierce. She is now sitting in the audience, with a sniper rifle aiming at me. There was another burst of laughter in the stadium. Xia Ning looked up at Yilan, frowned slightly, and didn't think she was very humorous. Many truths are said in a joking way. Although Yilan's desire to be a mistress is known to everyone, this is the first time she has put it on the table, and it is such a big table. Yilan said loudly. But I won't take anything, it's a loss. I will be so angry that I can't sleep at night. I must take something from him. She turned her head and looked at the stage entrance, shouting loudly. Then I will take one song from him. Qin Sun, come up. Waiting area. Qin Sun was sitting and chewing gum, listening to Yilan going crazy on the stage, wanting to see what tricks she could play. Unexpectedly, he was called again. Qin Sun was hesitating, and saw Wang Chui sitting over with an embarrassed look on her face, bowing to him. He sighed helplessly, got up and walked to the stage. At this time, he had changed into a set of black performance clothes that were not very useful. It was the kind of club style, with ducky and pectoral muscles looming. It was the popular performance clothes for young actors now. Qin Sun trotted onto the stage. The huge screen on the stage showed Qin Sun's image to every audience. Suddenly, cheers rang out in the stadium. Wow! So handsome. So handsome, you're going to die. You actually want to seduce me. Qin Sun stood on the stage, listening to the shouts of the audience, with a crazy and cool look on his face, which caused waves of cheers. Iceberg beauty, iceberg handsome guy, always make people crazy. Yilan walked in front of Qin Sun in high heels, and said with a smile. Now the internet is saying that I am your liquor, and my remarks just now seem to have almost confirmed this. However, my fans have never minded, and think that we are a good match. As she said this, she raised her hand, went around Qin Sun's shoulder, and gently hit him on the other shoulder. She just put her fingers lightly on his shoulder, and her arm was not pressed against his back, which was very measured. Qin Sun glanced at the fingers on his shoulder, revealing a large white of his eyes, and his eyes were like the little demon who peeked at Tang Sung in a Chinese Odyssey. There was a hint of fear. This scene was played through the big screen, and a burst of laughter rang out in the stadium. Wow! So exciting! Qin Sun, don't be a coward. You are a henpecked husband. Yilan laughed and asked. Qin Sun, let me ask you a few questions. Qin Sun didn't say anything. Yilan didn't care and asked directly. Compared to your girlfriend, I'm not good looking. After saying that, she put the microphone under Qin Sun's mouth. Qin Sun, no. Yilan, then I don't have a good figure? Qin Sun, no. Yilan, I don't have a good temperament. Qin Sun, no. Yilan paused, listened to the booing and whistles in the stadium, and asked with a smile. Is there a fatal flaw in me that I haven't discovered myself? Qin Sun looked around and saw that the audience seats were full of people eating melons, and he felt a little pressure. He reached out to hold the microphone in Yilan's hand, pushed it up a little, closer to his mouth. You don't have any fatal flaws. I don't like you, but it doesn't mean you're bad. Yilan was silent. VIP area. Xia Ning heard this familiar words, and turned his head, to look at Qin Fanshu behind him. Qin Fanshu said with a little embarrassment. Coincidence. Xia Ning, One on the stage, one under the stage, attacked from both sides. So annoying. Cheers, shouts, and boos were heard everywhere in the stadium. On the stage, Yilan took the microphone, walked to the edge of the stage, took a black microphone from the staff, and walked back to hand it to Qin Sun. I don't care about you, screen couples are also couples. If you are a couple, you have to sing love songs. As she said that, she raised her right hand high and snapped her fingers. Sound engineer. It's you? Music. Chapter 1178. On the stage. The lights are bright. Everyone in the stadium can see Chin Sun and Yilan through the big screen, and can even clearly see their accessories and micro-expressions. Yilan is beautiful and elegant in a white dress. Chin Sun is wearing a black performance costume full of sexual tension, a deep v-neck, slightly revealing his chest muscles, and the makeup artist just gave him a fashionable hairstyle. Handsome and compelling. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, what a perfect couple. The accompaniment sounded. Yilan smiled at Chin Sun, picked up the microphone, and sang affectionately. We chase the dream in our hearts together. We try to put the sun in our palms. Just after singing 2 sentences, the audience in the stadium was amazed by the melody, and cheered, and then, they were infected by the singing and gradually quieted down. On the stage, Yilan held the microphone, fully engaged, closed his eyes, and continued to sing. We laugh at each other's impermanence of time. We are also firmly each other's light. I can't remember how many winds and waves we have crossed. Chin Sun found that it was different from yesterday's rehearsal. Today, there are fewer techniques and more real feelings. And he always emphasizes the word we a little more in the lyrics. Layman can't hear it, but it can't escape his ears. Chin Sun followed the rhythm and sang. I can't remember how many winds and waves we have crossed. Be your paddle, and you are my wings. We remember each other's immature appearance. Full of proud faces. It is an ice flower window that light can't melt. As soon as he opened his mouth, the stadium was shocked by this low and sexy voice, and cheered, and then it became quiet again, for fear of missing the song. Yilan took a few steps forward, and walked to 1 meter in front of Chin Sun, with her back to him. It's you, it's you. The youth behind me is all you. Painted my mountains and rivers. Let it rain for me. Wash off the mud, and wake up the real you. Chin Sun looked at Yilan's back, feeling helpless about her little tricks. However, he was very professional, with a deep affectionate feeling on his face, and his singing was also moving. It's you, it's you. Plant a forest full of courage. Erase the desolation on the cloak. Let me become a flying fish and jump out of the sea. Go touch the miracle. The song entered the interlude. The audience in the stadium seized the opportunity, shouting and applauding. There were spectators everywhere looking at the 2 people on the stage with an intoxicated look, as if they were eating the sweetest candy in the world. The shouting lasted for more than 10 seconds. They were quiet, until Chin Sun opened his voice again. We chase our dreams together. We try to put the sun in our palms. Yilan looked back at Chin Sun, pulled the microphone a little further away, and sang for him. We laughed at each other's impermanence of time. We are also determined to be each other's light. Her voice is clear but not stealing the show, warm, soft, and vague, which makes Chin Sun's singing more profound. She is not as aggressive as usual towards Chin Sun, but like a woman behind a successful man. Quiet, watch. Chin Sun sings. I can't remember how many winds and waves I have crossed. Yilan sang. Ah, how many winds and waves. Chin Sun, be your oars, and you are my wings. Yilan, my wings. Chin Sun's voice gradually became higher, the song's speed became faster, and the emotions were brewing like the eve of a volcanic eruption. We remember each other's immature appearance. After singing this sentence, Yilan's voice became louder, and she and Chin Sun began to sing together. A face full of pride. It is an ice flower window that cannot be melted by light. It is you, it is you. The youth behind me is all you. Painted into my mountains and rivers. The song entered the chorus, and the accumulated emotions burst out. Hot and strong. While singing, Chin Sun looked down at the stage, and saw tens of thousands of people waving their light sticks uncontrollably. The light sticks were purple, and the whole stadium became a purple ocean. Somewhat dreamy. Suddenly, he heard a light footsteps, and while singing, he turned his head and saw Yilan approaching. He was worried that Yilan would go crazy and do something intimate beyond friendship, such as a forced kiss. Chin Sun sang, and walked away very naturally. Yilan was startled, but she kept singing and cursed in her heart. They were singing love songs to each other but not acting? At least look at each other. Yilan sang as if nothing had happened and walked to the other side of the stage. On the stage, 2 people, one on the far left and one on the far right, were separated by dozens of meters, singing love songs with their backs facing each other. It's you, it's you. Plant a forest full of courage. Erase the desolation on the cloak. After the 2 sang, the accompaniment ending was played on the speakers. The emotions accumulated in the chests of tens of thousands of people in the stadium began to gradually ease. They shouted and cheered in the stadium. Singing so well? I don't believe you if you tell me they don't have an affair. Chin Sun sang the second part so well and charmingly. Damn, I was planning to become a monk, but this singing made me want to be immortal again. Chin Sun and Elan really only play high-end games, a double-screen couple in the Chinese music and film circles. My youth is all about you. Amidst the noisy cheers, some audiences who were deeply moved were releasing their emotions. One place. A girl hugged her boyfriend's arm, her face pressed tightly against her boyfriend's chest, and said with her head nodding like a cat, "We should also put the sun in our palms together." The boy's heart softened, and his eyes turned red. Yes. Of course. It's you. Some men are always easily moved. Once a woman touches his heart, he wants to cover her with a quilt for life. Another place. A couple kissed, closed their eyes, and exchanged saliva as if no one was around, which attracted cheers from the people around them. Many people were greedy. Another place. In the stands, a round-faced bearded man quietly wiped away the tears from his eyes in the dim light. He remembered his first love. It was just like what the lyrics said, it was him, the youth behind him was all him. But in the end, on that day, at sunset, in front of the anorectal hospital, they parted. The round-faced bearded man's eyes were red, and he put his hands around his mouth as a loudspeaker and shouted at the stage. Chin Sun. It's you, the youth behind me is all you. The voice was noisy and drowned in the shouting. Chin Sun suddenly had an idea, and he looked up at that place for some reason, only to see the vast fluorescent sea, nothing unusual. He was a little confused. Strange. Why did I feel murderous just now? Suddenly, Chin Sun saw a pair of eyes in the crowd, staring straight at him. It was Xia Ning. She had a blank expression and murderous intent. Chin Sun sat on the stage, put down the microphone, and covered his ears with his hands. Xia Ning was startled, and then he remembered that Chin Sun said he wanted to apply peanut oil to his ears, and he laughed. Childish. Chapter 1179. On the stage. Chin Sun stood up, and was about to leave the stage. Originally, the song It's You was not to be sung at this time, but Elan suddenly went crazy, said a bunch of robbery words, and then forced him to go on stage to sing. Now he had to go downstairs to wait. Chin Sun just took 2 steps, and saw Elan waving at him, so he had no choice but to walk over. When he got closer, Elan stretched out her hand to him, and he subconsciously took a step back. Elan raised the microphone, looked at the audience, and complained. Did everyone see it? I reached out to hold his hand, but he actually took a step back. He was even afraid that I would dirty his hands. Her tone was very humorous, and the audience in the stadium did not feel sad, but instead found it funny and burst into laughter. Elan continued. Just now, we were singing, one on the left side of the stage, and the other on the right side, separated by a galaxy. How can they be a screen couple? He was like a cheating husband who came home, feeling guilty and avoiding my gaze. The stadium was filled with boos again. Like a tsunami. Elan turned her head, stared at Chin Sun, and asked with a smile. What are you feeling guilty about? Chin Sun was silent for a moment, turned her head to look at the area where Xia Ning was, picked up the microphone and said, I am a henpecked husband. Elan, ? The stadium was filled with warm cheers, and everyone applauded Chin Sun's shamelessness. It is embarrassing for ordinary artists to admit that they are henpecked on stage. But Chin Sun said it lightly, and it was like showing off his affection. But who would believe it? With his reputation, some people would believe that he was a domestic abuser. He is a henpecked husband, there is no such thing. Xia Ning looked up at Chin Sun, looked around, and saw that he was not looking at her, so she quietly raised her right hand and made a hard shape to Chin Sun. As soon as she finished making a hard shape, she saw Elan looking at her with a smile, and said loudly with a microphone, I am happy again, sister. The voice resounded throughout the venue. A beam of light hit Xia Ning, and her heart-shaped figure immediately appeared on the big screen. Tonight, she was wearing a dark red long dress. The hem of the dress swayed gently, revealing a pair of white calves. The material of the dress was delicate, outlining her graceful figure. A cloak of the same color, but slightly lighter, was gently draped over her shoulders, swaying gently with the wind. Noble, dignified, and cold. Xia Ning was slightly startled when she saw her figure appear on the big screen, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand high, and made a hard shape openly. Suddenly, cheers rang out in the stadium. Wow, a beauty. Is this Jin Sun's girlfriend? Is this Yilan's rival in love? A cool and beautiful female CEO. I want to be this henpecked husband too. Who did Yilan lose to? It's not too embarrassing to lose to such a beauty. I'm happy again, sister. VIP area. Lu Jingyao was also shocked and felt that Yilan was a bit aggressive. She put others on the big screen without saying hello. No rules at all. What if she was picking her nose? Lu Jingyao stared at Yilan for a while, then turned to ask Xia Shujia. Old Xia, do you men enjoy having such an excellent woman who disregards the world's eyes, wants to break through the shackles, and pursues you madly? Xia Shujia's eyes fell on Qin Sun. His eyes were somewhat yearning. Is it? Right. After saying that, he felt that the temperature of the air around him seemed to have dropped. His heart skipped a beat, his face changed, and he said righteously. Only scumbags like this kind of woman. We decent men like. He turned his head, and looked at Lu Jingyao's eyes that seemed to be smiling coldly, and said, You are like this. Lu Jingyao sneered, pointed at Qin Sun on the stage, and asked, Then do you think Qin Sun is a scumbag? Xia Shujia looked serious. This Yilan is beautiful, has a good figure, good temperament, is famous, has a good temper, and has first-class talents. She is so outstanding that she couldn't seduce Qin Sun away, so she shouldn't be a scumbag. Lu Jingyao glanced at Xia Shujia. Xia Jing stuck out her mushroom head and reminded him. Dad, you're being a bit long-winded. Xia Shujia realized that something was wrong, slapped the chair hard, and cursed. Qin Sun dared to be a scumbag, I castrated him. On the stage, the big screen reprojected the figures of Qin Sun and Yilan. Yilan held up the microphone and smiled. I almost cried when I sang It's You, the youth behind you is all you. But some people have different dreams on the stage. She looked at Qin Sun and teased. You sing so fake. Qin Sun, He had a lot of dirty words to say, but in order to trick the sucker into giving him 1 billion, he could only hold it in. Otherwise, I must grab Yilan's legs and spin around. Did I let you be unbridled? Yilan continued. Qin Sun, I'm going to steal your things. The copyright of this song is given to me. No one else can sing it without my permission. Qin Sun nodded. Give it to you. Yilan, you can't sing it either. Qin Sun said without hesitation. I don't sing a song a second time anyway. The stadium cheered. Wow, so pretentious. Awesome. So cool. Yilan felt bored, as if she had punched the air. Off the stage, Xia Ning sat upright, afraid that the light would suddenly hit her face again. She felt a little regretful when she heard what Qin Sun said. Don't sing a song a second time? The song The World's Beauty is Intertwined with You given to me is very nice. I should have recorded it earlier. Qin Sun is out. Yilan was so crazy that she stopped messing around. She followed the set playlist and sang 2 songs in a row, interacting with the audience for a few minutes. After that, it was Qin Sun's turn to sing Ghost Bewitched, which caused continuous cheers in the stadium. Really, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. It's so good. It really doesn't leave any room for other singer-songwriters. This is not only worth the ticket price, it's a huge profit. After singing 1 song, Qin Sun interacted for 1 minute, and then he just started. He then sang Kiss Everywhere, which raised the atmosphere of the stadium to a new level. In order not to affect the side of the audience in the back row, the audience with good qualities would sit in their chairs obediently, but this song was too cheerful and dynamic. Many audiences couldn't help but stand up and look back when they saw the people in front of them standing up. Damn! They are all standing. The audience danced to the singing. The whole stadium turned into a huge disco. After singing, Qin Sun did not stop, did not even take a breath, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. The prelude of drowning sounded. The crazy audience listened to this sad music, realized something was wrong, and gradually sat down. What does it mean? Just when it ignites, it has to cool down? Ice and fire? Chapter 1180. The prelude of drowning is very long. The piano and violin sounds interweave, revealing a sad and nostalgic atmosphere. The card point is like a heartbeat, sinking into the water. Under the stage, the audience inexplicably recalled a moment in the past. The excitement they had just provoked by Kiss Everywhere gradually dissipated, and they looked at the big screen with concentration. Qin Sun stood quietly on the stage and sang, I advocate letting it go if you can't stop it. This struggle between desire and despair. She likes to pass the door with the remaining warmth. Before leaving, she also turned off the lights casually. As soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Sun's low voice, like a big hand, tightly grasped the hearts of those sentimental people, making them feel choked. The audience was silent. Many people remember their youthful years, the white moonlight in their hearts, the unrequited love, and the person they thought they could spend their lives with. All kinds of things have become the past. The dogs on the roadside all have their own regrets. On the stage, Jin Sun continued to sing. The emotions of the song suddenly burst out. There was a burst of noise in the audience, and then it became quiet again. This is a long piece of lyrics without specific meaning, but the audience still felt the complex emotions in it. The humbleness, stubbornness, helplessness, and struggle of love, hate, separation, and reunion. All kinds of emotions are entangled together, very twisted, and the emotions of the audience are mobilized. People with stories look nostalgic, recalling their own stories. People without stories are even more regretful. VIP area. Xia Ning looked at Jin Sun on the stage with a smile on her lips. Suddenly, she felt that the surroundings were a little too quiet. She turned her head and looked left and right, and found that Niu Xiaojun, Wu Yu, and Su Luoluo all looked melancholy. She couldn't understand, she didn't know, she didn't get the regret in the song. Is it really that regretful? But they have never been in love. What past do they have to regret? Wu Yu noticed Xia Ning's gaze, turned her head, looked at Xia Ning, rolled her eyes, afraid of disturbing others, and whispered, "Happy again, sister? Are you laughing at us?" Xia Ning, Hearing this nickname of Sister Happy, she didn't dare to speak silently, saying anything would be suspected of being a cheap shot. But Wu Yu didn't intend to let her go. "What are you showing off?" Xia Ning, ? She still gritted her teeth and didn't speak. Wu Yu hit 3 times in a row. "Have you ever considered our life or death when you found such a boyfriend? Who should we find in the future? Who do we like?" Xia Ning, Blame me? On the other side, Xia Shujia felt a little stuffy when listening to the song, and thought of some people and things. He turned around and asked in a low voice, afraid that Liu Jingyao would notice. "Xiaoya, you said that Jin Sun writes love songs so well, so his emotional experience shouldn't be so thin, right? It's so infectious when he sings casually. Has he been in love several times without telling Xia Ning?" Liu Jingyao glanced at him, and said expressionlessly, "You talk too much. Jin Sun acted so well in Fatal Identity, is he a psychopath?" Xia Shujia smiled. "Don't you think so?" Liu Jingyao, She couldn't deny it. Jin Sun is a godlike existence in some abstract niche tracks, which makes people feel crazy. After a while, Liu Jingyao said, "That's called being unrestrained and uninhibited." Waiting area. Yilan changed her look and waited to go on stage. She sang Drowning with Jin Sun. After singing a few lines, she smiled bitterly, and shook her head, and stopped opening her mouth. She looked at Jin Sun, and sighed in her heart. "I knew there was a gap between his and my singing skills, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. I tried singing a few lines of this song when I got the sheet music before. It looks simple, but it's actually very difficult to sing. I feel like I'm going to die at any time. This kind of song is basically a studio song. If it's performed live, it will most likely fail. As a result, Jin Sun is singing like lip-syncing now. It's really unfair. I haven't seen him practice singing." Drowning is a very short song, just over 3 minutes, and Jin Sun finished singing it quickly. The stadium was filled with long-lasting applause. Good singing. Brother, singing is great, a walking AV. You sang to my heart. I love you. I want to drown in your singing." Jin Sun left the stage, and Yilan came on stage. Yilan interacted happily with the audience for a few minutes, and began to sing. This was a cheerful song, which immediately dispelled the previous dull atmosphere. The audience jumped and danced with Yilan on the stage. After singing a song, Jin Sun came on stage, and sang a song under the flying clouds with Yilan. Yilan, the wind makes the clouds grow flowers, flowers all over the sky, silently blooming under the dark clouds, and then, where will it float to? Oh! The stadium was amazed by the melody and voice, and cheered wow, and immediately listened to the song quietly. Jin Sun continued to sing. "People walking in the sea of people, how are you doing? Do you miss home again? The burning dream in your heart?" The two sang together. How long has it not spoken? The voices of the two people almost merged into one. The voice was high and loud, rising and rising continuously, not harsh at all. The stadium burst into cheers again. Yilan sang the chorus. "Under the flying clouds, I thought I had forgotten my home. Talking in my ears, telling me not to worry about the pain and fear." Jin Sun continued to sing the second half, and the pitch was raised again. Oh, I am halfway, wearing memories and wind and sand. The two people sang one section each, and sometimes sang together, as if they were competing with each other, but also seemed harmonious and unified, performing a song perfectly. Yilan, loneliness is a windbreaker, it wraps up fear. But I am brave. It doesn't matter if no one remembers me. Chin Sun and Yilan sang together. The future is waiting for me to take it. The song was performed very well by the two. Wandering. Home. Setbacks. Brave. The emotions of the song progressed layer by layer, pushing to wave after wave of climaxes. Tens of thousands of spectators in the stadium were moved by the song. Although it was not a singing and dancing song, they couldn't help but stand up and wave their light sticks. Many people looked at the lyrics on the big screen and hummed along, feeling that their hearts were cleansed and full of strength. The song was finished. The stadium rang with applause for more than a minute. The sound of applause continued. The audience discussed excitedly. Great! I won't watch this year's Spring Festival Gala without this song. Big scene contestants. Both of them are big scene contestants. First-rate singing skills. Top singing skills. Chin Sun never plays low in games. After a round of flattery, a heart-wrenching cry came from the corner of the stadium, with a crying tone. I am brave. I am not bad. The voice was shrill, as if he had been a spare tire for 10,000 years, which made people sad and tears fell from their eyes. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The lyrics of Under the Flying Clouds rang out in various places in the stadium, like a 100-day oath-taking meeting for the college entrance examination. I am not afraid of the strong wind ahead. The future is waiting for me to take it. I am not afraid of those pains and fears. Ah, I am going to explode. Chin Sun bowed and thanked the audience. He was not surprised by the audience's reaction. This song Under the Flying Clouds was popular in the 18 years when short videos were popular. In addition to its melody, it was also because of the positive energy in the song. He stood up and shouted with the microphone. I wish you all the best and all your wishes come true. A scream rang out in the stadium. Chin Sun left the stage and handed the stage to Yilan. The cheers and applause continued. VIP area. Several employees of the Beijing Cultural Department looked up and stared at the stage, like a dean enforcing discipline, with a bad look on their faces. She was so flirty just now. Why is she so positive now? Chapter 1181. They originally came to listen to the songs for enjoyment, and they really enjoyed it after listening to a few songs. But the leader just said that if they wanted to catch Chin Sun's little braid, they must put on a caring attitude. They listened to the positive energy odes made by the audience, who were infected by the songs, and they were a little annoyed. Discussing in a low voice. Why did he suddenly become so passionate and positive? This is not like Chin Sun's style. It doesn't matter. Even if he restrained himself, his crotch grabbing and hip thrusting just now was enough to make them drink a pot. Suddenly, a thin man with no flesh on his cheeks glanced at Director Wang and said, Didn't you hear that Chin Sun was lip-syncing? Someone immediately supported him. Oh, what do you mean? The thin man explained. I've been wondering since he sang Beat It. Where can someone sing and dance at the same time without any panting sound in the microphone? Not to mention the music scene in C country. Even the global music scene can't produce many such people in 100 years. Another supporting role. Really? The thin man's tone was very firm. I'm a music lover. I've heard all the songs sung by Chin Sun. There's no difference between the ones he posted on the internet and the ones he sings now. Don't you guys fix the sound when you post them on the internet? You may not have heard the song Under the Flying Clouds just now. Yilan almost broke her voice and quietly lowered the pitch, but Chin Sun actually went all the way up. It's real voice, not falsetto. Director Wang turned his head and glanced at the thin man, and said in a deep voice, It's illegal to lip-sync at a concert. You, watch carefully, and don't wrongly accuse a good person. The thin man was flattered and understood what the director meant. He just wanted to find fault. He was very good at it. In the unit, his nickname was Microscope. The thin man's eyes were as big as copper bells, his ears were as erect as antennas, and he looked up and stared at Chin Sun. Next to Mr. Niu, Secretary Zhao eavesdropped on their discussion word for word. He secretly glanced at Mr. Niu's face, and saw that he didn't react. He had to stay put. Before the other party really did something excessive, Mr. Niu didn't bother to argue with them. On the stage, Chin Sun left the stage, and then the interactive session. The audience raised their hands, and shouted to attract the attention of Yilan and the directors. The directors would follow Yilan's instructions, or find good-looking, excited and tearful audiences who had been stuffed with money by scalpers in advance. After Yilan interacted with several audiences, she began to sing. Sing 2 songs in a row. Played the game of waving fluorescent sticks with the audience. Waiting area. Jin-sun watched Yilan directing the audience to play games on the stage. Seeing the fluorescent sea like waves, he silently remembered it in his heart and planned to play it himself in the future. Suddenly, he reacted and slapped himself. Damn! How did I fall? I really want to earn a concert with a share of only more than 20 million. I have to write songs, rehearse, jump and dance for more than 2 hours to earn such hard-earned money. How can it fit my personality of a slacker? I have to commit fraud. Fraud can make me happy, prolong my life, and nourish yin and strengthen yang. Yilan left. Jin-sun walked onto the stage in a white ancient-style performance costume. Before he spoke, he attracted screams from the audience. So handsome, brother. I'm dying. Please let me go. Don't be so handsome. The man on the street is like jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Under the stage. Xia Ning listened to the crazy shouts around her, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, like an ant's smile. Suddenly, she heard Qin Fengshu's dissatisfied voice behind her. It's really that only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. I change a few more sets of clothes, and you call me a contrast bitch. I don't know which dog changes a set every few minutes now. Who is the contrast bitch? Xia Ning turned her head and stared at Qin Fengshu, putting her index finger on her lips, indicating that she should not say bad things behind her back. Qin Fengshu sneered. I bought the ticket. Xia Ning had nothing to say. The customer is God. She was about to turn her head, and saw that the old lady had put on her reading glasses at some point, and she put her hands together in front of her chest, looking up at Jin-sun with a silly smile on her face. Xia Ning felt a chill. It was terrible. She was praying to Buddha with both hands, and was crazy about him. Aren't you afraid that Buddha would be angry? On the stage, Jin-sun didn't say too much nonsense, and said with a slightly low voice and a smile. Next, you have to listen carefully. This song will be very cool. Cheers rang out in the stadium. His arrogance did not arouse the audience's disgust, but instead aroused their enthusiasm. It's different now than decades ago. In the past, idols had to be gentle like jade, and modest and gentlemanly. Now it's popular to be cool, and to be able to output on the face. The more personality, the more fans you can attract. Off the stage, the skinny man with no flesh on his cheek stared at Jin-sun, his hands pressed tightly on the armrests of the chair, wanting to see how handsome he could be. The song title Left Hand Pointing to the Moon appeared on the big screen. The accompaniment sounded. The stadium was quiet. Jin-sun started to sing. As soon as he opened his voice was high-pitched, loud, ethereal, and full of zen. The stadium was quiet as death. Tens of thousands of people were stunned, and thousands of people stretched their necks to stare at the big screen carefully, wanting to see whether it was Jin-sun or Yilan on the stage. Because this is Yilan's voice. After the silence, it exploded. The stadium was noisy, and they looked incredulous and talked about it. What's going on? Is it Yilan or Jin-sun singing? Lip-syncing? Is this a major performance accident? What kind of talk is this? Lip-syncing? The sound engineer will be fired. Did you lip-sync just now? It's a bit disrespectful. Dressing room. Yilan was changing her style, and suddenly heard herself singing on the stage, and immediately her hair stood on end. She dragged her messy hair, and ran to the waiting area. The makeup artist, bodyguard, and Wang Chui followed behind. Yilan ran to the waiting area and looked up. It was Jin-sun singing. He was making trouble. Yilan listened carefully again and was shocked. It's similar, too similar. The similarity is 99%. Except me, who can tell the difference? This beast not only stole my concert, but also my voice. Listening to the noisy discussions in the stadium, the audience seemed to have no intention of listening to the songs, and were all discussing this weird scene. The voices were getting louder and louder, and seemed to be getting more and more angry. Yilan shook her head, and smiled bitterly. You are worthy of being the god of marketing. Tomorrow's concert will have to explode on the internet. VIP area. Xia Ning thought of the scene when Jin-sun learned to sing Kame Love in the office, and scared herself to death, and sighed. Putting on stage in front of tens of thousands of people? There's really nothing we can do about him. Wu Yu frowned. Voice actor? Is he a professional? Niu Xiaojun, lip-syncing? Su Luoluo squinted at Yo Xiaojun and spoke in a low voice. You are talking nonsense. Qin Fanshu clapped softly. Excellent, wonderful. The tickets are still cheap after all. A large-scale fraud scene. The old lady stood up with a pious look on her face, knelt on the chair, and clasped her hands together to worship Qin Sun. Master, my master. Give me strength. The staff area of the Ministry of Culture. The thin man heard Qin Sun singing Yilan's voice, looked around, and saw that the whole stadium was talking about him lip-syncing. In order not to disappoint Director Wang's respect, he stood up and shouted out the voice of Jiqiansui in a shrill voice. Lip-syncing. Refund the ticket. Chapter 1182. Lip-syncing. Refund the ticket. Don't be fooled by the thin face and the kidney deficiency. But this voice is full of desire, Director. I want to improve so much, and the voice is very loud. Like a wild cat in heat at night, like a wild dog whose tail is stepped on. Soon, it attracted the attention of people nearby. They saw a tall and thin man in the VIP area, standing on a chair, waving his arms excitedly, as if he was abandoned by a scumbag. Lip-syncing. Are you worthy of me? Are you worthy of the fans? Refund the ticket. Refund the ticket. His voice became louder and louder, and because he was close to the stage, his voice spread throughout the venue through the microphone in Qin Sun's hand. Soon, a noisy voice rang out in the stadium. Some people were condemning the thin man, some were condemning Qin Sun, and some echoed and shouted to refund the ticket. Qin Sun remained calm and continued to sing. A teardrop, ah. That's me, ah. The song entered the interlude. Qin Sun looked at the thin man with a smile. The thin man looked at him, felt provoked, and looked at Director Wang quietly. Director Wang's face was gloomy, raised his right hand, and waved it down vigorously, signaling him to roll down. No one in the unit likes people who are too ostentatious. But the thin man misunderstood, thinking that this was a domineering gesture to cut off the head with a knife and let himself charge. He stood on the stool, turned around, and saw tens of thousands of densely packed spectators behind him. His heart trembled, and he was a little timid, and then he comforted himself. Damn it! Fortune is sought in danger, fight! The thin man shouted at the densely packed spectators behind him. Everyone! Unite! Don't let him fool us and make this dirty money. We need respect. No lip-syncing. Refund the tickets. Wang Zhu looked up at the thin man and saw that the guy was jumping up and down. His face became more and more gloomy. He was worried that if his identity was dug out, it would arouse suspicion from netizens and trigger a large-scale online public opinion. Everyone would be in trouble. After all, Qin Sun has never lost in online verbal battles. After the heroic deeds of the plane crash, Qin Sun's popularity has become even better, and he has gained more and more brainless fans. Other young idol's fans are mad dogs, but his are different, they are hyenas. Not only crazy, but also united, and even more obscene. At that time, they will complain like crazy. Regardless of right or wrong, who will be responsible for the damaged reputation of the department? As the thin man danced and shouted, more and more audiences shouted to join in the fun. Refund the tickets. Refund the tickets. Lip-syncing. You're trying to fool me, at least take it seriously. If you do, I won't mind. Don't sing if you can't. Take a break. Pay me back. You're making dirty money. Brother, come on. Don't worry about them. I won't refund. What right do you have to say my brother is lip-syncing? Aren't there fewer people imitating Yilan's voice on the internet? Oh my god, you're still licking it. Everyone bought tickets for Qin Sun. Aren't they here to support him? Don't represent me randomly. I'm here for Yilan. The stadium was divided into two factions, arguing so fiercely that no one cared about Qin Sun singing on the stage. As Qin Sun's personal assistant, Su Luoluo was anxious. She jumped up from her chair, walked through rows of people to the thin man, and raised her head and said anxiously, Brother, my President Qin did not lip-sync, did not lip-sync. Don't say it again. Otherwise, I will sue you for defamation. Director Wang looked at Su Luoluo, coughed twice, stretched out his right hand, and pressed down twice. The thin man heard the cough, saw Director Wang's actions, and gave him a resolute expression that said, I understand you. Crushed to death. I understand. After watching half of the concert, except for Qin Sun grabbing his crotch and pushing his hips at the beginning, I never saw him do anything out of line. Now we must seize the opportunity of lip-syncing and crush him to death. Tighten his skin. Let him understand the rules. The thin man got Director Wang's hint, and immediately felt that God would give him a great responsibility. Hearing the increasingly loud down with Qin voices around him, he, who had been suppressed in the system for a long time, felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. The thin man was so excited that he stood on a chair, waving his arms rhythmically, and shouting like a leader of the proletariat all over the world. Lip-syncing. Refund. Lip-syncing. Refund. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded nearby. Lip-sync your mother's dick. The voice was loud, with the madness of a hyena pouncing on its prey. The thin man was stunned, turned his head, and saw a ball standing on a chair staring at him. Your mother dick and dick again? Are there such dirty words in the world? Are Qin Sun's brain-dead fans so brain-dead? The thin man was thinking about what kind of dirty words could match this sentence. Dick, and saw an old lady climb up the chair and stand up, shouting hoarsely. You are talking nonsense. Disrespectful to the master. You are going to hell. Ah! Every time she cursed she took a breath, as if she was going to die here at any time. The thin man was scared and didn't dare to talk back, for fear of angering the old lady to death. He felt a little aggrieved. Damn! Is Qin Sun's fan group so complicated? Innocent girl. Passionate young woman. Heartless old lady. Worthy of being a harvester of maternal biology. VIP area. Old man Nyo looked at the thin man standing in the front row, reached out and touched his hair, and laughed out loud. It's really interesting. He patted the armrest of the chair lightly. Secretary Zhao on the side immediately got up, quietly left, found a place where no one was, and took out his mobile phone. Another place. Xia Zheng, Xia Shujie, Lu Jingya, Lu Gang and others were also discussing. Is Qin Sun singing for real or lip-syncing? I don't know. He has so many talents, he should be able to imitate other people singing. But, with his personality, it's not impossible for him to lip-sync. Old Xia, you have a deep prejudice against Xiao Sun. Mom, I think Dad is right. What do you know, kid? Qin Sun saw that the stadium was getting noisier and got annoyed, so he raised his voice and sang. His voice came out from the speakers in various parts of the stadium, much louder than before, but the pitch was much lower. It was his own voice. Pointing at the moon with my left hand, and taking the red line with my right hand. Give you and me the love we wish for. Ah, in the moonlight. You and I, ah. The stadium immediately quieted down, the audience stopped arguing, and all looked at the stage, with a look of seeing a ghost. On the big screen, Qin Sun finished singing this section, and the song entered the interlude. Qin Sun walked casually on the stage, shook his head, and smiled bitterly, holding the microphone and said, Ouch! What are you doing? He stood still, facing the front of the stage, and said with a smile, I really sang with my own voice, and you are unhappy again. This song must be ethereal soprano, men can't reach that pitch. Why, pirated Yilan is not Yilan. The stadium was very strange. With tens of thousands of people in the venue, it was actually quiet. Chapter 1183. Qin Sun stood on the stage, looking at the silent stadium, listening to the accompaniment, and started singing directly, appearing in all the worlds. This sentence was in his own voice. Then, he changed to Yilan's voice. I picked you up with my left hand, and put you down with my right hand. When I put my hands together, you were all taken back into my heart. One stick of incense, ah. You are the same as me. The voice was loud, ethereal, and ethereal. The lingering sound. The accompaniment stopped. The stadium was silent, and then tens of thousands of spectators realized it later. Some people got goosebumps, some people had numb scalps, and some people took a breath of cold air. Damn it! Did she eat 3,000 yilans? The old lady came to her senses first, standing on a chair, cursing at the thin man, who was also standing on a chair not far away. You? You have offended the master. You have offended the original God. You will be punished by God. Oh! She was excited, but she was old after all, and her voice was not very powerful, and she almost sent herself away. Niu Xiaojun waved his hand, and went to help. He stepped on the armrest of the chair, put one hand on his waist, and shouted at the thin man. Fuck your mother! Speak! This sound was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, and it spread hundreds of meters away. Voices of support rang out from all over the stadium. Fuck your mother, say something. Keep barking. Whose brother did you say was lip-syncing? Everyone is listening to the song well. Why are you making trouble? Heisey, get out of here. You are surprised by what you have never seen before. Qin Sun can even imitate your mother's moans, and you are yelling here. The thin man stood on the chair, looking at the dark audience seats, listening to the abuses that came like the sea, and for the first time, he realized what it meant to be lonely at the top. Mom, the wind is so strong. I'm so cold. Su Luoluo raised her head and pulled at the thin man's pants. After he looked down at her, she stretched out her hand and said seriously, "Hello, please tell me your identity information and work address. I want to send you a lawyer's letter." Thin man, ? He looked at Director Wang, wanting to cast a look of help, but saw Director Wang bent his head very low, covering his ears with both hands to make a phone call. Looking at other colleagues, he also saw that they avoided his gaze. Thin man felt sad. I became cannon fodder? Can I be blamed for this? A man made a woman's voice, and imitated the voice of a characteristic woman, singing a song with the highest note reaching E6 at a concert. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it if you tell others? Thin man looked at Qin Sun on the stage with a guilty conscience. Seeing that he didn't even look at him and interacted with the audience while saying this, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He sat down angrily, looking at the mushroom-headed girl who still held out her hand, and said with a wry smile, "Hey, little sister, it's all misunderstandings, all misunderstandings." Seeing her determined eyes, he said again, "Little sister, your President Qin is a generous person. He doesn't want you to be so picky with me, right?" Su Luoluo shook his head and said seriously, "No. Our President Qin is very narrow-minded, and has always taught us to take revenge when we have a grudge. Don't use the excuse that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, and good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be rewarded with evil, to excuse your cowardice. So, I will send you a lawyer's letter as soon as I go to work tomorrow." The thin man was annoyed, and stretched out his hand to push Su Luoluo's hand away. "Give you face? Do you know who we are? I tell you, our tickets were given by you, the organizer, and we didn't review them." The words were not finished. Snap. With a sound, the thin man's head was hit hard and tilted to the side. His cheeks were burning and his head was buzzing. He looked up and saw Director Wang standing in front of him with a gloomy face. He was stunned. Director Wang actually crossed several seats to give me a big nose bag? He gave me a big pussy bag? Suddenly, the thin man felt his nose was a little hot, and he subconsciously reached out to wipe it, and a layer of blood was stained on his fingers. He was even more shocked. Just such a big pussy bag? He hit me so hard, I will report it to the organization department. Several people around him were from the same unit as the thin man. Seeing Director Wang gave the thin man a slap that was enough to sentence him, they were all shocked. In the unit, it often happens that leaders scold subordinates. But beating people has never happened before. Once you start, no matter who is right or wrong, you will be punished. Director Wang ignored the shocked looks of his colleagues, bent down slightly, put on a smile, and said to Su Luoluo, "Madam, tomorrow morning, we will hold a meeting to deal with him seriously, and solemnly carry out quality education for employees. Please rest assured." Hee hee. The thin man was even more shocked. "You? Use honorifics? And laugh hee hee and act cute? Whose call did Director Wang answer just now? How did you suddenly change from nitpicking to complimenting? Does Qin Sun have a background?" Su Luoluo took a look at the confused thin man with two bloods hanging from his nose, and felt that he was very pitiful, and nodded with a stern face. "Then you want him to write a self-criticism. It has to be 800 words. Director Wang laughed. Sure. Su Luoluo left. Director Wang glanced at Qin Sun, who was still interacting with the audience on the stage, and a trace of doubt flashed between his eyebrows. What is his background? How can he ask the director to speak for him? On the phone, the director's tone was so harsh. Let us not ruin our future. What does it mean to ruin our future? How much trouble have we gotten into? Director Wang lost the desire to watch the concert and stretched out his hand to signal 7 or 8 colleagues to stand up. Go, don't watch. Go! His colleagues were confused, but seeing that Director Wang's face was so nervous, they didn't dare to say anything and stood up one after another. Suddenly, a low and slightly tough voice came. Go! Since you are here, why don't you leave before watching it? Several people looked back following the voice. Director Wang glanced at Secretary Zhao, wondering why this person suddenly wanted to interfere in his affairs. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Mr. Niu beside him, and his whole body trembled. He looked again, and saw a monk sitting next to Mr. Niu, and his whole body trembled again. He looked again, and saw several burly men sitting around Mr. Niu. They were expressionless and didn't look at the stage. They kept looking left and right, and their hawk-like eyes were alert to the surrounding environment. Director Wang immediately thought of a certain big man named Niu, and his legs softened. He stretched out his hand to hold the chair to prevent himself from falling down. He saw Mr. Neo looking up at the stage with a smile on his face, and he didn't even look at him, but he felt the pressure of facing a tiger. Wow! Why would this big guy come to the concert? No wonder the security check for entry is so much stricter than before. But why did he appear in such a messy place? He is a little too down-to-earth. Is this Chin Sun's backer? It's over, it's over. Seeing this, his colleagues around him looked at Old Man Neo. Some sharp-eyed people recognized who it was, and their hearts were in their throats. Damn! Such a big guy showed up at the concert? Chin Sun and Elon have such a big face? I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The thin man licked the blood on his nose with his tongue and smiled miserably. Director Wong was still too gentle. Why didn't he slap me to knock me out just now? Oh my god, the wind is so strong, I'm really cold. Director Wong held the armrest of the chair and stood up. He didn't dare to talk to Old Man Neo, and even didn't dare to show that he recognized him. He said to Secretary Zhao, "We have to go back. To work overtime." Secretary Zhao said, "Still working overtime?" Director Wong knew the other party disagreed when he heard the tone. If he didn't give Chin Sun an explanation today, he couldn't go back. He quickly waved his hand to signal his colleagues to sit down. In less than 30 seconds, they all returned to their seats, sitting upright and looking up at the stage. On the stage, Chin Sun sat on the carpet, still interacting with the audience, holding the microphone, and said with a smile, "I really can't do anything with you. When I sing in the future, can you respect people a little and listen to the song carefully? Now you should say sorry to me." Director Wong stood straight, shouted at the top of his voice, "Sorry!" Then, the rest of the colleagues shouted at the top of their voices, "Sorry!" Chapter 1184. On the stage, Chin Sun was startled when he heard such uniform apologies. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a group of people dressed neatly, and sitting neatly in the dim light. They sat upright, not looking like they were watching a concert, but more like they were holding a party meeting. It seemed. Was the place where the thin man was shouting just now? Then, shameless apologies rang out from all over the stadium. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Forgive me." The voices were louder and louder, without any sincerity in the apology, but with a hint of pride. It seemed to say, "I was wrong, so what?" Chin Sun imitated Yilan's previous behavior, with one hand next to his ear, and the other hand holding the microphone and shouting. Louder. The stadium was filled with howls. "Ah! I was wrong. I'm sorry." The voices were louder than before, with a momentum that if you don't accept my apology, I will beat you to death. Soon, these voices were suppressed by the apology group led by Director Wang, who shouted at the top of their lungs. "I'm sorry." The voices were uniform, just like they had been rehearsed. It echoed throughout the gymnasium. Chin Sun shouted again. "Are you going to refund the tickets?" The apology group answered very quickly. "No refund." The voice was like a loud bell. It set off the atmosphere in the stadium, and other places also shouted. "No refund. No refund. No refund." The movement of the apology group attracted the attention of the director. He saw Chin Sun frequently looking at the location of the apology group, and directed a camera to aim at the thin man. A beam of light hit him. His colleagues around him were so scared that they leaned away from him, fearing that they would be exposed to the light. The big screen was split, with the left half showing Chin Sun sitting on the stage, and the right half showing the thin man sitting on the chair. The stadium was in an uproar, and heated discussions began. Is this the thin man who was shouting just now? What happened to him? Was he hit by someone? Is it so miserable? Chin Sun heard the noise everywhere, and realized something was wrong, so he turned sideways and looked at the big screen. The thin man looked nervous, with a slightly flattering smile on his face, and 2 bloodstains under his nose. He was startled and asked, "Hey sir, what's wrong with you? You are the one who stood on the chair and shouted for a refund just now. Could it be that my fanatical fans made it real offline?" On the big screen, the thin man looked embarrassed. A burst of laughter rang out in the stadium. Although the thin man didn't have much flesh on his face, he was thick-skinned. He sniffed and laughed twice, saying, "No. It's so windy tonight, I'm so cold. I'm bleeding from the nose. Hee hee." His smile was a bit silly. The stadium burst into laughter again, and the audience talked about it. "It's summer, my bitter tea is soaked with heat. Where does such a strong wind come from? You're being told the truth, but you're still stubborn. There are still many good people in the world. He's a real warrior who's making trouble in Chin Sun's home court." Chin Sun looked at the thin man on the big screen and asked with a smile, Sir, do you still think I'm lip-syncing? The thin man stood up, waved his fist, and said seriously, It's not lip-syncing. It's real singing. Please add more shows. He was clever and played a homophonic pun. The word add more shows touched the hearts of the audience, who felt that it was a recognition of their idol, and shouted loudly, Add more shows. Add more shows. Add more shows. Chin Sun heard the roaring shouts, stood up, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed down to signal them to be quiet. As a result, they shouted even louder. Chin Sun smiled bitterly, and said with the microphone, This is Yilan's concert. It's up to her to add more shows, not me. I really can't take everything from others. I'm not that kind of person. As soon as he finished speaking, the stadium was booed, paying high tribute to his character. Chin Sun didn't care, turned his head, and looked at the waiting area, and said, Yilan, come up and take care of them. When Yilan saw Chin Sun solve the lip-sync crisis, she ran back to the dressing room to change her clothes and makeup. Hearing Chin Sun's call, Yilan walked onto the stage gracefully, and her stunning appearance drew cheers from the audience. Yilan looked at Chin Sun who passed by her, and said with a smile, Chin Sun, why do you always sit on the ground and interact with fans when you are not singing? Are you so lazy? Should I bring you a small bench next time? A burst of booing sounded in the stadium, as if they were happy to see the two of them bickering and fighting on the stage. Chin Sun stopped and said, Why next time? I go off the stage and find a small bench. After saying that, he left. Yilan looked at his back as he left, slowly raised her right hand, and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Shameless people feel at home wherever they go. This is a concert. You think you're sitting under the eaves at the end of the village to bask in the sun. Another burst of laughter rang out in the stadium. VIP area. Xia Ning looked at Yilan and sighed slightly. She really took advantage of the large number of fans today to do whatever she wanted. Wu Yu gently pushed her and said, Hey old nun, have you noticed that Yilan is different from usual? Usually when she chats with us, she's like asexual, neither hot nor cold. Today on the stage, she feels like she has a layer of magic. Cheerful, humorous, and constantly teasing Chin Sun. Can you stand it? Xia Ning hesitated and said, It's just a stage performance. Wu Yu disagreed. No, it's just that she's too obvious whether she loves or not. Beside him, Niu Xiaojun coughed. Well, she's my sister now, so you should avoid her when you say bad things about her. Xia Ning turned her head and asked her, If one day, Yilan and I have a fight, will you help me or her? Niu Xiaojun widened his eyes in surprise, covered his ears with both hands, turned his head away, and shouted loudly, I can't hear you. The wind is so strong, I'm so cold. On the stage, Yilan sang 2 songs in a row, one of which, thousands of miles away, sharing the moonlight, triggered a chorus. She interacted with the audience for a while, and more than 10 minutes passed. Then, Qin Xuanzhen came on stage with a small plastic stool. He sat on the stool, with his legs folded high in front of his chest, and sang Loving You is a Lonely Thought. Loving you is a lonely thought. I don't understand the meaning of your smile. I can only be like a sunflower, persisting silently at night. Chin Sun's singing voice is moving. Sitting on a small stool and singing with legs folded in front of the chest is a very unscientific vocal posture, which increases the difficulty for the singer, but Chin Sun's singing voice still sounds like it is played from a CD player. But this time, no one dared to question the lip-syncing. Because the wind is so strong tonight, they are so cold. Chapter 1185. Chin Sun sang and looked at the audience. In the song, tens of thousands of people spontaneously waved their light sticks left and right, like a sunflower swaying gently in the wind. Thousands of people listened to the song in silence, thinking about their own thoughts. Ah, loving you is such a lonely thought. Everyone ridicules liquors, but in life, no one can avoid being a liquor. VIP area. Director Wang led his colleagues to listen to the leader's speech, one by one, looking up, trying to make a moved expression. Skinny. Atonement. Eager, looking up, quietly pinching his thigh, his eyes red with pain, like a cuckold who found out that his girlfriend was having an affair with someone else. Chin Sun finished singing Loving You is a Lonely Thought, and did not give the audience a chance to breathe. He waved to the sound engineer to play the accompaniment of the next song. Clouds and smoke become rain. Chin Sun sang. Your good night is subconscious compassion. I stay until late at night to cure insomnia and dream talk. The handwritten letter is left at the bottom of the suitcase. It's too late to give it the meaning of the journey. The singing voice is low, soft, and affectionate. Just now, the song Loving You is a Lonely Thought was paved. Tens of thousands of people in the stadium were still immersed in the past, and their hearts became fragile and sensitive. At this time, they heard such a song again, and they felt even more uncomfortable. Some people's eyes were red. Some people's throats were tight. Some people felt a blockage in their chests. Tens of thousands of people were watching the big screen. Chin-sun sat on a small bench, shaking his body gently, his eyes slightly red, and there was a mist in them. His eyes became deep, full of stories, and he sang the chorus. How I wish to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance before we part. The dim silhouette under the streetlight. The forest path gets longer and longer. The sound is a little messy, the accompaniment doesn't click, and there are even some broken notes, but it is more affectionate. No skills, all emotion. The song makes thousands of audiences think of past scenes, nostalgia for the past, and longing for the continuation of the past. The stadium was quiet for a moment, and then sobs and sporadic shouts were heard everywhere. VIP area. Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun turned their heads to look at Xia Ning at the same time. Su Luoluo also leaned out half of her body and turned her head to look at Xia Ning, wanting to see her expression, fearing that Xia Ning would be unhappy. On the stage, Chin-sun's performance didn't seem like acting. He really has a story. Xia Ning stared at Chin-sun on the big screen without blinking, noticed the eyes of others, swallowed her saliva, and said in a nervous voice. Fake. He is the best actor. I am just fooling you. Another place. Jingwu opened his eyes, and saw the tears on Chin-sun's face. His heart seemed to be brushed by a feather, and it was a little itchy. Of all the sharp blades in the world, only the past hurts people the most. That spring, I was cheated of 8,000 yuan in an online relationship. 8,000 yuan is a small matter, but it is also a young person's first love. What a sin, another place. Xia Shujie frowned slightly, and let out a heavy breath. How can he sing like this? Don't you care about Xia Ning's feelings at all? Lu Jingyao held Xia Shujie's hand tightly. Fake, it's just a performance. You, Then again, who hasn't had a few relationships in the past? Xia Shujie turned his head. And the story I was kept in the dark about? The song was over. The stadium was still quiet. Chin-sun stood up, slowly raised his head, held a microphone weakly, and sang a few more lines. How I want to see you again, even if it's in a hurry. He raised his arms, covered his face with his elbows, his eyes red, and laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. The laughter stopped. He raised his head and cursed. Get lost. After cursing, Chin-sun turned around and left the stage without saying a word. The small bench fell alone on the stage, like a dog that no one wanted. In the stadium, tens of thousands of people quietly watched his back until he disappeared. They all thought that he was singing emotionally, and thought of his ex-girlfriend. Only then did he lose his composure in front of tens of thousands of people. Chin-sun's back disappeared on the big screen, and the stadium erupted in a long applause. Countless people shouted, It's okay. Come on. I'm here. I always be with you. Come on, Chin-sun. I still love you. How I want to see you again. The thin guy shouted particularly sadly. Ah. Xiao Dai. Where are you? I miss you so much. Director Wang watched his exaggerated performance and did not stop him. The thin guy was willing to lick the stinky feet without dignity, which was better than licking the stinky feet himself. There were many people here, and he was a little uncomfortable. However, today he had to let the big guys behind him see their attitude of apologizing to Chin-sun. Waiting area. Yilan looked at Chin-sun who was walking towards him, hesitated, walked forward, gently patted his shoulder, and comforted him. It's okay. Everything will pass. Chin-sun looked at Yilan with a puzzled look. Yilan asked, Can I ask, who did you write this song for? You actually have an ex-girlfriend? Chin-sun, ? He raised his middle finger to Yilan and said, Don't make trouble. What ex-girlfriend? It's all show. Yilan was stunned. After several seconds, she came back to her senses and looked at Chin-sun with disgust. Show? Pure performance? Listen to the noise outside. Do you know how many people's hearts you have hurt? After that, she walked towards the stage. VIP area. Niu Xiaojun, Wu Yu, and Su Luoluo took turns to comfort Xia Ning. It may be a secret crush, but it didn't really develop into a couple. How can a secret crush be considered? Chin-sun was just sexually repressed and self-indulgent at that time. It's okay, don't take it to heart, you are her only one. Xia Ning just thought it was funny and said, Okay, Chin-sun's acting skills are more exquisite than any of you think, I don't mind at all," she said half-truthfully. When she was immersed in the singing just now, she was a little excited and minded. Now that she calmed down, she concluded that this was just a show. For a person who can play Dr. Stancomb and deceive everyone, what difficulty is there in playing a romantic man for a few minutes in front of tens of thousands of people? "Another place," Lu Jingya said anxiously. "Old Xia Ning and Qin Sun may quarrel tonight. Let's go and persuade them." Xia Shujia sighed. "That can't be helped." Xia Zheng didn't mind too much. "Ex-girlfriends? Who doesn't have 40 or 50? Just don't go from south to north, from north to south, and go everywhere in the country like Xia Shuhei after marriage. Why do you have to go to prostitutes? Spend some money to support them. What a useless thing." Yilan went on stage and sang a few songs. Then, she and Qin Sun sang Liang Liang together, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. The songs in this concert were basically sad love songs and cheerful songs alternating, making the audience's emotions like riding a roller coaster. Ups and downs, ecstasy. Qin Sun went off stage to change clothes. Yilan continued to interact and sing. After singing, Qin Sun walked onto the stage in jeans and a white shirt. Simple clothes should be sunny, but he deliberately unbuttoned a few buttons on his shirt, revealing a large area of chest muscles. It looks a bit coquettish. Seeing this, Xia Ning couldn't help but hold his forehead and smile bitterly. "You're going to sing Night Color, tearing your clothes?" Another piece. As soon as the thin guy saw Qin Sun's energetic dress, he knew that he was going to start to get horny, so he stuck his head out and looked at Director Wang. Before, they saw Qin Sun grabbing his crotch and hips, so they started to grab his pigtails, but they didn't expect to hit a wall. Now that Qin Sun is coming with bad intentions, what should they do? Director Wang took a deep breath, clenched his fists in front of his chest, and waved them lightly with force. This is a gesture of encouragement. His colleagues nearby all understood. Licking to death. Chapter 1186. The accompaniment sounded. On the stage, colorful lights flickered. Qin Sun held the microphone in one hand and danced on the stage. His movements were natural, casual, relaxed, and somewhat handsome, which caused a howl in the stadium. Some audience members followed suit, and led the people around them to stand up and dance together. After a while, the joyful atmosphere spread like a virus, and almost the entire stadium began to shake. Half of the audience in the VIP area sat, and the other half shook. Director Wang was tangled in his heart. Although they were not big figures, they were also well-known people. Especially for artists like Yilan, they were like judges. It was really embarrassing to dance in the stadium. But Old Man Yo was watching behind him. Although he was sure that the director must not have received a call from Old Man Yo just now, because their director was not worthy, it was most likely that he received a call from Secretary Zhao. However, Secretary Zhao was next to Old Man Yo, and he would not pick on you if you called him Secretary Zhao. If he was singled out, they would be in big trouble. After hesitating for a long time, Director Wang waved his hand and turned to whisper to his colleagues. "Everyone dance." At the command, they danced clumsily. They were always serious at work, and they didn't dare to go to the disco to relax after work. They were timid like thieves. The accompaniment lasted more than a minute. Qin Sun kept dancing. Some audience members lost patience and whispered, "What's going on? Keep dancing? Is this part just to take us to dance? It's a bit fun, but it seems like you're just wasting time. How about shouting a few times to get a refund? What do you want to refund? Today's worthwhile, let's keep dancing." At this moment, Qin Sun's singing came from the speakers in various parts of the stadium. The fluorescent-colored lights, chandeliers and spotlights continue to shine. The strobing lasers will continue to be revealed tonight. Independent big screen, independent seat corner. Is drinking 2 glasses of beer and cold drinks considered happiness? On the stage, Qin Sun sang and danced. Ignite the whole audience at once. Tens of thousands of audiences shouted for a while, followed Qin Sun's dance, and screamed loudly in their mouths, releasing the turmoil in their hearts. Qin Sun stepped on the stage with messy but chic dance steps, waving to the audience on the left, right, and front. Every time his hand pointed in a certain direction, the audience in that direction would burst into shouts. Qin Sun's mouth did not stop. The joyful dance passed by in a daze. How much happiness is here in a daze? In fact, you don't need to chase it anymore, just keep dancing. He stood on the stage, waving his hands high, and singing non-stop. This simple line immediately attracted the whole audience to sing along. Director Wang, Thin Man, and a group of people followed. La la la, without any skills, even out of tune, all emotion, almost hoarse voice. In the night, the stadium with tens of thousands of people was like a group of demons dancing wildly. As the accompaniment progressed, Jin-sun danced with a cool look on his face, and the loose and thin white shirt on his body was sometimes puffed up and sometimes tightly attached to his muscles as he danced. The female fans under the stage were so greedy that they cried, "Ah! Some of them are so handsome. Is this what it feels like when a boy visits a brothel? Oh, will Jin-sun come out on stage or not? Sisters, let's crowdfund." Can you understand his expression? It really kills me. His expression is so funny. I'm going crazy. I'm sweating all over after watching a concert in the middle of the night. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the speakers. Art is an explosion. The audience looked at the big screen. Jin-sun jumped up with a big jump, holding the microphone in his right hand and his left hand on his chest. With a sound of rip, he tore his shirt apart. Under the light, Jin-sun's chest and abdominal muscles were as sharp as if they were carved with a knife, and there was a layer of fine beads of sweat on them. His chest rose and fell slightly as he sang, but it was stuck on the accompaniment, which was very dynamic. The joyful beating passed by in a daze. How much happiness is here in a daze? With the shouts of hi hi hi, the stadium was boiling. There were waves of screams, no disguise, hitting the soul, without a trace of impurities, all desire. There were crazy female fans everywhere in the stadium, dancing with excitement. The air was full of the smell of hormones. The lights were dim, and the environment was noisy. Some girls released their inner evil, and said some lewd words. "You are really handsome. I want to copy and print your photos, and burn them for my deceased grandmother. Her life was too miserable, and she had never seen this kind of thing. Jin-sun, come on. Those things that can't kill you will only make you more lewd. When I die, please install a subwoofer on the coffin and play this song. I will rock all the way to the Hades. Come to my sister's arms. Today, either my B is broken or your D is broken. Jin-sun Sistange." It makes me believe that his stick skills must be amazing. Men were stimulated by these women's words and started to talk dirty. What's so cool about this? I, a socially anxious person, will blush when I see it from below. So cool, especially the eyes, like cool eyes. If I had Jin-sun's fame, I would find 18 aunties with hemorrhoids to go to Norway together and enjoy chrysanthemums under the aurora. Know Jin-sun, hate Jin-sun, envy Jin-sun, understand Jin-sun, imitate Jin-sun, become Jin-sun, and surpass Jin-sun. In the stands, a girl with Jin-sun's name sticker on her face full of tears, she waved a fluorescent stick and shouted heartbreakingly, "Jin-sun, ah Jin-sun." She looked like she was going to die. She scared the people around her. Damn! How much hatred does it take to shout so hard? Why did she start crying while shouting? I thought today was Jin-sun's funeral. She's fine. I'm really afraid you cry her to death. VIP area. The old lady shouted excitedly. Living Buddha, living Buddha. Master. Her face was covered with sweat, getting redder and redder, and suddenly she fell down, and Qin Fanshu was so scared that he immediately went to test her breath. After a while, medical staff rushed over and carried the old lady away. On another stand, a girl stepped on a chair, raised her mobile phone, and took pictures of the big screen, shouting non-stop. So handsome. So handsome. I'm going to grab you and put you in my mobile phone, go back and taste you carefully, and lick the screen. Under her chair, a boy held her calf and said, "Calm down and be more polite. You're wearing a short skirt." The girl didn't care and continued to twist her body in the chair, taking pictures non-stop, and even turned her head to take a photo with Jin-sun on the big screen. The boy was furious and cursed. Damn it, I swiped my credit card to let you attend the concert to cheat on me? Chapter 1187. The girl calmed down a bit, and then she remembered that she had picked a dog to lick. Theoretically, one should be grateful to someone who has taken advantage of her. Before the sexual compensation in the hotel tonight, she was in a weak position. But she refused to accept it, looked down at the boy, and stamped her feet in anger. What are you talking about? What do you mean by cheating on you? Can Jin-sun do it to me, from a distance of hundreds of meters? The boy saw that she was angry, and was worried that he would not be able to enter the hotel after the concert. He hugged the girl's legs with both hands, and called "Kiss me, baby," to coax her. The girl, however, shed 2 lines of tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She looked so charming that she was pitiful. I don't know how many girls went back to quarrel and break up because Jin-sun tore his clothes and behaved too badly in front of his boyfriend. Director Wang looked at Qin Sun, who was shirtless on the stage, leading his colleagues to dance, muttering something in his mouth, for fear that the people behind him could not hear. Positive energy, positive energy. Youthful vitality, positive energy. What a great concert. The other colleagues also echoed. Yes. It's a double feast for the ears and eyes. With such a person in the music scene of Country C, it's just a matter of time before Country C's music goes international. In the future, Qin Sun's concerts must be given the green light and expedited for approval, so that the people can't miss the opportunity to enrich their spiritual and cultural lives. The skinny guy danced very vigorously, his hands and feet stretched out very wide, without any idle baggage of being a superior person in the system, and only hoped to atone for his momentary impulse just now. Director Wang took a quick look and saw that his colleagues were getting into the dance. Their movements were coordinated, and their rhythm was very good. He felt much better. Then, he felt something was wrong. Hey! Why do they look like little princes and queens of nightclubs? Do they really go to such places often? It's true. We must hold a meeting after returning to discuss this issue seriously. As a staff member of the Cultural Bureau, we must always pay attention to our words and deeds, and be full of positive energy at all times. How can we sneak into nightclubs by ourselves? It's outrageous. Suddenly, Director Wang felt something covering his head. He reached out and grabbed it and was stunned. A pink bra with body temperature. Director Wang knew that there were often fanatical fans throwing underwear onto the stage at the concerts of young idols, but he didn't expect that this girl didn't throw it accurately. He held the bra in both hands, his face changing, thinking that there were two pairs of eyes staring at him behind him. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, showing the spirit of helping others, and threw the underwear onto the stage with force. Positive energy. Go up. Tens of thousands of discadors saw a small object floating to Qin Sun's feet through the big screen. When they looked closely, they found that it was a pink bra. The stadium erupted in a roar. Wow! Ah! Pick it up! Hang it on your body. The song entered the end of the accompaniment. Qin Sun looked down at the underwear on the ground. As a singer who wanted to defraud 1 billion advance payments, he could not refuse the kindness of his fans, and tried to push the atmosphere to the top. But he really couldn't do it with the underwear. Hang it on your body? Not possible. Unless he died, hang it on his tombstone. Qin Sun took the microphone, deliberately took 2 breaths, and laughed twice. You want me to wear it? The stadium was filled with roaring voices. I want it! The men shouted loudly, their voices full of teasing. The women shouted even louder, their voices full of excitement. The occasional I don't want to was much weaker. Some female fans feel a strong sense of substitution when they see their idols wearing fans' underwear, and then a sense of taboo pleasure. It's like watching an adult film. Under the stage, Xia Ning frowned, subconsciously clenched her fists, and stared at Qin Sun. She felt like she was on the verge of being cheated on. Suddenly, she felt the chair was pushed, and Qin Fangshu's comforting voice sounded behind her. Xia Ning, don't worry. Qin Sun would rather eat this underwear than wear it. You believe me. Xia Ning turned her head, and looked at Qin Fangshu, who was smiling gently, and opened her eyes wide. Eat. Now I'm even more worried. Another place. Xia Zheng laughed and said in a deep voice. This is a world that values appearance. I had a lot of money when I was young, but I was not as popular with women as Qin Sun. Lu Jingya didn't dare to say anything about her father-in-law's ridicule, and kept covering Xia Jing's eyes tightly. Xia Jing was too young, only 9 years old. She couldn't watch these messy and dirty things. Lu Gang looked at the stage and laughed. I don't know what difficulties Qin Sun encountered. In order to make money, he actually wrote more than a dozen new songs in one breath, sang and danced on the stage, and even tore his clothes. From a professional point of view, in order to ignite the atmosphere and win the hearts of fans, he had to pick up this bra and hang it on his shoulders. As he spoke, he saw Lu Jingyan narrowed her eyes, and said again. However, he has already proved his commercial value, so there is no need to bend down to pick it up and disgust yourself. Lu Jingyan knew that his brother had decided to sign a contract with Qin Sun, and was happy in her heart, and said, Brother, remember to give more money when signing the contract. Sun has worked hard enough today. Lu Gang smiled bitterly. Before you got married, you sided with Xia Shujie, and now Qin Sun hasn't married Xia Ning yet, you are siding with Qin Sun again. Is your last name Lu? In business, 1 billion is already very, very much. Xia Shujie had only one daughter, Xia Ning, before, and Xia Jing was born a few years ago. Before the age of 16, Xia Ning had always been favored by him. Xia Shujia couldn't tolerate Xia Ning being wronged, staring at the stage, and said coldly, I don't care about professional angles or not. If Qin Sun dares to hang this underwear on his body, I will break his dog legs. On the stage, Qin Sun bent down to take a look at the bra, raised his head, looked at the audience, and said, You know, I have always been a serious person. I have always liked women, not men. He stretched out his right foot and hooked the bra with his toes. I clearly saw that this was thrown by a man just now. Too much. I am not interested in men, especially men wearing bras. After saying that, he kicked the bra towards Director Wang with his toes. Director Wang did not dare to hide, and let the bra hang on his shoulders, and then slide down to his feet, feeling sad. Who the hell wears a bra? My breasts can't support such a big cup bra. I can't do good things. Just when Director Wang was feeling miserable, the thin man was quick to pick up the pink bra and hang it on his shoulders, shouting, All mine. Director Wang looked at him and nodded gently, looking like a teachable child. This flattery, you finally hit the right spot. The director was attracted by the thin man before and shone a beam of light on them, but was later warned by Wang Chui that the people sitting there were people they couldn't mess with. So this time, the director didn't track the direction where the underwear flew, and no one saw Director Wang's nervous look. Director Wang was secretly happy. The thin man was full of regrets. A burst of laughter rang out in the stadium. And then, underwear of different colors flew from all over the stage. Next. I'm a woman. My fragrance. Brother, I love you. Qin Sun looked up, cried out inwardly, and ran off the stage. His underwear fell all over the stage, and he had disappeared without a trace. Xia Ning chuckled. People born in the year of the dog run fast. Chapter 1188. Because of Qin Sun's clothes-tearing dance, the concert was pushed to another climax. Yilan walked onto the stage, looked at the underwear all over the floor, and shook her head helplessly. It's said that it's easy to make money from female fans. This is too crazy. The concert continued. Yilan sang a song The Crossroads where Phoenix flowers bloom, pulling down the nearly boiling atmosphere and letting the audience calm down. The river of time flows into the sea. Finally we go our separate ways. No port is a forever stay. As soon as this song came out, tens of thousands of people in the stadium realized that the concert was coming to an end. When Yilan finished singing, shouts rang out everywhere. Don't go. One more. Add more. Yilan interacted with them for a while, and asked Qin Sun to go on stage to sing. Qin Sun looked at the fluorescent sea, listened to the fan shouts, smiled, and thought to himself, Don't leave? I'm afraid you won't be able to run away in time. Qin Sun held the microphone in both hands, lowered his head slightly, hid his face in the shadow, and sang softly. It was the dialect of Shanghai. The 18th of the first lunar month auspicious day, carrying sorghum, carrying red clothes 1 foot, 1 hate hurry, and cut. As soon as he opened his voice, the stadium suddenly became quiet. Tens of thousands of spectators were frightened by this weird singing. They looked at the big screen, and saw Qin Sun standing motionless on the stage in black clothes. They couldn't see his face clearly, and his creepy singing voice floated out. Then, there was another long rap. When Qin Sun sang the chorus, a beam of red light hit him, which was a bit weird. She cried with a smile. Guess how she cried with a smile? Crying? Look how she cried and laughed. A big red sedan appeared on the big screen, passing through the grove in the middle of the night. A cool breeze blew, opening the curtain of the sedan, blowing open the bride's veil, revealing a pale face. A voiceover came from the accompaniment. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents. Couples bow to each other. Girls in various parts of the stadium began to perform timidly. Those with boyfriends hid in their boyfriends' arms. Those without boyfriends hid in the arms of other boyfriends, and those who had nothing hugged themselves. In short, they had to act like they were scared and were delicate little women. The boys were very happy, hugging the girls in their arms, hoping that Qin Sun would sing more frighteningly to show their masculinity. Waiting area. Yilan looked up at Qin Sun, listening to his song, and was slightly moved. An ancient song cleverly incorporates elements such as rap, dialect, and opera. The melody is fast, accurate, and fierce. The lyrics describe a ghost marriage again. It's really too advanced. There's something. VIP area. Niu Xiaojun listened to the song and kept complaining to Xia Ning in a low voice. Is Qin Sun a human? Doesn't he know that there are many people in this world who are afraid of ghosts? And many women come to the concert alone. Is he a human? Xia Ning was speechless. Behind her, Qin Fengshu's voice floated. Qin Sun's song must have scared many girls, to hide in the arms of boys today. They will be hugged all the way to the hotel. He is also a good deed. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at her, not knowing what to say. Qin Fanshu was indeed the same as Qin Sun said, a little contrast. Under the passionate and beautiful appearance, it's very dirty. On the stage, Qin Sun finished singing, the accompaniment was still playing, and he still lowered his head. The stadium was silent. He was not surprised. He had seen this song in the middle of the night before. With some movie and TV pictures of ghost brides, he was so scared that his pee shook a few more times. The song was finished. The stadium was filled with cheers and long-lasting applause. Yilan came on stage and stopped Qin Sun, who was about to leave, saying, "The last song, let's sing together." "Qin Sun, I can't sing your song." Yilan smiled and said, "That's your song." Qin Sun guessed which song it was, but didn't want to work overtime, and looked embarrassed. "I said, I won't sing a song a second time." There was a booing in the stadium, expressing dissatisfaction with Qin Sun's unwillingness to sing. Yilan frowned and said loudly, "That's enough. You didn't sing the song It's You With Me during the rehearsal yesterday, but you sang it again today?" The stadium cheered enthusiastically, applauding Yilan's offensive power. Qin Sun was exposed, smiled bitterly, turned around, and walked to the center of the stage. Yilan followed, holding the microphone, and said, "We haven't rehearsed this song. You sing better than me. I sing first, and you can find a chance to cooperate with me." The stadium cheered again. Some people cheered for Yilan's domineering, and some people cheered for Qin Sun's singing skills. The accompaniment sounded. Yilan looked solemn and started singing. "You are the distant road. The light in the foggy mountains. I am a child walking in your eyes." Qin Sun sang in time, started singing, and performed the main part of this song very well, not like it had not been rehearsed at all. After a while, it was time for the chorus. Qin Sun and Yilan held out the microphones in tacit agreement. Tens of thousands of people in the stadium stood up and sang loudly. "And I will love the world you love. May the smile you wish for. Your hand I am holding. Please take me to tomorrow." Stadium, a dedicated exit. Old Man Yo, escorted by a team of bodyguards, left the stadium early with Jing Wu and heard the chorus behind him. He stopped and turned his head, looking at the dark stadium with a look of relief. Tonight is really a time of peace and prosperity. Very good, very good. VIP area. Director Wang stood straight and led his colleagues to sing loudly. He was very familiar with this song as Wish. It should be said that this is a compulsory song for every staff member in this system of Country C. Since this song became popular last year, this song has almost always been the finale of their major evening parties and social gatherings. After Director Wang finished singing, he applauded Qin Sun on the stage. He took the opportunity to look back and saw that the seat of Mr. Nyo was empty. He slumped in the chair like a used condom, soaked in sweat. It was so scary. It was so scary. I wonder if Mr. Nyo would mind today's offense. His career is worrying. Director Wang slumped in the chair and saw the thin man standing straight, saluting the stage solemnly, with a flash of impatience in his eyes. Like to be in the limelight? I don't know about my career. Your career is over. Amid the audience's cries of reluctance, Qin Sun and Yilan said goodbye to the audience and walked off the stage. The concert was over. Tens of thousands of audiences left in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the staff. They were still not satisfied and chattered. "Great value for money, great value for money. This concert is the best I've ever seen in my life, and I don't think it will be better in the future. The only thing that can surpass this concert is Qin Sun's solo concert. It's hard. I don't think he will hold another concert with his lazy personality. If he holds a few more concerts, he can be a wholesaler of women's underwear." Ha ha ha. Dressing room. Yilan and Qin Sun are removing their makeup. Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo, and several others insisted on squeezing into the room, surrounded Qin Sun, and began to criticize him. Chapter 1189. Qin Sun sat in front of the makeup mirror with his eyes closed, while the makeup artist was busy at the side. Xia Ning stood behind him and saw him drawing eyebrows and eyes through the mirror, and even put on lipstick, and said with a half-smile, "Little brother, I didn't realize you were so fond of beauty before." Qin Sun opened one eye and looked at Xia Ning in the mirror and said, "It's all for the best stage effect. Didn't you always say that I was unprofessional before? I finally became professional. Why are you unhappy again?" Xia Ning thought of the scene where he tore his shirt on the stage and danced with his tendons exposed, and felt like he was being cheated on by tens of thousands of people at the same time, and said, "Makeup, tearing clothes, dancing. Professionalism is professionalism, but it has to be like this? This is too coquettish. Where is your personality?" Qin Sun stretched out his hand to signal the makeup artist to stop, turned his head, looked at Xia Ning and the group of people behind her, and said, "Isn't it that I can't help it? If you want to make a lot of money, don't talk about personality." Xia Ning was not satisfied with this answer and snorted. "I don't believe you can't write a high-level song. It has to be night color?" Qin Sun saw that she was anxious and smiled. "You must consider the market's acceptance of commercial activities. I can't create some self-entertaining songs for the so-called level. Fans have spent money to buy tickets. They want rustic excitement. I can't have both. What's the difference between that and a bitch?" Xia Ning was silent. This remark reminded her of Qin Fa Shu. This girl's professional quality is also very high. She was scolded by Qin Sun in J country before, but she can still be a good waiter and always greet people with a smile. Even when she was irritated by Qin Sun, she said alpaca with a smile. In the forest, she became a temporary photographer and dared to take the risk of secretly photographing the scene of Qin Sun killing Kato Mizukin. As long as she was paid, she would do things above the standard. If she didn't like Qin Sun, she would be a suitable friend. Niu Xiaojun saw that Xia Ning had finished the crusade and said loudly, "Let's go drink together to celebrate. You must be so excited today that you can't sleep. Let's go eat barbecue, eat clams, and drink beer together later." Wu Yu and Su Luolu's eyes lit up. Xia Ning shook her head. She thought that the barbecue restaurant near the stadium must be occupied by fans tonight, and she would be easily arrested if she went out rashly. With the crazy degree of fans throwing bras today, if she was arrested, she didn't know what kind of trouble would be caused. What if she was kissed by force? Xia Ning said lightly. Qin Sun has already been involved in pornography on the stage tonight, so don't drink anymore. Qin Sun was not happy. He had been working hard in the manor for a while, and he finally came out. "What's wrong with eating barbecue?" he said. "Do we have to drink alcohol when eating barbecue? We can eat spicy noodles and drink yogurt, which is also a very pleasant thing." Wu Yu smiled. "I want to lose weight, so I can't eat yogurt. To make yogurt taste sweet, a huge amount of sugar must be added." Qin Sun's eyes swept across her barren airport as if he had turned on the automatic aiming and said, "After eating yogurt, you can drink 2 cups of milk tea to wash your stomach, or just drink plain yogurt, so you don't have to worry about getting fat." "Wu Yu?" ? Niu Xiaojun waved his hand with a look of disdain. "Plain yogurt? Yogurt without sugar, have you ever eaten it? Not as sweet as shit, stickier than shit, more unpalatable than shit, and more expensive." Qin Sun laughed and said, "You are full of rhymes. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination?" Niu Xiaojun snorted. "I am a postgraduate student." Qin Sun was startled, looking up and down at the chubby Niu Xiaojun, with a look of disbelief on his face. Niu Xiaojun narrowed his eyes and raised his middle finger to him, 2 fingers at a time. Xia Ning sighed. "She really is." Qin Sun clasped his hands and said to Niu Xiaojun, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be a postgraduate student. You are simply a winner in life. Your grandfather is a big boss, your best friend is a rich woman, your sister is a star, and you are a human being." Niu Xiaojun smiled happily when he heard him praising himself. "Ah, yes. Yes. She nodded with a smile, and suddenly froze. Sometimes you nod too fast, and by the time you realize what you heard, it's too late. Eh? Damn. What did you say? You die? She raised her fist. Xia Ning opened her hands to stop her. The crowded dressing room was in chaos. Yilan huddled aside to remove her makeup, watching the people fighting and making noises, with a smile on her lips. What a boring group of people. While they were fighting, the internet was in chaos because of the concert videos shot by fans. Black and white pieces were fighting, and blood was flowing like a river. Messier and Huang Hui couldn't afford the tickets, and they refused Xia Ning's free tickets with backbone, and did not attend Qin Sun's first concert. Anka was busy being a strong woman, preparing for an important business negotiation, and did not fly to Beijing. Song Ying was locked in a room because she forced her father to lend Qin Sun 10 million yuan, and she was unable to attend the concert. They had to watch the concert through fans doing live broadcast. When a fan's live broadcast room was reported and blocked, they watched the next one, and finally watched it intermittently. After the concert, various videos were uploaded to the internet, attracting black and white people to talk. These girls who were unable to attend turned into the ultimate brainless fans, charging forward under those highly discussed videos. Like the comments praising Chin Sun, and respond to the comments scolding Chin Sun. The content of a Douyin video is that a shaking camera swept across the backs of countless heads amidst waves of shouting, and aimed at Chin Sun on the stage to sing happy worship. It triggered comments from netizens. Who is so pretentious? Damn, he has made so many people suffer. Has he made any contribution to society? I want to see who it is. So arrogant. Wow, Chin Sun, wow. Chin Sun, another netizen commented. I can't understand people who pay to listen to songs. What's there to see? It's so easy for actors to make money now. Do they deserve it? They are just catching up with the good times. If it was in the past, such actors would be beaten to death. This comment immediately attracted many people to respond. An excellent entrepreneur dances on the stage for you to watch. You should be content. This netizen replied with disdain. What entrepreneur? It's a beggar. Anka couldn't stand it, and personally went out to scold. This is the dividend of the times. You can earn it if you can, and don't be jealous if you can't. Your dad didn't get the bonus from going into the adult entertainment industry before, so he was jealous all day long. Now it's your turn to be jealous all day long. Is jealousy a family tradition? Soon, this hater saw the power of the brainless fans and deleted the comment. Lu Shichuan's manner. In the bedroom. Xia Ning was also watching the video about the concert on Douyin. Among the many videos, the most popular one was the one where Chin Sun ripped his clothes and sang Night Color, which received more than 30,000 likes in less than an hour. The comment section was even more disgusting. Too sexy. I won't dare to be so sexy even if I die tomorrow. Where is this sexy? My little nephew's words are more sexy than Chin Sun's dance. I don't know if he is sexy or not. I only know that no one in reality is willing to dance like this for me, but he, a stranger, is willing to show it to me, and he doesn't cheat me of my money, my things, or my person. This is not flirting. This is warmth from the bottom, redemption in the darkness, light in the darkness. This is a real living Buddha. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw a strange comment with a lot of likes, showed it to Chin Sun who was lying on the side, and asked, Little brother, take a look at this comment. Why is it so popular? Chin Sun was playing a game, turned his head and took a look, and saw it written. Chin Sun, it is a blessing to suffer a loss. Come and taste your sister's blessing. He was shocked, thinking that Xia Ning was hinting at him, jumped up, lifted the quilt and put on a nightgown, and rushed to the door barefoot. Sister, this is the word poking. This thing is not interesting. He opened the door and slipped away. Xia Ning was confused and looked at the words on the phone. Poking. Typos? Suddenly, she was shocked and her face became as red as a monkey's butt. Xia Ning looked at the door and shouted, Get back here. That's not what I meant. Chapter 1190. The next day morning. Study room. Chin Sun and his group sat around the coffee table. He took out a contract drafted by Xia Ning, put it in front of Yilan, and said, This is the contract for you to endorse Genshin Impact. The endorsement fee is 100 million. Take a look. Yilan looked at Chin Sun strangely, picked up the contract and took a look, and was dazzled by the string of numbers. She raised her head and asked, Are you serious? Chin Sun, seriously. Yilan, just to market a game that has not yet obtained a game version number, you spent 100 million to ask me to endorse it? Chin Sun asked back with a smile. Do you think you don't deserve it? Yilan snorted coldly, picked up the pen and signed the contract, reached out to take the one in front of Chin Sun and signed it again, and threw the pen on the coffee table. I don't deserve you. Chin Sun didn't mind, picked up the pen that rolled to the ground and signed on the two contracts. The money will be in your account before 5 p.m. Yilan didn't say anything, picked up her share, handed it to Wang Chui, stood up and left without saying a word. The door was closed. The atmosphere in the room was strange and silent. Niu Xiaojun was the first to break the silence and said, Chin Sun, I am also the legal person of the company. This time, because it is the endorsement fee for my sister, I won't bother with you. In the future, please respect my opinion for such huge expenses. Chin Sun looked up and asked, What do you think? Niu Xiaojun slightly straightened his chest and said without any shame, I think I can also endorse this game. A burst of laughter rang out in the room. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Su Luluo glanced at the tightly closed door and thought of Yilan leaving with a cold face. His aura was so low that people dared not to keep him, let alone send him off. She said, Why is Sister Yilan angry? If I can make 100 million, I will be so happy. Niu Xiaojun laughed. Maybe she thinks this game is not good enough. It's a bit embarrassing for her to endure such a game as a queen. Su Luoluo thought it made sense, but it didn't seem right. Xia Ning explained. Luoluo, does your hometown have any specialties? Su Luoluo didn't know why Xia Ning suddenly asked this. Thinking about those delicious snacks in her mind, she swallowed her saliva quietly and said, Yes. My favorite one is called crispy dumplings. It looks like dumplings. The filling is peanuts, black sesame and white sugar. Fried in oil, it's crispy and fragrant. Xia Ning said with a smile. It sounds delicious. Bring us some when you go home for the National Day holiday. When Su Luoluo heard this, her eyes curved like crescents. She was happy that her favorite snacks were also liked by them. Okay. No need to wait for National Day, I asked my mother to send it over. Xia Ning said as soon as she finished speaking. I give you money. Su Luoluo, ? The smile on her face froze, and her eyebrows drooped slightly. Sister Xia Ning, you want to give me money? Xia Ning said with a smile. 1,000 yuan. Su Luoluo pursed her lips and said nothing. Xia Ning continued. 1,000 is not enough. Then 10,000 yuan, okay? Su Luoluo's eyes turned red, and after hesitating for a long time, she mustered up the courage to say, No money. This is a gift from me to you, no money. After saying that, she lowered her head, wanting to get up and leave, secretly crying, but she didn't dare. Xia Ning stood up and walked to Su Luoluo and sat down. She reached out and touched her mushroom head, which seemed to have wilted, and said softly, You just earned 10,000 yuan by taking some crisp dumplings. Why are you not happy? Su Luoluo suddenly looked up and looked at the closed door with shock in her eyes, with a look of enlightenment. Can this be the same? That's 100 million? Is Sister Yilan willing to lose 100 million to endorse President Qin for nothing? Wu Yu saw Su Luoluo's enlightened expression and smiled. Old nun, you will definitely be very good at teaching children when you have a child in the future. You will be gentle and good at using analogies to answer people's questions and solve their doubts. Xia Ning smiled without saying anything, and subconsciously glanced at Qin Sun. Qin Sun noticed this glance, remembered Xia Ning's hint of eating good fortune last night, and said sideways, Why should I care if Yilan is happy or not? She is just used to me getting her for free, so I suddenly gave her money, and she couldn't stand it. That's what I mean. Xia Ning scolded sternly. Don't be so ungrateful. The voice was a little loud, and the room immediately became quiet. Wu Yu applauded and said, You are really suitable to be a mother, you know how to relax and work hard, and you can not only coax people but also be fierce. Xia Ning, Yilan was nowhere to be found all morning. She didn't come back for lunch either. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yilan and Wang Chui returned to the manor, and asked Xia Ning to help gather everyone in the living room. She gave gifts to Lu Shaoquan, Grandma, Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and everyone else. They were all valuable gifts such as antiques, jewelry, and watches. Xia Ning took a quick look and estimated that they cost 30 to 40 million yuan. Yilan thanked everyone for their care during this period, especially Lu Shaoquan. Thank you, Grandpa Lu, for taking me in when I was in trouble. If you have any needs in the future, just let me know. Although I am not strong enough, I will do my best to help. Lu Shaoquan said with a friendly smile. I didn't do anything. If I have to thank you, I should thank you for staying with us for a while. Now there are rumors outside that Grandpa Nyo's goddaughter has a close relationship with our Lu family. This is a great thing for our Lu family. I should thank you. Yilan didn't dare to take credit for it. She looked at Qin Sun, who was eating melon seeds, and said, It was all Qin Sun's trick. As soon as she said trick, she regretted it. She felt like a fraudster turning himself in. In the room, everyone looked at Niu Xiaojun. Niu Xiaojun felt so embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he covered his ears with his hands and shouted with a bitter face. The wind is so strong. I'm so cold. I can't hear you. Everyone laughed. That trace of embarrassment disappeared in the laughter. At the gate of the manor, Yilan insisted on saying goodbye and leaving, and everyone sent her to the gate. There were 3 cars parked at the gate, a sedan, an SUV, and a nani car. For bodyguards wearing black sunglasses, and 2 young assistants in uniforms were waiting beside the car. Escorted by the 2 young assistants, Yilan stepped on the door of the nani car, turned around and waved goodbye to everyone with a smile. Goodbye. The motorcade left. Niu Xiaojun watched the car go away and said, My sister's pomp finally looks a bit like a queen. She only brought Wang Chui with her every time she appeared recently. I thought she was a low-key and down-to-earth star. Qin Sun thought of the scene when he was kidnapped by Yilan's bodyguards, and said with a pout, "Down to earth? I think it's down to earth. She has always been very pompous." The nanny car drove smoothly. Yilan sat on the sofa, propping her chin with her right hand, staring blankly at the upside-down greeting tree outside the window, and suddenly said, "Sister Wang, let's go to the stadium." Stadium? Yilan dismissed the bodyguards and assistants, and only let Wang Chui follow. She wore sunglasses and a mask, stood at the entrance of the stadium, and watched the staff dismantle the stage from a distance. LCD panels, brackets, and various wires were removed one by one, and it didn't take long for it to become unrecognizable. The red carpet on the stage was rolled up and thrown on the ground, curled up into a ball, like a huge pile of cow dung. When the wind blew, some tissues and plastic bags fluttered in the stadium, dancing in the sun. Chapter 1191. Yilan's eyes followed a white plastic bag, and she looked up higher and higher until she squinted her eyes in the strong sunlight. "Sister Wang, a few years ago, when I first saw the stage being built step by step, I had a wonderful feeling in my heart. Like nurturing life." She lowered her head and looked at the stage with only the lonely iron frame left, and changed the subject. "But now watching the stage being dismantled with my own eyes is like watching life pass away. It's a sunny day, but why do I feel empty in my heart?" Wang Chui was silent on the side, not knowing how to answer. Yilan was a little presumptuous last night. She frequently bullied Qin Sun on the stage, which was a bit like a happy enemy. But they were a screen couple after all. The stage was dismantled, and she had no place to run wild. "It's time to wake up from the dream." Yilan didn't hear Wang Chui's words, and looked at the busy staff and said again, "Sister Wang, why do you think I like Qin Sun? Those stupid netizens don't know the inside story. I have been with Qin Sun for some time. He is actually a very annoying person." Wang Chui sighed quietly. She once heard a saying, "Women will not remember those who can make them laugh, but will remember those men who make them cry." Hate. When a woman says this word, it is not a curse, but a coquettish act. Wang Chui said, "Because he saved your life." Yilan pondered for a while, frowned in thought, and shook his head. "No. I thought about it. If he hadn't saved me, I would have liked him too." She was silent for a moment and added, "And it will be more pure." Wang Chui didn't know what to say. She couldn't say it in the tone of an experienced person. "You just covet Qin Sun's body." "Actually, I covet it too. This is a normal instinctive reaction. It's no big deal." Yilan looked up, squinted her eyes, raised her right hand, stretched out her thumb and index finger to make a gap, and tried to pinch the sun between her fingers. She smiled and muttered to herself, "Who do you think researched this thing, Qin Sun?" No one answered. She didn't need others to answer. Yilan looked at the sun shining through her fingers, and her mood gradually improved. Suddenly, she heard a creaking sound. "Hey! Please make way, don't block the road." Yilan lowered her head and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a sweaty upper body, pushing a cart full of sundries. She hurriedly made way, and stood almost against the wall of the aisle. "Oh, okay. Sorry." The old man pushed the cart over. Yilan looked at his slightly hunched back, and when he walked away, she gave a bitter smile. "I was indeed too hypocritical today. It is more and more in line with the literary and artistic personality that the company has given me." At this moment, Wang Chui's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and exclaimed, "It's the Spring Festival Gala program team." Yilan had participated in the Spring Festival Gala before, and had the contact information of the program team. She didn't expect to receive a call again today. "It's only August, so it's too early." Wang Chui answered the call, and after hearing the other party's intention, she handed the phone to Yilan. After hearing the other party's invitation to participate in this year's Spring Festival Gala, Yilan did not agree directly and asked, "Will you invite him?" A woman's voice was full of regret on the other end of the phone. "Our first consideration is to invite Mr. Qin and you to sing together. But we just contacted Mr. Qin Sun, and he thought it was too troublesome to rehearse for the Spring Festival Gala, so he rejected our invitation." Yilan raised her eyebrows and said loudly, "Can't you be more assertive? Can he still think about this kind of thing?" She saw Wang Chui looking at her strangely, turned her back and said softly, "This is all for the spiritual civilization construction of the people. What's wrong with sacrificing a small personal wish in front of the will of the people? Please continue to work hard to invite Qin Sun." Yes, keep going." Wang Chui looked at Yilan's back and smiled helplessly. "As quiet as a chrysanthemum? She really doesn't fit this word at all." If you like something, you have to grab it openly or secretly, and ask others to help grab it. It's so domineering. Grandpa Nyo's Su-style garden. After returning from the concert, Jingwoo sat in meditation in the Buddhist temple all night long. At this time, he finally opened his eyes, and went to the study to find Grandpa Nyo. Donor Nyo. I knelt in front of the Buddha all night, chanting sutras and reciting the Buddha's name, but the scene of Chin Sun performing on the stage, causing tens of thousands of spectators in the stadium to scream, still flashed in my mind from time to time. My heart is not calm, and the Buddha's heart is not stable. Grandpa Nyo smiled gently, and looked at Jingwoo quietly, not surprised at all. Not to mention a monk under 40 years old, even if he was an old man in his 60s, wouldn't he want to try the feeling of being worshipped by thousands of eyes? Jingwoo clasped his hands together. Maybe Chin Sun is right. I became a monk too early, and I don't have enough experience. The depth of my life can't make me achieve enlightenment, so I have to travel around. Old man Nyo stood up, without trying to stop him, and said with his hands clasped together, I will wait for Master Jingwoo to return. Jingwoo picked up some clothes, walked out of the gate of the compound without a mobile phone or money, and carried a pink backpack. Old man Nyo looked at his back and suddenly smiled, thinking, Jingwoo is a very simple person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been cheated of 8,000 yuan in an online relationship. Jingwoo walked to the main road, without a destination, and walked forward along the national highway under the scorching sun. Under the greening tree, the sun cast mottled light and shadows through the gaps in the leaves, and as he moved forward, it slowly slid across his face. Jingwoo's big bald head flickered. Lu Shaoquan Manor. Nyo Xiaojun told Chin Sun about Master Jingwoo's departure. Chin Sun was lying on the sofa playing games, not even looking up, and said disdainfully, he just wants to be a saint too much. Isn't it nonsense to think that thinking about women is a sin? Which monk doesn't have a few porn movies downloaded on his computer? I've also seen movies of monks and nuns. If a monk like him, who has been sexually repressed for too long wants to become a Buddha, he either has to visit more brothels or smash his basket. But if that's the case, why doesn't he just become a eunuch? After talking for a long time, no one agreed. Chin Sun raised his head and swept his eyes across the faces of Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Nyo Xiaojun, and Su Luluo. He said seriously, look at me, eating meat and drinking wine, trying hard. Trying hard to face my heart. Only in this way can I become a god or a saint. I have gained the determination to remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of me. Xia Ning frowned slightly and changed the subject. Hey! The 100 million for Yilan has passed. Chin Sun put down his phone, closed his eyes, and called up the system panel. Slacking points. 2209598979. The next lottery requires 1 billion points of slacking points. It really increased by 100 million. Chin Sun opened his eyes, landed on the armrest of the sofa with a somersault, and said with his hands on his hips, who else? Everyone looked up in amazement. What happened to him? Crazy? This is called not changing your face when Mount Tai collapses in front of you. Why did it suddenly catch fire? The ignition point is lower than that of white phosphorus. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded at the door. Uncle, he's so stupid. Do you really want to do a multi-billion-dollar business with him? Chin Sun turned around and saw a little mushroom head standing at the door, with Xia Shujie, Lu Jingya, and Lu Gang standing behind him. He jumped off the armrest of the sofa and walked quickly towards Lu Gang. Uncle, you want to sign me to hold a concert? Seeing him walking so fast, Lu Gang had a bad feeling and shouted in his heart that something was wrong and wanted to escape. But it was too late. Chapter 1192. Uncle, aunt. Come in. Chin Sun walked up quickly, grabbed Lu Gang's arm, pulled him into the room, pressed him on the sofa and poured him tea. In the room, Xia Ning and others immediately stood up to make room for the elders. Lu Jingya sat on the sofa by herself, jealous, and whispered, this kid. Xia Shujie snorted coldly. Isn't he always like this? He was so greedy for money this time, so enthusiastic about his elder brother, he must have something wrong. Lu Gang was drinking tea, and he coughed when he heard this. Chin Sun sat next to Lu Gang, stretched out his hand and gently patted Lu Gang's back, as gentle as burping a child, and said to Xia Shujie, Uncle, you don't know how to avoid me when you say bad things about me? I was a little disrespectful to you at first, but it was all because of misunderstanding. Now I have changed for the better. Xia Shujie snorted coldly and stopped talking. Ever since Chin Sun risked his life to save Xia Ning and Country J, he was very satisfied with this future son-in-law in his heart. But because of the so-called majesty of the future father-in-law, he couldn't help but speak to Qin Sun with a sarcastic tone. Lu Gang put down the teacup and asked Qin Sun, I heard from Wu Yu that you want to pre-sell the right to hold your concerts in the next 1 or 2 years, and want to collect 1 billion yuan in commission in advance? Qin Sun, yes. Lu Gang took a sip from the teacup and put it heavily on the coffee table, making a pop sound. Qin Sun, brothers have to settle accounts clearly. When I do business with your father-in-law, we are all businessmen, not personal relationships. Excuse me for being blunt, but you're asking for 1 billion before you've even started working. No one will sign this contract with you. It's not that I don't trust your ability. In fact, we went to your concert yesterday to observe secretly and felt your fan appeal firsthand. We came so late today because the company's professionals collected information online and estimated the commercial value of your concert. After all the calculations, they all thought that in order for the company to make a suitable profit, the ticket revenue needs to reach more than 3 billion, and this kind of concert with 50,000 to 60,000 people will need about 150 shows. It will take about 2 or 3 years to get back the investment. For a business worth billions, this is a very short cycle. But they all think you won't have the patience to hold 150 concerts. You break the contract at any time. Qin Sun smiled unchanged, raised the teapot with both hands, and poured tea for Lu Gang first, and then for Xia Shujia and Lu Jingyao. 70% full, very polite. He smiled. Uncle, they misunderstood me. I am a very good person, and will not tear up a contract to commit fraud. We can sign a gambling contract. Qin Sun's smile was harmless and contagious, making it easy for others to believe his fart. He knew that as the president of the group, Lu Gang would not easily participate in the business negotiations at the front line even if he had some feelings for him. Since he came, it means that he is determined to win this business. Otherwise, a chairman of a group would let a bunch of people in the company calculate for a long time, and then go to negotiate in person, and finally come back with nothing? Lu Gang just wanted to bring back a big contract for the group, so that he could show off in front of others, and let everyone in the company know his methods. Besides, Lu Gang Group has a ticketing company, and most likely it is also a scalper. There are so many cities, and so many stars holding concerts every week across the country, and they can manage several concerts at the same time to make money. Big scalpers make more money than stars. What they earn is the hard-earned money of the concert, but he earns 2 parts of the commission from holding the concert and the ticket premium. Lu Gang frowned slightly, seeming a little embarrassed. Gambling contract? How is the bet? Qin Sun smiled. You pay me 1 billion in advance, and if my concert ticket revenue does not reach 3 billion within 2 years, I will compensate you 2 billion. As soon as this was said, everyone in the room was stunned. It is not uncommon for the penalty for breach of contract to be doubled in a gambling contract, but the amount is generally not too large. It is very rare to dare to double the amount when the amount reaches 1 billion. 1 billion, even if 20% of the penalty is taken, there is still 200 million. Generally, the price negotiation opponent will be very satisfied. Qin Sun asked for 2 billion yuan in compensation, and he stabbed himself at the beginning. Either he was very confident, or he was going to take the money and flee abroad. Lu Gang was shocked and asked, 2 billion yuan? Qin Sun, yes, 2 billion yuan. Lu Gang, can you afford it? Qin Sun, my business value should be more than 2 billion yuan. If I don't pay the money by then, you can send me to jail, or ask the master to give me the family law. Lu Gang sighed. Really? Ask my father to give me the family law to beat me? He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said after a long pause, I feel your determination and sincerity. Although I don't know why you have to sell yourself to make money in a short time, as your elder, I should help you. Gambling contract, 2 billion then. The words were not finished. Lu Jingyao coughed lightly. Lu Gang looked at her, frowned slightly, and snorted coldly. Qin Sun, the contract is not signed like this. You are so unprofessional, it's like a scam. If I weren't your uncle, would I sign such a gambling contract with you? He put down the teacup and said loudly, Gambling contract, I advance 1 billion, within 2 years. Before he finished speaking, he heard Lu Jingyao cough again, and suddenly felt very tired, so he changed his words. Within 2.5 years, if your concert ticket box office does not reach 3 billion, you just need to compensate our group 1.2 billion. Qin Sun was overjoyed when he heard it. He had planned to pay this money a long time ago. Unexpectedly, Lu Jingyao coughed twice, and reduced 800 million in an instant. What a golden voice. Qin Sun picked up the teapot, poured a circle of tea, and said, "Uncle, you do a good job, and I can't do a bad job. If I don't reach the goal in 2.5 years, I will compensate you 1.2 billion and 50 million. He was prepared to compensate Liu Gang as soon as the original god made a profit. In this way, Liu Gang made 250 million in less than 3 months, which is not too bad. If this 1 billion is considered a loan, it is all a loan from the sky." Liu Gang raised the teacup and stretched it out to Qin Sun. "Let's drink tea instead of wine." Qin Sun raised his glass and clinked it and drank it all. "It's great." The commercial negotiation of a contract worth more than 1 billion yuan was done in less than 5 minutes. Xia Ning felt a little absurd and stared at Qin Sun quietly. What on earth is he doing? At the door, Xia Jing has been standing outside in silence. When Qin Sun welcomed people into the room just now, he called out, "Uncle, uncle, aunt, come in," but didn't call her. She didn't go in, and no one noticed, or no one cared. Xia Jing pulled a face, swept across the room, and finally fell on Qin Sun's face, and said, "Uncle, Qin Sun is lying to you." Everyone looked at Xia Jing. Xia Ning was a little angry, but she didn't have enough confidence, so she scolded. "Jing you. Why do you say that?" Xia Jing said, with a neatly cut mushroom head and a tense face. "Intuition." She paused and slowly emphasized her tone. "Women's intuition." The room was quiet for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Chapter 1193. No one cares about the kid's joke. The general direction of the matter was decided. Next, Liu Gang sent Wu Yu and Qin Sun sent Xia Ning to draft the contract. An hour later, the contract was written and printed out. Qin Sun and Liu Gang reviewed the contract. Qin Sun sat on the sofa, frowning slightly, looking at the seemingly clear sentences in the contract. His head was dizzy, and he felt that tadpoles were swimming around. He pretended to look at it, and suddenly heard Liu Gang say, "Xiao Yu, why are you showing it to me? Send it to the group's legal department, and let them review it." Qin Sun raised his head, and looked at Liu Gang, who looked normal, and admired him in his heart. Is this the calmness of the old chairman? If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. It's not embarrassing to show it to others. This is a good quality, you have to learn it. Qin Sun closed the contract, handed it to Xia Ning and said, "Assistant Xia, please review the contract." "I don't understand." Xia Ning saw Liu Jingya's relieved smile, took the contract, and pretended to look embarrassed. "This is the contract I drafted, and I typed every word. Why do you want me to review it? What's that look in my mother's eyes? Is it gratifying to be an assistant to someone?" An hour later, Qin Sun and Liu Gang signed the contract. Liu Gang said, 1 billion is a lot of money. It will take some time for the group to approve it, but at most 10 days, the money will be in your account. Qin Sun took a long breath and said hypocritically, Don't worry. The two smiled at each other. Xia Jing sat in the corner of the sofa, looking at Qin Sun coldly, and felt that he was more and more like a liar. She thought of the 2,000 yuan she had lent Qin Sun, and felt that it was a waste, so she couldn't help but say, "You are a liar." Qin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Jing, and felt like he had stepped on dog shit mixed with glue, which was disgusting, and could not be shaken off. Xia Jing said quickly without waiting for her parents to teach her a lesson. "Dad taught me before that if you are too attentive to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. When something goes particularly smoothly, when the negotiating opponent is very easy to talk to, and even makes you feel happy, it means that he has designed a trap. He will let you down." Qin Sun, is this the tutoring of a rich family? She was only 9 years old, and she was taught thick black. She completely lost the innocence of a child, which was very annoying. When Liu Gang heard it, he felt that there was some truth. He asked Qin Sun many questions, but Qin Sun did not ask anything about his company. Liu Gang looked at Qin Sun and asked, "Qin Sun, do you really have nothing to ask about the operating company under our group hosting your national tour? Do you believe in our company's strength?" Qin Sun didn't want to ask, but now that he was asked this question, he couldn't tell the truth. He said with a sincere face, "Uncle, to be honest, although your company previously operated the boxing match between me and Kato Oki, I don't know much about this company. But I don't need to know about this company, I just need to know you. You are the golden signboard." Liu Gang didn't know how many people flattered him all day long, but when Qin Sun flattered him suddenly, except for the initial embarrassment, he still felt a little proud. He subconsciously took out a cigarette, and seeing that there were non-smokers in the room, he put it back in the box. "You are just average at flattering." Qin Sun smiled foolishly. Seeing that Qin Sun resolved the crisis with a flattery, Xia Jing shrank on the sofa and kept silent. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ear. The adults taught me before, but now a bunch of people are being fooled by Qin Sun, and they are still so proud. Really? If you lose money in the future, don't ask me to borrow money. I am the poorest. Lu Gang crossed his legs and said to Wu Yu with a smile. Wu Yu, introduce our group's cultural communication company to Qin Sun. Hearing this, Wu Yu stood up, cleared his throat, and began to introduce it to show his seriousness. I won't tell you how many years our group's cultural communication company was established, how many people it has, how many commercial sports events it has held, how many celebrity concerts it has held, how much turnover it has created, and how much profit it has made. Even if I tell you, you may not understand. Qin Sun? Xia Jing smiled secretly, feeling happy. Wu Yu looked proud and continued. Let me tell you something you can understand. Taro happened to be traveling in Country C these days, and he also participated in some TV shows and fan meetings. If he wants to participate in commercial events in Country C, he has to choose a partner, and the first choice can only be our cultural communication company. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu's proud expression, glanced at Lu Gang, and saw that he also looked proud, feeling a little embarrassed, and asked, That Taro is? As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yu was shocked and asked back, You don't know who Taro is? Qin Sun, Is it Ultraman? Wu Yu frowned. What is Ultraman? Why are you talking nonsense? Xia Jing saw Qin Sun's confused look and mocked him. You are a boxer and don't know who Taro is? Is there anyone here who doesn't know who Taro is? Qin Sun asked. He is also a boxer? Xia Jing was completely speechless when she saw him asking for advice with a puzzled look. What a good acting. I was almost fooled by you. Su Luoluo had been sitting quietly in the corner, and now she saw Qin Sun's embarrassed face. She raised her hand and said weakly, I don't know who Taro is either. Xia Jing looked at Su Luoluo and saw that she looked cautious, and her eyes fell on her mushroom head. This hairstyle doesn't suit her. She looks a little childish. I look much more mature. Wu Yu saw Su Luoluo raised her hand, and believed that she was not lying. She was amazed at the wonder of the information cocoon in this world. There are at least 1 billion people in the world who know Taro, but I didn't expect that there are 2 people in this room who don't know him. Wu Yu explained. Taro is the world's #1 boxer today, and it can even be said that he is the most powerful boxer in the boxing world in the past 50 years, without a doubt. At his peak, his appearance fee was as high as 30 million beautiful coins. He currently has a record of 46 KO opponents, 23 of which were resolved in 1 round. He is a famous heavy gunner. He is 111 kilograms tall. He is obviously a heavyweight boxer, but his explosive power and punching speed are very amazing, and his footwork is extremely flexible. The most important thing is that he has a terrifying fighting spirit, and will never be afraid of any battle. Last year, I saw it with my own eyes. Qin Sun listened to this information and thought of an old friend. Tyson. Are all Thai boxers so fierce? It's worthy of being a parallel world of Earth. Wu Yu saw Qin Sun's distracted eyes, and was unhappy, and said loudly. He is a bit like you. You are a bit of a dog, and his nickname when he debuted was Mad Dog. Mad Dog? Qin Sun came back to his senses, and a treacherous plan came to his mind. He stretched out his hand to Wu Yu and shook it, and said, Send it over. Chapter 1194. Sent to you? Wu Yu stared at Qin Sun's shaking palm and said, Do you think he is a courier and sent it to you? Why did he send it to you? To beat you up? Qin Sun said with a smile on his face. Didn't you just say that his appearance fee was as much as 30 million beautiful coins? Wu Yu realized that he was not holding back and frowned. You don't want to fight with him to earn some appearance fees? Qin Sun waved his hand. Hey, what is a fight? Competition. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. Competition? Niu Xiaojun rolled around on the sofa, holding his stomach, laughing. A competition is a competition when there is a back and forth. How can it be called a competition if you just get beaten? Xia Jing has a cold temper. She usually doesn't laugh out loud. Now, in order to mock Qin Sun, she even laughed loudly, like the laughter of children floating on the bedside in a horror movie. Su Luolu's face turned red, and she pushed Wu Yu and Niu Xiaojun, trying her best to protect Qin Sun's dignity. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. What's so funny? You guys are going too far. Qin Sun laughed as if nothing had happened. Xia Ning understood his madness, and knew that he was a man who dared to think and act. She took out her phone and searched for Taro's super burning highlights on Douyin, and handed it to Chin Sun. Chin Sun took it and looked at it. In the phone, a strong bald black man who was less than 30 years old kept knocking people out. He was agile, punched like the wind, and was ferocious and fierce. He frequently knocked out his equally big opponents. With the background music, Taro really played with the momentum of Ultraman. Chin Sun didn't like watching boxing matches. He didn't like watching them since he was a child. He found them very boring, because he didn't understand it at that time. In addition, it is difficult for the audience to feel the pressure of the top boxing champions when watching boxing matches on TV, which easily gives people the illusion that they can do it. Now he has become a martial arts genius, and he can understand the game. He can taste the taste of it by watching these highlights. This Taro is really tricky, and he deserves to be one of the strongest fighters on Blue Star. If I face him, I am afraid I will have to hit him with a serious punch to knock him out, Xiaoning said on the side. Chin Sun, I know you are short of money now, but you can't even give up your life for money. Taro is different from Kato Daiki. One is a lightweight boxing champion who has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. The other is a world boxing champion in his prime. You want to challenge him, which is tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. And he is a boxer, and you don't know how to box. This is different from the free fight with Kato Daiki in the octagonal cage before. You don't have the opportunity to do dirty work. Chin Sun was a little helpless. Damage? Did I do anything dirty? I have thousands of kung fu skills, including boxing and non-boxing, and extremely lethal traditional martial arts. Throat strikes, eye piercings, crotch kicks, what are all things I am good at? What's so difficult about boxing? Oh, I'm used to being low-key, but people look down on me, Chin Sun said. On the stage, can Ultraman Taro still kill me? Besides, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Gang. Chin Sun, let's not talk about Ultraman Taro. Let's not talk about whether Taro Mike will kill you. He will never compete with you. He is a professional boxer, and you are an amateur. Even if he can barely be considered a boxing enthusiast. Well, an amateur boxer of a certain level, he is still an amateur after all. How could he agree to fight with you? He can't afford to lose this person. Chin Sun didn't believe this. He believed that there were people in the world who tried their best for their passion, but most people in the world worked hard for money. If Taylor is not moved by money, then add more money, Chin Sun said. Is his appearance fee 30 million beautiful gold? Is it a lot? He stretched out a finger and said, give him 100 million beautiful gold. I don't believe he is unwilling to play this friendly match with me. As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the room looked at Chin Sun in shock. Even Su Luoluo stopped and stopping others from laughing at Chin Sun, because she also found it a little ridiculous now. Spend 100 million yuan to invite the world's #1 boxing champion to beat you up? I have never heard such an unreasonable request in my life. Chin Sun looked at the stunned Lu Gang and said, Uncle, please let your cultural communication company operate and contact Taro to have a friendly match with me within 7 days. I will pay his appearance fee. Lu Gang stared at Chin Sun and was silent for a long time. He was a little speechless. Is it really because Chin Sun can take care of himself that people ignore that he is a lunatic? After a while, Lu Jingyao said in a gentle voice, Xiao Sun, what happened to you? Why did you spend the money you just earned from your uncle like this? Do you want to make money or spend money? She stood up and walked to Chin Sun and sat down, leaning sideways, and asked softly, Xiao Sun, are you willing to share your inner thoughts with Auntie? Chin Sun couldn't tell the real reason. Looking at Lu Jingyao's gentle eyes, he didn't want to completely deceive her, so he said vaguely, Of course I made money. All the money I spent was to make money. Lu Jingyao understood the principle of investing first and then reaping the rewards, but she couldn't understand why Chin Sun, who was always used to freeloading, suddenly spent so much money. She reminded, 100 million beautiful coins is about 730 million soft sister yuan. Even if you sell all 100,000 seats in the largest Phoenix Nest Stadium in Beijing, you have to sell very high ticket prices to make a profit. I don't think you can make money. Chin Sun laughed. Of course, I know it's impossible to make money this way. Lu Jingyao was shocked. So you are going to lose money? Chin Sun shook his head. That's even more impossible. I'm not stupid. Lu Jingyao said with her appetite aroused. Xiao Sun, don't keep me in suspense. Just say what you think. Chin Sun said with a shy smile. Well, I didn't plan to compete for real. I wanted to get a high appearance fee to get Taro to sign a contract with me, and write a penalty of 100 million beautiful coins in the contract. If he quits the game, I will ask him to return the money and then eat his 100 million penalty. After saying that, Lu Jingya's smile froze. This? How could you say such a thing so calmly? There was still a harmless shy smile on his face. Really? Learned bad things from Ningning. In the corner, Xia Jing snorted coldly and said, Look, I told you he was a swindler. Lu Gang frowned and asked, Qin Sun, why do you think Taro will withdraw from the competition? Is he afraid of you? Qin Sun looked at Xia Jing and said, Xiao Jing, please go out for a while. What I am going to say next is not suitable for children. Please go out for a while. Chapter 1195. Xia Jing crossed her arms, leaning against the sofa, and said coldly, I am no longer a child of 3 or 4 years old. What can't I listen to? Lu Jingyao glared at her, and before she could say anything, Xia Jing stood up and walked towards the door. She said in a muffled voice, I'm just a little hungry. Xia Jing left and closed the door. Lu Jingyao said loudly, Don't hide behind the door and eavesdrop. The door was hit hard, and a burst of angry and hurried footsteps sounded, gradually fading away. Qin Sun saw that everyone was looking at him, and a harmless smile appeared on his face, and his voice was as clean as an innocent boy. Athletes have strong desires in certain areas. As a top athlete, Taylor came from abroad to Country C. How could he resist trying Country C food? But eating chicken is illegal in Country C. After signing the contract with him, I can find a private detective to follow him, put a small card in the crack of his door, and call the police after he orders a chicken. Catch him red-handed, and send him to jail for 15 days. If he misses the game and doesn't pay me for breach of contract, can I let him go abroad? The room fell silent. Everyone looked strange. Qin Sun's words seemed like a fantasy, but if you think about it carefully, it seems possible to do it. As long as some details are improved, such as writing the breach of contract details in the contract terms, mastering Taylor's itinerary, and exploring his preferences for women, it is indeed possible to drag him into the quagmire. Not to mention imprisonment for 15 days, as long as the police take Taylor away for a few hours with evidence of prostitution and make him miss the game, he will most likely be able to get the penalty. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Can he escape unscathed in the territory of Country C? However, Taro also has a think tank to rely on. Can he be fooled so easily? Lu Jingya took the hand on Qin Sun's shoulder away. She used this action to comfort Qin Sun just now, but now she feels that Qin Sun doesn't need comfort at all. He is too bad. The more innocent he smiles, the worse he thinks. Xia Shujia looked at Qin Sun with a smile. Niu Xiaojun jumped up and said loudly, Qin Sun, good guy. You put him in jail and blackmailed him for 100 million yuan in liquidated damages. You raised the fairy jump to a height that does not belong to it. I never thought that the fairy could jump so high. Lu Gang exhaled heavily and said unhappily, Qin Sun, if my cultural communication company becomes your accomplice in scheming against Taro, then my company's reputation will be ruined in the future. I can't help you with this matter. He emphasized the word I. After saying that, Lu Gang stood up and looked at Qin Sun, showing an expression that even a dog would shake its head at, and walked out of the room. Xia Shujia smiled faintly and left without saying a word. Lu Jingya smiled, patted Qin Sun's shoulder lightly 3 times, and followed him out. The 3 of them walked out of the door and walked to the end of the corridor. Xia Shujia suddenly said with a smile, This kid can do great things. Lu Gang smiled. Who says not? Lu Jingya looked relieved. They have been in the business world for many years, and have seen all kinds of disgusting and dirty means. But they didn't expect Qin Sun to be so bold at such a young age, actually scheming against the world's #1 boxer, and it was 100 million at once. The room was quiet. Wu Yu sighed and pointed at Qin Sun as he walked. You. What can I say about you? You can do such a thing as a trap? I really regret knowing you. Niu Xiaojun followed with a big laugh. Vile, too mean. Dirty, too dirty. Su Luoluo didn't dare to leave, and it was awkward to stay in the room. She didn't dare to look directly into Qin Sun's eyes, and sat up and sat down on the sofa. Qin Sun watched the door being closed, and found Xia Ning standing in front of her from the corner of her eyes. She turned her head, held her hand, and said, Ning, I knew it. No matter what the situation, you will always stand firmly on my side. Xia Ning broke free from his hand, and said coldly, That's not what I meant. You are a man after all, I have to give you some face. Just now in front of most people, there are some harsh words that I can't say out loud. Chin Sun? Xia Ning said with a serious face. Chin Sun, how many times have I told you? Things succeed with secrecy, and fail with words. It doesn't matter how dirty your thoughts are, but don't say them out loud before you succeed, and don't get carried away even after the evil plan succeeds. Some things should be kept in your stomach forever. Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning's majestic appearance, and finally realized what Niu Xiaojun said. Xia Ning would be a very good teacher. Too fierce. Chin Sun sighed and said, I originally wanted to ask you for help. Since you dislike this dirty money, then I will find another way to make money. The door opened. Niu Xiaojun and Wu walked in and closed the door. Niu Xiaojun said with a flattering smile on his face. Chin Sun, let's discuss it. Chin Sun looked over and asked, what to discuss? Niu Xiaojun smiled embarrassedly. Let's use the beauty trap to trick Taylor together. After the trick is done, we will split it 30% and 70%, you 70% and we 30%. Chin Sun was stunned. This unlucky kid. He looks like a ball, and he dares to talk about the beauty trap, and he wants a 30% and 70% split. What a joke. Isn't this just freeloading? Can I let others do it for free? Chin Sun waved his hand. That won't work. You want 30% of my profit without doing anything. I earn all my hard-earned money, not the wind. Xia Ning was speechless. Hard-earned money? How can this guy make the trap sound as noble as serving the people? Wu stepped forward and stretched out a finger. 1/10, 9/10. Chin Sun stood up and cursed. Who just called me mean and dirty? Who said they regretted knowing me and were ashamed to be associated with me? Ah? Didn't you have a lot of fun cursing just now? Why are you asking for money now? Are you still human? Niu Xiaojun and Wu looked at each other and smiled treacherously. Niu Xiaojun shouted at the top of his voice. If you give us money, I will tell him about your plan to plot against Taro, and you won't make a penny. Let him beat the shit out of you on the stage. And use your face to clean the shit off the floor. Wu added. The thin kind? Chin Sun jumped back and looked at the two with anger. Fuck. So vicious. You are really not human. Niu Xiaojun and Wu laughed. Chin Sun's face suddenly changed and he laughed. 9-1 deal. He had long wanted to get the two of them involved. Xia Ning was a bit aloof, and he disdained to do some dirty things. For some of his outrageous behaviors, Xia Ning would only watch coldly, not take the initiative, not refuse, and not take responsibility. At most, he would come to clean up when things went wrong. Niu Xiaojun and Wu were much more down-to-earth. They were really willing to do small bad things themselves, and they enjoyed it. And Chin Sun needed Niu Xiaojun's background, as well as Wu's cultural communication company. Seeing Chin Sun's expression change faster than turning a page, Niu Xiaojun felt that he had said less just now, and was stunned for a moment, and said, You slutty. Chin Sun smiled. You too. Niu Xiaojun was startled, chuckled twice, and did not deny it. Wu said, not to be outdone. And me. The three exchanged glances and laughed at the same time, then walked closer to each other, raised their right hands, and held them together, saying in unison, We are so despicable. Chapter 1196. After the formation of the lowly alliance, Chin Sun and the other two sat on the sofa, lowering their heads and planning in a low voice. Niu Xiaojun was afraid that Chin Sun would go back on his word, so he asked first, Big bitch, what do you need us to do? Chin Sun heard that the pronunciation of her big bitch was in the big part, which meant the big part of the boss, and she didn't mean to mock him at all. He took a sip of tea and said, First, Wu you second bitch. Let your cultural communication company contact Taro for me and sign the contract for the competition as soon as possible. Wu said with an embarrassed look. My dad just said that our company cannot participate in this kind of trap. Chin Sun waved his hand, crossed his legs, and said calmly with a look of insight. And he tapped me on the shoulder 3 times before she left. Don't you think it's similar to being tapped on the head 3 times by Master Sub Hoodie when you were learning from Sun Wukong? These are all hints. Niu Xiaojun said quickly. Is it hinting that you should go to her in the middle of the night? Chin Sun's mouth was even faster. Little bitch, bullshit. This curse was fast and urgent, and a burst of saliva sprayed out, covering Niu Xiaojun's face. Niu Xiaojun knew that he was in the wrong, so he reached out to wipe the saliva on his face and kept silent. Little bitch is a little bitch. Chin Sun continued. And he tapped me 3 times to hint that they allow us to run wild. The adults have to have face, and we kids can do whatever we want. If something happens, They have to clean up our mess. Xia Ning sat on another sofa, looked at Qin Sun with disgust, and sighed helplessly. Before this guy confirmed the relationship with me, he was like a blockhead. No matter how hard I tried, he couldn't get me to understand, and finally he wanted me to sacrifice myself. Now he can understand this kind of dirty things at once. He is really a born bad guy. My dad also called this a tyrant physique. Wu Yu thought about it, and felt that things might be as Qin Sun said, but he didn't dare to let his company come forward directly, so he said, "Big bitch, I can help you sign a contract with our cultural communication company. You are the first party of our company, and the business is to match you and Taro. Of course, you have to pay the labor fee. I will give you a cheaper price." Qin Sun made an okay gesture. He could fully understand the method proposed by Wu Yu. Let himself be the leader of the boxing match, in case the matter is finally exposed. Facing the surging public opinion, their company will have the possibility of getting out. As for himself, reputation? What is that? A real man never is shame. Qin Sun continued. Second, I need you to find out Taro's schedule, to the exact time when he eats, when he sleeps, when he goes to play and where. Niu Xiaojun interrupted. When to call a prostitute. Qin Sun nodded and smiled. A young man is teachable. This is the key point. Especially his preference for roast chicken, whether he likes it to be reddish or golden, chewy or soft and boneless, lean or fat but not greasy. After saying that, the three looked at each other and laughed. Xia Ning heard their strange giggles and felt his hair stand on end. He didn't understand what they were so proud of. Is it so exciting to do bad things? After laughing, Qin Sun said, You must find a private detective quickly and follow Taylor closely to collect his intelligence. He knew that it was expressly stipulated in the territory of C that citizens were not allowed to engage in detective work, but even the master of breaking up really existed, so how could there be no private detectives? Wu Yu heard this, and said TSK in dissatisfaction. Qin Sun looked at her, not understanding what she was dissatisfied with. Wu Yu coughed heavily. Qin Sun, ? Wu Yu lost his patience and said while patting his chest. Have you forgotten how I, Wu, broke into your and Xia Ning's love nest for the first time? Private detective, I'm a professional. Qin Sun remembered and said, Are you talking about the time you climbed over the community wall? Wu Yu smiled, Yes. Qin Sun, are you talking about the time you climbed over the wall of our villa and touched the bedroom to give me a stick? Wu Yu smiled even more proudly. Yes. Qin Sun smiled slightly, his voice low. You mean I knocked him down with one punch, and then took him off? Wu Yu was shocked, frowned, pointed at Qin Sun's nose and shouted. Okay, stop talking. After that, she took Niu Shijuan's hand and walked quickly to the door, not wanting others to hear that she was tied up and stuffed with Qin Sun's smelly socks in her mouth. This was an experience that was enough to kill people. Wu Yu walked to the door and turned back and said coldly, Big bitch, wait for our good news. After that, she dragged Niu Xiaojun out of the door. The door was slammed shut with a bang. In the corridor, Niu Shijuan's heart was itchy, as if he was scratched by an ant, and asked, Washboard, Qin Sun just said that after you hit him with a stick, what did he take off from you? She saw Wu Yu's face turn red instantly, and asked anxiously, Breast? Bra? Wu Yu's face turned pale again, and she gritted her teeth. Have I ever worn that thing in my life? Niu Xiaojun widened his eyes, and his sight slowly moved down from Wu Yu's chest to her crotch, and said in a trembling voice, Underwear. 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 Underwear? Wu Yu's face turned pale and red again, and she said in a deep voice, Is Qin Sun so dirty? Niu Xiaojun asked back. Have you forgotten what we are going to do now? Isn't it so dirty for someone who thinks about honey traps every day? Wu Yu knew that if she didn't explain clearly, with Niu Shijuan's imagination, it would take no more than 5 minutes to imagine the scene of her being stripped naked and hung up by Qin Sun to play with her. She reached out and covered Niu Shijuan's mouth tightly and said, Shut up. Stop imagining. She paused and said in a low voice, Qin Sun, that beast, took off his socks. Took off his socks and stuffed them into my mouth. Niu Xiaojun was stunned and petrified. Is Qin Sun so unsympathetic to women? Wu Yu said sinisterly. If you dare to spread rumors, I will kill you to silence you. Niu Xiaojun was startled, and he pried Wu Yu's hands apart with both hands, took 2 breaths, and said loudly, Why are you killing me? You should kill him. Is there any justice? In the room, Qin Sun sat on the sofa, thinking that he would make a lot of money in a few days, and he couldn't suppress a smirk on his face. It is said that people can't get rich without windfall and horses can't get fat without night grass. The fastest way to make money is to make money in a side way. Suddenly Qin Sun heard Xia Ning scolding. Qin Sun stopped laughing. He looked up and saw Xia Ning approaching with a cold face, looking down at him and asked, "Are you really planning to set up a trap?" Qin Sun looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and told the truth. "Of course not. Although I'm not a good person, I'm only a little bit bad." He raised his right arm, rolled up his sleeves, and showed his muscles. "I want to use my fist to scare Taro into quitting the game." Xia Ning? Chapter 1197. You want to use your fist to scare Taro into quitting the game? Xia Ning seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and laughed for a while. Qin Sun didn't mind at all, and said, "Yes. After using a high appearance fee to seduce him to sign a contract with me, I will appear in front of him before the game. At that time, I will find a way to show him a set of boxing skills to let him know the gap between him and me." Xia Ning was stunned. She knew that Qin Sun was very skilled, and defeated Kato Daiki, and killed Kato Shuijian with random punches in J Country. But the gap between those people and the world's #1 boxing champion may be greater than the gap between Kato Daiki and Su Luoluo. Even though Qin Sun has been carefully taught by her grandfather recently, she is not at the level of being able to challenge the world's #1 boxing champion. At the beginning, her grandfather commented on Taro's boxing skills, saying that being hit by Taro's punch is equivalent to being hit by a car, that is, a professional player, and ordinary people will die if they are hit by his punch. Xia Ning came back to his senses, and saw Qin Sun still had a confident smile on his face, so he sneered. "You scared Taro with your boxing skills? What boxing skills did you use? You can't use Bajiquan in a boxing match." Qin Sun smiled calmly and replied, 13 fatal punches. Xia Ning? 13 fatal punches. Is there such a second-year boxing style in the world? Qin Sun stood up, put his hands behind his back, and said slowly, "I was born in a heavy snow, and since I was a child, I have only fought to survive. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. When 13 emotions are added together, I understand the meaning of my boxing." Xia Ning listened to Qin Sun's ups and downs, and said that long paragraph of lines, frowning more and more deeply. "What is the destined white dragon? What is the hard life? What is the unity of man and fist? What is no longer a rival? What is the night parade of hundreds of ghosts, unparalleled in the world? Isn't this nonsense?" Qin Sun didn't care about the life and death of Xia Ning and Su Luoluo, immersed in his own pretentious world, and couldn't extricate himself, and said loudly, "National boxing champion, please fight," he said, while making boxing gestures. The first punch, longing for love, longing for memory, short love is endless. Love. The second punch, how much love is a one-night stand, the corner of the earth is not long. Heartbroken. Xia Ning couldn't listen anymore, grabbed Qin Sun's fist, pressed it down hard, and said, Okay. She looked into Qin Sun's eyes, was silent for a moment, and said seriously, "Or, you still use the honey trap?" Qin Sun looked unhappy. "You don't trust me?" Xia Ning turned around, and asked Su Luoluo, who was sitting on the sofa. "Luoluo, what do you think will happen if Qin Sun talks about these things like 13 deadly punches, lovesickness, and heartbreak in front of Taro?" Su Luoluo rubbed her fingers nervously, lowered her head, and said truthfully, without daring to look at Qin Sun's eyes, that expected her to flatter him, "I think President Qin will be beaten to death." This set of pretentious words is purely to increase Taro's anger, but fortunately, he doesn't understand Sea Country either. Maybe he won't beat President Qin either. Xia Ning was very satisfied with Su Luoluo's answer, turned around and stared at Qin Sun, and said with a smile, "I think Taro will be laughed to death by you. National boxing champion, please fight?" Qin Sun? Don't they say women have long hair but short knowledge? Any man knows how strong physical fitness is needed to make a woman unable to get out of bed. Why does Xia Ning, as the person involved, take it for granted? Do you think my 13 fatal shots are a joke to you? The next day. In the morning. When Lu Xiaoquan learned that Qin Sun was going to challenge Taro, he was so happy that he ate an extra boiled egg for breakfast. Afterwards, he took Qin Sun to special training, leaving Qin Sun no chance to explain. Xia Shujia, Lu Gang, and Lu Jingya didn't know whether they were avoiding suspicion or feeling guilty, so they didn't stay in the manor to live with Qin Sun and his ilk. They went back to their own homes. In the morning, Xia Ning received a call from Wu Yu and rushed to sign a contract with their family's cultural communication company, becoming the first party of their company. The business was to organize a match between Qin Sun and Taro. In the afternoon, Xia Ning had just returned to the manor to accompany her grandmother to feed the chickens for a while, and then received another call. The people from the cultural communication company said that the tailor team accepted the friendly match and asked her to go over to discuss the details. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ning found Qin Sun and told him the news. Qin Sun was very happy. As expected, money can make the gods go crazy. With 100 million beautiful coins, no matter who you are, you have to sign the contract. Xia Ning sighed, feeling like she was helping the evil, and set out to sign the contract. When the sun went down, Xia Ning returned to the manor and went directly to the training room. She saw all kinds of boxing equipment scattered all over the floor in the training room. Su Luluo huddled in the corner of the room with his head down, and Qin Sun lying on the floor sweating profusely. She felt strange and walked over to ask, "What happened to you? Where's Grandpa?" Qin Sun said, lying on the ground. "I told my master my plan. It's not a real competition. He felt fooled and trained me hard for the whole afternoon. He just left." Xia Ning saw a shoe print on Qin Sun's belly. It should be kicked by Grandpa. She turned her head to look at Su Luoluo, who was hiding in the corner. "Luoluo, what's wrong with you?" Su Luoluo raised his head, revealing a pair of red eyes, and then lowered his head. Qin Sun supported himself with his hands, sat up, and said, "Master said to Qin Sun before leaving, don't waste your talent. If you train hard, you will be more successful in boxing than in business. He also said that you can make money at any time, but you can never reach the top of the boxing world when you are too old." Su Luoluo saw that I was trained so badly, and couldn't help but say something for me. She said that when you were young, you were busy making money and delayed practicing boxing. Master was silent for a while after hearing this, and said that I was blaming me for being nosy, and then left. Qin Sun pointed at Su Luoluo and said. Then, she hid in the corner and cried. After listening to this, Su Luoluo shed 2 lines of tears, stood up with the help of the wall, and said, "I will write my resignation report tomorrow. Sister Xia Ning, don't rush to fire me." Xia Ning looked at her pitiful eyes, walked up, took her hand, and comforted her. "You are Qin Sun's personal assistant. Of course you have to say what he said just now. Otherwise, why would Qin Sun say it himself? You did a good job. I give you an extra bonus this month." Su Luoluo was overjoyed. "Really?" Xia Ning smiled. "Really?" Su Luoluo laughed and almost spurted a snot bubble. Xia Ning looked at Su Luoluo and smiled too. From the time she recruited Su Luoluo, she knew that she would not become a capable and smart woman, but she was more than enough to be Qin Sun's personal assistant. Maybe Su Luoluo is clumsy and timid, but she has one biggest advantage. She doesn't covet Qin Sun. After comforting Su Luoluo, Xia Ning walked back to Qin Sun, squatted down, took out a contract from her bag and said, "The contract is signed." She paused and said with a smile, "There is a surprise." Chapter 1198. Surprise? Qin Sun picked up the contract and opened it. The densely packed clauses made his head swell. He quickly closed it and asked, "What surprise? Just tell me directly. I am a simple-minded person, and cannot read these twists and turns." Xia Ning saw that he was unwilling to look for the surprise he prepared in the contract, and felt a little regretful, but also understood. With Qin Sun's lazy temperament, asking him to read the contract was simply asking him to die. Xia Ning said. This time, when negotiating the details of the contract, Taro did not show up. It was his 3 assistants who were talking to us. They are very proud. They said that they recognized your fame in Country C, and that your boxing skills are of a certain level, so they signed this contract reluctantly. Otherwise, they would never disrupt their schedule, because they will fly to Country J immediately after boxing with you. She took the contract, opened it, put it on the ground, pointed to the place marked with the appearance fee, and said with a smile, "After many rounds of bargaining, we only need to pay Taro 150 million renminbi, not 100 million in gold." Qin Sun shouted. 150 million renminbi? Xia Ning nodded and said, "Yes." She smiled softly, and explained enthusiastically, "I calculated that with Taro's global influence and your influence in Country C, we can hold a commercial match. Given this appearance fee, as long as your tickets sell well enough, we will basically not lose money, and even make a small profit." Qin Sun heard the word small profit, but felt big loss, and slapped the floor in anger. "What are you doing? You are just adding fuel to the fire by tampering with my will. It was agreed that 100 million yuan is 100 million yuan. Why did you give a discount? Who wants that little profit? I want his liquidated damages. Even if I give him 100 million yuan, he can't take it away. Now his appearance fee is only 150 million renminbi. How can I have the nerve to ask him for so much liquidated damages? Xia Ning avoided the risk to the greatest extent, and may even turn losses into profits. When he was proud, he was poured with a basin of cold water, and the smile on his face disappeared. Are you embarrassed to ask for so much liquidated damages? You are a bad guy who designed a trap. When did you become so shameless? She pointed to another number on the contract and said, You are embarrassed, but I am. 300 million renminbi liquidated damages, is it enough? Qin Sun looked at the number Xia Ning pointed to, the string of zeros that was more than inching due, and felt relieved. He didn't intend to ask Taro for 100 million yuan liquidated damages. It is impossible for him to pay such a high amount immediately. He will definitely ask the lawyer team to intervene, and the lawsuit may take 3 to 5 years. He is in urgent need of money, and the money that will arrive in a month is meaningless. His original plan was to ask him for a penalty of 100 million yuan, but if he is willing to pay within half a month, he can give him a discount. 100 million or 200 million renminbi is also fine. Qin Sun laughed and gave Xia Ning a thumbs up. You are worthy of being my good wife. Xia Ning snorted coldly, picked up the contract and left, not forgetting to curse. You are worthy of being a big bitch. She walked out the door, poked her head in again, and said coldly, The match time written in the contract is 7 days later. If you have any evil plans, you should hurry up, otherwise you should practice how to dodge. Don't let others beat you into a pig's head. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Sun to reply, she quickly retracted her head, and only a series of high-heeled shoes came. 1 day passed. Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun had no news, and I don't know if they are spying on Taro in the trash can in the corner. The next day, Qin Sun had breakfast and returned to the bedroom to play with his mobile phone. After playing for a while, he felt bored and sent a message to Wu Yu. Super professional private detective, have you found out the news? After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Qin Sun simply opened Douyin and typed, Taro sees trip to China, and immediately a video with more than 800,000 likes popped up. The video shows Taylor's various activities, and with the blogger's introduction, Taylor's schedule in Country C is clearly described. Which program he will attend in the morning, which activity he will attend in the afternoon, and which party he will attend in the evening, the time is accurate to the minute. Finally, the blogger said in an admiring tone that Taylor is extremely self-disciplined. Although he is on a semi-vacation, he still gets up on time at 6 o'clock every day and goes to the hotel gym to exercise. When there is no activity, Taylor will go to a boxing club near the hotel on time at 11 o'clock in the evening to practice boxing to keep in shape. Qin Sun found the video and thought it was absurd. It takes no effort to find it. This is directly found? Is it true or false? Qin Sun clicked on the comment area to look for clues and found that many people at the scene jumped out to post candid photos to prove the authenticity of the video content. Taro and I are in the same hotel. He does go to the gym for half an hour at 6 o'clock every day, but the hotel always clears the gym half an hour in advance. He's a bit of a big shot. Is this considered a big shot? 6 o'clock in the morning. I believe that Taro chose to go to the gym when others were sleeping in order to avoid affecting other travelers. And it's only half an hour. Who can be affected? Yes, he goes to the boxing club at 11 o'clock in the evening. Who else would practice boxing so late except Taro? Taro said that the best quality of a person in this life is self-discipline, and self-discipline makes people free. His character is definitely beyond reproach. Qin Sun felt a little embarrassed when he saw the fans praising Taro so much. Alas, he looks like a good person. Good people shouldn't be pointed at with guns. The 1 or 200 million yuan in liquidated damages. Just consider it as the labor fee you gave me. When you are past your peak, you can't make a lot of money by boxing. I, Qin, will take the script of Raging Bull or Rocky and invite you to be the male lead, so that you can make full use of your remaining energy. Qin Sun was scrolling through the comments. I don't know if netizens have a fan filter for Taro, or if Taro is really that good. The comments are full of praise. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening, looked up, and saw Xia Ning walking in. Xia Ning sat on the bed, looked at Qin Sun with disdain, and then said, You are lying on the bed to practice dodging? 150 million RMB has been transferred to Taro's team. However, I think it will be difficult for you to rely on beauty to calculate Taro. Qin Sun closed his eyes slightly, and called up the system panel. Slacking points, 371659877. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points, almost 400 million slacking points, which is faster than working hard to get slacking points. In the future, I have to save money and get it before 1 billion slacking points, so as not to activate the system lottery and make myself unconscious and mess up the plan of spending 10 billion. Seeing him close his eyes, Xia Ning thought he was desperate and didn't want to face the facts, so he reached out and patted his shoulder. Don't escape. Qin Sun opened his eyes and asked, Why do you think it's difficult to succeed? Xia Ning replied, When I was discussing cooperation with his assistants yesterday, I asked about Taylor's situation. He gets up at 6 in the morning to exercise, and insists on going to the boxing club at 11 in the evening to keep in shape. You have to know that he is now on a semi-vacation, and his main purpose is to travel to country C. Such a self-disciplined person will definitely take the game seriously after receiving such a large sum of money, and he will definitely abstain from sex. No matter what kind of foxy woman can't hook up with him, it's useless to put a small card under his door. She paused and said seriously, So do we really have to start renting venues, doing publicity, and selling tickets? There's really not much time. Qin Sun waved his hand hurriedly. Wait a minute. I go meet him tonight. Chapter 1199. Xia Ning was shocked. Why are you going to meet him? Qin Sun rolled up his sleeves and showed off his biceps. Show off his muscles. Xia Ning, I still say the same thing. I think it's easier for you to set him up, send someone to hit him with a club, poison his food, or drive a dump truck to hit him than to scare him out of the competition by showing off your muscles. Qin Sun supported himself on the bed and backed away frantically, looking at Xia Ning in horror. Ning, be kind. I just want to set him up in an upright way. Why do you give me so many vicious plans? Xia Ning, ? Afternoon. Qin Sun, wearing a mask and sunglasses, rushed to the boxing club rumored on the internet with Xia Ning. He saw the crowd inside, all excitedly discussing Taro, knowing that the rumors on the internet were true. Taro would come here to box in the evening. He found the beautiful girl at the front desk and said he wanted to find the manager to discuss a big business. The beautiful lady at the front desk glanced at the two of them, and without saying a word, she sent a message to ask the manager to come out. Qin Sun got straight to the point and said to the manager, I top up my card for 500,000 yuan. When Taylor comes to clear the place in the evening, don't rush to clear us out. I want a chance to meet Taylor. The club manager looked at the mysterious man wearing a mask and sunglasses, smiled and refused, saying, Excuse me, two distinguished guests. You are not the first to make this request, nor are you the one who pays the most, but we have signed a contract with Mr. Taylor. If we can't guarantee him a good experience, it will be fatal to the reputation of our club. So, I'm sorry. Qin Sun pointed at the people boxing everywhere in the venue and said, Then the experience of these guests is not important. Why should they be cleared out? Ah? You are just worshipping foreigners. You are a foreign dog. The manager was not angry at all, and said with a polite smile on his face, I'm sorry, sir. I understand your desire to meet the boxing superstar Taro. However, our business hours are from 9:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., and we are supposed to clear the venue at 10:30. Mr. Taro spent money to buy our time after 11 p.m., so I'm really sorry. However, if you want to see Mr. Taro, you can wait downstairs at 10 p.m. If you find a good position, you can see him in person. Qin Sun smiled awkwardly. I admit that my tone was a bit bad just now, sorry. As he said that, he took out his ID card and slapped it on the table, saying, Apply for a card. The manager is usually not in charge of card business, but Qin Sun just said that he wanted to top up a card worth 500,000 yuan. Knowing that he is a rich man, he is also happy to serve him. Sir, we have black cards, diamond cards, platinum cards, and gold cards. Which card do you need? Qin Sun asked seriously. Do you have a temporary card? The one-day one. The manager's smile froze, and then he returned to his natural state and said, This club has a trial card, but... He pointed to the crowded people in the club and said, Due to the special circumstances these days, we have temporarily stopped processing the experience card. I'm really sorry. Qin Sun said. Then apply for a gold card. The manager cursed in his heart, but still smiled as he applied for the card for Qin Sun. He picked up his ID card and entered the information, and saw the words Qin Sun. He looked up suddenly, looked at the man in front of him wearing a mask and sunglasses, and exclaimed, Qin Sun? Then, he lowered his voice again. Are you that Qin Sun? Qin Sun shook his head and said with a pinched throat, I'm not. Do I look as cheap as that Chin Sun? The manager was disappointed and lowered his head to continue scanning the information. Seeing that the registered residence on the ID was Insuran, he raised his head again. Are you really not? Chin Sun remained calm. Lie as a puppy. The manager stood at the counter, scanned the ID card, picked up a camera on the computer screen and pointed it at Chin Sun and said, Sir, please take off your mask and sunglasses. We need to authenticate your real name here. Chin Sun, ? Damn, it's not like I need to authenticate my real name to go online. Chin Sun hesitated, looked around, and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. He quietly took off his mask and sunglasses, revealing a face that was well known in Country C. The manager had a stern face, tried hard to hold back his smile, pointed the camera at Chin Sun, and said after a while, Okay, Mr. Chin. Our club is very happy to have a distinguished guest like you. He handed the ID card to Chin Sun with both hands. You are too happy too early. Chin Sun took it, put on his mask and sunglasses, and left holding Xia Ning's hand. After walking 10 steps, he had sharp hearing and vaguely heard the manager and the front desk behind him whispering to him. The beauty at the reception desk. Chin Sun is more handsome than he looks online. Manager, did you recognize him a long time ago? The beauty at the reception desk. I guessed it was Chin Sun when I saw his girlfriend. His girlfriend showed up at the concert a few days ago and made a hard shape with her face. Now she is also a internet celebrity. Many people are following her makeup, but it turns out that she is good looking and it has nothing to do with her makeup. Manager, how can Chin Sun have the nerve to say that liars are puppies? The beauty at the reception desk. He was born in the year of the dog. The two laughed. Manager, our club is going to be rich. First Taro came, and then Chin Sun came. It's really smooth sailing. The beauty at the reception desk. Not necessarily. I read all the news about Chin Sun. From what I know about him, he may be here to mess things up. Otherwise, why would he say you are too happy too soon? Manager, crow's mouth. Don't scare me. Can he beat Taro up? Night falls. Wu was driving a car, and Yo Xiaojun was sitting in the passenger seat. They followed the convoy in front from a distance. She looked tired, picked up the energy drink and took a few gulps, and said, Brother Nyo, don't sleep, hold on. You record Taro's route, time, and location in detail. Nyo Xiaojun opened his red eyes, took out his mobile phone to take pictures, and recorded them in the memo. Since yesterday, Wu took her to follow Taro, hiding here and there like a thief, observing from a distance, and his spirit was very tense. She would be reprimanded by Wu if she played with her mobile phone. Originally, she wanted to check some information about Taro on the internet, whether it was true or false, and use it to fool Chin Sun. But Wu preached to her, saying things like, What you learn from books is shallow, you must practice it yourself to know it thoroughly. No one believes things on the internet. On the internet, Taro is a perfect god of war. Nyo Xiaojun finished writing and shook his sore fingers. It's too tiring to be a private detective, isn't it? Wu said with a proud snort. What do you think? It's just within the territory of Country C, which is our own territory, and there is no danger to life. Back then, I followed a gangster boss in the United States, and it was much more exciting than now. Nyo Xiaojun sat up straight and looked at the convoy driving under the street lights in front of him and said, Do you think they suddenly left the hotel in the middle of the night to visit prostitutes? Wu looked serious. In the middle of the night, can they go boxing? There must be something fishy here. As she said that, she stepped on the accelerator and bit Taylor's convoy tightly. If there were no two bitches like us, what would Chin Sun, the big bitch, do? Nyo Xiaojun laughed triumphantly, with a sense of accomplishment. How could they know that Chin Sun had already walked into the boxing club to wait for Taylor's arrival? Chapter 1200. 10:10 in the evening. The staff of the boxing club began to remind customers to close the business so that they could find a good place downstairs to wait for Taylor. Many people went down early. At this time, there were a lot of people under the building, and the streets were crowded, even alarming the police to maintain order. The remaining guests also went to wash and change clothes and leave. 10:20. The manager had a stern face and a pair of sharp eyes, and began to patrol the venue. Generally, he did not participate in such basic work matters, and handed them over to others. But Taylor was practicing boxing here these days, and he did not dare to neglect it. He must give Taylor the best experience. These days, he arranged a few more people in the evening shift, and they were actively packing utensils and scrubbing the floor. Suddenly, he saw a man and a woman sitting in the lounge area, 2 people wearing masks. The manager trotted over, smiled politely, and whispered, "Mr. Chin, Ms. Xia, our business hours are about to end. Do you have any other needs?" At 10 o'clock, the first time Chin Sun and Xia Ning entered the club, he received a message from the beautiful front desk lady and rushed out to take a look. Seeing that Chin Sun and Xia Ning were both wearing masks, he knew that they didn't want to be disturbed, so he didn't go over to ask. As the manager of one of the best boxing clubs in Beijing, he had some eyes. However, he was surprised that Chin Sun didn't practice boxing, but just sat in the rest area playing with his mobile phone, without even drinking a sip of water. When Chin Sun heard this, he knew that the manager was chasing him away, and said, "I am now a distinguished gold member, and I have applied for the card. It's not good for me to leave without playing at all. This is not the way to treat guests." The manager looked embarrassed. "But we are about to close. Chin Sun, isn't it that we haven't started yet?" The manager looked even more embarrassed. "I'm really sorry, because Mr. Taro is about to arrive, so we have cleared the venue a little earlier than before these days." So, Chin Sun didn't wear a watch, grabbed Xia Ning's wrist to check the time on her watch, and said, "It's 10:22 now, I play for 5 minutes, it won't affect your reception of Ultraman Taro." The manager was anxious. "Mr. Chin, but Taylor and the others are coming up soon." Chin Sun couldn't stand such a polite manager. He was embarrassed to point a gun at a good person, and he hoped to meet a rebellious person, so that he could grab his balls and make him get out of the way. Chin Sun stood up and clasped his hands to the anxious manager, performing a martial arts salute. The manager was shocked when he saw Chin Sun clasping his hands to him. This martial arts salute obviously didn't mean hello, it seemed to be saying, "Offended? He wants to beat me?" The manager thought of Chin Sun beating Kato Daiki fiercely, his face changed slightly, took a step back, and said, Mr. Chin, what are you doing?" Chin Sun turned his head away and smiled shyly, without saying anything, and turned to walk towards a row of hanging sandbags. The manager looked at his back and frowned, not knowing what he was up to. Playing with sandbags for 5 minutes? Without changing clothes or wearing gloves? Not very professional. How to play this? The manager saw Chin Sun walk to a sandbag, circle 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, twist his neck and butt, and suddenly punch the sandbag. There was only a loud bang, echoing throughout the club. The manager jumped in fright. He had never heard such a loud noise in a boxing gym before. He didn't know whether it was because there were too many people, and it was because Chin Sun was so strong. But wouldn't he hurt his hands with such a strong force? Chin Sun didn't wear boxing gloves. The manager walked towards Chin Sun quickly, with a smile on his face, praising him like a child, and then begging this plague god to leave quickly. As a result, he saw Chin Sun shaking his right hand, turning his head and saying to him, "Manager, I'm unlucky this time. I got a rotten sandbag. It doesn't count this time. I want to get another one." After saying that, Chin Sun moved to another sandbag, revealing the shaky sandbag in front of him. The manager saw something unusual about the sandbag at a glance. He looked closely and found that there was a dent on the top of the sandbag, and the skin was broken? His mind was confused for a moment, and he opened his eyes and looked carefully again, and his heart was shocked. Shit! Is this sandbag broken? Was it broken by his punch? Impossible, impossible. The club purchases high-quality sandbags, with upper leather on the outside, nylon cloth on the inside, and stuffed with cowhide, sawdust, grains, etc. There is also a cushioning layer of plastic foam between them. This sandbag is very strong. How can it be so easy to break? Just as the manager was shocked, he heard a loud bang, came back to his senses, and looked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun turned his head, frowned, and said, "Manager, did you take kickbacks for purchasing? You just pick some low-quality sandbags, and they break every time you hit them." The manager walked up to Chin Sun quickly, looked at the sandbag swaying in front of him, and found that it was the same as the previous one. There was a hole. The filling inside was exposed. The manager's pupils dilated, looking at Chin Sun as if he was looking at a ghost, swallowing his saliva and said, "Mr. Chin, our club is well known in Beijing, otherwise Mr. Taylor would not have chosen our club. So this. He became more and more incoherent. "You broke it, didn't you?" Chin Sun said dissatisfiedly. "If it wasn't broken by me, how could it be broken by you?" The manager's face changed drastically, and he said in a trembling voice, "That's not what I meant. I mean, you broke it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Chin Sun's face fall, knowing that he had said something wrong and meant to mock him. He quickly walked to a good sandbag next to him, hugged the sandbag, put his face close to it, opened his eyes wide, checked it up and down, and said, "Mr. Chin, there must be no problem with this sandbag. This is the most expensive sandbag in our club. Can you play with it for 5 minutes?" The manager saw Chin-sun coming over with his wrist twisted. After a closer look, he found that he didn't have a blade in his hand to do anything. He quickly retreated 2 meters away. Feeling unsafe, he quietly took 2 steps back. Chin-sun raised his fist and fell, bang. And another sandbag was blown up. The manager was stunned, his mind went blank. Chin-sun took off his mask, spat, put on the mask again and shouted loudly, "Fuck. Manager, what do you mean? You picked the most expensive sandbag for me to smash. Are you trying to cheat me? Is this a black shop?" He put his hands on his hips and cursed loudly. "I tell you, I won't pay. If you want to pay, ask your mother to pay." The manager came back to his senses, with a bitter face, almost crying. "Cheating me? Who is trying to cheat me? Did I see a ghost today?" Chapter 1201. The shouting here attracted the attention of all the staff of the club. A dozen people put down their work and quietly gathered around to watch the excitement. Xia Ning sat in the rest area, her vision blocked. She didn't want to squeeze, but she felt itchy in her heart. She looked around and her eyes fell on the sofa. She felt that it was not good to stand on it, and then she thought that she could not blame herself. It was all Chin-sun's fault. Xia Ning took off her high heels and stepped on the sofa to look over, frowning slightly. This Chin-sun took medicine today, so strong? In a place where no one was paying attention, a small drone was floating outside the window, peeping at everything inside. Peeping, super professional. Chin-sun saw a group of staff surrounding him, jumped back a step, stared, pointed at the manager's nose and cursed. "What do you mean? I smashed a few of your broken sandbags, and you don't want to pay for it, so you want to beat me up? Can I be afraid of you?" He raised his voice. "I tell you, I was born in a snowy area. Since I was young, I have been fighting just to survive. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. When 13 emotions are added together, I understand my boxing intention, the destined white dragon." The manager said hurriedly with a bitter face, raised his hands in front of his chest in a gesture of surrender. "Mr. Chin, please stop shouting." Chin-sun, a little embarrassed. The manager's voice was crying. "I didn't ask you to pay. I dare not ask you to pay." Chin-sun pointed to the sandbag beside him and said, "You don't want me to pay you, but you chose the most expensive sandbag for me to hit, and it broke when I hit it. What's going on? Are you trying to scam me?" The manager said anxiously. No, I don't dare." Chin-sun said, "No? So you mean I'm scamming you?" The manager was even more panicked. Don't dare, I don't dare even more. "Mr. Chin, with your social reputation, talent, and financial resources, it's our blessing to be able to visit our store. How could you do such a dirty thing as scamming me to get a few melons and 2 dates? You have always been glorious and upright, known as the living Buddha. How could you do such a thing that would cut off your descendants?" Chin-sun, These words are a bit presumptuous. When people around heard the words Mr. Chin, talent, and living Buddha, they couldn't guess who this mysterious man wearing a mask was. Who in the entire country of C can beat Chin-sun in the abstract track? Suddenly, there was an uproar in the venue. More than a dozen employees whispered to each other, and they all understood why the manager, who was usually irritable, was as humble as a pug. With Chin-sun's influence, if he said a bad word about the venue, the business of this store would be half gone. Chin-sun saw that the manager was so pitiful, and he couldn't bear it. But before Taylor arrived, before scaring Taylor to pee, and before he took the initiative to withdraw from the competition to pay the liquidated damages, how could he be soft-hearted and leave? Did he really have to beat Taylor on the stage in 7 days, and let him take the money for nothing? No way. Chin-sun had to continue to play the role of a rogue, but fortunately, he was very good at it. "I came here for your reputation, but you treated me with these junks? Can this be called a treat? My second aunt's pants, which she wore for 80 years, didn't get torn so easily." The manager was so scolded that he didn't dare to talk back, but just rubbed his hands nervously and smiled bitterly. Chin-sun felt bored with his one-man show, and even felt a little guilty. Suddenly, he saw a group of people coming in at the door. The few people leading the way were staff members wearing boxing club uniforms, followed by 8 tall and strong black bodyguards in black suits and black sunglasses. Among the 8 bodyguards, there were 3 people. A sturdy bald black man was Taylor. A white man followed closely beside Taylor, who was his translator, and another white man was his agent. Taylor was very tall, with a huge waist. He was not the kind of tendon meat with clear lines, but the kind of fat-wrapped muscles that could carry and fight. He looked sternly at Chin Sun, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Chin Sun saw Taylor coming and shouted at the top of his voice. "You can receive Taylor, but you can't receive me? Isn't this bullying an honest man?" As he said that, he kicked the hole in the sandbag. Bang! With a sound, the sandbag was torn apart, and some pieces of cowhide, grains, and other sandbag fillings fell out. Is this really a boxing gym with such a rubbish boxing bag? Is Taylor really here to fight? At the door, Taro saw the broken sandbag and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god! People outside the industry always think the top boxers can blow up a sandbag with one punch, but only people in the industry know that the design of the sandbag is enough to withstand thousands of heavy punches." Taylor had only broken a few low-quality sandbags before he became famous, and he had never broken any sandbag since he became famous. Sandbags are always replaced before they break. He had personally felt the sandbags in this club and knew that they were all of first-class quality. How could they be broken by a kick? Taylor carefully recalled Chin Sun's kick and suddenly smiled. Although the boy's kick was very fast, his posture was not scientific at all, and it was definitely impossible to break a sandbag. This person was wearing a mask and did not dare to show his true face. Are these people acting? Taylor had seen many fanatical fans in his life. Some said they loved him, some said they wanted to marry him, some said they wanted to lick his cleavage, some showed off their muscles in front of him, and there were countless monsters. However, it was the first time he had seen such an exaggerated and unrealistic drama. Taylor found it interesting, and reached out to stop the bodyguard, who was going to clear the scene, and whispered in English, "Relax, let me see what they are going to do." Chin Sun saw that Taro's attention was attracted, and he continued to perform, and shouted loudly, "Such a rubbish sandbag will definitely not support Taro's boxing. Do you think this is a boxing gym disguised as a brothel? Is this a brothel?" The manager had noticed Taro's arrival a long time ago, but he was pestered by Chin Sun and didn't dare to leave. When he heard Chin Sun say such a lewd word, his face turned pale. He waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, no." Chin Sun gave the manager a sympathetic look, ready to comfort him afterwards and let him fly to the sky. At the door, after listening to Chin Sun's words translated by the translator, Taro's face darkened and said in English, "What a boring provocation. Throw him out." The two tall bodyguards walked quickly towards Chin Sun. Xia Ning's heart tightened, jumped off the sofa, and trotted towards Chin Sun in black stockings. The manager saw them coming aggressively. His face turned pale with fear. He ran to them, opened his hands and said, "Easy. Easy. It is okay." The two black bodyguards ignored them, stretched out their hands, and pushed the manager, causing him to stagger and fall towards Chin Sun. Chin Sun stretched out his right hand and put his arm around the manager's waist, leaned over slightly, and said gently, as if he was looking at a lover, "Easy. Easy. It is okay." The manager felt Chin Sun's warm big hand on his waist, and got goosebumps all over his body, and his anus was tightly clamped. Chin Sun helped the manager up, glared at the two black bodyguards, who were coming, and said loudly, "Don't eat the sour radish. Can I let you bully me in the territory of Country C?" Chapter 1202. The two black bodyguards walked towards Chin Sun. Seeing him glaring with anger and mumbling a few words, they felt that "don't eat the sour radish" sounded familiar, but they didn't understand a word. They knew it was not a good thing, so they quickened their pace and surrounded Chin Sun from the left and right. Chin Sun was not panicked at all. He put up a boxing stance to protect his head, swayed left and right, and stepped forward with flexible steps. The two bodyguards saw this posture, and knew that Chin Sun had some kung fu. They smiled at each other, and raised their hands to put up a boxing stance at the same time. They were all retired boxers. In front of people, they were Taylor's bodyguards, and behind people, they were Taylor's sparring partners. Faced with Chin Sun's reckless provocation, they wanted to play with him. Suddenly, their eyes blurred, and they saw a fist shadow coming. Paw! Paw! Two sounds, they were hit on the head with two punches, and they felt stars in their eyes, staggered, and fell to the ground. Not far away, Taro's face was stern, and he clenched his fists reflexively. "Master! This is a master!" Chin Sun took advantage of the victory and shouted, "Don't eat the sour radish." He jumped high, bent his legs in the air, and aimed his knee at the bodyguard lying on the ground. A tall man jumped up and kneed. This fierce and vicious attack method was a foul. It was simply killing people. The people around exclaimed. Xiaoning shouted. Stop it! The manager was so scared that he stomped his feet like a hot pot, clenched his fists, and shrank them in his chest, and screamed like a girl. Ah! Ah! In an instant, Qin Sun landed, his legs spread out on the ground in an M shape, like a two-dimensional girl. His knee didn't hit the bodyguard's face, but his buttock sat firmly on the face of one of the bodyguards. The people around were stunned by this scene. Damn it! Although he didn't kill him. But social death is also death. Qin Sun sat for a second, felt a little uncomfortable in his buttocks, stood up, looked back at the unconscious bodyguard, and whispered. Sorry. Manager, He still said sorry? Is an apology useful? A burst of dense footsteps, accompanied by a series of CK sounds. The spectators looked over, and saw that the remaining 6 bodyguards of Taro ran over together. On the way, they took off their suits that were in the way. Some people threw away their suits, tore their shirts, and revealed the hard hair on their chests. Some people grinned and roared like beasts. Some people waved their arms like a fan. 6 strong bodyguards charged together, like a galloping mud truck, and scared the crowd to make way. At the end of the road, there was Qin Sun with a calm face. Qin Sun sneered, and rushed forward with his fists raised instead of retreating. A left hook and a loud shout. Sorry! A right hook. Sorry! An uppercut. Sorry! A left hook. Sorry! A right hook. Sorry! A jab. Sorry! The crowd saw Qin Sun saying sorry one by one, punching each bodyguard, and soon, the 6 bodyguards, who rushed over all collapsed to the ground. They were so scared that their faces twitched, and they retreated at the same time to avoid being accidentally injured by the killing mad Qin Sun. Qin Sun knocked down the bodyguard and walked towards Taro at the door without stopping. The club staff who led Taro fled in all directions. Only Taro, and his white translator, and agent stood there. Soon, Qin Sun walked in front of Taro and slowly swept his eyes over the 3 people. The white translator was nervous, and swallowed his saliva. My friend, if you hit them, you can't hit me. Qin Sun, I never expected that this translator also learned the essence of sea country culture. Taro's agent said a lot of gibberish, and his white skin turned red due to excitement. He spoke very quickly, and all of them were strong condemnations. Taro looked at the man wearing a mask in front of him, clenched his fists lightly, and an impulse ignited in his body, like a volcano about to erupt. Professional boxers will be banned for fighting privately, but Qin Sun just knocked down 8 bodyguards simply and cleanly, which made the fighting gene in his body move. I can't help it. I just want to have a fight. This guy is strong, but I am stronger. Taro took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. What do you want? Qin Sun looked down at Taro's clenched fist and said with a smile. You up? No can no BB. Taro frowned slightly, thinking about the meaning of this English sentence, but he still couldn't figure it out. After hearing the translation of the translator, he opened his eyes wide. Are you sure? Qin Sun stretched out his fingers and touched the back of Taro's fist, making Taro numb and itchy. Yes, I am. Taro slowly lowered his head, watching Qin Sun's fingers gently rubbing the back of his fist, feeling greatly insulted. Even a clay man can still be angry, let alone a boxer who fights for a living? Taro shouted, raised his fist, and swung it at Qin Sun's face. As soon as he did it, he regretted it, and felt that he might have been fooled. He had just signed a competition contract today, and someone came to provoke him in the evening, luring him to hurt someone. If he hurt someone and got into a lawsuit, he would not be able to participate in the competition. That would cost him 300 million renminbi in liquidated damages. Just as Taylor was regretting, he found that his punch missed, and Qin Sun barely avoided it by almost brushing his fist. What shocked him even more was that he clearly saw his fist halfway out before Qin Sun began to dodge. That man seemed to be confident. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Taro retracted his fist. Qin Sun saw that he had a cold face and didn't want to fight anymore, so he pointed to the bodyguards lying on the floor behind him and said, What's the difference between you and them? Taro didn't understand what this sentence meant, but he knew it was a mockery, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Qin Sun turned his head and raised his eyebrows to Taylor's translator, indicating that he should translate his words authentically. The white translator turned his head away and ignored Qin Sun. He noticed from the corner of his eye that Qin Sun had been staring at him, turned his head, and persuaded him in standard Mandarin. This gentleman, Taro, is called Mad Dog. Once he gets serious and enters the violent mode of the game, you will not be able to walk out of the venue today. I don't know who commissioned you and how much money you received to come here to provoke Taro, but I advise you to be careful. The saddest thing in a person's life is to have a life to earn, but not a life to spend. Shin-sun was a little annoyed. He was so mean. Why couldn't he provoke Taro to take action? Should he be more mean? I'm not very good at it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Xia Ning running over in high heels. She grabbed Shin-sun's hand and pulled it back hard, saying, "That's enough," Shin-sun said without any hesitation. "Ning, this translator said that Taro's nickname is Mad Dog. He is trying to scare me. Who doesn't have a nickname?" He pulled Xia Ning over with his backhand and said, "Tell them what my nickname is. Scare them to death." Chapter 1203. Xia Ning remembered Shin-sun's embarrassing nickname, and was stunned. He didn't understand what was so scary about it. The culture of the United States and Country C is different, but not that different. That nickname can only make people laugh to death, not scare people to death. Shin-sun urged Xia Ning. "Hurry up and say it." Xia Ning was a little annoyed, and said after a moment of hesitation, "Big slut." Shin-sun's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly interrupted Xia Ning and said loudly, "That's right. Big Sangbiao. Sangbiao is me." Xia Ning, ? When did he change his nickname? Shin-sun looked at the translator expectantly and said, "Master, please translate it for me." The white translator rolled his eyes and said, "I won't translate it." Shin-sun smiled slightly and looked at Taylor and said in authentic American English, "Your nickname is Mad Dog, and my nickname is Sangbiao. In Country C, Sangbiao means Mad Dog's father." As soon as the words fell, Taro yelled "CK" and punched. Shin-sun's mouth curled up slightly, and he threw an uppercut, as powerful as the wind and as fast as lightning. "You are the fucking Mad Dog?" This uppercut was fast, accurate and fierce, hitting Taro's chin. Suddenly, Taro's head was buzzing, his eyes went black, and he staggered back. He subconsciously reached out to hold the wall, and slowly sat down on the ground. He shook his head hard, trying to stay awake. Looking at Shin-sun, who was like a god in front of him, his heart was shocked. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do?" This sudden change scared Taro's translator, agent, and even Xia Ning to step back in a hurry. They didn't see what happened clearly. It seemed that Taro raised his fist to hit Shin-sun, and then a shadow suddenly flashed and attacked Taro. They looked at Shin-sun in amazement. Their eyes fell on his two arms hanging by his side, which were clearly not moving. What was that shadow just now? Was it a ghost? But there was a sound of breaking through the air. Was it really Shin-sun's fist? Lightning fist? Shin-sun saw Taro holding his hands on the floor, raising his upper body with force, and staring at him. He walked over and squatted, spread Taro's feet apart, grabbed his left foot with his left hand, grabbed his right foot with his right hand, and shouted, "The magic of love is spinning in circles." "Taro, ? What is he doing? He hasn't even taken off his pants. And in front of so many people?" He was so anxious that he kicked his legs and kept saying CK. Taylor's translator and agent were so anxious that they jumped up and down, but they didn't dare to step forward to stop him, lest they get beaten up for nothing. As soon as Xia Ning saw this action, she knew that Shin-sun was going to grab Taylor's legs and spin around, and she was so scared that her face turned pale. He is the world's #1 boxer. A great athlete, who will be remembered in the history of boxing. How could he accept such a great humiliation? Xia Ning stepped forward quickly, raised his hand and hit him, and the slap on Shin-sun's back made a loud slapping sound. "Let go! Let go! Are you human? Let go!" Shin-sun couldn't hold on, so he let go of his hands and ran away. Okay, I'm scared of you." Taro breathed a sigh of relief, and saw Xia Ning beat Shin-sun so hard that he screamed, and for a moment he doubted his life. There are still masters? Others didn't see clearly, but he clearly saw that it was Shin-sun who made the move, and he almost knocked him out with an uppercut. This is a boxing style with no skills and many mistakes. But it is fast and fierce, and it is impossible to defend or block it. In his experience, this person is either a super invincible master pretending to be stupid, or a half-baked person who just relies on his extraordinary physical fitness to fight hard. Thinking of this, Taro felt sad, and suddenly felt that the suffering he had suffered since childhood was like a joke. He was praised as a genius since he was a child, and later he also thought he was a genius, But today he suddenly found out that he was just a clown. Qin Sun escaped from Xia Ning's clutches, walked in front of Taro, took off his mask and spit, and said loudly, "Hold your legs without taking off your pants, my name is Sangbiao, remember it." After saying that, he turned around and grabbed Xia Ning's slippery hands like loaches, and walked towards the crowd behind him. Taro looked at Qin Sun's back, stunned for a moment, remembered the information about Qin Sun he had read before, and turned to look at his agent. Seeing the agent nodded in shock, he suddenly felt that all his strength was drained. Taylor's hands were no longer able to support him, and his upper body fell to the floor, his eyes staring at the ceiling. That sad guy is Qin Sun? My opponent in 7 days? Is he the boxer sent by God to end my life? Qin Sun led the struggling Xia Ning to the crowd, and scared them to scream and run away. He walked towards the manager. The manager ran to the left and back, and saw Qin Sun coming over with a smile on his face. He knew there was no place to hide, so he hugged a standing sandbag tightly with both hands and said, "If you hit them, they really can't hit me anymore." Qin Sun laughed and said, "Why should I hit you? Am I Qin, that kind of dirty person?" The manager's face was pressed against the sandbag, revealing a little woman's resentful expression. She pursed her lips and dared not speak, cursing in her heart. Not only is it dirty, it's so bad that he has sores on the soles of his feet, pus on his feet, farts with shit, and gives birth to a son without an asshole. He just got a gold membership card, and suddenly broke in and beat and smashed, and beat up Taro's bodyguards, and also beat up Taro. He even wanted to grab someone's legs, do that indecent thing in public. What a beast! What a beast! Qin Sun looked at the panicked manager and asked, "Easy! Easy! It is okay. Manager, what is your last name?" The manager hesitated for a moment and whispered, "My last name is Jiao." Qin Sun was startled, smiled and nodded. "It's good to be surnamed Jiao. It's good to be surnamed Jiao." He let go of Xia Ning's hand, took out his mobile phone, turned on the front camera, walked to the other side of the vertical sandbag, and pointed the mobile phone at them. "Manager surnamed Jiao, today is a really happy day. Let's take a group photo." Manager Jiao was confused, looking at his sad face in the camera, and didn't think today was a happy day. Qin Sun smashed the sandbags in the venue, and accused them of poor quality, and being a black shop. Taro's team was beaten up in the venue. Either of these two things is an unbearable burden for him as a manager. Today is probably his last day working here. Qin Sun swung the camera angle, framed the two people and the sandbags, and said, "Smile, come on, smile slightly." Manager Jiao grinned, which was uglier than crying, and a little funny. Qin Sun pressed the shutter to freeze this picture. He put away his phone, put his arm around the manager's shoulders and said, "I'm sorry for disturbing you today. Every employee here will have mental damage compensation. Don't be polite, just ask for the price." Manager Jiao saw Qin Sun suddenly become so polite, and his heart became even more flustered. "That? I dare not ask you for mental damage compensation." Qin Sun let go of his shoulders, and said unhappily, "What are you thinking? I'm being polite to you, but you want to take money out of my pocket?" He pointed at Taylor lying on the ground. "He is the one who pays you mental damage compensation." Manager Jiao looked at Taylor lying at the door, and his heart was trembling. "And let him pay us mental damage compensation? It's good enough that he doesn't let us pay." Qin Sun led Xia Ning to the door, and when he passed by Taylor, he squatted down and held his hands with both hands, saying very embarrassedly, "Sorry." Taylor squeezed out a sentence. "CKU." Qin Sun shook his head, got up and left. What a stupid quality. In the venue, Manager Jiao and Tai Luo's agent stared at each other. Both of them felt a little uneasy, and smiled awkwardly but politely, saying in unison, "I am so sorry." Chapter 1204. In the stadium. Manager Jiao saw a group of people lying on the ground, and ordered a dozen female employees in the store to wipe the faces of the bodyguards and give them water. He then mustered up the courage to walk up to Taylor. Taylor had been helped up by his agent and translator. Manager Jiao smiled, rubbed his hands, and asked, "Mr. Taylor, do you need me to call the police?" The translator didn't even translate the words to Taylor, and said in a hurry, "No, no." His voice was so loud that it scared Manager Jiao. The translator then translated what Manager Jiao had just said to Taylor. Taylor's eyes widened when he heard it, staring at Manager Jiao, wishing he could punch him twice. "Call the police? What police? Is it an honor for a professional boxer to call the police when he loses a fight?" Taylor shouted. "No." His voice was powerful, like a tiger. Manager Jiao felt the huge pressure on his face, stepped back repeatedly, and was very nervous. Jin Sun also said that he wanted Taylor to give us mental damage compensation? I think it's probably funeral expenses. Taylor shouted at Manager Jiao, and walked quickly to the sandbag that Jin Sun kicked. He reached out to touch and pinch the hole, and found that the sandbag had no traces of being scratched by a sharp weapon, and his heart trembled. Could it really be kicked to pieces? No wonder he was so fast and fierce. Suddenly, Taylor found that several hanging sandbags next to him also had holes, and the broken place was exactly where a straight punch hit, which shocked him even more. He turned around and waved to Manager Jiao and the translator. Come here. After Manager Jiao, the translator, and the agent came over, he told them that he wanted to see the surveillance footage in the store. Manager Jiao nodded repeatedly, and immediately took the three people to the front desk, turned on the surveillance on the computer, and retrieved the video of Jin Sun's trouble. Taylor saw Jin Sun punching a sandbag, smashing 3 in a row, and kept shouting, "Oh my god! Oh CK! Oh no no no!" Manager Jiao stood aside respectfully, with a look of fear on his face, but he was a little proud in his heart. Jin Sun is from C country, and he was able to scare the world's #1 boxing champion to scream like an AV actor, and he felt a little proud in his heart. After watching the video of Jin Sun hitting the sandbag, Taylor asked Manager Jiao to retrieve the video of himself and Jin Sun fighting. When the video was retrieved, he pressed pause and looked at Manager Jiao quietly. Manager Jiao understood that he didn't want others to see the video of himself being beaten, smiled awkwardly, and quietly stepped aside. Taylor lowered his head, stared at the screen with wide eyes, and clicked play. In the surveillance video, he punched Jin Sun, who dodged with a faint smile. His heart sank, and he watched the video 3 times before letting it continue. Next, it was the scene where Jin Sun knocked him down with 1 punch. Jin Sun's punch was too fast, and only a residual image could be seen in the surveillance. Taro adjusted it to a slow speed and watched it again carefully, and found that his judgment just now was indeed correct. Jin Sun's hook punch had a lot of mistakes in the way it exerted force, the angle of the punch, and the hitting part. But it was too fast, too strong. Taro repeatedly watched the scene of himself being knocked down, feeling aggrieved and helpless. Thinking of the game 7 days later, he pounded the keyboard hard. What is the CK? The surveillance video continued to play. Taro saw Jin Sun squatting at his feet, spreading his legs, causing his female companion to beat him frantically. It seemed that if he didn't stop it, something terrible would happen. Taro looked up at the agent and asked in English, "What do you think he wants to do?" After the agent came to the Liu family's cultural communication company to seek cooperation and promised to give a large appearance fee, he persuaded Taro to accept it without much consideration. This is equivalent to picking up money for nothing. Moreover, according to the other party, this Jin Sun is also a well-known star in Country C, and even a man who defeated the former boxing champion of Country J. Taro's fight with such a person is not too bad. At most, he will let the water down and make the fight more entertaining. The agent hurriedly talked about the contract with Xiao Ning, signed it, and then checked Jin Sun's information, and saw the video of him fighting Kato Daiki in the octagonal cage. Now hearing Taro's question, he took out his mobile phone, clicked on the saved video, and handed it to Taro to watch. Taylor looked down and saw that in the octagonal cage, Jin Sun grabbed the legs of a man with a mohawk and swung them around. And the video background music had a line of lyrics. "The magic of love spins around," which was somewhat similar to what he had just heard Jin Sun shout. Taylor realized that he was almost teased like an animal. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked his agent, "Will this guy knock me down on the day of the match and spin me around?" The agent was startled and his heart sank. Taylor actually admitted that he would be code. Didn't Jin Sun just sneak attack? The agent's face was as bitter as a gourd, and he shook his head, waved to Manager Jiao, who was standing in the distance, and waited for him to run over and let the translator communicate with him. The translator pointed at the video and asked, "Is this gentleman always so shameless? How could Manager Jiao be a fool to be a manager?" Just now, after standing aside and calming down, he immediately understood that the mental damage compensation Jin Sun mentioned was actually Taro's hush money. He didn't know that Taro and Jin Sun had signed a competition contract, but seeing their nervous expressions, he also knew that they were afraid that Jin Sun was a shameless and vulgar thing. Manager Jiao watched the video for 2 seconds, with a serious face, and said directly in English, "No, he is not such a shameless person." Taro breathed a sigh of relief. If he was coded by Chin Sun in the competition 7 days later, he could use friendly matches, exhibition matches, or even spread a conspiracy to say that he had signed a must-lose clause to clean up the situation. But once he was caught with his legs spinning in circles, he couldn't explain it clearly. His commercial value would be directly cut in half, or even reduced to a lower level. This is a burden he can't bear. Just when Taro thought there was still room for maneuver, he heard Manager Jiao continue to speak in English. Chin Sun is 10,000 times more shameless than what you saw in the video. Taro was shocked. What? Manager Jiao said it truthfully in English, with a serious face. I've seen his match with Kato Oki. Chin Sun not only grabbed his legs and spun around, but also spit into his mouth, thick and green sputum. He also broke Kato Oki's sternum and ribs and sent him to the ICU. Moreover, according to netizens, he chased Kato Oki to the hospital, and when he just came out of the ICU, he raced in a wheelchair in front of him and sent him to the ICU again. A while ago, he went to J country for a trip and killed Kato Oki's only relative, his brother. Taro was stunned. Thick sputum? ICU? Racing in a wheelchair? Killing a whole family? Is this something a human can do? Taro asked. What is the background of this Chin Sun? How can he be so lawless? Manager Jiao did not think Chin Sun was lawless, but he thought that Kato Oki's family deserved to die. However, thinking of the words he heard from his boss a few days ago, he knew that Chin Sun had a mysterious background, so he did not dare to comment on it. He covered his mouth with both hands and said with horror, I don't know. Seeing his panic, Taro felt that he had fallen into a huge conspiracy, and he shouted with a chill all over his body. No, 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 no. What is the CK? No. Oh my god. He shouted nonsense for a while, just wanting to breach the contract immediately, so he grabbed the clothes on the chest of the agent and shouted loudly. Stop it. Right now. Chapter 1205. The agent looked at the manager and took out his cell phone. Underground parking lot. Chin Sun sat in the driver's seat, and Xia Ning sat in the co-pilot's seat. Neither of them spoke, waiting for a call. Suddenly Xia Ning's phone rang. She looked and saw that it was Taylor's agent. After the phone rang 3 times, she answered it. Hello. Taylor's agent said in English on the other end of the phone. Oh dear Miss Xia, I'm sorry to bother you so late. But Mr. Taylor's event organizer in J country is unwilling to change the schedule, so we can't participate in the competition in 7 days. Xia Ning smiled lightly. She knew that these were all excuses. Chin Sun had just made a scene in the boxing club, and she went up to help Taylor out. How could his agent not recognize her? But since the other party wanted to break the contract, it was exactly what they wanted, so they just had to negotiate according to the contract. Xia Ning said in English. Oh, that's a pity. But we signed a contract. The other end of the phone said immediately. We are willing to follow the contract, but 300 million renminbi is a large sum after all. Do you think there is any possibility of further negotiation? This number is really too exaggerated. Xia Ning smiled slightly. The penalty she said at the beginning was 200 million, but the other party mentioned 300 million because they were afraid that they would go back on their word. Xia Ning said. In fact, compared with the penalty, we value the match with Mr. Taylor more. You have to know that Mr. Chin Sun has unparalleled appeal in Country C. And he is the god of marketing. We are going to rent a stadium with a capacity of 100,000 people and broadcast the match live around the world. Compared to the ticket revenue and broadcast rights revenue, these 300 million RMB are not worth mentioning at all. I sincerely hope that Mr. Taylor can participate in the competition as scheduled. Her English is fluent and rhythmic, and she speaks with confidence even though she doesn't believe it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. A low and angry okay was faintly heard. The voice of the agent came. Okay. But please give us some time. Xia Ning was about to speak when her phone was snatched away by Chin Sun. Chin Sun said in English. If you can give me the liquidated damages within 6 days, I only want 250 million renminbi. If you can't pay it in full, you can't leave. I said. There was an angry CK on the other end of the phone, and then a weak okay. Chin Sun smiled. Okay. He hung up the phone, stretched out his right palm, and looked at it over and over again, and said softly. To make money, you just need hands. Xia Ning, in the stadium. Taro, the agent, and the translator all looked unhappy, but they could do nothing about it. The more you get in touch with the upper class, the more you can feel their fear. Even the sports stars, who are the focus of everyone's attention, can only wear made clothes and shout be gentle in front of the real big shots. And Chin Sun has a strong fist and a mysterious background, so it's best not to provoke him if you can. His words, you can't leave unless you pay the money in full, didn't sound like a joke. Taro took a while to relax, thinking that he was knocked down by a punch and wanted to cry, but now was not the time to cry. He looked up at the surveillance cameras in various places in the stadium and told his agent to clean up the mess. The bodyguards, who were knocked down by Chin Sun, had woken up and surrounded Taylor with an embarrassed look on their faces. The agent ordered 2 people to guard the door and walked towards Manager Jiao with the remaining 6 bodyguards. When Manager Jiao saw them coming, he was so scared that he ran around and finally hugged a standing sandbag and cried, "Oh, what are you doing?" As he said this, he sent a look of help to the dozen staff members who were eating melons on the side, but those people turned their heads away as if they didn't see it. They took the salary but didn't fight for the manager. They have no professional ethics at all. The agent stepped forward, stretched out his right hand, and said with a smile, "Manager, we don't want anyone outside here to know what happened tonight, so I want to do a business with you." Manager Jiao let go of the sandbag, straightened his back, and coughed. Then, "Let's discuss it." An hour later, the Taylor team left, taking away the surveillance hard drive and more than a dozen confidentiality contracts. Manager Jiao murmured as he watched them leave. Otherwise, people would say Chin Sun is the god of wealth. He just came here to make a scene, and let each of us earn hundreds of thousands of dollars for nothing. A dozen employees were excitedly discussing where to go tonight in the rest area, and some even whispered that they would not come to work tomorrow. Manager Jiao walked to the rest area and warned the employees with a cold face. "Don't get carried away. Some words should be kept in your stomach, otherwise you will have to pay back the money you spent, and you will have to pay more. Lose until you go bankrupt." The employees agreed. The manager asked the employees to leave work, leaving Xiaomei, the front desk clerk, alone. In the dead of night, Xiaomei was a little embarrassed as they were alone. She thought of Manager Jiao's covert attempts to treat her to a meal, and was afraid that he would act impulsively. Xiaomei took out her phone and started the conversation. "Manager Jiao, look, Chin Sun posted a photo of you and him on his Douyin." Manager Jiao was startled and leaned over to take a look. He saw that Chin Sun's Douyin had indeed posted the photo they had taken, and it was accompanied by a caption. "Qiuzhen Boxing Gym is very good, especially Manager Jiao's service is better." Manager Jiao knew that Chin Sun rarely posted Douyin videos except for promoting movies, and had never shared anything with netizens. A Douyin video of Chin Sun was worth 1,000 gold. Manager Jiao saw that this video had more than 10,000 likes and more than 3,000 comments in just 1 hour, and his brain was dizzy. His knees softened, and he knelt on the ground with his hands to the sky. "Chin Sun's endorsement fee is at least 10 million per year. He gave me his first time for nothing? Oh my god, so cool." Manager Jiao went crazy for a while, looked up, and saw Xiaomei retreating more than 10 meters away. He quickly stood up and walked over to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Well, how do you think Chin Sun was able to knock Taro down with one punch?" Xiaomei saw that Manager Jiao was too close, so she quietly moved away and said, "It makes sense. People with smart brains are of course good at martial arts." "Manager Jiao, do you know that Confucius was actually a 1.9 meter tall strongman with high martial arts skills? If you can win the argument, then talk. If you can't win the argument, then fight." The Kong in Confucius means Kan Wu. So Chin Sun is so smart, it makes sense that he is good at boxing. Manager Jiao frowned and asked, "Are you a fan of Chin Sun?" Xiaomei, "Yes." Manager Jiao, "The kind with a brainless mind?" Xiaomei smiled awkwardly. "Just a little bit. How did you figure it out?" Manager Jiao shouted to the sky. "Chin Sun can beat Taro, even if it was a sneak attack. This is unreasonable." "You actually think it's reasonable? It's hard not to suspect that you have a problem with your brain." "Ah, this is unreasonable. Today is really hell." Lu Shaoquan Manor. Chin Sun drove the car into the parking lot and turned off the engine. Xia Ning opened the door and got off the passenger seat, turned around and opened the back door, got in, slammed the door, and said coldly, "Chin Sun, tell me, how many things have you hidden from me?" Chapter 1206. Chin Sun unbuckled his seat belt, turned around, looked at Xia Ning with a cold face, and asked, "How many things do I have to hide from you? I didn't even avoid you when I came to beat Taro, and I took you with me. What else can I hide from you?" Xia Ning frowned. "Is that what I mean? Tell me yourself, how can you beat Taro when you sleep and play games all day? Is that reasonable?" Chin Sun, "Is it unreasonable?" Xia Ning, "Is it reasonable?" Chin Sun, "Very reasonable." Xiaoning, do you think I'm stupid? Qin Sun said impatiently. Last year, when I fought with Kato Oki, didn't I have an emergency special training session? You saw it with your own eyes. Xiaoning said coldly. That's different. Kato Oki is an outdated boxing champion who was hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Not to mention you, even I can beat him after training for a while. Qin Sun stared at her with a smile. Xiaoning's face was a little hot, and he was angry and pounded the chair and said, What are you looking at? I am judging you now, not you judging me. Tell me your problem. Qin Sun raised his hands in surrender and said with a bitter face, Sir, I am wronged. Xiaoning was furious, clasped his hands in front of his chest, turned his head, and looked out the window silently. After a long time, he turned his head and questioned word by word. Qin Sun, don't smile at me. I ask you, how can you be so powerful? Qin Sun frowned and said, Powerful? Just average. Xiaoning's face became worse, and he had the urge to rush up and tear his mouth apart, and said, Taro was knocked down by your 2 punches, right? She only saw a residual image at the time, and did not clearly see Qin Sun's punch, but guessed that it was Qin Sun's doing. It couldn't be a real ghost. Qin Sun denied it openly. No. Xiaoning frowned. Hard-mouthed. Qin Sun stretched out a finger and said, It was 1 punch. Xiaoning, ? Fuck. Your uncle. She stood up with her waist bent, holding the back of the front seat with her hands on the left and right, and put her face close to Qin Sun and shouted, I mean, how can you beat Taro? Whether it's 1 punch, 2 punches, or even 20,000 punches, you can't beat him. Qin Sun smiled honestly and laughed. He was careless and didn't dodge. Xiaoning saw that he was still laughing, and was so angry that she asked again with a stronger tone. Qin Sun, how many things are you hiding from me? Qin Sun was silent. He only hid 2 things from Xiaoning. One was that he was a time traveler, and the other was that he had a system on him. But could he confess such things? He pretended to be Dr. Stankom to perform surgery on Huang Huai, and was caught by Xiaoning, but she had never asked him so aggressively. It was scary that he knocked down Taro with 1 punch even though he didn't perform surgery. Qin Sun said hesitantly, Don't you know that I can meditate? I have watched so many martial arts and action movies since I was a child, and I have taken so many naps, night naps, and back naps. What's wrong with being a little bit better at boxing? When Xiaoning heard this, he thought of his special training method for preparing for the battle with Kato Oki, and he was confused in his heart, but he didn't give in, and sneered and mocked. You've watched so many porn movies, but you haven't learned all those skills. Did you learn these skills passively or actively? Qin Sun was shocked, staring at Xiaoning with wide eyes, thinking she was so unfamiliar. How could she tell dirty jokes? She learned bad things from me. Then, Qin Sun realized that she seemed to have questioned her ability just now, and his self-esteem was greatly hurt. He made up his mind, stretched his hands forward, and grasped 2 key points. Are you convinced? Xiaoning slowly lowered her head, and saw the pair of dirty hands. She couldn't believe her eyes, and pushed Qin Sun away. Opened the door, and got out of the car, slammed the door, opened the passenger door, got in, and closed the door. She pounced on Qin Sun with her teeth and claws. I fight you. In the car, the 2 fought to the death, and the battle was more intense than the fight with Taro. Will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? I'm going to beat you to death today. Will you tell me or not? Qin Sun was busy defending and taking advantage of others. Xiaoning beat Qin Sun hard, and gradually stopped talking and questioning him. She just wanted to vent her emotions. The car kept shaking and making creaking sounds. Suddenly, Xiaoning heard the sound of a car engine, and a beam of light hit the car body, which blinded her eyes. Then the lights went out, and a more rapid engine sound sounded. Seeing that the car that had just entered the parking lot quickly turned around and drove towards the exit. The car window was lowered, and Yo Xiaojun stuck his head out and shouted back. Sorry, you guys continue. The car disappeared in a flash. Xiaoning was stunned, turned around and looked at Qin Sun with a smile on his face, and said, Do they think we were having sex in the car? Qin Sun laughed. Anyway, we can't get rid of it by jumping into the Yellow River, so why not? Before he finished speaking, he saw Xiaoning grabbing his hair with such force that she almost wanted to flip his head off. Hey! You have no martial ethics. The 2 started fighting again. The car shook even more violently. The next day, Wu Yu quietly called Yo Xiaojun, Xiaoning, and Su Luluo to the practice room for a meeting. The four of them sat on the floor, and she put the laptop in the middle, and played the video secretly recorded by the drone last night. The picture was ultra-high definition, and it clearly recorded how Chin Sun knocked down Taro's 8 bodyguards one by one, and how he knocked Taro down with one punch. Su Luoluo was so scared that his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. He couldn't believe that Taro and his bodyguards were so weak. Could he be a packaged world boxing champion? Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning and asked. Old Nun, Chin Sun punched Taro's bodyguard with one punch, and he also punched Taro with one punch. In his eyes, there is no difference between them. How can Chin Sun be so strong? Do you think it's reasonable? Xia Ning felt uneasy, but she didn't change her expression. It's reasonable. How is it unreasonable? Taro was careless and didn't dodge. Wu Yu? Question mark. Do you think I'm an idiot? Xia Ning, She didn't know what to say, so she used the mouse to delete the video, and then deleted it completely in the recycle bin. Wu Yu saw it but didn't stop it, because she had already backed it up in the cloud. Besides, she didn't know what kind of waves would be set off if this video was released, and whether it would be a good thing or a bad thing for Chin Sun. Niu Xiaojun saw Su Luoluo's admiring expression, and felt unhappy and showed an indignant expression. Damn, we two professional private detectives have been following her for so long, and have found out so much information. We have already found out that she likes women who are about 1.65 meters tall, slim, fair-skinned, mushroom-headed, with clear and stupid eyes. Why does Chin Sun have to come here to cause trouble, when he doesn't need to set up a trap? She smiled and suggested. Or can we just do it in 2 ways? Beat the person and trap the trap. When Su Luoluo heard this, he jumped up and hid a few meters away, crying and saying, No, setting up a trap is illegal. I haven't graduated yet, I can't break the law. Chapter 1207. Wu Yu saw Niu Xiaojun making Su Luoluo jump up and down, laughed a few times, then frowned and said, Hey, don't forget the business. Today's meeting is to discuss Chin Sun, you guys don't joke around. Su Luoluo sat back down. Wu Yu said with a serious face, The first day I met Chin Sun, I found this guy unusual, and later found out he was a genius. He can write songs and compose music, and later found out he can make movies, from screenwriting, acting, directing, music, post-production, he can do almost everything. I find that the simple word genius cannot express his amazing ability. I think he is like an omnipotent AI. Is he a humanoid artificial intelligence? Traveled back from the future? Niu Xiaojun waved his hand and said, No. Have you forgotten the Buddha light that appeared behind his head in our Buddhist temple? And that magical toilet seat? My grandfather is not a fool. If Chin Sun didn't have some real kung fu in his hands, it would be impossible for my grandfather to be so respectful to him. My grandfather even taught me in private not to call Chin Sun a fool, and asked me to respectfully call him master, damn it. There are too many unreasonable things about him. I think he... She bent down, approached the crowd, and said in a low voice, I think he is a fucking alien. After saying that, she stared straight at Su Luoluo, trying to get the agreement of this coward, who seemed to be unable to lie. Su Luoluo couldn't avoid her sight, and said timidly, Is it unreasonable? I think it's reasonable. People who cook delicious food are good at everything else. There's nothing unreasonable about that. Niu Xiaojun was shocked. Damn, I underestimated her. She flatters without thinking and speaks nonsense without thinking. How can she have such a shameless personality and look harmless? Niu Xiaojun stared at Xia Ning and asked in a deep voice, Old Nun, you live with Chin Sun day and night. What special things about him can we hide from us? Can we hide it from you? Xia Ning was silent, lowered her head slightly, and stared at the floor. Of course, she knew more about Chin Sun. Pretending to be Dr. Stancom to perform brain surgery on Huang Huai, the unknown dog egg pills, the meditation learning method, independently completing a large mobile game like Genshin Impact, leaping outside the 3-meter line to break the backboard, and knocking down Taro with one punch. And Chin Sun's extremely efficient and strange working mode that makes the body hot. Even 7 times a night, all these signs show that Chin Sun is abnormal. It's definitely not something that can be dismissed as a genius. Xia Ning raised her head and said with a wry smile, I don't think he's anything special. There are 7 billion people in the world, and it's nothing if a few people have genetic mutations occasionally. Chin Sun's greatest ability may be his strong learning ability. In the long river of history, such people have appeared before. She tried to cover up for Chin Sun, although she didn't know what she needed to cover up, but she became less and less confident as she spoke, and gradually lost her voice. Niu Xiaojun knew Xia Ning was lying as soon as she saw her, and clenched his fists, and said with great pain, "Old nun, it's time to kill relatives for the sake of justice. Don't speak for him. What's so special about him?" Xia Ning felt that the phrase destroy relatives for the greater good was unlucky. She frowned, and was about to scold Niu Xiaojun when she heard her shout again. "You don't say it. Is it because Qin Sun has 2 penises? So he was able to beat up Taro and his gang yesterday and drag you to have sex in the car?" Xia Ning, ? Wu Yu was startled and coughed heavily. "Be serious." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Open the door, open the door." It was Qin Sun's voice. Several people exchanged glances. Su Luoluo wanted to get up, but was pulled by Niu Xiaojun. "Do you want to complain?" Su Luoluo lowered his head in fear. "I didn't." The knock on the door was getting closer and closer, and gradually became a knock on the door. "Open sesame, open sesame. Open the fucking sesame." Wu Yu said, "Never mind him. Can he get in?" As soon as the words fell, there was a bang, and the door lock flew off and fell to the ground. Seeing Qin Sun walk in angrily, the 4 women with ulterior motives panicked, as if they were caught hiding in the toilet and saying bad things about others. Qin Sun walked over, looked down at them, and asked, "Are you hiding here secretly to tease me?" Niu Xiaojun was the most shameless, stood up, and said sarcastically, "Oh my, you are so awesome. All the women in the world want to revolve around you. After we eat every day, we have to listen to your songs, watch your movies, and ask about your gossip, otherwise we will die." Qin Sun, TSK, squeaked, not believing it. He and Xia Ning were in the period of passionate love, inseparable, and wished to be together every day. Xia Ning suddenly disappeared for so long today, she must be doing something secretive. She was probably instigated by Niu Xiaojun to hand herself over to the country, and let the Institute of Supernatural Sciences slice and study. Wu Yu was the most panicked. This small meeting was organized by her. If Qin Sun knew the theme of the meeting, he would probably punch her. This beast never knew what it meant to be gentle with women. Wu Yu stood up, cheered for Niu Xiaojun and said, "We girls are talking about private things. Why are you, a grown man, barging in? Are you ashamed?" Qin Sun didn't believe her words either, and looked at the most honest Su Luoluo, but saw that she was flustered, avoided, and looked at Xia Ning with a look of help. Xia Ning raised her head and said coldly, "You just know how to yell. If you have nothing to do, go to work, study hard, work hard, write some songs, write some scripts. What are you doing here yelling? You broke the door. What if we change clothes here?" Qin Sun lowered his head and stared at Xia Ning with a puzzled look. "Changing clothes? I've heard of gathering for promiscuity, but I've never heard of gathering to change clothes." The two looked at each other for a while. Xia Ning felt embarrassed to be looked at, so she came up with a plan and reached out to grab Qin Sun's trouser leg, her voice much softer. We are preparing to give you a surprise." "Qin Sun, tell me what a surprise is." Xia Ning looked sincere and spoke without hesitation. "Isn't it your birthday in a few days? I asked them to give me some ideas on how to give you a memorable birthday. Qin Sun's birthday is indeed 6 days later, 10 days earlier than Xia Ning's." Hearing this, Qin Sun's heart was blown by a spring breeze, and all the bones in his body were soft. He squatted down and held Xia Ning's hands with both hands. "Ning, it's great to have you. Then I will also prepare a surprise for you." Qin Sun stood up, bowed to Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu to apologize, and walked backwards. Sorry, it's me, Qin," who was abrupt. "You continue. Tonight, I make you fried rice to make amends." The door closed. Niu Xiaojun sat down and said dissatisfiedly, "Why did he believe you just casually said it, old nun?" Xia Ning smiled and said nothing. Su Luoluo said happily, "Because Mr. Qin loves Sister Xia Ning." Xia Ning smiled and reached out to gently touch Su Luoluo's mushroom head. Wu Yu sat down, stared at Xia Ning, and said solemnly, "Old nun, these few days, remember to interrogate Qin Sun and find out what secrets he has. I'm very curious." Xia Ning reminded, "Curiosity kills the cat." Niu Xiaojun said dissatisfiedly, "Never mind that. You must interrogate him." Xia Ning, ? Is he dirty, or am I dirty? Chapter 1208. For the next 2 days, Xia Ning was worried, and often woke up in the middle of the night to look at Qin Sun's peaceful sleeping face in the moonlight outside the window. How could such a lovely person be an outlier? Although Xia Ning was worried, and worried that Wu Yu and the others would hurt Chin-sun out of curiosity. She was very good at keeping her chi, and didn't let Chin-sun notice anything unusual. In the end, she didn't force Chin-sun to ask a question. Even when they were naked in bed, it was the same as usual. Sudden rain hit the new lotus. Chin-sun was very excited, and didn't shy away from it at all. He would say something from time to time. "Ning-ning, what surprise did you prepare for me?" Xia-ning was distressed. "What kind of surprise is it?" She said it hard, but she was empty inside. She thought about it, and couldn't think of what to give Chin-sun. She asked Wu Yu and the others, but none of the answers she got were serious. Su Luoluo said she would give a laser-engraved leaf couple photo. Wu Yu said she would give an egg, and Yo Xiaojun said she would give a set of bunny girl sexy underwear. Xia-ning. Surprise. She didn't get it, but was frightened by Wu Yu and the others asking if she had found out Chin-sun's secret. She was getting more and more upset. She was in a dilemma, so she simply hid in the temporary office all day and devoted herself to work, returning to the appearance of a cold female president. Chin-sun was used to being in pairs with Xia-ning, and they would stick together from time to time like the higher brothers. These days, she hid in the office and didn't want to be disturbed, so she could only find fun on her own. But the manor was not small, nor was it big, and he had long been tired of playing. If he met Lu Shaoquan and was dragged to practice hard, he would always be terrified when visiting the manor. He wanted to follow his grandmother to feed the chickens and grow vegetables, but was rejected by her. He said that every time he passed by the chicken garden, he would jump in to chase the chickens and kill a chicken for a snack. The hens were frightened when they saw him, and they didn't lay eggs for the past few days. Chin-sun was really bored, so he had to calm down and prepare a birthday surprise for Xia-ning. When he met Xia-ning last year, he didn't ask each other about their birthdays. Asking colleagues about their birthdays was too abrupt, especially when there was no money to give gifts. He only found out this year that their birthdays were not far apart, one in late July and the other in early August, which just corresponded to that verse. Chin-sun smiled, turned on the computer, and wrote a song while humming. At the end of July, you are a Leo. At the beginning of August, you are a Leo. When we met, it was an accident. When we parted, it was unexpectedly hard to let go. He smiled sweetly, and suddenly realized that the parting in the lyrics was too unlucky, and it didn't fit the birthday atmosphere at all, and he couldn't help but spit. Unlucky. After writing the song Leo, Chin-sun started writing some sweet songs such as Wish to Get One's Heart, Today You Want to Marry Me Little Love Song, etc. He thought that Xia-ning had lived a wealthy life since she was a child, and some gifts with high monetary value were not surprises, and even did not catch her eye. It seemed wrong to watch porn and learn new moves to make up for the regret Xia-ning said in the car a few days ago. Even if she liked it in her heart, she would never admit this surprise. Xia-ning was a strong woman with great ambition, so she would give her a large amount of assets that would keep her busy for a while. Chin-sun got into the state, writing faster and faster, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Unconsciously, he used the overclocking mode and his work efficiency was higher. I don't know how long it took, he wrote 99 songs. In addition to dozens of sweet songs, there are also some sad songs, most of which are about praising beautiful love. It starts with Leo and ends with Mo Ballroom. He also wrote 9 movie scripts. Titanic, Heartbeat, Your Name, Charlotte's Troubles, Lust, Caution and Sunny Days, and so on. He even wrote 28 wedding menus. Red Embrace, Phoenix Show in the Hall, Golden Ball Shining Photos. Songs and movies all have the number 9, which means long-lasting. He originally wanted to write 29 dishes for the menu of his future wedding, but he remembered that his mother said that the dishes for weddings should be even, for the auspiciousness of in pairs, so he deleted a hot dish. Chin-sun created a new folder on the computer desktop, named it Haichung's 7th Children's Taekwondo Champion 25th Birthday Gift, encrypted the file, and entered a very confident password. Except for me, no one can guess this password. After doing all this, Chin-sun stretched and suddenly felt sore all over. His clothes were sticky to his skin and his body was very hot. He turned his head to look at the dressing mirror beside him, and saw that his face was red and purple, which scared him. Fuck! Where did the big purple potato come from? He immediately got up, feeling dizzy, holding onto the chair and the edge of the bed, and walked and crawled into the indoor bathroom, got into the bathtub, and took a cold bath. More than half an hour later, Chin-sun recovered and grabbed his little big talk. It was no longer a purple potato stick. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! I was in a bad mood today. This overclocking mode cannot be used too much. The side effects are too severe. Don't burn me to death one day, he said with regret. How good would it be if there were no side effects? The overclocking mode increases efficiency by more than 10 times. If I can use it without limit, can't I beat 30 Taro alone? At night. In the dark night. Xiaoning suddenly asked. Qin-sun, what secret do you have? Qin-sun opened his eyes, hesitated, and said, Does strong sexual ability count? Xiaoning, Forget it if you don't say it. Usually, this sentence comes out of a woman's mouth with a ghost-like resentment, but now she said it calmly, without a trace of emotional ups and downs. Because she was caught by Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun today, they forced her to get some useful information, otherwise they would send the video of Qin-sun fighting Taro to her grandfather. She had no choice but to ask a symbolic question at night, as long as the meaning was conveyed, and she didn't ask for any results. She even thought of some reasonable excuses for Qin-sun these days, but after thinking about it, it was too difficult to make an unreasonable thing reasonable. She couldn't tell Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun that Qin-sun had a system, right? It would be better to say that Qin-sun was an alien, which would only make people laugh. Qin-sun felt a little embarrassed when he heard Xiaoning was so easy to talk to, and took the initiative to find a topic to enhance the relationship. Did I perform well just now? Xiaoning, Are you being presumptuous? Qin-sun knew that she had entered the sage time, and was in a state of not recognizing people, so he quickly changed the subject. Ningning, how much money do I have in my account now? Xiaoning pondered for a while, and said, Yilan promised to lend you 300 million yuan if you become a guest at his concert. It has been deposited today. My uncle's 1 billion yuan is still on the way. If it is deposited, plus your own money, and the money you borrowed before, the total will be 3.148972 billion yuan. If you add the money that Taro will give in a few days, it will be more than 3.29 billion yuan, which is almost 3.3 billion yuan. She asked loudly. Qin-sun, what do you want to do by illegally raising so much money in a short period of time? Chapter 1209. Qin-sun said. Is it a lot? How much is that? Less than 10 billion. Xiaoning thought of Qin-sun's nonsense before, saying that he would spend 10 billion to market Original God, let it quickly grow into a money-eating beast that makes a lot of money every day, and create a big business empire. She didn't believe it at all. Xiaoning turned around and looked at Qin-sun's tough facial features in the dim light and said, Little brother, let me ask you, if you have a lot of money, how would you spend it? After more than a year of getting along, she found that Qin-sun has first-class ability to make money, but he is not materialistic and doesn't like to spend money. Luxury cars, famous watches, luxury goods, he has almost never bought them. As for supporting female college students, don't even think about it. This doesn't look like a poor young man who has become rich, not even 1/10,000th of Wang Duyu in the richest man in Shiheng City. Qin-sun felt warm at heart when he heard the nickname Little Brother. He turned around and looked at Xiaoning in the dark. Me. I made money. I made money. He said, thinking that the system gave too much, and money became something that he could get easily, so he didn't care much about money. With his current fame and status, many enjoyments don't require money at all, just face recognition. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his speech speed became faster, but more gentle. I made money, of course. I built a building. Do you still remember Sinning Group? Have you seen any large consortium renting an office building? I plan to build a headquarters building with more than 30 floors on a piece of land in Shanghai. When the time comes, we will put Oak, Pomelo Films, Hamiya, and all the companies from all walks of life into the building to work. I want to be on the top floor, a whole floor, and decorate it as my territory. In addition to the office, there is also a gym, a swimming pool, a private cinema, a bar, a restaurant, a pet bar, and a children's playground. Xiaoning was so excited when he heard him say that although she thought it was messy, she also found it interesting. Suddenly, she heard the word children's playground and couldn't help asking, You even thought of Xia Jing and Xia Tian? Qin-sun was startled and said, Huh? Forget about Xia Tian, but what kind of child is Xia Jing? What else can someone like her do in a children's playground except stealing other people's diapers and selling them for money? Xiaoning was amused and said, Don't say that about her. She's actually pretty good except that she's a bit of a money grubber. Qin-sun snorted coldly. A little? I borrowed money from her, and she only lent me 2,000 yuan. Xiaoning didn't know about this before, and got anxious when she heard it. You even cheated children's money? Qin-sun smiled, and quickly returned to the previous topic. That children's playground is of course for our children to play. The eldest is Qin Debao, The second is Qin Erbao, the third is Qin Sanbei, and the fourth is Qin Sibao. Xia Ning was embarrassed and happy, and punched Qin Sun. Do you think I'm a sow? 7 treasures in 1 litter? And you named it too casually. Bao li bao. Qin Sun was hit by a little pink fist, laughed a few times, and continued. Of course, I have to hide a secret door in my office. As soon as I opened the door, what caught my eye was a sex room that cost a lot of money, such as yoga balls, electric beds, joy chairs, and sunken small stools. That's everything. And on that pink swing, you sat there, hooked your fingers with orchids, waved at me with a broken silk, come and play. I throw 2 coins, 1 piece, take off. Xia Ning heard his dirty words, thinking about what he said before, to Bao Erbao, and was about to endure the disgust and not beat him. Unexpectedly, Qin Sun was determined to die and said, Uncle, come and play. She could no longer help, and stretched her hands, and skillfully pinched the 2 tender flesh on Qin Sun's waist. Ah! Qin Sun screamed in pain and fought back immediately. After fighting for a while, the 2 of them started to wrestle together. Before they knew it, Xia Ning had become a boiled egg with its shell peeled off, revealing a smooth, tender, and bouncy body. Qin Sun was strong and succeeded again. Gradually, Xia Ning stopped struggling. In the dark, the 2 whispered softly. You don't have to be so cool in bed. Huh? What? What do you mean? You're calling for a bed. You're looking for death. A night of pleasure. The next day, Xia Ning was full of energy, and got up earlier than usual. She washed up and left the room. When she walked to the door, she looked back at Qin Sun, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and swore in her heart. I don't care if he has any secrets. I kill anyone who dares to hurt him. Gently closing the door, Xia Ning left quietly. She always had a faint smile on her face. She was not the iceberg beauty like usual, but revealed a hint of young lady's charm. Her heart and eyes were full of what Qin Sun said last night. Buy a piece of land. Build a building. Establish a group. Have a bunch of children. Xia Ning had never thought of what gift to give Qin Sun these days, and now she knew. What is a surprise? Secretly spending money to buy a piece of land is a surprise. Qin Sun really wants a building. When the sun was high in the sky, Xia Ning called Wu Yu and Niu Xiaojun for a small meeting. The main purpose was to let Niu Xiaojun tell her grandfather that Master Qin wanted to get a piece of land in the Magic City to build a building, and emphasized, hurry up. Try to get it done before Qin Sun's birthday. Niu Xiaojun rolled his eyes. There are 3 days left. Do you want my grandfather to get you a piece of land for building a building? Do you want a piece of land for building a pig pen? Even if my grandfather can get it, do you have the money to buy it? Xia Ning said with a look of embarrassment. I can pay the deposit first. 800 million or 1 billion yuan, there is still some if we squeeze it out. And now Qin Sun has a lot of money in his account. In the next 2 days, the 1 billion from my uncle and the 250 million liquidated damages from Taro will also be deposited in, which will be even more. Niu Xiaojun reminded. That's Qin Sun's money. He has other uses. You want to spend his money to prepare a surprise for him? Can this be called a surprise? Xia Ning said with a somewhat embarrassed look. Qin Sun wants to use all his money to market Genshin Impact. He is crazy. I can't go crazy with him. I can secretly use the money to buy a piece of land. At least I can leave some assets. This is called reducing losses. As soon as these words came out, Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu were silent. If it were them, they would have tied Qin Sun to a stool and beaten him for 3 days and 3 nights, and then confiscated all his property. And they would allow him to borrow money, set up traps, and spend so much money on marketing gains? Xia Ning is too doting on Qin Sun, this beast. Suddenly Wu Yu asked. Qin Sun is crazy. Have you found out the secrets of him? Xia Ning shook her head. No. I'm still finding out. Wu Yu picked up the phone and shook it, suggesting that Xia Ning had a video of Qin Sun fighting Taro on his phone. You have to work hard. I'm really curious. I want to be a genius too. Niu Xiaojun, me too. Xia Ning glanced at the 2 of them coldly and said, as the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. Wu Yu sneered. Who can say for sure who is the cat? Is it me or him? Chapter 12:10. The next day morning, Qin Sun was lying on the bed, reading jokes and thinking about how to make money. He thought of many ways, but found that those ideas were too far-fetched and not as reliable as robbing a bank. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning pushing the door in excitedly, holding a folder at his hand, and said, Qin Sun, there are 3 good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Qin Sun sat up and said, "Has Taylor's money arrived?" Seeing that Xia Ning's smile had mostly disappeared, he knew that he was talking too fast. Xia Ning said, "Two good news. Which one do you want to hear?" Qin Sun touched the back of his head. "I don't even know what it's about. How do I know which one to hear first?" Xia Ning, "One small one, one big one." Qin Sun, "Listen to the small one first." Xia Ning opened the folder, took out a piece of paper and raised it, saying, "The game version number of Genshin Impact has been issued, and it can be put on the market for sale." Qin Sun stood up with a carp jump, and then did 3 backflips in a row, scaring Xia Ning to quietly retreat to the door, so that she could run away at any time. This guy likes to strip people's clothes when he is angry. Qin Sun landed steadily on the bed, pointed at Xia Ning, and blamed her with a smile. Or they say that women have long hair and short knowledge. This good news is not small. This good news is too big. This is great news. Xia Ning heard him speak rudely, knocked on the door with a folder, and said, "I won't argue with you about this. The good news is that Taro's payment will be transferred in the afternoon." As she said this, she smiled and stared at Qin Sun with a pair of bright eyes. Qin Sun heard that she hadn't finished speaking, waiting for him to come up with a joke, and asked, "Then what?" Xia Ning took out another piece of paper from the folder and said, "He is going to follow the contract and give us 300 million, but we need to sign this confidentiality agreement. I have already signed it. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What was originally good news has become great news." She walked to the bed, took off the signature pen stuck on the folder, and handed it to Qin Sun. Qin Sun took it, jumped off the bed, signed his name stroke by stroke, and it looked so good that it didn't look like his own handwriting. He smiled. "1 word is worth 1,000 gold. It's great." He put the pen back into the folder and said, "Ning Ning, once the original god is listed, you will know what a real money printing machine is. What is buying a building in the Magic City is a piece of cake. The local government has to beg our group to settle in the Magic City, because we are a big taxpayer." Xia Ning's eyes flashed with a smile. Qin Sun said, "Isn't your family also involved in real estate? You can ask your father to give me a piece of land now. I will be the first party to my father-in-law next month." Xia Ning shook her head repeatedly. "No, I dare not. He will definitely think we are crazy and then hang us up and beat us." She was in a good mood and said a witty remark in the tone of Qin Sun. Qin Sun put his hands on his hips and said, "Humph, he ignored me today. Tomorrow I will make him out of reach." Ha ha ha. Seeing Qin Sun laughing happily, Xia Ning was also happy, even happier. She secretly concealed the best news. Yesterday, she asked Niu Xiaojun to tell his grandfather about buying a piece of land in the Magic City, and just now she got the result. A real estate company in Shanghai just wanted to transfer a piece of land for 3.1 billion. The location of the land was not remote, and the transportation was convenient. It was a very good address for an office building. As long as they gave the other party a deposit of 1 billion, the subsequent balance could be paid within 1 year. The other party was sincere and proactive in the business worth billions. Xia Ning didn't know whether they really wanted to sell it, or were under pressure from someone, but she didn't bother to care. Her family was in the real estate business, and she had a certain understanding of this business. She checked that the other party bought the land for 2.8 billion, held it for 3 years, and now sold it for 3.1 billion. At most, it would make less money, but it was definitely not a big loss. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Taylor's 300 million arrived. Since then, Qin Sun has 2.45 billion in his account. After receiving Xia Ning's congratulatory text message, Qin Sun walked out of the bedroom, knocked hard on the door of Xia Ning's temporary office, pulled her out, and dragged her to the bedroom. Seeing his anxious look, Xia Ning broke free from his hand, and finally had the opportunity to speak. "It will be dark in a few hours, you." "Really? So annoying." "I'm working." She closed the door with her backhand and shouted, "Close the curtains," and the curtains were closed. She turned around and looked at Qin Sun behind her, saying coldly, "Don't do it again." "Qin Sun, eh?" He looked at Xia Ning in the dim light, who was wearing a small suit like she was going to work normally. He hesitated for a moment, and felt that men should focus on their careers. He shouted, "Open the curtains." The curtains slowly opened, and the sun came in. Xia Ning had his back to the window, with a bright light behind him, but his face looked a little dark. "You want to play tricks?" Qin Sun was startled. "I don't. I called you in to discuss the marketing strategy for the launch of Genshin Impact. I don't have any other ideas. You misunderstood me." After saying that, he saw Xia Ning's face gradually turn red, and he knew he had done something wrong again. He simply untied his belt, raised his head slightly, closed his eyes, and said calmly, "Alas, I really can't do anything with you. Hurry up." As soon as the voice fell, he heard Xia Ning shouting, rushing over, punching and kicking, pulling his hair and pinching his waist. Qin Sun rolled on the bed in pain, and Xia Ning's abuse continued in his ears. "Qin Sun, people like you are so disgusting. If it weren't for your birthday in 2 days, and your Memorial Day and birthday being on the same day, I would have beaten you to death today. You are shameless. I wish you could become mute one day. Or become a vegetable. I will water and fertilize you every day, and let you grow into a big sweet potato." Half an hour later, Qin Sun huddled in the corner of the bed, stretched out his hand to cover the torn collar of his pajamas, like a little widow who was raped, looking at Xia Ning sitting in front of the computer desk, with a face full of resentment. "My queen, are you calmed down? Can we get down to business now?" Xia Ning ignored him, and randomly tapped with the mouse. Suddenly, she saw a folder on the computer desktop, 25th birthday gift for the 7th children's taekwondo champion of Haicheng, and her heart was startled, happy, and soft. She turned her head, her face slightly calmed, and said, "Little brother, although I am 3 years older than you, I am a woman after all. I am not as thick-skinned as you. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Do you know? I am a woman." Seeing Qin Sun huddled in the corner of the bed, pulling at her torn pajamas with one hand, and covering her waist with the other hand, she said him timidly. She laughed. "Don't act pitiful. Even if I am the female Zhang Fei, I am still a woman." Qin Sun nodded. Xia Ning started working mode, restored the appearance of a cold female CEO, and asked, "How are you going to market Genshin Impact? Who are you going to get for free this time?" Chapter 12:11. Qin Sun is known as the god of marketing. He always likes to make a small investment and get the best results at the lowest cost. Xia Ning saw that he was so concerned about the original god, and wanted to know what kind of marketing tricks he had prepared. Qin Sun loosened his hands covering the rotten clothes, revealing his chest full of scratches, and said with a serious face, "Didn't I say it before? If you are poor, you can strike accurately, and if you are rich, you can cover with firepower. If you are well equipped and can pile up head-on, who would want to attack by surprise? This time, I won't take advantage of anyone for free. I will use the highest market price to carry out intensive marketing." Hearing this, Xia Ning was a little disappointed, and then worried. Before, Qin Sun said that he planned to spend 10 billion on the marketing of the original god, and even gave Yilan 100 million endorsement fees. Now he has more than 2 billion in his account. Although it is less than 10 billion, if Qin Sun really invests all of it in the marketing of the original god, it's really heartbreaking. This money plus the 1 billion that my uncle is about to transfer can buy the land in Shanghai. Xia Ning was upset, but still listened carefully to Qin Sun's words. First, spread on social platforms, release promotional materials through Weibo, Douyin and other social platforms to increase the exposure of the game and the participation of players. Second, theme promotion activities such as Original God 7 Days Carnival before the server is launched, and other online and offline interactive activities, so that players can feel the charm of the game before the server is launched. Just 7 days? The server will be launched directly after 7 days. Third, invite well-known game anchors and experts to conduct trial promotions, and use their influence to attract potential players. Fourth, cross-border linkage and cooperation. Let Original God cross-border linkage with Weixin, Dudu and other brands, launch joint products or activities, and attract the attention of consumers in different fields. Why not? I will write an animation script based on the character modeling of the original god. Fifth, offline marketing and activities. Xia Ning listened and nodded continuously. Before opening Oak Marketing Company, she did her homework and was very familiar with these conventional marketing methods. It was only after she met Qin Sun that she knew about the wild ways such as kneeling to save a girl, naked man selling apples in the swimming pool, and you love me, I love you, Dudu is sweet. Now what Qin Sun said is what Xia Ning is good at. After listening, she stood up and said, "Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I will mobilize the entire Oak Marketing Company's employees to fully market Original God and hold an emergency online meeting. Are you going?" Qin Sun waved his hand and said, "I won't go. I leave it to you. Can you harm me?" Xia Ning smiled, and was about to go out when she heard Qin Sun say again, "Remember, give the highest price in the market, you get what you pay for. Money will never go the wrong way. Now you have absolute control over the more than 3 billion in my account. Just spend it freely, I won't scold you if you spend too much. If you leave me even a penny or two, hee, be careful of me. Xia Ning glared at him, and Qin Sun stopped talking. It's not Wu Yu's fault. Niu Xiaojun and the others asked Qin Sun if he was a lunatic every day. Now she herself felt like she was helping the evil. Spending more than 3 billion to market a game? Do you think this money is ghost money? This is probably the biggest shame of my career. Maybe. Who knows if Qin Sun will continue to go crazy in the future? Xia Ning asked. Do you really want to spend 10 billion? Qin Sun spread his hands. I want to, but I can't think of a way to get 10 billion for the time being. Can you help me think of a way? I really want 10 billion. Xia Ning smiled gloatingly. No way. Xia Ning just turned around and heard Qin Sun calling her again. Hey, that's what you said, but spend the money sparingly. Don't pay it all at once, just pay 10% first. Although the money is small, with my Qin's name, they should be happy to cooperate. Xia Ning turned around with a satisfied smile on her face. You finally know how to control the company's cash flow. Many companies are not without profit prospects, but sometimes they will go bankrupt because of the interruption of cash flow. And some companies are obviously losing money, but the cash flow is flowing, just lingering on until a turnaround. If the money in the account stays in the company for 3 more months, we can do a lot more. Qin Sun didn't quite understand what he heard, nodded, and counted with his fingers. After 17 days, you will pay them all at once. It has been 7 days since the slacking value converter was activated. He has to spend the money as soon as possible within the remaining 24 days, otherwise it will be meaningless to cheat so much money. After 17 days, the payment will be made, and there will be 7 days left. According to the previous situation where the activation system lottery will cause coma, 3 to 5 days is enough to wake up. If you draw some money-making superpower, you can seize the last minute and make another sprint to get more slacking points. Xia Ning snorted coldly and said sarcastically, 17 days? It's a long time. Fortunately, I manage the company, otherwise you will bankrupt any big company. She left quickly. In the temporary office, Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu blocked her way again. Old nun, did you force Qin Sun to tell you the secret? Xia Ning was already angry, and was in a hurry to go to the meeting. She glanced at the two coldly and said, Ask if you want to ask anything. Don't bother me. Wu Yu knew that she was angry and stopped talking. Niu Xiaojun said without knowing whether to live or die. If I can find out the truth, why do I need you? If I ask, Qin Sun will definitely beat me to death. Xia Ning squeezed the two people, opened the door, and turned around to say, You can put a sack on him in the dark, knock him out with a stick, tie him up and punish him severely. Niu Xiaojun was startled, knowing that she was speaking in a sarcastic way, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Playing the piano? Are you willing to do so? Xia Ning slammed the door. Willing to do so. After an afternoon meeting, when Oak Marketing Company learned that it was for the game marketing of President Qin, all the executives were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. But when they learned that there were more than 1 billion marketing expenses, they fell silent again, looked at each other, and didn't know what to say. They were really worried that Qin Sun would be dragged into the quagmire by this gamble, and the impact would be so great that Oak Company would go bankrupt. After the meeting, the employees of Oak Company, from top to bottom, shared the same hatred and took the initiative to pay the 200 yuan overtime fine, worked overtime until late at night, and contacted various companies as planned to seek cooperation. Oak Marketing Company is well known in the industry, and Qin Sun has the title of Living Buddha, so no one has ever heard of him cheating anyone's money. The negotiation of various marketing activities went very smoothly. On the 3rd day, in the morning, Xia Ning received a number of fax contracts. She carefully examined them, secretly put the land purchase contract in it, and walked to the bedroom to get Qin Sun to sign. Chapter 1212. Qin Sun took the contract from Xia Ning, signed it without even reading the content, and emphasized it again and again. Ning, don't spend money carelessly. Only 10% deposit is paid for cooperation with any company. Xia Ning's eyes fell on the tip of his pen, and he said with a flustered heart, I want to save money more than you do. You don't have to nag like an old lady. Qin Sun smiled and signed the last contract, thinking that his girlfriend was really great. She can go out to the living room and into the kitchen. At least she can put the dishes in the dishwasher. Except that she is a little cold in bed and not too open, she can be called a hexagonal warrior. Xia Ning put the contract in a file bag and put it in a folder, with his hands behind his back, reminding, I know you don't understand the contract trap, but at least take a glance and pretend to be professional. so as not to be cheated in the future. After speaking, Qin Sun raised his head and asked with a smile. Will you cheat me? Xiaoning answered with a smile. Of course not. She answered confidently, and did not think that secretly letting Qin Sun sign the land purchase contract was cheating. This was the foundation of the building that Qin Sun had been thinking about day and night. In the morning, Xiaoning brought 6 contracts to Qin Sun to sign one after another, but he still didn't even look at them, just signed with his head down. Xiaoning took the contract and said, Hey, there is an urgent business negotiation here. I need to fly to Haicheng in the afternoon. If it's fast, it will be tonight. If it's late, I will rush back to celebrate your birthday tomorrow morning. Give you a surprise. Qin Sun picked up Xiaoning and turned around, asking, Can I take the surprise you gave me away or not? Xiaoning, what do you mean? Qin Sun, I mean, if I am in Haicheng, can I see the surprise you gave me? Is it the kind that can only be seen in Beijing? If not, then I also want to go back to Haicheng. Xiaoning was a little nervous. She didn't say Magic City just now, because she was afraid that Qin Sun would guess that she went to Magic City to buy land. Unexpectedly, Qin Sun also wanted to go back to Haicheng. Why do you want to go back to Haicheng? Qin Sun glanced at the door and frowned. Today, Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun always came to see me secretly, and even used a drone to monitor me outside the window. I suspect that the two of them wanted to put a sack on me and knock me out. Xiaoning, No, is it possible? Qin Sun, no matter, I want to escape anyway. Xiaoning thought that she and Qin Sun met in Haicheng, and created a world for two people at the place where they met on his birthday. It seems like a romantic thing to go for a drive along the coastal mountain road, visit the photo studio where they took wedding photos, visit the park where he fell into the water, visit the rental house where he lived before, and the Hongleman Bath Center. She said, I have already bought the plane ticket and will leave soon. You can't come with me. I asked Su Luoluo to book a flight to Haicheng tomorrow morning. Qin Sun kissed Xiaoning on the forehead. Okay. Xiaoning, ? Why do I feel that kiss is so dirty? Afternoon. Xiaoning flew alone to the Magic City to negotiate some details with a land selling company, and then asked the finance department to transfer 1 billion yuan to them. When the money arrives the next day, the contract will take effect. That night, after attending the dinner, Xiaoning hurriedly caught the early morning flight to Haicheng. The next day, when she woke up, she found that the sky outside the window was bright. When she looked at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. She was very upset. Oh no, the cake hasn't been ordered yet. Suddenly, she heard a joyful shout downstairs. I, Hu Han-san, am back again. She ran to the window barefoot, opened the curtains, and saw Qin Sun climbing over the courtyard wall. It was exactly the same as a certain day of a certain month last year. Seeing Qin Sun land, Xiaoning rinsed her mouth, put on slippers, and hurried to the hall to greet the birthday boy. As soon as Xiaoning arrived at the hall downstairs, she saw Qin Sun standing in front of the fish tank, holding Xiao Hei in his hands and playing with it. She stepped forward and said, Happy birthday. But what are you doing? She tried her best to put a smile on her face and speak gently, not giving the birthday boy a little displeasure. But she always loved Xiao Hei and couldn't bear to see this turtle being played with. Qin Sun saw that the little turtle's backer had come, so he threw it into the water and said, 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old tortoise. I just borrowed its blessing. I also want to live longer. Xiaoning smiled, walked over, and fed a handful of bait. You are really stupid. Qin Sun retorted. I don't know who is stupid to put the turtle in the living room as a feng shui fish. Xiaoning glared at Qin Sun. The two looked at each other coldly, and suddenly they thought of the red dragon fish that was made into boiled fish fillets, and couldn't help hugging and laughing. This little turtle is lucky to meet you. The red dragon fish is unlucky to meet you. In a blink of an eye, it was lunchtime at noon. Xiaoning didn't let Qin Sun cook, but took him to a private restaurant for lunch. After having enough water and food, Qin Sun drove Xiaoning to the mountain road near the sea in the suburbs for a ride. The summer was hot, and the sun was dazzling, but the wind was strong at the seaside, and the trees on the mountains were lush, so the wind blowing in through the car window was cool. Xiaoning leaned against the passenger seat, looking at the mountains, the sea, and Qin Sun. She felt that although the sun was shining, and the sea breeze was surging today, she didn't seem to be much happier than usual. She said, Qin Sun, today is your birthday. Qin Sun, I know. Xiaoning saw that his answer was not salty or bland, and she was a little disappointed, so she asked, You don't seem to be that happy? Chin Sun smiled and said, "These few days, I have been thinking about how to get the remaining 7 billion and make up 10 billion to spend. I have been thinking about something, so I am not in the mood. Besides, my family has never paid much attention to birthdays since I was a child. The first time I had a birthday cake was when I was in high school. My mother followed the trend and bought a small cake. Birthdays, probably only women and children can really enjoy it, we men can't." Seeing Chin Sun's attitude, Xia Ning decided to encourage him. Seeing that the 1 billion yuan for buying the land was about to be transferred, he said, "Didn't I prepare a surprise for you? Don't you want to know what it is?" Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning while holding the steering wheel. "What is it?" Xia Ning, "Guess." Chin Sun turned his head and continued to look at the road, sighing. Women's minds are the hardest to guess. Xia Ning thought for a moment and gave a hint. "It's what you mentioned before, something you have always wanted." Chin Sun racked his brains and said what he really thought in his heart. That? Bunny girl sexy underwear?" Xia Ning was startled, then laughed. "Why would a man like to wear something like this?" Chin Sun asked anxiously. "You wear it." Xia Ning snorted coldly, crossed his arms, turned his head, and looked out the window. "No way." Chin Sun was unhappy, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away on the winding mountain road. Chapter 12:13. The speed was getting faster and faster, and it reached 100 miles per hour in a flash. Chin Sun had a blank expression on his face, and he was not panicking at all, controlling the steering wheel with both hands. Xia Ning, who was sitting next to him, was frightened and said, "Are you crazy? Today is your birthday. Don't get into a car accident and die here." As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she was also a jinx. Chin Sun released the accelerator, but her mouth was still cold and hard. "It would be better to die. I can't even see my girlfriend wearing bunny girl underwear on my birthday, so what's the point of living?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Ning gently hit her shoulder. "You also know that today is your birthday. Don't keep talking about it. It's unlucky." Chin Sun heard her stern tone and knew that she cared about him, so he said, "Hey, don't tell me. In fact, death can also be a hardcore marketing, which can greatly increase the turnover of Genshin Impact. If I die now, Genshin Impact will definitely set a record in 6 days. Death is a halo for celebrities, and if they die at the peak of their glory, it is an invincible halo. On Earth, Paul Walker, one of the leading actors of Fast and Furious 7, died in a car accident after completing most of the shots of the movie. After the movie was released, a large number of fans went to see the idol's last work, contributing $1.5 billion in box office, more than double the previous work Fast and Furious 6. The box office of the movie successfully squeezed into the top 10 in film history. Death is the greatest thing, and it seems to work in any country. Xia Ning was a little angry when he saw that he could not spit out ivory from his dog's mouth. "Why do you keep saying such unlucky words? Stop the car now. I really want to beat you up." Chin Sun stepped on the accelerator and said with a smile, "It's really unlucky to be beaten up on your birthday. What surprise did you prepare for me?" Xia Ning looked at the time and said that the 1 billion yuan would be transferred in 10 minutes. "I show you the gift when it arrives." Chin Sun turned his head and smiled at Xia Ning. "You ordered a takeaway for me? If I had known, I would have sent it myself." Seeing Xia Ning's bad face, he turned back and continued to drive seriously. "Since we are talking about surprises, guess what birthday gift I prepared for you?" Xia Ning said after a moment of hesitation. "It can cure all diseases." "You bought me a bag?" Chin Sun shook his head. "You have a wall of bags in your villa, and I have never seen you carry most of them. Why would I give you another bag? If I have to give you a bag, it would be a snakeskin bag." Xia Ning laughed and said again, that is, which one? A pet?" Chin Sun laughed. "Not really. You like cold-blooded animals, like little turtles, so I can't catch 2 more snakes for you." After saying that, Xia Ning sighed. "It can't be a martial arts secret book, right?" Chin Sun heard Xia Ning hesitantly mention the martial arts secret book, and knew that she had seen the folder birthday gift for the 7th children's taekwondo champion in Haicheng yesterday. With her intelligence, how could she not guess that she wrote songs? At most, she didn't know how many songs she had written, but the quality of the songs. It turns out that she has been pretending to be stupid to save face. Not bad. Chin Sun turned around and saw Xia Ning facing him sideways with a gentle smile on her face. She said, "Little brother, can you give me a hint?" Chin Sun nodded, turned his head, looked forward and said, Let me tell you a story. In a faraway place called Mo, an old man was dancing a double waltz alone on the noisy street. Xiaoning asked. On the street, one person, dancing a double waltz? Qin Sun nodded and continued. Yes, his wife died in a fire 30 years ago. When his wife was alive, they loved dancing. The place he often went to is called Mo Ballroom. On the night when the fire spread, the old man rushed back home and didn't even find his wife's body. In the following 30 years, the old man often danced the unfinished dance with his lost lover in the newly built Mo Ballroom. Some people sang praises to love and freedom, while others got lost in the Mo Ballroom that year. After that, the car was silent. The wind blew in and whistled. Xiaoning said, It's a good story, but why are you telling this? Qin Sun turned his head and said with a smile, I wrote this story into a song called Mo Ballroom to express my unwavering love for you. If one day you die gloriously, I will never marry again and will live in longing and memories. Xiaoning has never been superstitious, but she couldn't bear to hear Qin Sun mention death all the time on his birthday. She said angrily, If you are glorious, I turn around and find someone else. Qin Sun answered casually, Wait until the body is cold before looking for it. Give me some face. Xiaoning, I just said it. Sorry. Qin Sun smiled. I know, you're too easy to tease. Xiaoning looked at the blue sea outside the window. The waves spread over the beach, startling a group of seagulls. So the surprise you gave me is this song? Not hearing Qin Sun's answer, she said again. Actually, you gave me a song before, but I didn't remember it. If you can give me that song again, I'd be very satisfied. Qin Sun turned his head and met Xiaoning's bright eyes. The beauty of the world is closely linked to you? Xiaoning smiled. You still remember it? Qin Sun smiled. Of course he remembered. This was the first song he sang when he was tone deaf and embarrassed in KTV and suddenly got the system reward. At that time, the side effects of the system reward were not great, or even almost non-existent. Unlike now, if you were to take down the 1 billion slacking points, you would be unconscious for a day and a night. Xiaoning sighed and said, If I had known that you wouldn't sing a song a second time, I should have recorded it. I only remember a few lyrics, such as Cherry Blossoms kiss you secretly, bowing to you, the eagle has flied away now, and the lover is on the road. Qin Sun laughed. What do you mean by not singing a song a second time? That was just something I said when I was pretending to be cool. If you want to listen, I can sing it to you once a day. Xiaoning stared at Qin Sun and asked, Really? Wouldn't it be too difficult? Qin Sun sneered. Can I still die? After saying that, Xiaoning's face fell, and she realized that she had said the wrong thing, and she immediately started singing. I just happened to walk at night with a candle. The stars at midnight are like running friends. I love every scab of your wound, brewed into aged liquor. Xiaoning stared at Qin Sun intently, her eyes full of stars. Today is Qin Sun's birthday, but she seems to be the happier person. Suddenly, she felt her phone vibrate, picked it up, and saw that it was a notification that 1 billion yuan had been transferred. She was afraid that Qin Sun would find out and lose the surprise, so she immediately turned off the phone screen. She looked at Qin Sun, but saw that Qin Sun's eyes were wide open, his face was shocked, and his singing was messed up. At this moment, the moon is bright in the sky, and the one I love holds the stars in his hands. I know he rides the wind and waves and goes to the darkness once. Qin Sun lost his tune and gradually lost his voice. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoning with a pair of bull eyes and said, Ningning you. Xiaoning didn't know what happened, stretched his neck, looked at the front of the car, and saw that no one was killed, so he asked, What's wrong with you? Qin Sun smiled bitterly. Nothing. I seem to have a little heat stroke. In his mind, the cold voice of the system was faster and faster, like a death drumbeat. Does the host want to draw a lottery? Does the host want to draw a lottery? Does the host want to draw a lottery? Qin Sun parked the car steadily on the side of the road, and silently said in his heart, Draw. He crawled on the steering wheel, looked at Xiaoning with a nervous face, squeezed out a smile, and said, See you tomorrow. Suddenly, he was sweating all over, his eyes rolled up, and he fainted. Xiaoning was sitting in the passenger seat, stunned. She reached out to push Qin Sun, and found that his body was terribly hot. After a while, his whole body was red, like a cooked shrimp. Xiaoning's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was trembling. Is it okay for me not to listen to that song? Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, you fucking bastard! Chapter 1214. After crying for a few seconds, Xia Ning took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. She opened the door, got out of the car, walked around to the other side, and opened the driver's door, unbuckled Qin Sun's seatbelt, put her hands under his armpits, gritted her teeth, and dragged him to the door, turned around, and carried him on her back. Qin Sun was tall, strong and heavy, and his waist was bent. Xia Ning gritted her teeth and walked to the back door of the car. She felt the burning body temperature on her back, and felt that Qin Sun had just been fished out of a hot pot. Tears blurred her eyes like a flood. She opened the back door with difficulty, stuffed Qin Sun into the seat and laid him flat, fastened 2 seat belts to secure him, closed the door, and immediately got into the driver's cab. Xia Ning started the car, closed the windows, lowered the air conditioner to the lowest setting, and stepped on the accelerator hard to drive towards Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Although this hospital is called the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, it is actually a comprehensive hospital, and it is owned by the Xia family. She can mobilize all resources to rescue Qin Sun. According to her common sense, a person whose skin is red and hot is almost dead. Very critical. The car roared. Xia Ning's hands holding the steering wheel trembled constantly, and she kept blinking to prevent tears from flowing out. Suddenly, the car almost lost control when turning. After stabilizing, she raised her hand and slapped herself. Don't cry, useless thing. She picked up the phone and called Lu Jingya. Her tone was so urgent that it sounded like an order. Mom, Qin Sun is seriously injured. Let Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital prepare to save him. I'm on the way. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingya's voice was distorted, and she didn't say a word. Okay. She hung up the phone immediately, probably to communicate with Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Xia Ning rushed all the way, ran through 2 red lights, scared 2 wild dogs on the roadside, and let the trembling old lady chase and scold a few words, and finally killed to Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. A dozen white coats were standing at the gate of the hospital waiting for battle. Xia Ning did not stop, directly broke the railing of the gate, broke in, and stopped the car at the entrance of the emergency department. She looked back and saw Qin Sun curled up on the sofa, his hair wet and stuck to his forehead, and his whole body was shaking slightly. Xia Ning looked at the group of white coats running from the door, opened the car door, and shouted, "Hurry up and save people." This voice attracted the surrounding doctors, nurses, and patients to come over and eat melons. Soon, the car was surrounded by a pile of white coats. Qin Sun was carefully carried out of the car, gently placed on a stretcher, and transferred to the rescue bed. He rushed to the elevator, and after various examinations along the way, he was directly transported to the ICU. Xia Ning ran after him, and caught a bald doctor who had been giving orders in the corridor. He recognized him as the person in charge of the hospital and asked, "Is there any hope? Is he saved? Is he saved?" The person in charge looked embarrassed. As a doctor, he never said anything too absolute. Even if an operation has a 99.9% success rate, he would not guarantee it. Even if an operation has only a 1% chance, he would say there is hope, so as not to cause medical disputes later. But he knew that Xia Ning was the daughter of the hospital director, and he should tell him the truth. The person in charge looked at Xia Ning's nervous expression, the sweat and tears on his face, and was worried that he would be slapped if he said that Qin Sun could not be saved, so he hesitated and dared not speak. Xia Ning understood it at a glance, and immediately felt dizzy. She reached out to hold the wall, picked up the phone and called Xia Zheng. As soon as the call was connected, before she could speak, Xia Zheng spoke. "Ning, I know what happened. I'm watching the hospital surveillance, don't panic. I have contacted an airline in Haicheng to charter a plane. After Qin Sun has received initial treatment in Haicheng and stabilized, he will immediately transfer to the Magic City. He will be fine." Xia Ning looked up at a surveillance camera on the roof, reached out to wipe her tears, and said with a sob, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Xia Ning leaned against the wall outside the ICU door in a daze, and heard the exclamations from inside, and her head lowered more and more. When she heard this sound, she knew that something was wrong, and it was beyond the cognition of this group of doctors. Qin Sun's disease? If it is a disease, it is too weird. Can he really not sing a song twice? His talent is a contract with the devil, and now he has broken the contract, so he is punished? Or is it the sequelae of his super-efficient work mode that has exploded? Xia Ning stared at the floor blankly. After an unknown period of time, she suddenly felt her phone ringing non-stop, and picked it up to see. Her friend group was noisy. The earliest message today was sent by Nyo Xiaojun in the morning. Brothers, today is Qin Sun's birthday, and the old nun eloped with him. When I catch them, one will bury them in the watermelon field, the other in the winter melon field, and then put up a pumpkin tent in the middle? Let them lose their way. Below are the birthday wishes from Anka, Mi Xier, Song Ying, Qiao Lele, Su Luoluo, Wang Huai and others, and Qin Sun's words of thanks. Now the ding-dong-dong noises are non-stop because of Qin Sun's coma, and they are asking about the situation. Old nun, there are rumors online that Qin Sun is in a coma. Sister Xiaoning, is it true? I saw the pictures that broke out online. Why is he as red as a shrimp? Where on earth have you been? Is it true? Is he in danger? Someone online said he's dead? Xiaoning sent a voice message. They're talking nonsense. He won't die. After saying that, the WeChat group was disbanded. The rumors on the internet were like thorns piercing Xiaoning's heart. She paced in the corridor with her head down, coming and going and coming, like a trapped animal in the zoo with stereotyped behavior. After an unknown period of time, she heard the ICU door open. When she looked up, she saw a group of doctors pushing each other out of the door. Xiaoning stepped forward and asked in a trembling voice. Is he still there? The doctors looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. Xiaoning roared. I'm asking you a question. As he said that, he pushed aside the doctors, who were blocking his way, and was about to rush in. The doctors blocked him tightly and said, ICU is a sterile environment. You can't go in without disinfection. Hearing this, Xiaoning knew that Qin Sun was still alive, so he stopped and asked, How is he now? A bald doctor took off his mask and said, The temperature has temporarily dropped. We need to continue to observe to see if it will relapse. Another doctor saw that Xiaoning's face was slightly relieved and flattered him. It's really a miracle. Mr. Qin's highest temperature reached 45 degrees. For ordinary people, it is very dangerous if the temperature exceeds 42 degrees, but he survived. Don't underestimate the difference of 3 degrees. This difference is enough for ordinary people to die 100 times. As he said that, he felt someone stepped on the back of his foot hard. He wanted to scream in pain, but realized that he had said the wrong thing. He bit his cheek tightly and whimpered twice. Xiaoning asked the doctor to take her to the hospital for disinfection, put on isolation clothing, and walked into the ICU. Seeing Qin Sun on the bed connected to various instruments and wires, she burst into tears again. What disease does he have? Chapter 12:15. Xiaoning stared at Qin Sun, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. No one answered. He turned his head and looked at the row of doctors behind him. The doctors then spoke in a low voice. After Mr. Qin's temperature dropped, we conducted various in-depth examinations on him and found no problems. All his indicators are normal, even extremely excellent. He is a very healthy person. Yes, he has no wounds on his body, and no lesions can be seen. In theory, he should be very healthy. Xiaoning pointed at Qin Sun on the bed and said sternly, How can a healthy person sleep forever? Can you do it? This shout frightened the doctors into silence. When Lu Jingyao was hospitalized before, Xiaoning often came to visit her, and the doctors all knew this rich lady. They also knew her relationship with Qin Sun. Seeing that she was unconscious because of Qin Sun, they didn't want to say something unpleasant. After all, Qin Sun was about to be transferred to another hospital. Let the hospital in the Magic City get into trouble. But now Xiaoning yelled, questioning their professionalism. A doctor couldn't help it, stepped forward, pointed at an instrument and said, We monitored Mr. Qin's brain waves, and his brain waves showed diffuse activity. So, At this point, he saw Xiaoning's face turn pale, and he couldn't bear to say anything more. Xiaoning stared at the instrument blankly, then looked at Qin Sun, and said in a trembling voice, So, he became a vegetable? No one responded. She knew that the doctors tacitly agreed with her guess. Qin Sun, this amazing genius, has become a vegetable. Overuse of brain? In the afternoon, Qin Sun was taken to the airport by ambulance, put on the plane, and flew to Shanghai. Landed in Shanghai. Xia Zheng, Xiaoning's grandmother, Xia Shujie, Lu Jingyao, Xia Jing, the whole family was waiting for the airport early. They looked around Qin Sun on the bed. Lu Jingyao's eyes were red, Xia Jing pursed her lips, and the two of them hugged Xiaoning. They didn't communicate much. Qin Sun was carried to the ambulance again, and drove to the private hospital of the Xia family in Shanghai. A convoy followed the ambulance closely on the road. In a business car. Lu Jingyao thought of the palm print on Qin Sun's face just now, looked at the sick Xia Ning, and asked, "You slapped Qin Sun?" Xia Ning raised her head, a layer of mist in her eyes, and said, "I've been calling him, but he never wakes up, never wakes up, never wakes up. He's always so lazy." Seeing that Xia Ning was a little confused, Lu Jingyao put her hands around her head, letting her lie on her legs to rest, and said softly, He wake up, you sleep for a while." After a while, Xia Ning fell asleep from exhaustion. Xia Jing sat in the corner, regretting, "If I had known this would happen, I would have lent him all my private money when my brother-in-law asked me to borrow money. If I'm cheated, I'm cheated. If I don't want to pay it back, I won't pay it back." The ambulance drove into the hospital, and Qin Sun was taken to the ICU again. In the hospital, all the famous doctors at home and abroad, a total of 46 people, took turns to diagnose, and held 3 conferences under the chairmanship of the dean, and finally came to a conclusion. Qin Sun has become a vegetable. Xia Zheng was irritable, took off his leather shoes, and slammed them on the conference table as a gavel, shouting, "We knew this a long time ago. You guys went through so much trouble to come up with such a bullshit conclusion? What I want to know is how to cure it. How to cure it? Can he be cured? He has always had a hot temper, and a bandit-like temperament. He is even more aggressive as he gets older." These slams of shoes scared the doctors. The doctors had reason to believe that if Xia Zheng had a musket in his hand now, he would definitely point it at their heads without hesitation. Xia Zheng saw that everyone was like a frightened quail, and shouted, "Speak up. How many shovels have been stuffed in your mouth? Are you all mute? Weren't you quite talkative during the meeting just now?" Everyone lowered their heads and said nothing. Some people were angry and decided to resign later. All the doctors present were first-rate doctors. When the hospital spent a lot of money to invite them, they were very polite. "Now, because of Qin Sun, you treat us like grandchildren? Is there such a reason in the world?" Xia Ning stood up and walked to the front, bowed deeply to the 40 or 50 doctors, and said straightened up, "Dear doctors, please save Qin Sun. Please. People with ability are soft-hearted and not hard-hearted." Xia Ning's bow was very useful, and opened everyone's mouth. The doctors expressed their opinions in an orderly manner. The cause of Mr. Qin's illness has not been found yet. He has neither brain hypoxia nor brain damage, but judging from the brain waves, he has indeed become a vegetable. Another doctor said, "Yes, vegetative patients should be treated the same way as vegetative patients. Physical therapy, including passive limb movement, such as massage, joint range of motion training, etc. This can prevent muscle atrophy and joint contracture. Sensory stimulation therapy, by stimulating the patient's vision, hearing, touch, smell and other senses, to try to awaken the brain's response. It is usually better to have his relatives do it. Miss Xia is familiar with Mr. Qin, so it is best for you to do it. There is also hyperbaric oxygen therapy, which puts the patient in an environment higher than 1 atmospheric pressure, breathing pure oxygen or high-concentration oxygen, increasing blood oxygen content, and improving the hypoxic state of brain tissue." Seeing that the doctor was talking endlessly, and seemed very professional, Xia Ning felt a glimmer of hope in her heart, staring into the doctor's eyes, and asked, "Can it be cured?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the doctor lower his head like a frostbitten eggplant, and her heart sank. After a moment, the doctor raised his head and answered, "Mr. Qin's condition is rather special. I can't guarantee this." Seeing Xia Ning staring at him, and not rushing over to beat him, he continued, "However, I need to remind you that within 3 months, there is a 50% chance that a vegetative person will regain consciousness. If the vegetative state lasts for more than 6 months, the probability of regaining consciousness is about 20%. Once the vegetative state lasts for more than 1 year, the probability of regaining consciousness drops to 10% to 15%. If the vegetative state has lasted for more than 2 years, the probability of recovery is extremely low." Xia Ning asked, "How low is extremely low?" As soon as she said this, she felt annoyed and felt that it was unlucky that she thought Qin Sun would be in a coma for more than 2 years. The doctor hesitated and said, "Extremely low means a miracle." Chapter 12:16. Qin Sun spent his birthday in a coma. That night, Ma Xiaogui called to wish him a happy birthday. Xia Ning answered the phone and told her about the situation. Ma Xiaogui immediately hung up the phone and called a video. When Qin Sun's family crowded in front of the camera and saw their son lying on the bed, with various threads on his body, a needle hanging on his hand, and a nasogastric tube inserted in his nostrils, they burst into tears. Xia Ning couldn't help crying. The two parties comforted each other with tears for more than half an hour through the video. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ning sat on the bedside and fell asleep beside Qin Sun. The next day, it was dawn. Xia Ning woke up suddenly and immediately looked at the electrocardiogram. Seeing that there was still fluctuation, she reached out and probed Qin Sun's breath, and then she felt a little relieved. She dragged her stiff body to the bedside, opened the curtains, looked at the fish belly white in the sky, turned back to look at Qin Sun on the bed, and murmured, "Didn't you say? See you tomorrow? Today is already tomorrow." She stared at Qin Sun blankly for a while, turned her head, and stared blankly at the edge of the clouds in the sky illuminated by the morning sun. The golden color became brighter and brighter, until the sun jumped out and shone brightly. Xia Ning's stuffy chest suddenly relaxed for a moment. She slowly raised her hands and stretched, closing her eyes. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath, take a deep breath. She opened her eyes, her face returned to her usual cold look, turned around and walked quickly to Qin Sun's bed, leaned over and kissed his forehead, her voice cold. "Little brother, if you want to be lazy, I will allow you to be lazy for a while. You want the original God to be a big hit, you want a company building, I will do it for you. After a few days, if you still don't wake up, I will bury you." Xia Ning has always known that there are some strange things about Qin Sun, but she never dared to think deeply before. Now that Qin Sun has suffered a great disaster, she began to believe in ghosts and gods. She felt that Qin Sun had been obsessed with spending 10 billion to promote the original God, and there must be a secret that cannot be told. Perhaps whether the original God can be a big hit is the key to Qin Sun waking up. This is probably what the doctor said. A miracle. Xia Ning walked out of the ward, asked the nurses to take care of Qin Sun, and took a taxi to her large flat in the Magic City. She took a milk bath, put on a slightly dark makeup, and changed into a set of pure black clothes, completely returning to her cold and aloof appearance. She took her laptop and returned to the ward without stopping. When she pushed the door, she saw a group of people surrounding the bed. They were Qin Sun's father, mother, grandparents, and two uncles. Xia Ning saw everyone looking at him, and felt inexplicably guilty, so he bowed at 90 degrees. "I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of him." Ma Xiaogui burst into tears, squeezed out of the crowd, rushed to Xia Ning, and hugged her tightly, choking and saying, "Don't blame you, don't blame you. The witch in our town said before. Xiao Sun is a short-lived person, this is his fate. I didn't escape it after all." When Qin Sun was a child, Ma Xiaogui took him to the market. He didn't want to wander around in the sun, so he often rubbed the small bench at the witch's place. Once, Qin Sun somehow offended the witch, and was scolded a few times as a short-lived ghost, which happened to be heard by Ma Xiaogui. She felt that a fortune-teller should not curse people casually, so she rushed up to the fortune-teller and cursed her, saying that the other party was a short-lived ghost. As a result, the fortune-teller died a few years later. Ma Xiaogui felt panicked, and thought that she had cursed the fortune-teller to death. Unexpectedly today, she really suffered retribution. Qin Sun's family stayed in the ward for more than an hour, and everyone's eyes were red. Although Xia Ning was sad, she tried her best to do her hospitality. She arranged a hotel for the group so that they could have a good rest after traveling. In the afternoon, Xia Ning was alone in the ward, and did not take care of Qin Sun. She sat at the table, and used a laptop to handle the marketing affairs of the original God. Various marketing activities of the original God have been launched one after another, although it was only the first day. But the money spent was enough, the advertisements were overwhelming, and almost every netizen was attacked online and offline without distinction. Xia Ning opened Douyin to check some related news, wanting to see the marketing effect. The entry for Original God has already become a hot search, and netizens are discussing it. What is this? Did you poke the nest of Original God today? Why do I see its promotion everywhere? How much did Qin Sun spend? This advertising offensive is too scary. Those passengers who worshipped Original God at the airport before were dumbfounded. This Original God is a two-dimensional game. This marketing is a bit too much. Today, my 80-year-old grandmother asked me what kind of God Original God is. Forgive me. Now, except for the website I secretly collect, I can see the advertisement of Venetian. I can see the advertisement of Original God almost when I open any other software. Qin Sun, please put away your magic power. What kind of game is this? At least open the internal test server, let me play it. I have downloaded the game from the official website of Original God, and I have to wait a few days before the server is opened. Is Qin Sun too rich to spend money? Advertise later. Xia Ning looked at the comments of netizens, and found that many people have been beaten to death by the marketing of Original God, and they know that the power of money has been revealed. She looked at Douyin's hot search again, and the second one made her blink especially hard. Hashtag shocked. Qin Sun, a genius of a generation, has become a vegetable. Xia Ning clicked on it, and it was a video posted by a self-media blogger, showing Qin Sun landing in the Magic City and being carried to the ambulance. There was also a photo of Qin Sun lying in the rescue vehicle at the door of Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital, with his whole body red. The blogger said excitedly that the super genius Qin Sun was suspected to have an unknown serious illness, and was urgently chartered from Haicheng to the Magic City. Xia Ning found that this video had 500,000 likes and more than 200,000 comments. She felt a little stuffy in her chest, and clicked on the comment area to see. Is this photo real or fake? How can anyone be so popular? Haha, isn't Qin Sun popular enough? He's so popular that he's purple. My girlfriend saw it when she was having an abortion at Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. It was really Qin Sun. His whole body was red like a shrimp. The blogger's photo was not photoshopped. I heard that he had a high fever of 45 degrees for more than an hour, and almost died. Are you crazy? A high fever of 45 degrees? Do you know what 45 degrees means? A bath at 45 degrees can kill people. Do you believe it? 45 degrees, damn the self-media. My husband works in a hospital in Shanghai. According to the confirmed news, Qin Sun has become a vegetable. God is jealous of talents. Yes, I also saw the gossip. Qin Sun is afraid that he will die in the next few days. You really make me feel sick. Can someone like Qin Sun die so easily? I think he is trying to hype the Original God. He doesn't even care about his face, and even fakes his death. This marketing method is somewhat despicable. Who would joke about his own life? Don't go too far. Xia Ning looked at the quarrel on the internet. Her face did not change. She had long been accustomed to netizens questioning and scolding Qin Sun. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking on the door, thinking it was a doctor coming for a routine checkup, and shouted, "Come in." As soon as the voice fell, she heard a loud bang on the door. She turned her head suddenly, and saw that the door was kicked open, and Yilan rushed in. Chapter 12:17. Yilan walked into the ward, took off her mask and sunglasses, and threw them on the ground, glaring at Xia Ning. She walked to Qin Sun's bedside, reached out, and touched his forehead, and saw that his temperature was normal, then leaned over the edge of the bed with both hands, and looked at him quietly. Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo, and Wang Chui followed in. They didn't come together. Since Xia Ning sent a voice message in the group yesterday saying Qin Sun will not die and disbanded the WeChat group, they realized that something was wrong. They have been trying to contact Xia Ning, but they have not been able to contact him, and they are even more anxious. Later, they learned from clues on the internet that Qin Sun might be in this hospital, and rushed here from all over the country. Yilan happened to run into Wu Yu and his group. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun and asked, "Old Xia Ning, what happened to him?" Xia Ning suppressed his emotions and answered calmly. Yesterday, Qin Sun and I were driving on the coastal mountain road in Haicheng. He was singing when his body temperature suddenly rose and became very hot. Before she could finish her words, Yilan stood up and interrupted her, questioning. "I'm asking you, has Qin Sun become a vegetable?" Xia Ning was stunned. "Yes." Yilan walked around the bed and walked towards Xia Ning. "Is it you who caused this?" Xia Ning's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this happened after she asked Qin Sun to sing a song twice. She was not sure if this was the reason, and did not dare to look Yilan in the eye. Seeing her evasive look, Yilan shouted loudly, "What are you feeling guilty about? You are 3 years older than him, and you still can't take care of him? Is he difficult to take care of?" Xia Ning felt guilty, and had nothing to say. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yilan became even angrier and cursed. "You are so addicted to swearing? Were you taking a ride or having sex in the car?" She dropped out of high school, and had been in society for a while. She knew a lot of dirty words, and some ugly words came out in a hurry. Xia Ning said angrily, "What are you yelling? Do you think I think? If you can wake him up, I will give him to you immediately." Yilan sneered. "What do you mean by give? Tell me what you mean by give. I want you to give. I will grab what I want myself." As she said that, she stepped forward and started to fight. Xia Ning was not to be outdone, and started to fight back. Yilan had spent a lot of money to learn Kung Fu, so she was better than Xia Ning. However, no matter how beautiful her punches and kicks were, Once she started to fight, she would always use cuckold punches, and even instinctively wanted to pull the other person's hair. Compared to Chin Sun's straightforward way of knocking down with one punch, their fight was ugly, but their words were not so unpleasant. Fuck you. You are the fucker. Fuck you. Your grandma is a bear. The two of them wrestled together, frightening everyone. Wang Chui quickly closed the door to avoid being secretly photographed and posted online, affecting Yilan's reputation. Niu Xiaojun saw that the two of them were fighting more and more fiercely. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger, and their hands were getting dirty, and he was anxious. She was Xia Ning's best friend and Yilan's adopted sister, and she was very embarrassed to be caught in the middle, and shouted with tears in her voice. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Don't wait for Chin Sun to wake up, and you two die. At the beginning, Xia Ning and Yilan both asked her who she would help if they had a conflict. Now she knows that she can't help anyone. Wu saw tears in Niu Xiaojun's eyes, and her heart trembled. After knowing each other for more than 10 years, this is the first time she saw Niu Xiaojun crying. In the past, she would jump on one foot with a smile on her face when her leg was broken. I didn't expect to see her crying today. Wu saw Xia Ning and Yilan fighting more and more fiercely, and was about to step forward to separate them. Although she was knocked down by Chin Sun with a punch and stuffed with a smelly sock in her mouth before, her skills have always been very good at a semi-professional level, and Xia Ning and the other two can't hit her. As soon as she took a step forward, a figure flashed in the corner of her eyes. Su Luluo was holding a trash can as a weapon, smashing it on Xia Ning and Yilan, crying as she smashed it. Stop fighting. Really stop fighting. Original God will be launched in a few days. You, a spokesperson for Original God and a project leader, are still fighting here. Do you want Mr. Chin to die with regret? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had said the wrong thing, and she was so scared that she dropped the trash can in her hand to the ground. Seeing that Xia Ning and Yilan had separated and were looking at her, she lowered her head in shame and whispered, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Mr. Chin won't die. Yilan tidied up her clothes and hair, her chest heaving, staring at Xia Ning and panting. Xia Ning, if Chin Sun can wake up, forget it. If he can't wake up, I will be with you for life. Xia Ning met her sharp gaze and said nothing. Yilan turned around and walked to the bedside, leaning over to look at Chin Sun, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, and said sarcastically, Look at the good woman you found. She is so fierce. You have such a bad taste. Look at me again, Her eyes were fierce, and her voice was cold. This time, I will force half of the entertainment industry to promote your original God. As she said that, she stood up and walked out of the ward, slamming the door. Niu Xiaojun quietly wiped her tears, walked to the bedside, looked at Chin Sun and said, Do you think your life is as hard as mine? You have so many companies, and make so much money. Can you bear it? Really? She wanted to say, You really don't know how high the sky is, but she couldn't curse after saying it twice, so she said it in a slightly softer tone. Don't worry, I will protect Xia Ning for you, and never let anyone take advantage of her. I won't let you wear a green hat. Xia Ning frowned slightly, thinking that she underestimated herself. She is always good at rejecting men who are like flies, and she doesn't need others to watch over her. Wu glanced at Chin Sun and thought, If you can't wake up, I will write a script based on you, and make it into a movie, so that your story will be passed down. I promise. Su Luluo squatted on the ground, holding her head with her arms, and sobbing on her knees, unable to say anything. Afternoon. Song Ying, Misier, and Ke, Huang Huai, and Xiao Lele rushed to the hospital one after another, surrounded Chin Sun for a long time, and their eyes were red. They didn't have a hot temper like Yilan, and perhaps they blamed Xia Ning in their hearts, but no one showed it. Xia Ning's ward was full of gloom and mist. Although she was sad, she also forced herself to cheer up and said, I understand everyone's feelings, but please believe me, you won't be sadder than me. But now is not the time to be sad. Everyone knows that Chin Sun was obsessed with spending a lot of money to market the original God before he fell into a coma. I don't know why, but he must have his reasons. Maybe it's superstition. I have a strong intuition that if the original God is a big success, Chin Sun will wake up. She bowed to the crowd. So, please help me, please. Everyone exchanged glances, and the big internet celebrity Song Ying, the tavern owner, the CEO of Dudu Tea, the female academic bully of Beijing University, and the trainee mentors all stood up and walked out of the ward with a sense of mission. No matter it's true or not, you have to give it a try. Just watch me. Just wait and see. The original god must explode, I said. Chapter 12:18. Song Ying and the others left, Su Luoluo stayed. Xia Ning walked to the bedside, lifted a corner of the curtain, and saw reporters holding cameras hiding under the trees, under the eaves, and in the awnings below the inpatient building. A quick glance showed that there were as many as 50 or 60 people. They must have seen rumors on the internet, and wanted to sneak into the hospital to get first-hand news. However, Xia Zheng had hired dozens of security guards from the security company to guard the inpatient department, especially Qin Sun's floor, where even a fly could hardly fly in. On another piece of land, there were 4 or 5 college-age girls holding a banner with a line of words written on it. Qin Sun, are you okay? After a while, they were driven away by the security guards. Xia Ning lowered the curtains and turned back to say to Su Luoluo, Lolo, talk to the security captain and ask him to invite Qin Sun's doctors and reporters in. Su Luoluo, this. She shut up immediately after saying one word. She had just hit Xia Ning with a trash can today, so it was better for her to obey her orders. She turned and went out. In less than half an hour, Xia Ning heard a commotion outside the door, and saw Su Luoluo half open the door and squeezed in with her small body, as if she didn't want the reporters to see too much. But the reporters didn't miss the little crack in the door, and there were bursts of clicks and flashes. Su Luoluo leaned against the door with her back, sweating profusely. Sister Xia Ning, the doctors and reporters are here. Stopped outside the door by the security guards. Are you going to let them in? Xia Ning shook her head. Although the room was large, it couldn't support 50 or 60 people squeezing in. She walked to the door, gently patted Su Luoluo's shoulder to signal her to go away, opened the door, and exposed Qin Sun in front of everyone. Only to hear the reporters exclaim, the flashlights flashed like lightning, and clicked. Xia Ning felt that she was almost blinded by the flash. The reporters held their mobile phones high and rushed forward. If they were not stopped by a group of tall bodyguards, they would have crawled into the room. They took pictures and shouted, Miss Xia, hello, is Qin Sun really a vegetable? How did he become a vegetable? Is there a possibility of recovery? If he can't recover, how long will you wait for him? How do you feel now? Has Yilan come to see him? What did she say about this situation? Dozens of reporters rushed to speak, and the louder they spoke, Xia Ning couldn't hear what they were saying at all. She walked out of the room, closed the door, and told the security guard to guard the door. She asked several security guards to escort her to an open space not far away, and called Qin Sun's 5 attending doctors and 3 hospital leaders to stand in a row and held a simple press conference. An hour later, dozens of media outlets have published reports about Qin Sun. Big Star Qin Sun suddenly fell into a vegetative state, and his girlfriend vowed to recover at all costs. Recently, the entertainment industry has received bad news. Big Star Qin Sun suddenly fell into a vegetative state. The reason is unknown, and the recovery is uncertain. Qin Sun's girlfriend, in grief, vowed to seek a way to recovery at all costs, and has contacted top doctors at home and abroad. Qin Sun's sudden illness has caused countless fans to feel sad. Faced with this predicament, Qin Sun's girlfriend has shown great strength and determination. I hope Qin Sun can feel everyone's love and support, overcome the disease as soon as possible, and return to the stage. Let us pray for Qin Sun, and wish him a speedy recovery. #shock. Talented superstar Qin Sun has become a vegetable, and the entertainment industry has lost its luster. Since his debut, Qin Sun has quickly emerged in the C-country entertainment industry with his outstanding talent. Whether it is the superb acting skill shown in his acting career, he can accurately portray various characters with different personalities and full images, allowing the audience to immerse themselves in every story he creates. Or the unique voice and creative talent shown in the field of music. The singles he released have repeatedly topped the charts of major music platforms. The melody and lyrics can hit people's hearts and trigger endless. The audience resonated with him. His talent is like the brightest meteor in the night sky. Although it is short-lived, it is dazzling and bright. It illuminates the sky of the entertainment circle of Country C. He once became the focus of the entertainment circle, and a role model for many younger generations to learn from. At this moment, he suddenly had an accident, which reminds people of Wang Bo, the first of the 4 talents of the early Tang dynasty, who was famous for his talent and died young. Qin Sun fell into a coma, and the cause of the disease caused speculation. Recently, a heart-wrenching news came from the entertainment circle. The well-known artist Qin Sun unfortunately fell into a vegetative state. This bad news made his fans, and the entire entertainment circle feel deeply sad. His girlfriend revealed in an interview that Chin Sun had previously devoted himself to a game project called Genshin Impact, which consumed a lot of effort and energy. Excessive fatigue may be one of the reasons for his sudden accident this time. These news attracted a group of self-media bloggers to create secondary works, and Chin Sun was on the hot search again and again. From 6 p.m. to 3 or 4 a.m., the two words Chin Sun firmly dominated Douyin, Manzhou, Weibo, Xiaowangshu and other major social platforms. The pictures of these news were very clear, and you could clearly see Chin Sun lying on the hospital bed, with various wires connected to his body and a nasogastric tube inserted in his nose, which made most netizens believe it. Some news media also had pictures of Chin Sun's medical records, which clearly described Chin Sun's situation. Most people on the internet believed it. Netizens were shocked and surfed intensively to get more information. In just a few hours, it triggered more than 100 million discussions. It was late at night. Xiaoning sat next to Chin Sun and browsed Douyin. There was no need to search deliberately. A swipe would bring news about Chin Sun. She kept reading the comments of netizens. Oh my god, how did Chin Sun suddenly become like this? I have always liked him, and was looking forward to his new works. This news is like a bolt from the blue, it is too hard to accept, I hope it is not true. Ah. No way, Chin Sun has become a vegetable? I was just listening to his new songs, and watching his concert videos. How could this happen suddenly? God is so unfair, he is so talented, woo woo woo. Seeing the news about Chin Sun, I was completely stunned. He is a shining star, how could he suddenly fall into such a predicament? I really hope this is just a nightmare, wake up soon, Chin Sun. Chin Sun has become a vegetable? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, he is so energetic and loves his career so much, how could this happen? This is a huge loss for us fans, it hurts. Xia Ning saw the regret and shock of netizens, and their words were so exaggerated, praising Chin Sun generously, as if forgetting the sins he had committed on the internet before. She looked up at Chin Sun and murmured, "Death is indeed a good marketing, you are right again. You? When? But when will you wake up?" Chapter 12:19. The wind is quiet, the moonlight is silent. They don't have the heart to wake up anyone who is sleeping soundly. Chin Sun lies on the hospital bed, his chest rising and falling slightly, and he doesn't respond to Xia Ning's words. Xia Ning lowers his head and continues to browse Douyin. I found that most netizens are more tolerant of Chin Sun than ever before, expressing their love for his talent and regret for his illness. But there are also some clowns who make malicious comments. Why does this matter feel a bit strange? It can't be a marketing trick for the game called Genshin Impact. It's too unkind to hype this kind of thing. If it's true, I'm so disappointed. It's said that the evil will last for thousands of years, and Chin Sun has become a vegetable? Why do I feel like he's trying to attract attention? Are all means used to promote the game now? I hope this is not real marketing, otherwise it really hurts the hearts of you brain-dead fans. He suddenly became a vegetable, and it was related to the game. Could this be planned in advance? Chin Sun's routine is too deep. I hope he really has a physical problem, and is not being used for marketing, otherwise it would be too much. I kinda suspect that this is the hype of the game. How could it be so coincidental? Chin Sun had an accident when the original God was about to be launched, and then he became a vegetable. How is it the same as a certain big star who talked about naked donations every time a movie was released, but in reality he was stingy? Didn't he jump and dance on the concert stage a few days ago, tearing his clothes to show his abdominal muscles, touching his crotch and hips? Why did he suddenly become unwell? I hope there is a reasonable explanation. Don't treat us as fools. Isn't a vegetable just a living dead? Using your life to make a game? 6. Looking at these bad reviews, Xia Ning remained calm. Since she met Chin Sun, she has seen more vicious comments than this, and she has long been accustomed to it. And she doesn't need to respond personally. These haters are shouting happily, but they are surrounded and beaten by many of Chin Sun's fans, saints on the internet, and righteous people. What did Chin Sun do to you? What did he do to you? Death is the greatest thing, you are saying this now? Can the doctor's diagnosis certificate be fake? Chin Sun, who is known as the god of marketing, needs to fake his death to market his game. Go back to your mother's womb. These discordant voices were quickly drowned in the wave of saliva. As the matter continued to ferment, Yi Lan and Bai Yihong took the lead, and more stars said blessings to Chin Sun. Chin Sun, you must cheer up. We are all waiting for you to wake up. You are a tumbler, and you haven't brought us more works yet. You must hold on, we believe you will get better. Baby, you can do it. You are so strong and work so hard. You will definitely be able to defeat the disease this time. Wake up quickly. We are all by your side to support you and love you forever. Chin Sun, come on. Although you are in trouble now, we will always pray for you. You must shine like you do on the stage. Recover consciousness as soon as possible and return to our sight. We are all waiting for you. The actor who once played the role of Songming in The Richest Man in Shihong City is the most temperamental. Original god, right? I will download it right away, and take my whole family to download it. You should wake up the fucking time. Xia Ning looked through the comments, his head lowered and lowered, and he fell asleep on the bed. That night, many netizens were sad, a small number of people gloated, and most of the male singers in the entertainment industry breathed a sigh of relief. Since Chin Sun became popular, it has been like a mirror hanging over their heads, shining their incompetence very clearly. Fewer and fewer artists dare to claim that they are singer-songwriters. In the concert a few days ago, Chin Sun threw out 13 hit songs in one breath, which made them feel breathless. In the past, they said, "I'm sorry for showing my poor performance," as a self-deprecation, but now they say, "I'm sorry for showing my poor performance," with a sense of shame in their hearts. Compared with Chin Sun's casual works, their carefully polished songs are really stinking. Now the mountain hanging high above their heads collapsed, and it felt like the sky was bright. The next day, Xia Ning got up at the same time as usual, followed the nurse to clean Chin Sun's body, and went to a nearby hotel to have breakfast with Ma Xiugui and others. She brought Chin Sun's family to visit Chin Sun, and suddenly said, "Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, uncles, I checked that Chin Sun is in a state where he cannot get a marriage certificate with me. The law does not recognize it. But I am willing to hold a wedding with him." As soon as these words came out, Ma Xiugui burst into tears again, hugged Xia Ning, and cried for a while, saying, "No, I can't do this, I can't delay you." Xia Ning's eyes were red. "Anyway, I won't marry anyone else. Auntie, you can't let me stay single for the rest of my life." Ma Xiugui was moved, but she didn't give in. Chin Sun's grandpa, grandma, and father also kept persuading Xia Ning not to act on impulse. Ma Xiugui took Xia Ning's hand, sat on the bed, grabbed Chin Sun's hand, and put their hands together tightly. "Xia Ning, wait a little longer, wait another year." 1 year later, he still hasn't woken up. Xia Ning was afraid that Ma Xiugui would remove Chin Sun's tube after 1 year in order to avoid delaying her, so she interrupted. "Mom, he will wake up." Everyone in the room was moved and surprised when she heard Mom. Their eyes turned red. Xia Ning continued, "Whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, or 20 years, I'm still young and I can wait." Ma Xiugui looked at Xia Ning, not knowing what to say, and cried again. She cried so much that she fell off the bed, and kept beating her chest. Xia Ning knelt on the ground, hugged her, and cried with her. After a while, the two stopped crying. Xia Ning said, "In theory, Chin Sun should be taken care of by his family. I can't take your son away from you. It's too selfish. But the medical level in the Magic City is high." She held Ma Xiugui's hand and pleaded, "Mom, can you let Chin Sun stay in Shanghai and let me take care of him?" Ma Xiugui cried for a few more minutes before she said breathlessly, "Okay." 2 days passed. Ma Xiugui's family left Shanghai, leaving Chin Sun alone. Fortunately, he was not alone. There were only 3 days left before the launch of Genshin Impact. Chin Sun, vegetative. Genshin Impact and other terms still dominated the hot search list, and even showed a trend of getting hotter. Chin Sun's friends continued to make efforts, among which Elan was particularly outstanding. Nearly 80 stars from the music and film circles shared the link to the official website of Genshin Impact. Xia Ning saw those stars forwarding it, and found that Bai Hong, director Lu Ming, and the actors of The Richest Man in Shihong City, and Fatal ID, not only forwarded the link to the official website, but also expressed their blessings to Chin Sun sincerely. The other 50 or 60 stars were forced to do business, just forwarded the link and wrote a very perfunctory text. "I'm waiting for you in Teyvat." This sentence seemed to be designated by Elan, otherwise they would not post it. Xia Ning was not dissatisfied with this. Celebrities cannot post any advertisements on their social accounts at will. They need permission from the agency, and generally they have to pay a fee ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Now Chin Sun has become a vegetative person, and the recovery rate of vegetative people is extremely low. They don't need to sell his face and forward game advertisements. It seems that everything is Elan's means. It is probably coaxing, deceiving, intimidating, and threatening to force these stars, who dare not speak out, to do business. Xia Ning saw that more and more celebrities on the internet were forwarding the link to the official website of Genshin Impact. Thinking of Yilan's fighting with her a few days ago, she snorted coldly. Godmother of the entertainment industry? She looked at Qin Sun lying on the bed and said sarcastically. She even wants to take advantage of your title of godfather of the entertainment industry and insists on being a screen couple with you. She is really. She couldn't say anything too vicious and said with a sigh, very bad. Chapter 1220. Another day passed, and there were only 2 days left before the launch of Genshin Impact. On this day, Xia Shujie, Lu Gang, Lu Jingya, and the little mushroom-headed Xia Jing came together. In the ward. When Xia Ning saw this scene, she knew that they had something to do, and guessed that they wanted to persuade her to stop her crazy investment in the promotion of Genshin Impact. She saw that several people were exchanging glances, and she spoke first. Dad, Mom, Uncle, there is a game exhibition nearby, and Genshin Impact is also exhibiting there. Can you accompany me to take a look? Several people hesitated and agreed. They came in a group today because they saw the overwhelming promotion of Genshin Impact on the internet. They knew that several 100 million yuan had been spent. Even though they were used to big scenes, they felt sorry for Qin Sun and Xia Ning. Money is not spent like this. But Xia Ning was exhausted these days, and it was not easy for him to ask for a walk. They thought they would find an opportunity at the comic exhibition later. The group brought 4 bodyguards to the game exhibition hall. This is a huge game exhibition hall. Looking around, there are booths separated in the venue. Some hosts on the stage are interacting with the audience and playing games, but most of the booths are beauties, 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 beauties. Twist your butt, twist your butt, twist your butt. Beauties wearing ancient wind clothes, JK short skirts, and 2-dimensional costumes are singing and dancing on the stage. Some even rolled on the ground, and I don't know what kind of talent this is. Under the booth, the audience raised their mobile phones and took pictures, howling in their mouths, just like wild cats in heat at night. Xia Ning and his group walked into the venue, and the sound of the audience's calls became clearer and clearer. Wow! Beautiful girl. This one is pretty, this one is pretty, damn, it's a sissy. I love it even more. Big breasts and thin waist, she's either a prostitute or a whore. I don't need to try this game, I know it's good. Look, look, there are such game characters in the game, how can it be bad? Fun, love to play. Brother, you haven't played the game, how do you know if it's fun? Did I say it's playing games? Hee, it turns out that everyone is a gentleman. When Lu Jingya saw Xia Shujie, Lu Gang's eyes were straight and he coughed. The world is going downhill, people's hearts are not the same as before. Why is this game exhibition hall the same as a club? I always thought that game exhibitions are mainly to display various games, and there are game trials, and at most an esports competition. Why? She pointed her finger. Why is it so filthy everywhere? Xia Shujie and Lu Gang had no joy on their faces, and even looked a little gloomy. They tried to look at it with a critical eye, so as not to let Lu Jingya catch them. Xia Shujie glanced and said in a low voice, ordinary stuff. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Jingya's eyes shooting at him like bullets. Have you ever seen high-quality stuff? Xia Shujie, That? I haven't either. Xia Ning didn't want to see them quarreling, so she pulled them forward one by one. Passing by a booth, she saw a little girl in a black maid outfit, white stockings, and a red bunny ear hairpin jumping on the stage. Xia Ning stopped and thought of Qin Sun's request to see her wearing bunny girl sexy underwear before he fainted. She thought it was too shameful and refused. I didn't expect that the little girl was jumping and dancing in public wearing this outfit, and it didn't seem so. Shameful? Am I really old-fashioned? Thinking of this, Xia Ning felt depressed and felt very sorry for Qin Sun. Niu Xiaojun and Wei Yue clearly bought this kind of clothes and stuffed them in the corner of their own closets before, but he didn't get to feast his eyes on them. On the stage, the bunny girl jumped and jumped, and some of the things on her body followed the twists and turns, making the audience scream. Xia Shujie and Lu Gang couldn't help but take a second look. Lu Jingya couldn't teach her husband a lesson in public, so she said in a sarcastic tone, is it like this now to promote games? Instead of making games properly, you spend all your time on this kind of thing, skirting the edge, just skirting the edge, and skirting the edge non-stop. She looked at Xia Ning and said, Ning Ning, you are so serious. When you were a child, you would cover your eyes when you saw people kissing on TV. How can you compare with them? Xia Ning smiled and thought, when I was a kid, I took the initiative to cover my eyes so that I could peek through my fingers. I'm not really serious, but In front of Qin Sun, am I? Still too pretentious? Lu Jingyao said again. It's really disgusting. I don't know who would like to watch this. Shameless. How can you, the original gods, beat these shameless people in this smoky game exhibition hall? Xia Shujia and Lu Gang heard her say shameless twice in a row, and realized that she was pointing at them, so they immediately turned around and echoed. Yes, Xia Ning is so honest, he will suffer a great loss here. What a pity, we in the Lu family are all upright gentlemen, and we can't play these dirty things. Xia Ning smiled slightly, walked forward with a few people, and said, It's okay, no one can beat Qin Sun in terms of wild methods. Lu Jingyao sighed and said, But he is now asleep. After a few people walked around a corner, Xia Ning looked forward and said, Although Qin Sun is not here, his residual power is still there. Several people were very encouraged to hear her words, and followed her gaze. What came into view was a huge booth, which was 3 times larger than the other booths. On the stage, 7 or 8 handsome men and beautiful women in cosplay costumes were waving their weapons, and performing hard. The audience around the booth was also 4 or 5 times more than other booths. People were crowded together, and it was as crowded as the streets on New Year's Eve. Xia Ning looked up at the cute cartoon character on the big screen of the booth, and her eyes were a little wet. It's called Paimon, and it's an emergency food. Several people approached, but were separated by layers of human flesh walls several meters away, so they had to stop outside and watch the cosplayers on the booth. Xia Shujia squinted his eyes for a while, and heard the audience's screams and cheers. He didn't understand what they were screaming, so he quietly took out his glasses with more than 100 degrees, and put them on. The world immediately became extremely clear, and he understood. The cosplayers on the stage were wearing extremely close-fitting 2-dimensional clothes, which made their cleavages stand out. Their breasts were white and full, their waists were slender and smooth, and their thighs were straight and slender. Regardless of gender, they all had celebrity faces, which were more than 1 level higher than the cosplayers on other booths. They were simply a gap. They were obviously not as coquettish as those on other booths, but their looks crushed others. They showed less but were more provocative. Xia Shujia couldn't help but admire in a low voice. Qin Sun's residual power is really not small. Chapter 1221. Xia Ning stood outside the crowd, looking at the platform. There were 8 cosplayers on the stage, including 5 women, 2 men and 7 trainees from Yuzi Film and Television Company, and 1 unfamiliar face. He should be a new trainee recruited by the company. These trainees wore cosplay costumes, cosplaying characters from Genshin Impact, including Captain Qin, Lady, Ningguang, Zhongli Mei, and a bunny girl Amber. When they wielded their weapons, they were either heroic, charming, or cold. They lacked the worldly air of the cosplayers on other booths, and looked like characters from a game. Lu Gang Group has a movie theater chain, and other entertainment companies often send dance troupes to perform at the annual meeting. One look at the people on the stage showed that they were not ordinary people. Ning, are these people trainees from Yuzi Film and Television Company? Xia Ning nodded. Yes. Lu Gang smiled. No wonder. The trainees of Yuzi Film and Television Company must be carefully selected by Qin Sun. They are simply the reserve of stars. A group of future stars cosplaying game characters is indeed a dimensionality reduction attack on others. Xia Ning smiled. She knew that these cosplayers had been strictly trained by Qiao Lele as soon as she saw their movements. Some of these people are born with charming bones, while others are full of vigor. Their gestures make their breasts seem to be exposed, which attracts the audience's attention. The audience's eyes are very busy, and their mouths are not idle either. Damn! It's worthy of Qin Sun's handwriting. The cosplayers, he found, are 100 times better looking than others. Wow, good guy, so good looking. Fuck, who is holding an umbrella against my waist? Take it back, or it will break. Isn't this an artist from Qinshu and Yuzi Film and Television Company? Isn't that a future star? How can we be so worthy that we can watch future stars perform for us by spending a few $100s? From these cosplayers, I can tell that this game must be fun. You can tell again? My second brother won't lie to me. These game characters can control the heart of otaku like me. Even if it's not fun, I accept it. Suddenly, Xia Ning heard a familiar sound of music. The 8 cosplayers on the stage immediately put their weapons aside, quickly lined up, and began to dance as the music started. Swords rise up to show grudges in the rivers and lakes, sleeves brush to cover the bright moon. Western wind leaves fall and flowers wither, but I can't sleep with swords as pillows. You are a passerby in the mountains and rivers, but you always sigh and feel sad about separation. Hair like frost. A cup of strong wine. How many years have you walked alone? I'm used to seeing the sword light illuminating the night. Xia Ning was stunned, thinking of the scene when she was hiding behind Qin Sun and dancing the third subject to celebrate the new year. She looked up and stared at the roof blankly to prevent tears from flowing. The noise in her ears was quiet for a moment, and then it broke out. Third subject? Qin Sun's dance. I cried to death. Fuck, why do you want to cry? Qin Sun has become a vegetable. Whose movie should I watch during the spring festival this year? I'm obviously an old pervert who came here to see beautiful women's safety pants. Why do you do such sensational things? Can't I download the game? Ah, Qin Sun, you died miserably. You're all fucking peeping at other people's pants. Go try out the game. Go. Go play the game. Go. A burst of joyful songs made the audience feel a little sad. A few experienced old perverts softened their hearts and went to the trial area to line up for the trial. Looking back, they saw that the best position was taken by the new perverts. They were annoyed and could only continue to line up and wait for the trial. Xia Ning walked over quietly and saw that the trial area was also very large. 5 rows were for the computer version, and 5 rows were for the mobile version, with 50 or 60 people sitting there trying out the game. Some old perverts, who had just sat down, were still swearing about being cheated in the best peeping position, but soon they were immersed in the game. Picking fruits, climbing mountains, climbing trees, swimming, climbing walls, looking for treasure chests, and being beaten by the hill people. They sighed from time to time. Not bad. Interesting. Better than I thought. Beautiful graphics. As expected of Qin Sun's work. Damn, why do I feel more and more awesome the more I play? This game starts high and ends high? Listening to these exclamations, Xia Ning's mouth curled up a smile, and suddenly saw a mushroom-headed guy playing with a mobile phone in a trial area. She walked over, pressed Xia Jing's head, and said, "This game is not suitable for children. Put down your phone." Xia Jing looked back at Xia Ning. Xia Ning frowned. "How did you, a minor, get the trial qualification?" Xia Jing grinned. "I'm tall," Xia Ning said coldly. "Let's go!" Xia Jing was having a good time playing, and didn't think this game was inappropriate for children, but thinking that her sister almost lost her beloved, she had to sigh and get up. "Let's go!" She walked a few steps, and turned back to say to Xia Ning, "I think this game will really be a big hit." Xia Ning's mouth twitched slightly, which was considered a smile. Xia Jing saw that she was smiling but not really smiling, and said again, "I think my brother-in-law will definitely wake up." Xia Ning smiled, gently touched Xia Jing's head, and said softly, "I know." She said it with emphasis. "I always knew it." Xia Ning and her sister returned to their parents, and continued to watch the performance on the stage. She saw that it was the trainee named Hua Fusher who cosplayed Ning Wang, dancing barefoot to the music, and the whole audience was excited. Seeing the excitement of the audience, Xia Ning knew that this comic exhibition was a sure thing. In addition to Hua Fusher, the other trainees of Yuzi Film and Television Company also have unique skills. Today, the Genshin Impact comic exhibition will become the brightest stage in the venue, and will be on the hot search tonight. Suddenly, Xia Ning heard Xia Jing complain. "Oh Mom, what are you doing?" Xia Ning looked over, and saw Lu Jingyao covering Xia Jing's eyes, and said coldly, "Jingjing, this is not what you should see, dirty eyes." Xia Jing pried her hands apart, raised her head, and looked aggrieved. "Mom, shouldn't you cover Dad's eyes? I am a woman myself." Lu Jingyao sneered and glanced at Xia Shujia. Xia Shujia chuckled twice, knowing that she was making indirect accusations, took off his glasses, and touched Xia Jing's head. "You? This? Unlucky child." Several people looked at it for a while. Xia Ning went backstage to greet Xiao Lele and Zhao Xiaohan, and handed them a stack of red envelopes, each of which contained 1,000 yuan. "Lulu, Xiaohan, you guys should distribute it to the trainees and staff later. Everyone has worked hard today." Su Luoluo and the others refused to accept it. "This is all our work. We have already received a generous salary. Now is the time for you, Sister Xia Ning, to use the money." Xia Ning interrupted them. "This is Qin Sun's money. This is his intention. You know, he is always very generous." Xiao Lele's eyes turned red, and she held the red envelope tightly, and nodded vigorously. Zhao Xiaohan looked at Xia Ning's back as she left, and sighed quietly in her heart. Sister Xia Ning is really strong, but what if Mr. Qin never wakes up? How long can she hold on? Xia Ning and his group walked out of the venue. On the way to the parking lot, Lu Jingyao gave Xia Shujia and Lu Gang a look, indicating that they should persuade Xia Ning to stop investing money in the promotion of Genshin Impact. But just now, Xia Shujia and Lu Gang saw the grand occasion of the game exhibition, and they couldn't help but have a little expectation for the game in their hearts, and they were unsure for a while. Seeing that they were indifferent, Lu Jingyao pinched Xia Shujia in anger. Xia Shujia screamed. Xia Ning turned around. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Xia Shujia said without changing his expression. "Ning, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." Xia Ning knew what he was going to say, hesitated for a while, thinking about how Qin Sun would answer, and after a moment, said, "Then don't say it." Xia Shujia, ? Chapter 1222. Xia Ning always speaks with discretion and respects her elders. Xia Shujia didn't expect to hear such a sentence from her. His chest was blocked, but he didn't worry and said directly, Ning, you don't let me say it, but I want to say it. Don't invest money in Yuanshan anymore." Xia Ning was not surprised to hear her father sigh and chatter. "You don't know that the marginal effect is diminishing? Looking at the situation in the past few days, you have invested enough money in Yuanshan, too much, and blindly investing will not increase much profit. Why don't you save this money?" Xia Ning was silent. From a business perspective, she herself felt that this behavior was stupid and didn't know how to explain it. If Qin Sun was awake, she would be the one to stop Qin Sun from spending money recklessly, but Qin Sun is now a vegetable and must insist on completing his last wish. Qin Sun was so obsessed with marketing the original god at the beginning, maybe the original god's popularity was really the key to his awakening. But who would believe this reason with a normal mind? Seeing that she was unmoved, Lu Jingyao persuaded her. Ning, you have to calm down. Save this money to treat Qin Sun's illness, invest in an internationally famous vegetative research medical team, or even keep it for his family. Isn't it better than doing marketing in a mess? I guess you have invested hundreds of millions of dollars. Investing so much money in one go can cause many listed companies to suffer, and you just spit it like this? Xia Ning still didn't speak. Lu Gang knew that his eldest niece was stubborn, so he also spoke up. Ning, judging from the reactions of the players who tried the game just now, this game seems to be pretty good. I don't play games, so I don't know whether the players are praising it because the cosplayers are good looking and have filters, or because they are fans of Qin Sun, or because it is free now. But Xia Jing couldn't help but interrupt. Uncle, it's really fun. Lu Gang was stunned and said to Xia Ning. You see, only children like this game. I heard that you make profits by drawing cards to get characters, but what consumption power do children have? Xia Jing, ? I spoke redundantly. Xia Shujia continued. Ning, we roughly investigated it, and the people from Hamiya Company said that this game was a project secretly made by a working group set up by our previous game company, the Xia family. But do you still not know whether we have this project? I don't know where you found the game. If you want to make a lot of money and leave, there is no need to invest such a high marketing cost. Now there are really enough. Xia Ning whispered. This game is Qin Sun's work. He completed it all by himself. Hearing this, Xia Shujia, Lu Gang, and Lu Jingya's faces changed drastically. They had previously guessed that Genshin Impact was acquired by a game company that Qin Sun had found, but they didn't expect that it was completed by Qin Sun alone. Their family had previously opened a game company, and they knew that game production required planning, design, drawing, modeling, programming, audio, testing, etc., and everything involved was all-encompassing. Any one of these projects requires several years, or even more than 10 years of accumulation. How could one person complete it independently? It is as unbelievable that one person can complete such a large-scale game independently, as it is that a 3-year-old child can play a 6th-generation game by hand. This is too scary. Lu Jingyao trembled. So, Xiao Xuan actually collapsed due to overuse of the brain? Xia Ning thought of Qin Sun's behavior of flipping through books crazily at Jingcheng University, nodded, and shook her head. I don't know. Then, her tone became firm. Don't persuade me. Qin Sun's previous policy was to spend 10 billion to market the original god. Now that he has fallen, I must continue his unfinished business. Regardless of cost, regardless of price. Xia Shujia heard. 10 billion, sneered, and said in a deep voice. Ning, you're possessed. Think about the 6 milk tea shops you opened before. You lost more than 5 million in just 6 months, maybe even more. You probably lost your own private money too. Now that Qin Sun is no longer in control of the overall situation, can you really do it? And this is not your money, you. When he saw Xia Ning's face change slightly, he suddenly realized that these words were too harsh, so he softened his voice and said, "Don't be such a spendthrift." Xia Ning's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a little funny. After Qin Sun became a vegetable, did his father seem to finally accept him completely? Xia Ning saw that everyone's eyes were almost staring at her face, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Qin Sun is always there, I can feel it." This sentence showed her position, and Xia Shujia was furious and left in anger. You. Forget it, it's not my money anyway. When Qin Sun wakes up, I won't be the one to scold. Xia Shujia left quickly, Lu Gang followed, and Lu Jingya took Xia Jing to stay with Xia Ning. Xia Ning looked at her father's angry back, and realized that her behavior, that was extremely contrary to business common sense these days, would make her further away from the position of the head of the Xia family group. She sighed quietly. "Qin Sun, do you know what I lost for you? I don't need you to pay, but you must wake up. Otherwise, get beaten. Beat even a vegetative person. I'm so inhumane. There's only 1 day left before the launch of Genshin Impact. The marketing of Genshin Impact is in full swing with the full support of Oak Company." Xia Ning didn't pay too much attention to it. She had done everything she could. She stayed in the ward and learned from the nurse how to give Qin Sun muscle massage and skin care. After learning, she let the nurse go out. She undressed Qin Sun and wiped his skin with warm water, especially the parts that are prone to sweating, such as armpits, groin, and even spread his feet and wiped them carefully. Suddenly, Xia Ning thought of what the doctor said: the shorter the coma of a vegetative patient, the greater the possibility of awakening. She hesitated, took off Qin Sun's pants, and flicked his treasure with her fingers twice, but the little thing never showed a ferocious look. Xia Ning shook her head, pulled up his pants, leaned over and whispered to his ear, "It's better to cut off useless things." After saying that, she stared at Qin Sun's closed eyelids for half a minute, but he didn't open his eyes. She was silent for a long time, and suddenly laughed. "I just realized that your eyelashes are so long, like a woman." Xia Ning was bullying a vegetative patient in the ward, and in the tea room of a villa dozens of kilometers away, Xia Shujia was still indignant. He was wearing a Bluetooth headset and intensively browsing his phone. He saw a video about the marketing of Genshin Impact and shared it with Lu Jingya and Lu Gang. He looked up and said, "Hey, do you know? The tavern in Qin Sun's song, the big-breasted proprietress has become a hot topic." Chapter 1223. Seeing Lu Jingya startled, Xia Shu realized that his words were a bit dangerous, and immediately started talking non-stop. This lady boss named Monsieur quickly bought 2 nearby pubs, renamed one the Cat's Tail Pub and the other the Angel's Gift. She held an event with the 3 pubs, offering 20% off on all drinks, and invited some female student cosplayers to serve as waiters. Think about it, how can a female student wearing revealing clothes serving in a pub be good? As a result, a female college student was touched on the butt by a drunk customer, and her safety pants were torn crooked. That Monsieur also has a hot temper. She picked up a bottle and hit the customer on the head. She was recorded in the police station for an entire night. It is said that while hitting the customer's head, she shouted, "Did I let you touch me? Did I let you touch me?" I think she was just angry because she saw Qin Sun become a vegetable, so she took it out on the customer. After saying that, he saw Lu Jingya looking at him coldly. "So, shouldn't we blow his head off?" Xia Shujia looked at Lu Gang and saw that he looked like he had nothing to do with it. Thinking about the 2 people named Lu and one named Xia in the room, he admitted his fear. That's right. He lowered his head and continued to browse his phone, not forgetting to curse again. Really? Vulgar marketing, vulgar marketing. After browsing for a while, Xia Shujia saw another hot search, raised his head and said, "Hey, do you know? Duduti has linked up with Genshin Impact, and urgently customized a batch of Genshin Impact co-branded milk tea cups." Encore notified the entire company, asking thousands of stores across the country, plus the headquarters, tens of thousands of employees to download Genshin Impact. She also said that after the launch of Genshin Impact, everyone can play Genshin Impact for 1 hour a day with pay for half a month. She even asked for a test paper, which included the names of game characters, nicknames, and catchphrases, saying that this was to show respect for the joint cooperation. He patted the sofa and said, "Tell me, can such a thing as playing games with pay come out of the mouth of a senior executive? I think Anka's career has been too smooth, and she is a little too arrogant. She is obviously using her power for personal gain for Qin Sun's sake. Let her settle down later." As he said this, he saw Lu Jingya staring at him and blamed her. "Come to settle down what? What did she do wrong? Xia Shujia was frustrated in front of his daughter yesterday, and now he was blamed by his wife again. He was upset and said, "Commercial cooperation is mutually beneficial. Our entire company, Dudu Tea, downloaded Genshin Impact. Why don't they all order a cup of milk tea at Hamiyu?" Lu Jingyao smiled. "It's not that difficult. That company has less than 50 people." As she said that, she took out her phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to Xia Ning and sent a voice message. "Mom, please treat everyone in Hamiyu company to a cup of milk tea, so let's drink Dudu tea." Xia Shujia saw that she was against him one after another, and mocked her. 50 cups of milk tea in exchange for tens of thousands of people downloading the game. This business is worth it. Lu Jingyao said loudly. "Old Xia, didn't you read the email said by Dudu Tea? Hamiya gave 20 million yuan in joint fees, and you were only willing to give Qin Sun 10 million yuan in marketing fees. His hand is much more generous than yours." Xia Shujia was stunned. In commercial collaborations, it is usually not clear which party pays which party. It is all about resource exchange and brand promotion, and profit is divided after profit. Originally, Genshin Impact was a game that had not been launched, and it was a blessing to be able to collaborate with Dudu Tea. However, after these days of overwhelming publicity, Genshin Impact has also become famous, and Dudu Tea cannot be said to have suffered a loss. The most important thing is that they paid. It was 20 million. Xia Shujia knew that he was in the wrong and stammered. "I am a chairman of the board and I still care about those trivial matters. It is normal that I don't know that they paid? This Anka is also a bit capable. It is worthy of being the spy I planted back then." After saying back then, he suddenly felt a little dazed, saying the year actually meant last year. Why does it feel like so many things happened this year? More than the past 10 years? Or is it Qin Sun? Too noisy. Xia Shujia lowered his head and continued to browse Douyin. In the past, he often deliberately made himself very busy and was surrounded by people to inspect this company and that company, attend meetings, and actively participate in some important decisions of the group. He felt that the group could not do without him. Later, after Xia Ning and Qin Sun established a relationship, he was very worried. Seeing Qin Sun on Douyin hot searches from time to time, he often watched Douyin. This time, he found that short videos were quite fun. There are all kinds of wonderful things in the world, and there is also species diversity on the internet. As for Douyin netizens saying that this is cheap nipple fun, he doesn't care. He has enjoyed those so-called high-level happiness. Besides, no matter low-level or high-level, happiness secretes dopamine. Gradually, he slacked off a little at work, and regrettably found that he might not be that important. The group was running well. He was determined to reduce his work, listen less to the flattery of his subordinates, return to his family, and not frequently interfere in the specific affairs of the company. But his daughter was obsessed with marketing, and spent money on suicide. Xia Shujia couldn't help but intervene, and continued to collect evidence on Douyin. After browsing for a while, he saw that the original god was on the hot search again. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Lu Jingyao asked first. "Hey! What did you see again?" Xia Shujia, He suddenly lost the desire to share, put down his phone, and was silent for a while, but still couldn't help but said, "Do you know? That little Ing doll released an album online, called Original God, which contains 10 songs. Netizens praised these songs to the sky, saying that after Qin Sun, there is no music scene in Sea Country anymore, and the music scene in Sea Country will regress 300 years. It's not just a loss for Sea Country, it's a loss for the world. I listened to it, and it's indeed okay, but this is not the key. Do you know what I saw in the comment section?" Lu Jingyao laughed. "Did you see a ghost?" Xia Shujia crossed his legs and frowned. "Is there anyone who chats like you? I saw that internet celebrity interacting with netizens in the comment section on Douyin, saying that this album called Original God also has another name called Half-Life Favored. Listen. With this internet celebrity, he is favored for half his life, and with that female star, he is a screen couple. Why is Qin Sun a dog in heat, flirting with women everywhere?" Speaking of this, he saw Lu Jingyao's eyebrows raised, thinking that Qin Sun had become a vegetable. This was not appropriate, and sighed. Our Ningning won Qin Sun among a bunch of women, but unfortunately, she didn't win in the end. Lu Jingyao said coldly. "Old Xia, you talk too much nonsense today. What are you in a hurry for?" Xia Shujia touched his nose, smiled bitterly, and said, "It's not that I'm narrow-minded, and can't stand seeing the original god do well. However, I said so many harsh words to Ningning yesterday. I hope that the scene of the original god will be good tomorrow, but not too good. I am a father of 3 children. I am old and not so thick-skinned. I am afraid of being slapped in the face by my daughter." Hearing this, Lu Jingya and Lu Gang looked at each other. They also had a premonition in their hearts that the original god might really be extraordinary. Lu Jingya sneered. "What a prospect, look how scared you are." Lu Gang took a sip of tea and smiled. "It's nothing. Didn't Ningning say that she was completing Qin Sun's unfinished business? What she said yesterday was good. Although Qin Sun lay down his influence is still there." Chapter 1224. The next day, Genshin Impact is launched. In the tea room, Xia Shujia, Lu Jingya, Lu Gang, and Xia Jing were sitting and playing with their phones. Xia Shujia saw the other three people lowering their heads to play games, and kept asking, "Is it fun? Is it fun? How is it?" Seeing that they were perfunctory with him, he was so angry that he went to the official website of Genshin Impact to download it, but found that the download speed was extremely slow, and it was estimated to take 4 or 5 hours. He was confident in his mobile phone configuration and network speed, and cursed. Such a bad experience on the first day of the launch? Spending so much money on publicity, but not upgrading the server, Xiaoning doesn't want to have a good start today? Seeing that the other three people were all lowering their heads, and no one paid attention, he picked up Douyin and searched directly for the words "Genuine God Download," and found that the public resentment was boiling on the internet. What kind of stupid website is this? It looks so decent, how come it's so laggy? I thought I was the only one lagging, but you guys are lagging too? This game is already big, but the internet speed is so slow, slower than my uncle with cerebral congestion walking. How can people play it? Rubbish game. I won't play it anymore. With such a rubbish server, how can the game be good? Under these negative reviews, there are almost always enthusiastic netizens replying, and I don't know if they are the water army hired by Xiaoning. I told you to download it in advance. If you rush to download it now, it will definitely be laggy. If the server doesn't crash, then they have a solid foundation. This game is fun, I swear on my chastity. You will regret it if you don't play it. Xia Shujia looked at his download progress again, frowned, looked at Xia Jing who was playing with her phone, and coughed. "Jingjing, have you finished your summer homework?" Xia Jing looked up. "I have finished it." Xia Shujia, "Have you checked it?" Xia Jing, question mark. Xia Shujia saw Xia Jing's surprised expression, and reached out his hand expressionlessly. Xia Jing pouted and stood up to hand over the phone. "Dad, you are becoming more and more like Qin Sun." Xia Shujia took the phone and glared. "What are you talking about?" Tian Gang. He lowered his head, and continued to play. Following the game prompts, he traveled around Mondstadt, and completed several tasks. Suddenly, he realized that a whole morning had passed. He was shocked. How did time pass so quickly? This game is just running around, sometimes going to the river, sometimes to the spring, and sometimes to the woods. It's very childish. How did it take a whole morning? Xia Shujia returned the phone to Xia Jing, who was standing silently by the side, and took his own phone to check the reviews of the original god. At a glance, it was almost the same as he expected. There were both praises and criticisms. When I played for 5 minutes, heard the game music, saw the scenery and character models in the game, I knew it was a good game. The scenery here is so beautiful. It is worthy of being a game supervised by Qin Sun. It is definitely not bad. I never dared to think that I could play an open-world adventure game like this on my mobile phone. Qin Sun has created a new era. The plot is too childish for elementary school students, but it is just right for college students. Such a large map, I am running around alone, it feels a bit creepy. I uninstalled this game after playing for half an hour. What's so fun about it? It's a development game. The more you play, the more addictive it is. To be frank, I have collected 99 sunset fruits. I pick mushrooms for an hour. I am so bored. So ashamed. Those who understand this game will find it fun, and those who don't will find it boring. Xia Shujie glanced at the comments and saw that there were many more praises than criticisms, and those comments did not seem to be from Water Army. He knew that this game might work. But how to make money? It seems that you can play without spending money. Xia Shujie raised his head and coughed. Seeing Xia Jing raised her head in grievance, he didn't care at all and stretched out his hand. Xia Jing held the phone tightly in both hands. "Dad, I'm catching wild boars," Xia Shujie said. "I just want to see how this game can make money. It's very fast." Xia Jing's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she immediately jumped up and walked in front of him, clicked on the prayer interface, and said, "Dad, draw a card." Draw this wind god Windy for me. I tell you, although he looks like a girl, he is actually a boy. Xia Shujie was shocked. With such a long whip in his hair, you tell me he is a man? As he said, he charged 3,000 yuan into the system according to the system prompt, and started to draw cards, drawing 10 times in a row, and it took 70 draws before a wind god came out. He smiled. I'm really lucky. I got it so quickly. Xia Jing glanced at him quietly and whispered, Dad, you're so lucky. Just draw a full life for me. Seeing her father's puzzled face, she explained, After you draw a character, you can continue to draw. You can draw up to 6 more to get a life star. Every time you activate a life star, the character's ability will be enhanced. Xia Shujie nodded and started to draw. He was rich and his hand speed was very fast. After a while, he drew 2 more wind gods. But the original stones were also used up. He frowned and felt something was wrong. What do you mean? You can't buy a character with 3,000 yuan? This game is so expensive? Xia Jing whispered. People with good luck may get a full life character with just a few hundred yuan. Xia Shujie's competitive spirit was aroused, and he recharged another 3,000 yuan and drew all in one go, but he only drew 2 wind gods. He was so angry that he directly recharged 10,000 yuan and started drawing again. With generous financial support, he finally drew the remaining 2 wind gods. He looked at the remaining original gods, did some mental calculations, and changed color in horror. A total of 8,160 yuan to draw a character? Qin Sun, this is fucking. Isn't this robbery? Lu Jingyao looked up and laughed. Old Xia, sometimes think more about your own reasons. I only spent more than 2,000 yuan to get a full life. Lu Gang also looked up and said, My luck is average, and I spent more than 5,000 yuan. Xia Jing saw that her father's face was getting more and more wrong, so she quickly snatched the phone and said, You can still play even if you don't draw. People like me who don't have money can play for free. Xia Shujie ignored her, his face changing constantly, and after a while he sighed. Draw cards? With the gambler's mentality, how many people can resist not continuing to draw? What if the next shot hits? If the next shot doesn't hit, what if the next shot hits? He took a deep breath and sighed. The game characters are so good looking, and you have to draw cards to buy the characters. Qin Sun moved the casino and brothel into the game, so he was punished by God? Suddenly, he heard Lu Jingyao's severe cough, reacted, and smiled. What I mean is that I play this game SOSO, but if someone really likes to play it, I dare not think how much water can be turned over today. Chapter 1225. At night. On the first day of the launch of Genshin Impact, Xia Ning did not show up in any company and stayed with Qin Sun in the ward for a day. She expected Qin Sun to wake up today. But he didn't. She looked at Qin Sun lying quietly on the bed, reached out and touched his cheek, and asked, Is it still not enough? Are you still not satisfied with this result? She sat by the bed, was silent for a while, and called Zhao Xiaohan. These days, she transferred Zhao Xiaohan to Hamiyu Company to take charge of the overall situation. She would know a lot of detailed data more clearly. After the call was connected, Xia Ning pressed the speaker button, put it next to Qin Sun's ear, and asked, Xiaohan, how many downloads of Genshin Impact today? There was a burst of cheers from the other end of the phone. She heard Niu Xiaojun, Wu Yu, and probably Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele were there. Zhao Xuan's excited voice rang out. Mr. Xia, 6.26 million. From 7 days ago to 12 o'clock just now, the total number of downloads of Genshin Impact is 6.26 million. As soon as the voice fell, there was another cheer on the other end of the phone. Niu Xiaojun, Wu Yu and others said loudly. It's not 6.26, it's 6.26 million. I never dared to dream that this game could have so many downloads. It seems that you are right to insist on the marketing policy formulated by Qin Sun. Not to mention making money, it is unlikely to lose money with today's momentum. Ha ha! I think it should make money. Xia Ning looked at the indifferent Qin Sun quietly. Her eyes were misty, not knowing whether it was because of the explosion of Genshin Impact or something else. She asked again, Then how much is the turnover today? There was another louder cheer from the other side. Niu Xiaojun spoke first. Don't say it. Don't say it. Old nun, take a guess. Su Luoluo shouted. Sister Xia Ning, you're guessing too high. If you guess too low, you're not sure. Another round of laughter rang out. Xia Ning roughly calculated in her mind that the download volume was 6 million. If 1% of people were willing to pay, that would be 60,000 people. The average cost per person was 25, which would be 1.5 million. If you guess too high, triple it, for 0.5 million. Round it off to 5 million. Xiaoning said. 5 million? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Niu Shijuan's slightly sarcastic sneer. Small family. Didn't I tell you to guess too high? Xiaoning was startled and said. 10 million? Wu Yu mocked again. You can disbelieve yourself, but you can also disbelieve. Suddenly, she stopped talking, as if someone covered her mouth, and there was a deathly silence over there. Xia Jing knew that the person Wu Yu was going to mention later was Qin Sun, so she reached out and held Qin Sun's hand, saying, I'm fine. Then the turnover today won't be 20 million, right? After she finished speaking, she shook her head, feeling that she was talking too much. There aren't many games in the world that can make 20 million a day. On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun sneered again. Old nun, stand up and talk. Why are you kneeling all the time? Are you so weak? When Xiaoning heard this, her expression changed drastically, and her scalp went numb. Is 20 million considered kneeling? How high can the turnover today be? She lost her patience and asked in a deep voice. How much is it? On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu said in unison. 33 million. Hearing this number, Xiaoning tightened her grip on Qin Sun's hand, making his hand red, and then her eyes also turned red. She lowered her head, tears shed, and murmured. It's a lot, I didn't believe you at all before. I'm sorry. The other end of the phone seemed to have noticed the movement here, and it became dead silent, but no one dared to comfort. After a while, the other end hung up the phone. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoning raised her head and said to Qin Sun, Do you have to spend 10 billion? It's difficult, but I will try my best. The next day, at Xiaoning's instruction, Zhao Xiaohan led several executives of Hamiyu to hold a press conference to announce the download volume and turnover of the first day of Genshin Impact. Finally, she said, the person who should be thanked the most for the success of Genshin Impact is Mr. Qin Sun. He discovered this game from a bankrupt game company, made drastic changes and improvements, and almost independently completed the remodeling of the characters and the soundtrack. It was his unremitting efforts that kept the pearl from being covered in dust, and brought such a game to the world. She stood up and said sincerely, Here, I would like to ask everyone to pray for Qin Sun and wish him to wake up soon. After the press conference, various media immediately wrote articles, triggering heated discussions among netizens. What the hell? 33 million turnover? I didn't charge a dime. Who is spending money on this game? We agreed to be poor together. Where did you get the money to draw cards? Did you sell characters for more than 30 million? This profit margin can reach 99%? Did Qin Sun really learn how to make games at Jingcheng University? No, it was less than 2 months in total. I believe it was Qin Sun's handwriting. Only an old pervert can design female characters to my heart's content. Really? Qin Sun bought this game from a bankrupt game company at a low price? The boss of that company must be so angry that he sold off a rooster that laid golden eggs. Let me show you my cards. I won't pretend anymore. I was a member of the secret team of the original God game. I had worked on it for more than half of the game. However, due to the failure of Fantasy Legend, the boss lost confidence and the original God died before it was released. Xia Shujie jumped up from his stool when he saw the news of Zhao Xiaohan's interview and screamed. 33 million? Ah? 33 million. He was so anxious that he was circling in the room, like an ant on a hot pot. More than 30 million. The original God's previous marketing was so big that even if it was selling shit, there would definitely be people who would try it. But there are too many people trying it. Seeing him like this, Lu Jingyao smiled. Old Xia, what are you anxious about? Xia Shujie glared at her and Lu Gang coldly and said, It's all your fault that you pushed me out to persuade Xia Ning the day before yesterday. I have been persuading her not to invest any more money, and not to squander money, saying that she was possessed by a demon and mocking her bankrupt coffee shop. He raised his phone. Look at the data now, more than 6 million downloads, more than 30 million in revenue. With this first wave of word of mouth, the revenue of Genshin Impact will exceed 1 billion this month. With the profit margin of game revenue, what does the money Xia Ning invested in marketing mean? He patted his face and said, I've lost all my face. You guys are the good guys, and I'm the bad guy. Lu Jingyao teased. Who forced you to say these ugly words? Didn't you insist on showing off your father's majesty in front of Xia Ning and leaving no way out for yourself? Xia Shujie frowned. Didn't you pinch me and push me out? Lu Jingyao, I asked you to comfort her. Hearing her shamelessness, Xia Shujia walked to Xia Jing, stretched out his hand, and pressed her mushroom head, saying, "Children don't lie, Jingjing, tell me, was it your mother who forced you to do it? Was it your mother who forced you to do it?" Xia Jing didn't dare to offend either side, so she had to take the blame and said, "I forced my father to say it." Xia Shujia? Question mark. He didn't feel relieved. It was more embarrassing to be forced to make a fool of himself by a 9-year-old child. He said unhappily, "You unlucky child." Chapter 1226. Lu Jingya rarely saw Xia Shujia lose his composure, and found it interesting, so she said sarcastically, "Old Xia, you said something you didn't want to say the day before yesterday. Now that the original god is so popular, you will have less authority in front of Ningning in the future." Xia Shujia said angrily. "What's the matter? This is all Qin Sun's." He wanted to say that it was all Qin Sun's credit, but as soon as Qin Sun was mentioned, the image of Qin Sun lying on the bed immediately appeared in his mind, and he sighed. All the well-known doctors in the field of vegetative patients in the world have been invited to diagnose, and they have no good solution. Xia Ning is afraid that she will be a widow for the rest of her life. Xia Shujia looked at Xia Jing, who was concentrating on playing games, and suddenly felt sad, and said to Lu Jingya, "Don't watch Xia Jing too closely when she finds a boyfriend in the future. Whether the incense of my branch of the Xia family is prosperous or not, she and Xia Tian have a great responsibility." Xia Jing raised her head, her eyes wide open. Lu Jingya reached out and pressed her head down, letting her continue playing games, whispering, "Are you letting her fall in love at the age of 13 or 14? Xia Jing raised her head again and blinked. Xia Shujia reached out and pressed her head down again, saying, "She is not a boy. How can she wait until she is 16, 17, 18 or 19 years old?" Xia Jing was annoyed by being pressed on her head, shaking her mushroom head like a chow-chow, and shouting, "Can you respect me? I am no longer a 2 or 3-year-old child. Either you hide and whisper, or cover my ears. What do you mean by pressing my head all the time?" Xia Shujia reached out and touched her head, saying with a smile, "Your mushroom head is so cute, I can't help it." Then, the second day, the third day, the fourth day of the launch of Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact's popularity is getting higher and higher. As the only brand co-branded with Genshin Impact, Dudu Tea has benefited from this overwhelming traffic, and there are long queues in stores across the country. Summer is the peak season for milk tea shops, and the turnover can actually increase 5-fold. The factory that prints the co-branded milk tea cups of Genshin Impact and the factory that makes Genshin Impact peripheral products are working day and night, working overtime. The store clerks have downloaded Genshin Impact, but they did not get the benefit of playing for an hour with pay at work. How can they play when they are too busy? The manager of the milk tea shop near Dudu Tea put his hands in his pockets, looked at the young people queuing at their door, and complained. Are these people sick? Buying more than a dozen cups of milk tea can only get some breakthrough material redemption codes, plus an acrylic stand. How can this be worthwhile? He quietly took out his mobile phone and opened Genshin Impact. Why not just use this money to draw a few rounds, just in case you get a payout? Dudu Tea headquarters. Ank was praised by the group for her full efforts to promote the linkage with Genshin Impact and brought huge benefits to the company, and her position in the company became more stable. She walked with the wind and looked more and more like Xia Ning. In the office, Ank sat in the president's chair and looked at the company's sales data, with a smile on her lips, and the smile disappeared. She covered her face with her hands and whispered, "So annoying. When will you wake up? It's like we are eating your blood buns now." As the popularity of Genshin Impact soared, some businesses across the country began to have crooked ideas and directly took advantage of the popularity without paying copyright fees. Some convenience stores and coffee shops used stickers of Genshin Impact characters and scenery to wrap the entire store into a two-dimensional world, pretending that they are linked to Genshin Impact. Some comic exhibitions used the slogan of Genshin Impact Character Awards to attract audiences to enter and buy tickets. Hamia's legal department is very busy, suing infringing companies everywhere and asking them to compensate them. They also sent lawyers letters to Angel's Gift and Cat's Tail Tavern next to the tavern. Misier laughed angrily and called Xia Ning. "Xia Ning, I won't pay this compensation. If you want to pay, you can pay it yourself. Anyway, the store is not mine." Xia Ning learned about the situation on the other end of the phone and replied, "Throw the lawyer's letter in the trash can, don't worry about it." Misier felt a little regretful when she heard this answer. She has seen Zhao Xiaohan appear on the internet these days, but not Xia Ning. She deliberately found something for her to keep her busy. Once people are idle, they tend to think about random things. But Xia Ning's tone just now was too calm, which is not good. Sierra sighed and ordered her sisters to continue working, including 3 child workers. These days are too busy, and the 3 taverns are full every day. There is no need to hire cosplayers. There are wild original god character cosplayers every day. The quality is uneven. There are 154 caddies leader Chin, and there are noble and cold factory executive lady. In order to calm the drunk guests, Sierra bought security uniforms for the waiters as work clothes. If she was not afraid of breaking the law, she would have bought a fake police uniform and pointed at the guests with a toy 98K. May the wind god protect you, stranger. I am the chastity knight of the Knights of Favonius, Sierra. You are not a serious person, then please explain your identity, and take your hand off Amber's ass. In the entertainment industry, more and more stars are posting photos of themselves playing Genshin Impact. I don't know if they are forced by Elon, or they want to take advantage of this wave of traffic. Or because Beijing film and television has begun to change its equity. Some artists with a keen sense of smell have found out that Chin Sun is the mastermind behind the scenes, and they want to cheer for Genshin Impact to show their loyalty. In particular, there is a rumor about Elon circulating in the circle. Although Chin Sun is unconscious now, who can guarantee that he will sleep forever? He is a stingy person. He may not remember who forwarded Genshin Impact, but if anyone did not forward it, I would take a small notebook to record it for him. Gradually, as long as the stars who are not prohibited from forwarding the game under commercial contracts, whether they are known to Elon or not, more and more people forwarded it. Netizens commented one after another. Chin Sun still has a big face. Did Chin Sun turn into a ghost to force them to forward it? I drew 60 times today, just as a gift. I also gave 250 yuan. I bought a 6-month monthly card, which cost 180 yuan. As the popularity of Genshin Impact is increasing, some people in the game industry have also come out to praise the game's characters, graphics, music, etc. Even made a bold statement. If Genshin Impact cannot sweep all the game awards this year, it will be their loss, and there must be something shady. In a blink of an eye, a week passed, and Genshin Impact's turnover broke the 300 million mark. Xia Shujia saw this scary number in the office, shook his head, and said, "It's boring, it's boring. What's the point of this?" He said it was boring, but his eyes flickered slightly, wondering how big this business could be. After he took over the group, he always sought stability, acquired many companies, invested in many enterprises, and even worked in game companies, but he only sought reasonable profits, and did not invest in those industries with extremely high risks. Therefore, he has never bet on a unicorn company like Genshin Impact. Xia Shujia looked at the data on his mobile phone again, and thought that this was a company run by his daughter, and he couldn't help but feel proud. A tiger father has no dog daughter, but if I participate in the management, I will definitely make Genshin Impact a global hit. Suddenly, the office door opened. Lu Jingya rushed in and said, "Old Xia, let's go." Xia Ning has been frantically raising money these days, and has spread the word that he wants to sell shares in Hamiya Company. Xia Shujia punched the table. "Can this be sold?" Then, he immediately changed his words. "Can this be sold to others? This unfilial daughter, she doesn't know how to think about her old father first when there is something good. Let's go!" Chapter 1227. Xia Shujia and his wife met Lu Gang on the way, and rushed to the ward together. This is a luxurious ward, just like a hotel suite, with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. At this time, the 3 elders sat down in the living room around Xia Ning. Xia Ning saw that they looked unkind and chuckled. "You are interrogating the prisoner?" Lu Jingya's eyes softened, and she said hurriedly, "How could it be? You kid has been saying some inexplicable things recently." Xia Shujia was full of resentment, and it was not easy to say anything too harsh, but there were some things he couldn't help but say. "I heard from your mother that she heard from your grandmother that you put the house your grandmother gave you up for sale? And it's only for 80 million. Are you so anxious to sell it?" Xia Ning didn't say anything. The large flat in the Magic City was a gift from her grandmother. She wanted to get 10 billion in a short time, and there was no other way except to break the bank. Xia Shujia said, "The market value of the house is 120 million, and you listed it for 80 million. You are disrupting the market. If you really want to exaggerate, you are breaking the law." Seeing Xia Ning lowered her head, he realized that he had spoken too harshly again and said softly, "I bought it for 100 million. Xia Ning looked up suddenly. Xia Shujia continued, "When Chin Sun wakes up, you can buy it back for 80 million and treat it as your new house." Xia Ning's eyes reddened, and she nodded gently. "Yes." Lu Gang continued. Ning Ning, I used some tricks to stop the Wudaozi painting you sent for auction, and sent it to your grandfather. The old man liked it very much and gave 100 million. He saw that Xia Ning's eyes were even redder, and he couldn't bear to watch, so he turned his head and said slowly, When you marry Qin Sun, I will ask the old man to give you this painting as a gift. Lu Jingya held Xia Ning in her arms, gently rubbed her head, and said distressfully, Ning Ning, cry if you want to, it's okay. Xia Ning closed her eyes and snuggled in her arms for a while. Tears rolled in her eyes for a few circles, but she never cried. After a while, she opened her eyes, except that her eyes were a little red. Her eyes seemed to have returned to calm. She knew that her family was very worried about her mental state and didn't understand why she was frantically raising money, so she took the initiative to explain. Before Qin Sun fell into a coma, he told me several times that he would spend 10 billion. He said it several times, and I didn't understand what he meant. But I think if he spends 10 billion, Qin Sun may wake up. Xia Shujia and the other two looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They are now more worried about Xia Ning's mental state. Isn't this nonsense? It's better to find a few charlatans to perform a ritual than to spend 10 billion to bet that Qin Sun will wake up. Xia Shujia asked. So you want to sell Hamiyu shares to cash out? Xia Ning nodded. Xia Shujia said helplessly. This game has been marketed like this. At least 100 million people in country C know about this game. How else can it be marketed? It's not good to replace the advertisement on the telephone pole where a rich woman pays a lot of money to have a child with an advertisement for Genshin Impact. He saw Xia Ning opening her mouth to speak, and said Xia Ning's idea in advance, blocking her way. Even if you find a global agent and conduct global marketing, you can't spend 10 billion. At most, I can make $1 billion or so. I have only done a few 10 billion business in my life. You are still young, you should listen to me. Xia Ning was worried that they would stop her crazy behavior, so she said hurriedly. But this is Qin Sun's company, and the legal person of the company is Niu Xiaojun. You can't interfere with what I do with the company's money, right? Xia Shujia thought it made sense, and then felt ashamed. He looked at Lu Gang for help with his eyes. Lu Gang would not have any boring emotions like the dignity of an old father in front of Xia Ning, and said calmly, Ning Ning, if you insist on spending 10 billion to prove your relationship with Qin Sun, then we really can't say anything. However, I agree with your father. It is indeed a stupid behavior. Or you think about it calmly? Seeing that Xia Ning looked unhappy, Lu Jingya put her arms around her shoulders and said, Ning Ning, think about it carefully. I don't think Qin Sun is the kind of crazy person who would spend 10 billion to market Genshin Impact. He always likes to make a small investment to gain the greatest benefit with the smallest cost. Spending 10 billion on marketing does not fit his style. So think about it carefully. Xia Ning lowered her head, took a deep breath, and tried to recall. Thinking and thinking, her mind gradually became clear, and she found that she seemed to have really been stuck in a dead end these days. At the beginning, Qin Sun shouted that he would spend 10 billion on marketing, which seemed to be just an excuse to raise 10 billion to use for marketing Genshin Impact. Later, he didn't get 10 billion, so he wasn't so excited. He just said it with regret while driving on the mountain road. If we don't have enough 10 billion, what else can we do? What Qin Sun really cares about seems to be the time to spend money. He asked Oak to contact various companies to discuss cooperation, only giving a 10% deposit in the early stage, and the balance in 10 days, and emphasized that it must be paid, and not delayed. These days, she looked at Qin Sun's mobile phone several times, trying to find clues that he became a vegetable. No clues were found, but she was surprised to find that Qin Sun's shopping platform shopping cart was full. Graphics card. Military knife. Clothes. Cosmetics. All kinds of things are the most expensive ones. In addition, Qin Sun's browser search history has similar questions such as how much does a private jet cost? Where is the best villa in Magic City? Will spending 10 billion in a month be regulated? Connecting all the clues, Xia Ning suddenly figured it out. Qin Sun wants to spend 10 billion within a month, regardless of whether it is marketing. Xia Ning opened her eyes wide, glanced at Xia Shujia, Lu Jingya, and Lu Gang and said, It doesn't have to be spent on marketing, but I need to. She didn't know whether Qin Sun wanted to start counting from 1 month after the launch of Genshin Impact, or from when he proposed to raise 10 billion. She pondered for a moment, and thought it would be safer to start counting from when Qin Sun proposed to raise money. 10 billion needs to be spent within 13 days. As soon as this was said, the room was quiet, and everyone looked strange. It's good not to have to spend money on marketing. You can buy buildings, land, financial management, gold, companies, and leave a large amount of assets. But do you really have to spend 10 billion? And within 13 days? After a while, Lu Jingya asked, "How much have you spent now?" Xia Ning replied, "More than 321.2 million. The Genshin Impact marketing campaign is so large, and the cost is changing at any time." Xia Shujia heard that she was accurate to 100,000, and knew that she was particularly concerned. He couldn't help but feel distressed and asked, "How much money have you raised now?" Xia Ning glanced at Lu Gang, a little embarrassed, and said, "Including the 1 billion sent by my uncle, plus the money spent on inviting Yilan to be the spokesperson and marketing for the original god, a total of 3.3 billion. As soon as the voice fell, the three were shocked. They knew that Qin Sun was good at making money, but they didn't expect him to be so good at making money. Excluding the borrowed money, his company made at least 700 to 800 million in profit. In just 1 year, he made so much money alone? He is a bandit. Xia Shujie jumped up. How much? 3.3 billion? You and Qin Sun, two little brats, made so much money behind our backs? He was so angry that his fingers were shaking. You are going to poke the sky. If you really spend so much money and make a big mess, who can clean up your ass? It's outrageous, too outrageous. Chapter 1228. Xia Ning didn't care about her father's mood. She was scared when she saw Qin Sun borrowing money everywhere and raising 3.3 billion in just a few days. She thought he was going to defect and go abroad. But now Qin Sun has fallen, she continued Qin Sun's unfinished business, and suddenly got stuck in a dead end, thinking that 3.3 billion was far from enough. Xia Ning said, "Dad, plus the house I just bought for you, and the paintings I sold to Grandpa, there is another 180 million. Now it's almost 3.48 billion. Plus the flow of yuanshin in the past few days, if you want to expedite the procedure, you can get more than 200 million, which is a total of 3.7 billion. She looked at everyone and said seriously, "Then I still need 6.3 billion. Xia Shujia and Lu Gang are the bosses of large consortiums. They know the value of raising nearly 4 billion in a short period of time, and their faces are getting weirder." Xia Shujia asked, "Ningning, how old are you this year?" Xia Ning's eyes dimmed. 25. A few days ago, she celebrated her birthday, just like any other day. Because of Qin Sun, she refused some celebrations and gifts, and only accepted her mother's birthday cake. Xia Shujia gave a thumbs up and smiled. "You are this. You dare to set up such a big stall at such a young age. When I was your age, I was not as brave as you, not even 1/10 of you." Xia Ning smiled bitterly. "Brave? I am just average. It's Qin Sun who is extremely brave. What can I do if I get into bed with a thief?" Xia Shujia sat down, lit a cigarette, and asked, "Ningning, I heard that you want to sell your shares in Hamiyu Company. If I offer 6.3 billion, how many shares are you prepared to give?" Xia Ning was startled and looked at Lu Jingya. When she saw her nod, she realized that this was not a joke. She also realized that her behavior these days was like fooling around. She didn't expect to get support from her family, so she didn't tell them about it. She pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Before Qin Sun fell into a coma, he had already made the third major version of the game. He has great ambitions and is looking at the world. The first major version map that everyone is playing now is based on medieval European countries. The second Liyue version is based on country C, and the third Inazuma version is based on country J. These days, game agents from all over the world have approached the company to discuss cooperation. This game can be promoted globally. We update a major version every year, and this game can last at least 3 years. And in each major version every year, Qin Sun has made detailed plans for the content of each version update and the time of the card pool update. So, judging from the current momentum, I firmly believe that this game can be popular for at least 3 years, and Genshin Impact can reap tens of billions of revenue worldwide." She looked at everyone with a firm tone. 6.3 billion, I am ready to give 20% of the shares. Xia Shujia smiled secretly when he heard 20%, thinking that Xia Ning was a filial child after all. A company with an annual revenue of more than 5 billion can reach a valuation of 100 billion with a little operation. And the original god obviously has this potential. 20% only sold for 6.3 billion. Either Xia Ning was so anxious that she lost her mind, or she was secretly filial to herself for personal gain. She has always been rational, and is not so easy to lose her mind. Xia Shujia was so happy that he crossed his legs. "Ningning, What price would you offer if you sold 20% of the shares to someone else? Xia Ning hesitated and said, 5 billion. Xia Shujie shouted. How much? Xia Ning, I just asked for a little more because you are my father. Xia Shujie felt dizzy. You call 1.3 billion a little? I thought you were being filial to me by selling me 20% of the shares, but I didn't expect you to be crazy. You can't estimate it yourself. Can you find a professional to do it? If you didn't meet a kind buyer like me, you would have to sell 30% of the shares for 6.3 billion, and you would lose a lot. Seeing Xia Shujie was so angry that he kept talking, Xia Ning asked worriedly, Dad, then? Are you still buying it? Xia Shujie was startled and shouted, Buy! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gang shouted, Wait a minute. He looked at Xia Ning and said with a smile, Before, our group paid Qin Sun 1 billion yuan in advance for the concert. It seems that he will not be able to complete the contract. In theory, he should pay 1.2 billion yuan, but he has become a vegetable, which should be considered force majeure. Just return the money at the original price. Xia Ning lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at Lu Gang's eyes. She didn't plan to pay back the 1 billion yuan immediately. She wanted to use it first, and then make money from Genshin Impact to pay it back later. At this time, she heard Lu Gang say again, My company will send you a lawyer's letter soon. You can slowly argue with them, and sue them if necessary. You don't have to care about my face. Xia Ning understood that her uncle tacitly allowed her to embezzle first, so she raised her head and smiled. Lu Gang smiled and nodded, turned to look at Xia Shujie and said, Ning Ning, 20% of the shares of Hamiya Company, I pay 6.4 billion, I buy it. Xia Shujie saw that he just interrupted him, and told Xia Ning that he was not in a hurry to pay back the money, so he thought he had some good intentions, but he didn't expect that he was doing a favor to grab business. He stood up angrily, and pointed at Lu Gang's nose and cursed. There are brothers like you, and uncles like you? Lu Gang retorted. There are fathers like you. Isn't it worth 6.4 billion? Xia Shujie cursed. Is that what I mean? There is no father and son in the business world. Can she blame me for being stupid? What do you mean by suddenly jumping out and raising the price? Is it only worth 6.4 billion? Lu Gang said loudly. You said yourself that there are no fathers and sons in the business world. So what about brothers-in-law and brothers-in-law? If you think 6.4 billion is not enough, then let's bid. The highest bidder wins. Seeing them arguing endlessly, Xia Ning stood up and said to the two old men who were getting closer and closer to fight, Stop arguing. 10% each, 6.4 billion, both of you give it to me. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Shujie and Lu Gang stared at Xia Ning with wide eyes, and the two of them were talking to each other, anxious. 10% each? 10% for 6.4 billion? Your heart is so dark, doesn't it hurt? I am your father. I am your uncle, blood is thicker than water. Xia Ning said. You two will give me 6.4 billion together, 10% of the shares each, but you need to transfer the money to Qin Sun's account within 10 days. Xia Shujie was shocked. 10 days? Lu Gang frowned. Too rushed. Big companies rarely leave huge amounts of money lying around in their accounts, and usually they have to circulate it to generate profits. There are not so many cash kings in Beijing in the world. It is very difficult for 99.9% of the companies in the world to raise 6.4 billion in one go. Xia Ning said. If I wasn't in such a hurry, why would I offer such a low price? Do you really think I'm stupid and can't calculate the commercial value of the original god? Xia Shujie, Lu Gang, The two of them looked at each other, knowing that it would take two people to make a move at the same time to raise so much cash in such a short time, and they reached out their hands to shake hands and make peace. Happy cooperation. Chapter 1229. Only 7 days later, the 6.4 billion arrived, and 200 million was withdrawn from Hamiyu's account. Xia Ning looked at the exaggerated number of 6.6 billion in Qin Sun's account and felt it was a bit unreal. After a while, she began to plan her spending. No special plan. Just buy. A daughter born with a silver spoon in her mouth burst out with the temperament of a local rich man, spending money lavishly and without thinking. Xia Ning contacted the previous seller of the land and wanted to transfer the remaining 2.1 billion of the land purchase money to him, which scared the other party to confirm again and again. Mr. Xia, didn't we agree to pay the balance within a year? We are not that anxious, why did you suddenly? The other party seemed to have some concerns, worried about offending a big shot. We are really not in a hurry. Xia Ning was very strong. I am in a hurry." In the end, the other party accepted the balance with trepidation, and there was no joy at all for getting the full payment of 3.1 billion for the land sale within a month. I have been doing business for decades, but I have never seen anyone do this. After paying for the land, Xia Ning opened Qin Sun's mobile phone, bought all his shopping on various shopping platforms, and all the products he had searched for, and sent them to Haicheng Villa, asking Su Luoluo to receive them. For this purpose, she specially prepared a warehouse in the villa. It was full of things, but it only cost more than 2 million. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun lying quietly on the bed, and complained in a low voice. "You are too stingy with money. You just throw the problem to me." She calculated that excluding the 300 million for the promotion of the original god, and the 3.1 billion for the purchase of the land, the total cost was only 3.4 billion, and there was still more than 6.6 billion to spend. She rushed directly to Xia Shujia's company, interrupted his meeting, pulled him into the office, and said, "Dad, I want to do a business with you." Xia Shujia was terrified. He had just seen the black heart of his daughter a few days ago, and asked, "What business?" "Xia Ning, I want to buy a villa for Qin Sun. I remember that our family has some good houses in Shanghai. Please give me a low price." Xia Shujia was relieved when he heard that it was such a small matter. "Then I will give you a house with a market value of 50 million. I will give you a 20% discount, and sell it to you for 40 million. Seeing Xia Ning frowning, he sighed knowing that she was not satisfied. After all, a girl can't be kept. Okay, I will give you 5 million less, and sell it to you for 35 million. Seeing Xia Ning frowning deeper, he said angrily, "If it is lower, it will not be compliant. Why don't I give it to you directly?" Xia Ning shook her head and said, "Dad, that's not what I meant." Xia Shujia shouted, "What do you mean?" Xia Ning, too cheap. Xia Shujia didn't react for a moment. He was stunned, confused. "Ah?" Xia Ning explained. "Dad, didn't I say that I would spend a lot of money in a short period of time?" Qin Sun searched the browser for the price of the best villa in Magic City before. "I remember we have several properties in the best places, right?" Xia Shujia reminded. "That 1 square meter costs more than 350,000. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Xia Ning nodded. "If you want to buy it, Qin Sun is a face-conscious person. If you want to buy it, buy a good one." Xia Shujia suddenly felt that he was a little petty, and he was actually a little envious of Xia Ning. When he was his daughter's age, he couldn't spend so much money. He was in a good mood and said with a smile, "Our villa is not ordinary." He cleared his throat and turned into a house-buying lady. Stepping into this Su-style garden villa, it feels like entering a paradise by mistake. The pink walls and black tiles are arranged in an orderly manner, and the winding paths lead to secluded places. The carved windows let in fine light and shadow, outlining the poetic meaning of the years. A delicate pond, koi swimming, lotus leaves swaying, and the taihu stones on the shore complement each other. Xia Ning patiently listened to this long paragraph of flashy slogans, knowing that her old father, who was a bit literary, personally participated in the writing of the villa slogan. She asked, "Dad, how much?" Xia Shujia smiled. "The market price is 400 million. Since you are not short of money, I won't give you a discount." Xia Ning shook her head. "I just have a lot of money, but I'm not stupid. I give you a 30% discount, and sell it for 280 million. Xia Shujia said angrily. "You unlucky child. You never make me worry at all." An hour and a half later, Xia Shujia and Xia Ning, along with a group of senior executives from the sales department, arrived at a Soviet-style villa. Xia Ning called Ma Xiaogui on WeChat and shouted "Mom" in front of everyone. "Mom, I show you a house, take a closer look." As she said that, she turned the camera over and aimed it at the main body of the villa, slowly moving the lens across the lotus pond, rockery, grove, etc. On the other end of the phone, Ma Xiaogui exclaimed again and again, "Oh, it's beautiful. It's really beautiful. Is this your house? I know your family is rich, but I didn't expect your family to be so rich." Xia Ning walked into the villa and showed her the decoration inside the villa, exclaiming incessantly. Suddenly, she turned the camera and looked at Ma Xiaogui and said, "Mom, do you like it?" Ma Xiaogui said, "I like it. Who doesn't like it? Why are you asking this?" Xia Ning said, "As long as you like it, this is the villa Qin Sun wanted to buy before he fell into a coma. I asked my dad to break a bone, and I can buy it for less than 300 million yuan. Our family will live here in the future." Ma Xiaogui's eyes were red in an instant. "Xiao Ning Xiao. Ning, He is like this. I don't think it's necessary. Wait until he wakes up. Xia Ning knew that although Ma Xiaogui was superstitious, she couldn't explain to her that Qin Sun could wake up by spending money. After all, 10 billion is really a huge number for her. Even big capitalists like her father and uncle find it scary. If Ma Xiaogui knew about this, she would probably be scared crazy. She lied a little. Mom, this is Qin Sun's wish before he fell into a coma. He told me dozens of times before. He is a filial child. You can't go against his wishes. Seeing Ma Xiaogui on the other side in a dilemma, she said loudly. Mom, Su Luluo has already flown to Shiren to pick you and Uncle Qin up. We will sign the contract tomorrow and write your and Uncle Qin's names. Ma Xiaogui was about to open her mouth, but Xia Ning hung up the video, not giving her a chance to refuse. The next day, Ma Xiaogui's whole family came, walked around the villa for more than an hour, and finally signed the contract crying. Xia Ning saw that another 280 million had been spent, and there were still 6.32 billion to spend, so she took Ma Xiaogui's hand and said, Mom, let's go buy another thing. Ma Xiaogui had just signed a big business of 280 million, and was in a daze. She was dragged away again, and asked nervously, What is it? Xia Ning saw her in this state. It was not easy to speak, and hesitantly said, Transportation. Chapter 1230. Ma Xiaogui heard the word vehicle and thought something was fishy. What is a vehicle? Bullock carts, bicycles, electric cars, trains, and trucks are all considered vehicles. Seeing Ma Xiaogui's alert face, Xia Ning quickly emphasized, Qin Sun has always wanted this. Qin's father sighed. Every man has a dream of racing. Xiao, you were too strict with Qin Sun when he was a child. Now he is like this, just let him do what he wants. When he wakes up and sees the car he likes, he will be very happy. Ma Xiaogui heard that it was a luxury car and nodded. 2 hours later, Ma Xiaogui, Qin's father, and the rest of the family were stunned when they saw the private plane in front of them. Ningning, you call this a vehicle? Qin Sun can't fly a plane. Qin Sun's family members were so scared that their legs went limp. In their perception, only the wealthy capitalists, who are rich enough to rival a country, are qualified to own a private plane. Qin Sun? Is he worthy? Qin Sun's family visited the plane inside and out under the guidance of the account manager, but they were unwilling to buy it. No. What are you going to buy it for? 150 million. Qin Sun's grandfather couldn't afford it even if he farmed for 100 lifetimes. You can't spend money like this. No, I won't buy it even if you kill me. Xia Ning saw in Qin Sun's browser that he had checked. How much does a private jet cost? And knew that he wanted to pretend to be so cool, so she kept persuading him. She tried to persuade him, coaxing and deceiving him, and talked for more than half an hour, but Ma Xiaogui and the others still refused to give in. Xia Ning was so anxious that she almost cried, made a scene, and then hanged herself. She blurted out, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma. You can't let Qin Sun die with his eyes wide open. With one sentence, the whole place fell silent. There is a saying among the people that vegetative people are living dead, which can also be called die with eyes wide open. Xia Ning knew that she had said something wrong, so she raised her hand and slapped herself. Ma Xiaogui burst into tears. We bought a plane. Xia Ning directly arranged Qin Sun's family in the newly bought villa, which was fully furnished and all of them were top-notch items, so they could move in with just a bag. In addition, she contacted a housekeeping company and arranged 3 nannies for the villa. Ma Xiaogui's family sat in the luxurious living room, feeling like a dream. She looked at Xia Ning and said infatuatedly, Xiao Ning, don't spend money recklessly anymore. I'm scared. Xia Ning was a little embarrassed, nodded, and shook her head. I won't spend money recklessly. I will definitely buy something you like. Ma Xiaogui's face changed. Do you really want to buy more? I used to like beer fish the most, but now I don't know what I should like. At night, Xia Ning returned to the ward and stared at Qin Sun for a long time. He found that his complexion did not change, and encouraged himself secretly. Spend more money, and you will definitely see the effect. Qin Sun has never cheated. He has not cheated on major things. He usually doesn't cheat me on major things. Spending the remaining 3.67 billion will definitely be useful. The next day, Xia Ning rushed to Xia Shujia's office building again, but was stopped again and again by his secretary, who said that President Xia was out for something. She didn't care and rushed into the office directly, catching Xia Shujia, who was playing Genshin Impact. Xia Shujia's temples were throbbing, and he looked at his daughter like a plague god inside. Ningning, you are really a debt collector. Xia Ning was a little embarrassed, closed the door and said, Dad, I came to discuss 2 business deals with you today. Xia Shujia didn't believe it at all, nodded perfunctorily and said, Oh, I know. Tell me, what big loss are you going to make me suffer today? His company had kept the villa for several years, and didn't sell it yesterday. The market price rose from 280 million to 400 million, but Xia Ning cut it back to the price a few years ago. This can be regarded as a Waterloo in his business history. Xia Ning poured a cup of tea for Xia Shujia. Xia Shujia stretched out his hand and gently pushed it away. I don't know how expensive this cup of tea is, I dare not drink it. Xia Ning said seriously. Dad, I really came to discuss 2 business deals with you. First, don't we have 3 shopping malls in Shanghai? These shopping malls have so many people every day, and the business is so busy, you can't handle it. Xia Shujia was shocked and pointed at Xia Ning with a trembling finger. You can even say such a thing? You have ruined my good temper that I have cultivated for a lifetime in the past few days. I am the chairman of a group and I don't have to go to the mall to cashier, sweep the floor, and sell things. No matter how good the business is, how can I be tired? He stood up and took a few steps back, away from Xia Ning. I also want you to buy my golden egg-laying rooster, and let you show such filial piety. Xia Ning's face turned red, and she gave a suitable price. 3 billion, you will not lose money at this price. Xia Shujia was shocked, sat back on the stool, and lowered his head to think. Although his family's 3 shopping malls in Shanghai are doing well, the price of 3 billion is indeed very tempting, which is equivalent to putting the profits of the next 10 years into the pocket in advance. He raised his head, picked up the teacup, and took a sip of tea. Ningning, I feel your sincerity. However, you are not very filial as a daughter, and I, as a father, must also fulfill my responsibilities. I have to remind you. In the past few years, our shopping mall business seems to be booming, but when the economy goes down, the business will be much worse. You will need about 15 years to get your money back if you buy it for 3 billion. This payback period is too long according to the current operating conditions. And if the economy is not good in the future, coupled with the increasingly fierce competition in the mall, it will take you longer to get your money back, and you may even lose money. Xia Ning added tea to Xia Shujia and said, I'm not afraid. Xia Shujia's eyes flashed with a sly look, and he smiled. Which one do you want? He has 3 shopping malls in Shanghai, and each of them seems to be doing very well, but the one with the largest flow of people has the lowest profit. He bet that Xia Ning would choose that one. Xia Shujia took a sip of tea, waiting to see the joke, but heard Xia Ning say, Dad, I want to see the financial reports of these 3 shopping malls before deciding which one to choose. He spit out a mouthful of tea and cursed. Okay. Just look at the financial report. You have been with Qin Sun for a short time, but you have learned to be so cunning. It will be unjust if you don't make money in business in the future. Xia Ning added more tea to Xia Shujia and said, Dad, don't pretend. You will always make some money with 3 billion. Xia Shujia said angrily. That's not much. Xia Ning heard this, and knew that he agreed, and smiled. Dad, can I keep relying on you to cheat me? Don't I have a business deal to discuss with you? Xia Shujia's right eyelid twitched. Chapter 1231. Who can say for sure? Xia Shujia said, feeling his scalp tingling, and the tea as bitter as arsenic. I don't want to talk to you. Xia Ning didn't care. If she wanted to spend the money in a short time, and not do a loss-making business, she could only rely on her family. She said, In fact, Qin Sun asked me to spend 3.1 billion to buy a piece of land in Shanghai, and wanted to build a building as his future group building. Xia Shujia was shocked. He didn't expect that in Shanghai, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, they could actually buy a piece of land, and it was worth 3.1 billion. It seems that the location of this piece of land is very good, he asked in a deep voice. Sunning Group? Xia Ning smiled bitterly and nodded. Xia Shujia asked, Okay, I take this business. Xia Ning asked with some surprise. Don't you want to ask about our budget? Xia Shujia sighed. I make this building even if I lose money. If you don't have enough money, I make it up for you. I ask your grandfather, grandpa, and uncle for a big red envelope. They promised to give Qin Xuanfeng a big red envelope to build the building. Xia Ning's eyes were slightly red, and she said, Our budget is 670 million. Xia Shujia stood up suddenly and was stunned. The highest cost of building a building in a place like Magic City is mostly the land price, drawing design, cement and steel bars, and labor costs. These are small compared to this. The construction cost is about 700 million, which is a lot of money. Xia Shujia picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, "You, the unfilial daughter, are finally willing to let me make some money. But don't worry, I won't make too much money. I will personally urge them to build it well, and strive to make it a new landmark in Shanghai." The next day, Xia Ning took Ma Xiaogui's family to the Xia Group building to sign 2 contracts, and then took them to the mall for shopping. Ma Xiaogui was in a daze all the way, looking at the bustling crowds in the mall, muttering, Such a big mall is all ours? My poor Xiaoxuan, you are really capable, having such a capable wife." Suddenly, she was stepped on by someone. If it were the past, she would definitely greet the other person, but now she was not annoyed at all. "It's okay, they are all our guests." After shopping in the mall, Xia Ning took Qin Sun's family to the land that they bought for 3.1 billion. Qin Sun's family looked at a large piece of vacant land surrounded by a wall, which was overgrown with weeds and desolate, and they all looked puzzled. Xia Ning pointed to the large piece of vacant land and said, "Qin Sun invested 3.8 billion to build a building. In 1 year at most, there will be a building with dozens of floors rising from the ground. At that time, Qin Sun's Oak Company, Pomelo Film and Television Company, and Hamiya Game Company will all use this as their headquarters. He will be in charge of the top floor and control his business empire." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Ma Xiaogui fell to the ground with a thump and was stunned for a long time. A gust of wind blew, bringing the fragrance of wild grass. Everyone came to their senses and exclaimed, "Qin Sun bought a building behind my back again? I saw others say on the internet that he is very good at making money. Isn't it said that he makes 200 or 300 million a year? Where did he get the money to buy villas, shopping malls, airplanes, and buildings? How could I give birth to such a son?" Qin Sun's grandfather burst into tears. He's made it. Our Qin family has finally produced a big man, and it's a pity that I didn't expose him when he stole my money when he was a child." Ma Xiaogui asked after hearing this, "Did this bastard steal your money too?" Grandpa waved his hand. 10 or 8 yuan, it doesn't matter. It's all in the past. He looked at a large empty space in front of him and said, "Didn't he get tens of billions of yuan in return?" Xia Ning saw that Ma Xiaogui's face was not very good, and she seemed to be upset about Qin Sun stealing the old man's money, so she hurriedly helped her up and interrupted. "Mom, do you know the name of the group founded by Qin Sun?" Ma Xiaogui asked. "What name?" Xia Ning smiled. "Sunning Group." Ma Xiaogui was startled, and then laughed. "What a good name! What a good name!" Everyone walked in, walking on the open space covered with sand, dirt and weeds, looking forward to the future. They chatted and laughed all the way, and gradually fell silent. Xia Ning knew that everyone thought of Qin Sun, everyone was enjoying themselves, only he was suffering. She asked with a smile, "Mom, what bad things did Qin Sun do when he was a child? Buy snacks, or go to the internet cafe?" Ma Xiaogui laughed. She didn't know what Qin Sun did. Sometimes, Qin Sun said he was doing business, sometimes he said he was buying his younger brother, and sometimes he said he was bribing the head teacher, like a little adult. None of them was reliable. Suddenly, the voice of Qin Sun's second uncle came from the crowd. "Hey, I heard that she bought postcards for little girls." Ma Xiaogui's face darkened and she shouted, "You're talking nonsense. You said that about your nephew in front of my daughter-in-law? He was only 7 or 8 years old when he stole the money. How could he know about little girls and big girls? You're talking nonsense." The second uncle was so scared that he hid in the crowd. He knew his sister's temper very well, since he was a child. Xia Ning smiled and didn't believe it at all. How could a person, who had a chaotic love rhythm, was stupid, and pretended to be an old sister-in-law in a milk tea shop send postcards to little girls at the age of 7 or 8? Ma Xiaogui scolded her and explained, worried that Xia Ning would take it to heart. Xiao Sun did buy a postcard. When he was in the 2nd grade of elementary school, he quietly put it in the female monitor's drawer during the New Year's Day party. He also wrote a sentence. "People do, God is watching, don't make false accusations, liars will swallow 1,000 needles." This child is anonymous, and he used his left hand. Unfortunately, this sentence has too many words, far beyond the level of a 2nd grade elementary school student. His monitor couldn't understand it, so he asked the head teacher, The head teacher saw at a glance that only my little prodigy Qin Sun could write so many words. He called me to the office, and I pulled his ears on the spot. Xia Ning was shocked and thought Qin Sun was so boring. He had been so boring since he was a child. She asked with a smile. Mom, did Qin Sun put peanut oil on his ears? Ma Xiaogui was stunned and said, No. Why did he put this on? Xia Ning replied with a smile. Because it's slippery and can't be pulled. Ma Xiaogui, ? Why did Xiao Ning talk nonsense today? A group of people rushed to the hospital to visit Qin Sun. Xia Ning sent them back to the villa, then drove back to the hospital, sat beside the bed, and stared at Qin Sun without blinking. Half an hour later, she saw that Qin Sun had not changed, and said in a deep voice, Qin Sun, I have spent all 10 billion, you should wake up. Seeing that Qin Sun's chest pain was slightly up and down, but he was indifferent, she spoke louder. Qin Sun, I have spent all 10 billion. You have to wake up. Seeing that Qin Sun still had his eyes closed, she stood up and stretched out her hand to grab Qin Sun's ears, and said loudly, Little brother, I have spent all 10 billion. If you don't wake up, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Sun had no reaction. Xia Ning grabbed his ears fiercely, harder and harder, and the big tears couldn't help dripping down. Isn't this enough? What else do you want from me? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Speak. She saw that Qin Sun's ears were red from being pulled, so she let go of her hands and cried on his chest. Qin Sun's body swayed slightly as Xia Ning cried, and his right hand changed gestures while rubbing against the quilt, raising a middle finger. On the EG display screen next to him, his brain waves suddenly fluctuated violently. Chapter 1232. Who? Qin Sun heard someone calling him in a daze. He opened his eyes, and was startled. All around him was milky white without a trace of other colors. He was lying on a huge milky white floor. He had a splitting headache and took a few deep breaths. He sat up with his hands on the ground and was dazed for a while. After an unknown period of time, he gradually woke up and realized that he had fallen into the mysterious space of the system again. But this time it seemed different. He looked around and didn't see anything, but he was very sure that someone must have called him just now. Over and over again, one after another. Qin Sun stood up and shouted, Who? Who is calling me? No one answered, and there was no response. He ran quickly in the milky white space, faster and faster, subconsciously using the ability of the extreme sports devil, and rushed out more than 200 meters in just over 20 seconds. After running for a while, he still couldn't see the edge of the space. He stopped and panted and cursed. Who the hell is calling me? Who the hell trapped me here? Is it the system, you bastard? Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from all directions at the same time, as if he was in a movie theater. Bingo! Smart slacker, congratulations on your correct answer, it was the system that trapped you here. Qin Sun heard this cheerful, slow, and mean voice, and suddenly thought of the river god in 100,000 bad jokes. It was a little funny. However, he didn't dare to laugh. In the past, the system was mechanical and cold, and now it used such a middle school voice to talk to him. Probably it had opened up its intelligence. What if I laugh like a pig and annoy the system, and it turns into a white-bearded old man and gives me 2 pockets? That's not worth it. Qin Sun clasped his hands together, slowly moved his eyes to see what the system looked like, and said, It's the system master. I've heard of you for a long time. The lazy and slow voice was very happy. Yes. Hard-working slacker, do you respect me the most, worship me the most, admire me the most, respect me the most, honor me the most, and admire me the most? Qin Sun's face changed slightly. He never thought that the system would be such a shameless thing, but fortunately, he didn't have much shame. He clasped his hands together, without any psychological burden, and gave enough emotional value. Yes. My admiration for the system master is like the endless torrent of the river, and like the flood of the yellow river that is out of control. There was a burst of triumphant laughter all around. Qin Sun also laughed, and felt relieved. This system looks easy to fool, and it should be easy to get along with in the future, just like coaxing a grandson. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. A happy voice sounded. Then call me daddy. Qin Sun was startled, and the smile on his face disappeared. He put down his fists, and slowly raised his right hand, and raised a middle finger to show respect. Your uncle. You are a bastard, you are a ball. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the entire milky white space began to vibrate, and the vibration became faster and faster. Just as he was about to apologize, he saw a small black dot appear above his middle finger. The small black dot became bigger and bigger, and gradually it was as big as a football. A pair of bright eyes opened on the black ball, grinning and showing a mouthful of white teeth. Bingo! Smart slacker, I'm really a ball. Chin Sun looked at the small black ball floating in front of him, just like a simple cartoon doll, and couldn't help but be stunned. He reached out to touch it, only to feel that it was cold and elastic like a woman's buttocks, and asked in confusion, "Are you the incarnation of the slacking system?" The little black ball smiled and turned around, revealing a short white tail, which made it even cuter. Smart slacker, you got it right again. Chin Sun couldn't bear to see it being cute, and had an urge to crush it, but he held back. To his surprise, the little black ball couldn't hold back, and flew to his right foot, twisting its round body, looking up and shouting, "Step on it! Step on it! Step on it quickly! Step on it and try!" Chin Sun was shocked. He didn't know if this little black ball was really so cheap, liked SM, or wanted to hurt him. He stepped back again and again, laughing. "What a joke, honorable system master. You are worth a lot of money. How dare I step on you? Even if I step on my own head, I dare not hurt a hair of yours." The little black ball sighed with regret, floated in the air, and sighed again. Suddenly, the little black ball separated two chubby little hands from the left and right, put them behind his back, and said with a little dignity in his voice, "Cunning fisherman, although you are not sincere at all, but I still feel comfortable listening to you." Chin Sun smiled and did not answer. The little black ball coughed and spun in the air, making the air around it whir. After a few minutes, it stopped and said, "Hard-working slacker, let me introduce myself. I am the incarnation of the slacking system, you can call me." It suddenly shouted at the top of its voice, "Master System." Then, its tone softened and it whispered, "You can also call me Slacker." It stared at Chin Sun with its eyes wide open, and asked slowly, "Humble slacker, what do you want to call me?" Chin Sun stared at the little black ball, and saw that its eyes were wide open and clear, as if it wanted to let people see its clear conscience. He muttered in his heart, "What does this mean? Didn't I just call it the Honorable Master System? Now it's doing this again, and it looks very serious. It feels like a fraud. Could a name decide something important?" Chin Sun looked at the eager eyes of the little black ball, whose two little hands were still behind its back, as if it wanted to highlight its mighty and domineering attitude. He pondered for a moment, and said word by word, "Touch, fish, baby." As soon as the voice fell, Chin Sun saw a flash of golden light passing through the little black ball. The little black ball's round face collapsed into a square, and it fell to the ground with a snap, rolling around like a piece of plasticine, twisting and turning and screaming. "Oh, it's over, it's over. It's over. I finally waited for a diligent fisherman to summon me out so that I can play in the colorful world outside, but I have to be his pet. I can't be his master. It's over, it's over. I'm a pet." Chin Sun laughed with his hands on his waist when he heard it. Seeing the little black ball rolling on the ground, he walked over and stepped on it, saying, "Humph, you little slacker, you still call me a lowly slacker, and you still want to cheat me." He rubbed his feet, lifted the little black ball high, and kicked it away with a hook kick. "Fuck you." Chapter 1233. The little black ball flew far away, turned a circle, and flew back to Chin Sun, saying weakly, "Proud slacker, congratulations on getting 1 billion slacker points, please draw a lottery." After saying that, its mouth opened and closed quickly, making a cold mechanical sound. "Does the master want to draw a lottery? Does the master want to draw a lottery? Does the master want to draw a lottery?" Chin Sun was happy to hear it say master instead of host, and felt that his cunning just now was really amazing. He almost lost his human rights, and became a running dog of the system. He put his hands behind his back, and said proudly, "Draw." "Oh woo." He said half of the word draw, and suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said vaguely for fear that the lottery order would take effect. Chin Sun hugged the little black ball with both hands, covered its mouth, and said, "I am your master now. Can't I customize the reward? Similar to the wish made by Aladdin's magic lamp?" Seeing the little black ball nod, he let go of his hand and said, "Then I want to become Superman." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a look of disgust on the little black ball's face, knowing that his request might be a bit rude. "Didn't you say you could customize it? You can't even do this?" The little black ball was ridiculed and exploded, and his speech speed increased. "Greedy slacker, I don't have the ability to customize supernatural powers for you. What if you accidentally break through the dimensional wall? Sun Wukong, Bull Demon King, and Balala, the little magic fairy will come and kick you." A weak Superman, like a ball. Chinsun reminded. Isn't the aura of the god a supernatural power? Said the little black ball. That level is nothing, and you drew it yourself. After saying that, its mouth opened and closed again, making a cold mechanical sound. Master, do you want to draw a lottery? Master, do you want to draw a lottery? Master, do you want to draw a lottery? The voice became more and more urgent. Chinsun stepped forward, hugged the little black ball, and covered its mouth, pondered for a moment, released its dog mouth, and said, Mouzai, the system gave me the novice gift package overclocking mode before, which can stimulate my own ability more than 10 times. I use it very smoothly. But it has a lot of side effects. The little black ball interrupted. More than 10 times, it can be up to 100 times. Chinsun was shocked. Then why don't I feel it? The little black ball covered his mouth and laughed. That's because your body can't bear the high temperature of the side effect. You're a little weak. Chinsun ignored the offense of the little black ball, raised a treacherous smile at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand to pinch the little black ball's chubby face, and said, Then Mouzai, can you cancel the side effects of the overclocking mode? The little black ball widened his eyes, as if he heard a terrible request, and said, Don't mess around. I tell you, with your current physical fitness, overclocking to 100 times, the difference between you and Superman is not very big. I advise you not to be ruthless, and really make a large-scale game like Genshin Impact from scratch to cheat children's money. I advise you not to pull onions in a dry land in a busy city, but jump directly to the building to steal the flower pots on people's balconies. I advise you not to go to the primeval forest and hold down the tigress and do such shameful things. I advise you not to go to the Middle East alone to behead some national leaders and cause chaos in the world. I advise you. Listening to the words of the little black ball, whether it was persuasion or instigation, Chinsun's eyes became brighter and brighter. Overclocking 100 times without side effects, not as good as Superman, but it should not be a problem to beat Spider-Man. Chinsun interrupted loudly. Shut up. Useless fish boy, I just want to ask you if this wish can be realized? The little black ball stammered, sighed, and said, Yes. Chinsun opened his hands and made a hug gesture. What are you waiting for? Come on, baby. Seeing the little black ball floating over with a shy face, he stretched out his hand to push it away, stepped back repeatedly, and cursed. Why are you so excited? I'm asking you to give me the ability to overclock without side effects. The little black ball sighed, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes, opened his hands, and hit Chinsun a few times, still making sounds. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Chinsun saw pieces of golden light like willow leaves shooting at him, and drilling into his body, and he immediately felt refreshed and indescribably happy all over. The little black ball put away his hands, shrank into the sphere, and said, It's done. I'm so tired. You should summon me to the real world to play more often in the future. Chinsun didn't see where it was tired, but the more he looked at this little black ball, the more he liked it. In the past, he had many doubts about the use of the system, and he had no way to ask anyone. Now that the system's incarnation has become his pet, he will be more comfortable using the system in the future. He asked, Mouzai, if I summon you to the real world in the future, your weird appearance will scare others. The little black ball pointed his finger to the sky and swore. It's impossible for others to find me. Chinsun said. I mean, your weird appearance is very strange. Can't you change into something else? The little black ball said. Good Mouzai, of course I can change into anything you want. Chinsun was startled and narrowed his eyes. Any appearance, flowers, plants, trees, mobile phones, tablets, garbage bags, children, old people, men, and those two-dimensional women with big breasts, thin waists, and big butts? The little black ball was shocked. Lawless Mouzai, I advise you not to walk on the road of crime. Pets also have dignity. Chinsun smiled and said, Just kidding. I'm leaving. He closed his eyes tightly, took a few deep breaths, and slowly opened his eyes. He didn't return to the real world, but found that the little black ball was almost staring at him face to face. He jumped back in fear and cursed. Why am I still here? I've taken all the rewards. Why don't you let me go? I told my girlfriend that I'd see you tomorrow, and it's been more than half a day. When the little black ball heard more than half a day, he covered his mouth and laughed for a while, then said slowly, You irritable slacker, because you are the fastest person in many parallel universes to get a 1 billion slacker value reward, setting a record in less than a year. So do you need the extra reward? Qin Sun finally understood why the little black ball called him the diligent slacker as soon as he saw him. It turned out that he had set a record by slacking off diligently. He was worried that the little black ball would become his pet and was resentful and deliberately designed to harm him, so he didn't agree to it and asked, "Tell me what the reward is first," said the little black ball. "Peace and safety every year." "Qin Sun, what do you mean?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the little black ball circling around him, circle after circle, and said lazily, "Lucky fisherman, the reward for peace and safety every year is that you can show the diseases and injuries you will get in this life in advance, and then treat them in this space. In this way, you will never get sick in the future. From a small cold to a big cancer, it can be cured. And not only you could also treat your relatives and friends." Qin Sun thought about it. In this way, wouldn't all his relatives and friends live a long life? He snapped his fingers and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. My relatives and friends are still waiting for me to go out for their birthdays." Chapter 1234. On the other hand, Qin Sun was fighting wits and courage with the little black ball in the system space, but Xiaoning was miserable in the real world. She was lying on Qin Sun crying, and suddenly heard a series of beep alarms. She looked up and found that the line fluctuations on the EG were abnormal. She was startled and hurriedly pressed the call button at the head of the bed. She couldn't wait and got up to call the doctor herself. The door was pushed open. A group of doctors rushed into the ward and said excitedly, "Quick, quick, quick! We detected that Mr. Qin's brain waves were abnormal. This is a good thing. We need to conduct a comprehensive observation and examination on him." Xia Ning didn't say much and quickly stepped aside, giving the best position to the doctors, turned around and quietly wiped her tears, and turned back to look at the busy ward without blinking. The doctors were watching the EG, and they were amazed. "What a miracle! It's a miracle! I didn't expect Mr. Qin's mind to be so active now. How could he be a vegetative patient?" A doctor half knelt and called Qin Sun over and over again in a low voice. "Mr. Qin? Qin Sun? Hello, 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 hello." Suddenly, the doctors surrounding the EG machine exclaimed, and several of them looked back at Xia Ning with a guilty look. The ward became quiet. The beep alarm of the EG machine disappeared. Xia Ning understood. It seemed that Qin Sun's last breath just now. She stepped back a few steps, leaned against the wall, slowly squatted down, lowered her head and looked at the floor, and was silent for a long time before comforting herself. At least there is some reaction, which is a good thing. In the milky white space of the system, Qin Sun looked at the little black ball looking at him stupidly and reminded him. "Start." Seeing the little black ball tilting his head, he asked back with a puzzled look. "Start what?" He was furious. "Start to cure the disease." The little black ball chuckled. "You have to get sick first." Qin Sun wanted to kick the little black ball flat, and said patiently, "Then you have to. What are you waiting for?" The little black ball looked like he had suddenly realized something, opened his hands, and words as big as a crow flew out of his palms, flying around Qin Sun. Qin Sun looked closely, and saw the name of a disease on it. "Loss of appetite," he asked the little black ball. "What does this mean?" The little black ball said, "Because your overclocking mode has no side effects, you can keep your body in a state of high efficiency for a long time, your immunity is extremely strong, and you are almost free from illness. And because you are agile and not easily injured, you will only have a small problem of loss of appetite for the rest of your life." Qin Sun was overjoyed and laughed. He laughed, and suddenly stopped talking and asked, "Isn't my life too short to get those serious diseases?" He possessed the ability of a medical god and knew a sad fact. When a person is alive, the cells in the body constantly divide and replace to maintain balance. Once the cells mutate or are damaged due to certain factors, they may proliferate abnormally and divide to form cancer cells. The normal human immune system can identify and eliminate cancer cells, but with age, the risk factors for cancer increase, the immune function declines, and the possibility of cancer cell proliferation increases. To put it simply, the longer a person lives, the greater the chance of getting cancer. The little black ball shook his head. "Know your life." It seemed afraid to reveal the secret, paused, and continued. "Not short." Qin Sun recalled the 3 question marks on his forehead when he used the Eye of Death to know that his lifespan exceeded 100 years, and he laughed at his inexplicable worries. He looked at the 4 words loss of appetite flying around him, and said, "Then what should I do?" The little black ball explained. "If you grasp those words, you will get the corresponding disease, and then you can prescribe medicine for yourself." As soon as the voice fell, a luxurious hospital with bright lights rose from the ground not far away. Qin Sun was shocked and felt afraid of Xiao Hei's ability. He thought about being a little more polite to it in the future. Although it is his pet, the incident of pet dogs biting off the roots of their owners happens every year in the world. Qin Sun stretched out his hand to grab the 4 words loss of appetite. These words immediately appeared in his palm. It turned into a puff of black smoke and entered his body, making him feel a loss of appetite. He walked into the hospital and went to the pharmacy, where he found some medicine for loss of appetite and took it. As soon as he took it, he felt that he was cured. He looked at the little black ball with a surprised look on his face. Interesting, I feel my appetite has been greatly improved now. The little black ball retreated 4 or 5 meters away. What are you doing? Want to eat me? Qin Sun laughed. I just wonder why it got better so quickly. The little black ball floated back, looking proud, and said, It's the mysterious space of the system. Of course, the medicine will cure the disease. Whereas there's so much time to complain, don't you have to go out to celebrate your birthday? As it said that, it covered its mouth again, turned its back and laughed for a while. Qin Sun saw it laughing openly behind his back, and thought it was stupid, and wondered if it had any conspiracy, so he asked, What's wrong with you? Are you in heat? The little black ball turned around suddenly. How many times have I told you that pets also have dignity? I'm neither male nor female, neither male nor female, neither yin nor yang. How can I be in love? Qin Sun was too lazy to argue with it and waste time, so he said, Next. You can summon all the diseases of my family in one breath. I cure them together. As soon as the voice fell, the little black ball opened his hands, and a group of black words, like crows, poured out, rustling non-stop. Bone fracture. Impotence. Gastroenteritis. Diarrhea. Presbyopia. Lumbar disc herniation, lung cancer. Qin Sun looked at the names of diseases that surrounded him like a swarm of bees. There were thousands of diseases, big and small. He raised his hands and rubbed his head. Some insignificant diseases, those that are not difficult to treat in the real world, take them back. A life without a trace of pain is incomplete. I will treat those serious diseases, and those that will bring great pain to people now. After saying that, he saw a contemptuous smile on the face of the little black ball, and he put his hands together and took back 99% of the diseases. Qin Sun looked over and found that there were only a dozen serious diseases or very painful diseases left, such as lung cancer, breast cancer, cerebral hemorrhage, testicular contusion, comminuted fracture of the whole body, toothache, and so on. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the words testicular contusion carefully, as if he was afraid of getting sick if his fingertips touched it, and asked, Whose disease is this? He thought that if it was his uncle's, it would be fine. After all, testicular contusion is not fatal, and the pain will just pass. Men can't be like delicate women. This was what his uncles taught him when he was a child. Little Black Ball looked at it and said, Your grandfather. The pigs pushed him when he was feeding him. Qin Sun sighed when he heard it, stretched out his hand and grabbed the words testicular contusion, and immediately felt a sharp pain in his crotch, and screamed in pain. Tell my mother that I'm not a coward. Chapter 1235. Dandan was very sad. Qin Sun felt that the pain lasted for a century before he got better. He sighed and said in surprise, My grandfather feeds wild boars? Is it so strong? He was somewhat thankful that he had taken all the responsibility for his grandfather, otherwise he would have to lie in bed for half a month. Suddenly Qin Sun saw the little black ball floating in front of him and asked anxiously, You lazy person with painful balls. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Although it was a caring word, the expectation in its eyes betrayed its true thoughts. Qin Sun snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back, and said lightly, Just a little. Wind and frost. Suddenly, he remembered that the treatment for loss of appetite just now was cured in an instant, but the balls hurt for several minutes, and guessed that it was the little black ball that was causing trouble. He was furious, put on a stern face to show the majesty of the master, and said sternly, Mouz, you are now transformed into a male. As soon as the voice fell, the little black ball flew back with a whizzing sound, with a face full of fear, and its little mouth opened and closed but nothing came out. It raised its two little hands to its waist, and immediately transformed two calves and a pair of boxer shorts from its lower body, tightly wrapping its crotch. It flew over, raised its non-existent neck, and closed its eyes. Vicious Mouz, tell my mother that I am not a coward. Qin Sun sneered, raised his right hand suddenly, stretched out his thumb, index finger, and middle finger, and grabbed and twisted the crotch of the little black ball like tightening a screw. The touch was vague, as if there was something there, and it seemed to be empty? He mocked. Too small. But he saw the little black ball open his eyes, with a look of success on his face, and laughed with his hands on his hips. Ha ha ha. You silly fisherman, I didn't become a male, ha ha ha. Qin Sun was stunned, his face became interesting, and he didn't understand what the little black ball was proud of. Isn't this more insulting than flicking a penis? It doesn't feel insulted, but I feel dirty now. After playing, Qin Sun began to seriously get sick and treat diseases, and got all the diseases that his family members would get in the future, and then treated them one by one. As for those who needed surgery, all were done by the little black ball, and its medical skills were quite good. That day, he lay on the operating table, and was cut into pieces. I don't know how long it took. Qin Sun saw that there was no disease name in the air, and smiled with satisfaction. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunts, Cousins, all relatives within 3 mourning periods are safe and sound, and can die of old age. Qin Sun knows how rare the 4 words die of old age are. He once heard his grandfather say that there was an 82-year-old man in their village. That afternoon, the old man picked a watermelon from the vegetable field and soaked it in the well water. He brought a pot of tea and lay on a bamboo lounge chair under the shade of a big tree with a cattail leaf fan. The breeze blew, not to mention his worries. There was not a single idle thing in his heart. He did not get up again until the afterglow of the setting sun covered his whole body. At that time, his grandfather was India's inside. This is a great blessing. Also in their village, there was a 78-year-old old lady who had bone cancer and was paralyzed in bed crying all day, begging her daughter-in-law to kill her. But how dare her daughter-in-law? One day, a villager passed by their door and heard the old lady crying inside, accompanied by a series of ding-ling-clang-dang sounds. He pushed open the door and was shocked. It turned out that the old lady was hitting her head with a stainless steel bowl for eating, but she had no strength. She hit it again and again, as if she was hitting a gong, and she didn't even break her scalp. The villager kindly took the bowl away. Her family collected all the sharp weapons in the old lady's room to avoid the rumor in the village that they did it on purpose, and were a group of unfilial children. The old lady cried for half a year before she was relieved. This is probably the most vicious curse among the people of Country C, a bad death. Qin Sun stretched and smiled. You are all blessed. He looked at the little black ball and said, Okay, it's my turn. He instinctively wanted to say Xiaoning, but suddenly felt that this was not good, and he had to speak from the elders to the younger generation. It's the turn of the relatives on Xiaoning's side. The little black ball opened his hands, and the names of nearly 30 serious diseases, major diseases, and painful diseases flew out, circling around Qin Sun. Qin Sun glanced at it, and his face changed. He saw that in addition to heart failure, cerebral infarction, liver cancer, lung cancer, osteoarthritis, etc., genital warts, gonorrhea, syphilis. 3 other diseases were found. He asked in surprise. Mouzai, who the hell got these STDs? The little black ball looked closely. Xia Shiheo, only him. Qin Sun heard that it was him, and felt it was reasonable, waved his hand, and said, Take it back. This disease is not untreatable in real life. My good brother can gather all 3 venereal diseases. He is a person who remembers food but not beatings. He should bear it himself and learn a lesson. The little black ball stared at Qin Sun with wide eyes, a little disappointed, and said, You just shouted that I am not a coward. Qin Sun was not annoyed and smiled. I am now. As he said, his eyes fell on the 2 diseases of uterine fibroids and cervical cancer, and he did not ask who had it, so as not to be embarrassed. Mouz, you have summoned this gynecological disease. I can't get it. The little black ball flew in front of Qin Sun and said happily, There are always more solutions than problems. I can transform your body. Qin Sun was shocked. That's not necessary. At most, I can remind all the women in the Xiaoning tribe to get checked every year. As long as they are found in the early stage, what are these so-called cancers? The little black ball said slowly, with a look of regret on his face. Good-hearted slacker, I can give you 2 choices. First, turn you into a woman. Second, I will create a female tool person and let her get sick. We will treat her. Qin Sun, ? Can these diseases be contracted by tool people? Is it effective? His voice was almost broken with anxiety. Little black ball, of course. Jin Sun glared. Why didn't you say it earlier? Little black ball, you didn't ask earlier. Jin Sun was so angry that he circled around the little black ball, stared at it coldly, and cursed loudly. Then what are the sufferings I suffered just now, including being cut open by you, being nailed by you, cutting my lungs, and undergoing chemotherapy? The little black ball smiled. You're awesome. Jin Sun was stunned, and his anger was mostly gone. Ah. Your mouth looks like it was filled with suppositories. Chapter 1236. Next, the little black ball conjured up two tools, a man and a woman, with dull eyes, no words, and no pain. The two had common faces, the kind that you would never remember if thrown into a crowd. They each took turns to get sick. Since Jin Sun didn't have to get the shameful disease himself, he also cured Xia Shuheo's genital warts, gonorrhea, syphilis, the three flower-gathering top venereal diseases. The little black ball asked. Good-hearted slacker, didn't you want to be cured just now? Jin Sun explained with a smile. No wonder I'm soft-hearted. My good brother is really inferior, and really afraid of the dark. Whenever the night comes, he is always in a mess. After an unknown amount of time, Jin Sun wiped the sweat off his face and laughed. Finally it's done. There are a new group of blessed people in this world. As he spoke, he stretched his body, his face full of regret, and said, Alas! There are only two tools. We treat each disease one by one. It would be better if there were dozens of tools. It would be much more efficient if we treat all the diseases at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the little black ball covering his mouth and laughing. He was shocked and questioned. Don't tell me you can really summon dozens of tools. The little black ball laughed. You impatient fisherman, not to mention dozens, but hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. What's the difficulty? The tools I summon can fill this hospital. Jin Sun was so angry that his chest kept rising and falling, and he roared. Then why didn't you say it earlier? The little black ball's voice became louder. Then you didn't ask earlier. Jin Sun was stunned. What it said made sense, but he was speechless. However, he didn't know how to respond, so he just beat it up. He grabbed the little black ball and stepped on it, but this slacker didn't feel any shame at all. Instead, he laughed loudly, even with a hint of excitement. Push harder, harder, harder. It's fun. I'm so happy. Jin Sun was afraid of dirtying his feet, so he let it go. Since the treatment speed is so fast, and I don't have to get sick myself, you can still summon thousands of tool people, so you can summon dozens of tool people to the hospital first. These tool people have serious illnesses of my good friends. We will give them priority treatment. Summon thousands more tool people to line up at the hospital entrance, and give all the big and small illnesses of my family members, and Xia Ning's family members to the tool people. Line up according to the severity of the illness. Jin Sun clenched his fists and roared. I'm going to overclock. I even cure their athlete's foot. The little black ball was excited and clapped happily. Real man. Real man. Great. As soon as the voice fell, Jin Sun's eyes flashed, and he found himself in a huge ward with 30 or 40 beds. There was a tool lying on each bed, both men and women. He walked over and found that these tool people had their names on their foreheads and a tag on their chests, like the one used to execute prisoners at the vegetable market in ancient times, with the symptoms written on it. He looked at them one by one, and saw that more than a dozen tool people had Niu Xiaojun written on their forehead's name, with skull fracture, sternum fracture, femur fracture on his chest, all kinds of fractures. Jin Sun shook his head. Brother Niu is worthy of being Brother Niu. He is always on the road to death. I guess there is not a single good bone in his body. Suddenly, he saw a tool named Niu Xiaojun with a tag saying vertebral fracture on it. He stopped and sighed. It's because you met me, otherwise you would be paralyzed and lie in bed for the rest of your life. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and smiled. Is Niu Xiaojun's life tough because I cured her now? He walked a few steps and saw another tool named Niu Xiaojun with a tag saying pathological obesity, and nodded with satisfaction. I said I would cure your obesity, but you still chased me all over the stadium? Today you finally got a big advantage of me. Jin Sun continued to look and saw Song Ying's ligament torn and said, maybe she learned the wrong dance posture? She did a split? Seeing me sheer suffering from severe alcohol poisoning, he complained. Who says that people who sell alcohol have to drink? You're too dedicated. Seeing Inka had breast cancer, he was startled and advised her from a distance. Don't be too strict in managing a company. If you make yourself so angry every day, your breasts will be blocked and the disease will turn into cancer. He saw Xiao Leilei's right leg was comminuted. Did you also learn bad things from Liu Xiaojun? Or did you go to shoot a fight scene? Looking all the way, he saw Huang Huai's retina detachment. Did she participate in some weird experiment? But she studied computer science? Qin Sun saw that we use breast augmentation failed, resulting in one breast being bigger than the other, and frowned slightly. Why are you doing this? Small breasts are also cute. Suddenly, he thought that if his penis was small, he would not find it cute, so he sighed. What augmentation? I will directly use a large amount of hormones to enlarge it. The effect will not be very good, but it should reach B. After that, I will spend some time to eliminate the side effects of hormone abuse, so that you will not get endometrial cancer and breast cancer. Even if you get it, it doesn't matter. I will treat you here. Qin Sun was very satisfied with his plan. If it was in the real world, Wu Yu insisted on becoming a big-breasted girl, and he would suggest breast augmentation surgery instead of abusing hormones. However, in this mysterious space, the harm caused by abusing hormones can be quickly resolved, making it possible for Wu Yu to go from a flat girl to a small-breasted girl. Qin Sun walked around the ward and suddenly found that Xia Ning and Su Luoluo were not there, and he was a little confused. Su Luoluo, I know, you are heartless, fools have good fortune. Ning she. As he said this, he subconsciously imitated the obscene movements of the little black ball, covering his mouth and laughing. It's different after I've blessed you. Hearing this, the little black ball turned his back, covering his mouth and laughing until his whole body trembled. After inspecting the ward, Qin Sun began to treat, using all kinds of top instruments, equipment, and high-tech drugs in this hospital, and he was very busy. After treating the serious illness, he asked the tool people in line to come in and start treating some lighter illnesses, such as bronchitis, gastric ulcer, impotence, mixed hemorrhoids. There was no sun or moon in the milky white space of the system, day and night. Qin Sun treated the tool people conscientiously, not knowing how long the years were. In the real world, it was already winter. Xia Ning cut her long hair and left a shoulder-length hair, standing by the window looking at the gray sky of Haicheng, muttering, "The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the ease where I hid with you. Memories can kill people. In fact, there is nothing beautiful about them." Chapter 1237. After standing in front of the window for an unknown period of time, Xia Ning saw raindrops drifting onto the window. Gradually, the raindrops formed into lines, and were blown sideways by the wind. She tilted her head to look at the slanting raindrops. This seemed to be straight, but the houses, trees and street lights were crooked. Xia Ning sighed. It doesn't look good no matter how you look at it. She turned around, walked to the bed, and began to wipe Qin Sun's body and massage his muscles. Her movements were very skillful and serious, but there was no expression on her face. This is Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital in Haicheng. Since Qin Sun had a short brain fluctuation a few months ago, he has not responded and has returned to a vegetative state. After a month, Xia Ning thought about what the doctor said, that the longer the time was delayed, the harder it would be to wake up. So she took Qin Sun from the magic city to Haicheng. Qin Sun made his fortune in Haicheng, and this might be his blessed land. People who can't be saved even after spending 10 billion can only hope for miracles. After wiping the body, Xia Ning began to trim Qin Sun's nails, talking in a chatty tone while trimming. Little brother, you have returned the money you borrowed from Yilan, Grandpa, and Grandpa. I took the initiative to calculate the interest for them. They refused to take it at first, but later I said that it was a good deed for you, so they accepted it. She smiled. You said that you were punished by heaven because of the sins you committed in the past? Xia Ning continued to trim his nails and said, Genshin Impact is now one of the most profitable games in the world. The net profit last month exceeded 600 million, which is a bit scary. I regret selling 20% of its shares to my father and uncle for more than 600 million now. This has become a glory in their business history, but a shame for us. When you wake up, if you can't bear to part with it, find a way to get it back. Anyway, you are used to being immoral. It doesn't matter if you do it once or twice. After trimming her nails, she wiped Qin Sun with a wet tissue, washed her hands and disinfected them, and sat back on the bed. Xia Ning was like an old lady under the same roof, chattering. Song Ying has removed the label of an internet celebrity with the album Original God, and now she has become the new sweetheart leader of Country C. Netizens say that she may be the strongest in history. Her fans clamored for Yilan to give up the position of the queen, and the fans on both sides quarreled fiercely. Sometimes, Yilan and Song Ying came to see you together, and they would laugh and argue about whose fans were more powerful, and finally concluded that your fans were the most powerful. Other fans have true fans, black fans, insulting fans, and brain-dead fans, but in addition to these fan types, you also have unique beast fans. The fighting power is comparable to that of the big guys in Tiabo. She emphasized the 3 words beast fans, laughed softly a few times, and continued. Fans of Yilan and Songying are fighting fiercely in China, but Songying really surpasses Yilan internationally. She has also gained great fame in J country with her 3 Japanese songs Love Cycle, Blue Bird and Pure Land of Bliss. The 3 songs have dominated the charts of major music platforms in J country for several months. She is now the spokesperson for Genshin Impact in J country. At this point, Xiaoning fell silent, his eyes were empty, and he wanted to take a break. She would repeat these words to Qin Sun every few days, and try to make them as vivid as the first time. She found that this was actually quite tiring. Crosstalk, talk show, and storytelling artists also have a set of words every day, but there will be audience responses under the stage, and emotional feedback can be obtained. But she never heard any feedback, not even a slightly heavier breathing sound. After a while, Xiaoning came back to her senses, took Qin Sun's hand, and said with a smile, "Yesterday I went to the joint annual meeting of Oak, Pomelo, and Hamiya, and gave employees year-end bonuses. It was the kind of rustic way you like. Almost 20 million cash was placed on the stage. The whole venue was quiet at the time, and everyone was staring at the pile of money. They lined up to receive the money, and I shook hands with them one by one. I don't know if Chungwon had agreed with them privately, but everyone's first sentence was to wish President Qin a speedy recovery. Everyone hopes you wake up, but you always don't wake up. You are playing a big trick with your small cards." She smiled and said again, "My colleagues drank, and were in a rather wild mood. Some cried, some laughed, and some cried and laughed at the same time. Some were very worried, and asked me if I was going to sell off all my employees, or fire them all after paying them so many year-end bonuses. After all, this amount was more than the N+7 I gave them when I resigned. I told them that they wouldn't do that unless I died." At this point, Xiaoning smiled and said, "I was probably drunk too. I actually mentioned the word death at the annual meeting. It's unlucky." Later, after they got the money, the atmosphere of the annual meeting became even more lively. But they didn't dare to drink much. I don't know if they were worried about losing the money, or worried about being robbed when they got drunk and took the money home. Ha ha, ha. Xiaoning laughed a few times, very unnatural. She never laughed. But it was just a light smile. How could Qin Sun know that she was laughing now? Qin Sun always closed his eyes. "Ha, so funny." Xiaoning said she was tired again, stretched out her hand to pinch Qin Sun's nose, and waited until his lips bulged and exhaled with a puff, then let go. "Don't you know how to breathe through your mouth? You are still quite smart. Why are you too lazy to wake up?" She pinched Qin Sun's nose again and said, "Of the trainees you evaluated, Hua Fusher was recognized by Qiao Lele and ranked first. In September, when the school started, just as you said, Hua Fusher filmed the dance for the song Hot Love Ice Cream at Haicheng University of Science and Technology, which attracted many internet celebrities and students to follow suit. She is now a small internet celebrity with more than 1 million fans. Other trainees saw that you could make someone famous with just a short song, so they practiced harder. But one trainee tried too hard. The big boy named Kai Haochu actually seduced Qiao Lele in order to get resources. Qiao Lele. She came to me in a panic and asked me if I should fire him. I said that once you enter this industry, there are unspoken rules in this industry. You can demand more from yourself, but you can't change the world. You can't do this if you can't tolerate any grain of sand in your eyes. Qiao Lele said, "I know, I have always known, but... Hey, I feel sick." When I heard her say she felt sick, I said let's fire him. Qiao Lele was a little surprised and asked me if I didn't say that you can't do this if you can't tolerate any grain of sand in your eyes. In fact, he has strong business ability, the strongest among boys, and may make a lot of money for the company in the future. At this point, Xiaoning said in a deep voice. I told her that if it was Qin Sun, he would definitely be fired, because for him, making money is not important, and being happy is the most important thing. She opened Qin Sun's right eyelid with her fingers, looked at his lifeless eyes, and whispered, "You've been lazy for so long, haven't you slept well yet?" Chapter 1238. Qin Sun did not respond. Xiaoning let go of his hand, and continued to tell the story. That day, Qiao Lele persuaded Kai Haochu to quit. He was very excited, and almost knelt down to beg, saying that he would give him another chance. Qiao Lele never gave in, so he yelled at the company, and said some ugly words. What Qin Sun has become a vegetable, How can this company be good? Who will write the songs? Who will write the script? Who will hype it up? Yuzi Film and Television Company is going to go bankrupt. Why are you still here? Disband? Xia Ning thought of the hysterical look of Kai Haochu in the surveillance video at that time, and smiled bitterly, and shook her head. It was then that she realized that this trainee who looked a little bit effeminate was so strong that 3 security guards couldn't hold him down. Xia Ning continued. Kai Haochu is so excited that he seems to have forgotten that you are about to become the major shareholder of Yuzi Film and Television. With the capital of 2 entertainment companies in your hands, it is easy for you to ban a fledgling trainee. She reached out and stroked Qin Sun's lips. You don't want to talk now, so I spoke for you and banned him. This kid will never make it in this circle in his life. She smiled, and the smile disappeared immediately, looking a little tired. Kai Haochu's words were a bit unpleasant to hear, because they were the truth. Qin Sun couldn't get up after sleeping, so who could carry Yuzi Film and Television Company forward? Even if the money earned from the original god was enough to make capital, it would madly plunder the resources of the entertainment industry to create a scene of raging fire and oil. But how long can such a grand scene last, and can it make money? What is the difference between such a company and an ordinary entertainment giant? Xia Ning always reported good news to Qin Sun, but not bad news, and did not tell him that the integration of Beijing Film and Television encountered resistance. Some other shareholders did not want to divide the shares according to the previous agreement because Qin Sun became a vegetable, and did not want to give Qin Sun too much. Although Lu Gang and Zheng Mingquan were tough enough, business is business, not bandits pointing guns at others to surrender. They can't force others, otherwise no one will be willing to cooperate with them after their reputation is ruined. They have been delaying time for a while, waiting for Qin Sun to wake up. But Qin Sun never woke up, and it was getting harder and harder to delay. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun quietly for a long time, and suddenly smiled. Things have become tricky, but you have always been a reliable person. As I said, little brother, your power is still there. She got up and sat at the desk in the room and opened Qin Sun's laptop. There was a folder on the computer desktop called Birthday Gift for the 7th Children's Taekwondo Champion in Haicheng, she murmured. Who knew you left me a birthday gift? This folder is still locked. Xia Ning had never opened it, thinking that she would open it when she couldn't bear it anymore, as a reward for herself. While driving on the mountain road, Qin Sun said before he fainted that he wrote a sad love story into a song called Mo Ballroom and put it in this gift box. Based on her understanding of Qin Sun, if he wanted to write a song as a gift, he would not just write 1 song, but at least 10. 10 songs were enough for Yi Lan to leave her agency and join Yuzi Film and Television Company. In this way, they had 2 queens of the music world at the same time. Yuzi Film and Television Company received an epic enhancement, which was enough for other shareholders to calm down and consider whether to give Qin Sun all the shares he deserved when merging with Beijing Film and Television Company. Xia Ning looked at the locked folder, thought for a moment, and entered her birthday. Immediately, a shrill alarm sounded. Wrong password. She smiled. I am narcissistic. She thought again, entered Qin Sun's birthday, and another shrill alarm sounded. Wrong password. Xia Ning looked at the words in silence, raised her head, looked at the rain outside the window, and wondered what the password would be. She didn't want hackers to crack it by brute force, thinking that it would be too disrespectful to this gift. And she was confident that she knew Qin Sun well enough to guess the password. Xia Ning stared at the rain outside the window in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, she came back to her senses and whispered to herself. What kind of password would such a boring person set? Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and she entered 3 numbers in succession. 86, 60, 90, these are her measurements. She remembered her measurements clearly when Qin Sun was unconscious, because these are the standard measurements of a model. She is a woman, a good-looking woman who pursues beauty, and is secretly happy when she reaches the standard. Xia Ning looked at the folder being opened and smiled. Actually, I am as bored as you. She turned her head and looked at Qin Sun on the bed and whispered. Qin Sun. I have lost weight recently. Qin Sun did not respond. She turned her head and looked at the 3 subfolders in the folder, 1 for music score, 1 for script, and 1 for recipe. Xia Ning was a little moved and began to mutter again, not knowing whether she was talking to herself or Qin Sun. You really put your heart into it. You can give me a surprise even though I already know that there are songs in it. She clicked on the music score folder with her mouse, and was shocked to see so many documents that one screen could not display them all. So many? She looked at the lower left corner of the folder, which said 99 projects. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she choked up. 99, for a long time? There were song names on the title of the document. She scanned them one by one and saw the names of the songs, such as Wish to Win One's Heart, Today You Want to Marry Me, Little Love Song, Wish You Peace. She understood Chin Sun's intentions even more. Xia Ning covered her face with her hands, closed her eyes, and her shoulders twitched slightly. After a long time, she opened her eyes, stretched out her hand and twisted her thigh to calm herself down, clicked on Wish You Peace to look at the melody and lyrics. After that, she picked up her phone and called Yilan. Hello? Your Spring Festival Gala song should have been decided, so can they be changed? Yilan on the other end of the phone did not answer this question, but asked in a bad tone. Chin Sun is dead? Xia Ning was shocked. No! What nonsense are you talking about? Yilan, then why are you holding back whether to cry or laugh? Are you acting abnormal? Be careful of depression. Xia Ning was stunned. She didn't cry just now, but just smiled bitterly a few times. She also tried her best to control her emotions before calling. Didn't expect that others could still hear her mood at a glance? Xia Ning said without arguing. There is a song called Wish You Peace in the birthday gift Chin Sun gave me. The melody and lyrics of the whole song are in line with the atmosphere of the Spring Festival Gala. Can you change your Spring Festival Gala performance to this song? Yilan said unhappily on the other end of the phone. Who do you think I am? We have rehearsed it countless times, and this year it is live singing. The time is so short, how can we change it just by saying so? Xia Ning said loudly. Who are you? You are the goddaughter of Mr. Niu. Tell me who you are? Chapter 1239. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Xia Ning seized the opportunity, humming softly while looking at the music score, trying to seduce Yilan. How are you feeling now? Do you still have a smile on your face? There have been many sorrows and pains in life since ancient times. Seeing that Yilan did not interrupt her, she knew that she was attracted and sang more seriously. I wish you peace, oh, I wish you peace. Let that happiness surround you. After singing, Xia Ning asked, Is it okay? You can take the singing rights of this song. Yilan sighed on the other end of the phone. I want it very much, but I can't sing it. Xia Ning asked anxiously. Why? Yilan answered. That was Chin Sun's birthday gift to you. He was wishing you peace, not me. A gentleman does not take away someone else's love. As she spoke, she seemed to realize that something was wrong and added hurriedly. Except for people. Xia Ning was silent and did not hang up the phone. Yilan on the other end of the phone didn't hang up either. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Yilan's voice came. Why do you have to make me sing this song? Xia Ning turned her head to look at Chin Sun, a little embarrassed, and said, I want you to wish Chin Sun peace on the biggest stage in Country C. That day I will watch you sing on TV, and Chin Sun will also be listening. Yilan on the other end of the phone sneered. Are you so superstitious now? You think of me as Guanyin Bodhisattva. Have you lost your mind recently? You usually look quite cold and rational. You cry when you need to cry. It works. That's what I do. Otherwise, you might end up looking weird. She complained a few words, and suddenly changed the subject. Send the sheet music, please encrypt it. Xia Ning smiled, operated it casually, and sent an encrypted email in less than half a minute, and then said, Chin Sun sent me 99 songs. Yilan said angrily. I waited for you for a long time without hanging up the phone, because I felt sorry for you, not because I wanted you to show off your love in front of me. Xia Ning explained. I can give you another 9 songs, you can choose any, but you need to join Yuzi Film and Television Company, and we will pay you for the liquidated damages. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and asked, Is it because of the division of Beijing Film and Television shares that you need me to help you? Xia Ning was not surprised. Yilan had been in the entertainment industry for many years, and knew a thing or two about any disturbance, so she answered. Yes, Yilan said. After the new year. She hesitated and said again. Let's forget about the songs for now. My popularity in Country C has already reached the top. Even if you feed me so many songs, I won't get more. I keep them for the company to create stars. Xia Ning said with a smile. I thought you were a music fanatic. Yilan snorted coldly on the other end of the phone. Let's put it one way or the other. If Chin Sun is in trouble, I will help him even if I have to pay him money or people. As for you. Her tone softened a lot. You are my complete enemy and half friend is also a friend. Don't wish others peace first, wish yourself peace first. You don't want me to hold Chin Sun's hand and go to your grave, do you? After saying that, she seemed to be afraid of hearing Xia Ning's embarrassing words of thanks, and immediately hung up the phone. Xia Ning heard the beep in her ears. She opened the script folder, and was shocked to see 9 movie scripts. She was even more shocked than when she saw 99 songs. A song has only a few hundred words. A script is usually about 50,000 words, and 9 scripts are 450,000 words. He actually prepared so many gifts for me in such a short time? Did he burn his brain because of writing scripts? Xia Ning took a few deep breaths, adjusted her mood, stood up and paced around the room, and after making sure that no one could feel her emotions, she called Lu Gang. Hello, uncle. Before, how much shares did you discuss to give Qin Sun? Lu Gang answered on the other end of the phone. 10%, but it's a bit difficult now. President Zheng and I are trying to find a way to keep at least 7%. Xia Ning's voice was very strong. I want 30%. Lu Gang on the other end of the phone was shocked and shouted. Ning, what's wrong with you? I'm trying to get as much as possible for you. You can't ask for 3 times more than before. Don't say other shareholders, even I feel a little uncomfortable. You want to become the largest shareholder? Why? Xia Ning said calmly. Uncle, I'm calm. I haven't lost my mind. Yilan will join Yuzi Film and Television Company after the new year. Qin Sun left me 99 hit songs and 9 movie scripts with box office exceeding 1 billion. If we can't get 30% of the shares, then we just go it alone. Yuzi Film and Television Company can grow into an industry giant with Qin Sun's gift. There will be a lot of people crying by then. She hadn't even finished reading these songs and scripts, but she was so confident. Qin Sun's birthday gift to her, how could he not be serious? Lu Gang's breathing became heavier on the other end of the phone. Really? Xia Ning said. Yilan will sing Qin Sun's new song on the Spring Festival Gala. You can ask others to watch the TV together to see what Qin Sun's products are. Lu Gang laughed on the other end of the phone. Okay. I will go and slam the table with them in person. He hung up the phone. Xia Ning sat back at the table and opened the last folder, recipe. Seeing that it was full of wedding banquet dishes such as Hongbao Xilanmen and Feng Wang Zenkatang, her eyes were wet instantly. She walked to Qin Sun, bent down and kissed him gently on the lips, then half leaned on his chest and closed her eyes, smiling but not smiling, crying but not crying. After all, she didn't cry out loud. Time passed quickly, and the Spring Festival Gala came in a blink of an eye. Xia Ning stayed in the ward and drove away her family, but it was not easy to drive away Ma Xiugue and the others. They stayed in the ward together, watching Qin Sun watching the Spring Festival Gala in a dull mood, watching Yilan singing Wish You Peace with tears in her eyes. Xia Ning kept staring at Qin Sun until the song was over, and he did not move. After a few minutes, she received a letter from Yilan. Is he awake? Is it effective? Xia Ning replied. No, Yilan did not reply. The Spring Festival is over, and the weather is getting warmer. Xia Ning stood in front of the window, looking at the green mountains in the distance and the birds circling, and murmured. At this time, the people I love are on the way. I shouldn't let you sing this song. It would be better if I didn't let you sing it. It would be better if I didn't let you sing it. Suddenly, she realized that she was a little nagging, worried about her mental state, shook her head vigorously, and rubbed her temples with both hands. Recently, Xia Ning felt that she was too worried, had hallucinations, and felt that the people around her had some strange changes. Niu Xiaojun seemed to have lost some weight. Xiao Lele seemed to have gotten prettier. Wu Yu seemed to have grown some breasts. Xia Ning knew this was impossible, so there was only one reason. She was going crazy. Chapter 1240. Time passed slowly, and it was early summer again. The whole world was still spinning alone, and everything was getting better as the weather warmed up, except Qin Sun. The profit of Genshin Impact had exceeded 3 billion, but he was still in a coma. Yuzi Film and Television and Beiying Film and Television merged and took 30% of the shares, but he was still in a coma. Trainee Wang Hufeng won the championship with a song Little Love Song in an idol talent show they invested in, but he was still in a coma. One of the scripts in the birthday gift, Inception, had been approved, and the roles were basically finalized. Only the protagonist was still being selected, but he was still in a coma. Although it was early summer, the sun was bright enough. It's a pity that a vegetative person would not thrive in the strong sunshine. The others had mostly walked out of their sadness, and there were many more smiles on their faces, except for Xia Ning, who had been taking care of Qin Sun. She wiped Qin Sun's body, massaged her, trimmed her nails and hair day after day, and became an excellent caregiver. Seeing things reminds me of people, and seeing people reminds me of the past. As time went by, those originally vague memories gradually became clearer and heavier, like stones pressing on her heart. When Ma Xiaogue visited Qin Sun, she saw her worries and wanted to take Qin Sun home to take care of her and give her relief. She cried and held her hand and said, "Ningning, find a good man and marry him." Xia Ning said nothing, but just cried. Ma Xiaogue yelled and asked Qin Sun's father and uncles to grab Qin Sun's body and transport it back to Shiren. Xia Ning asked the security guards to carry their whole family to the hospital gate and hugged Ma Xiaogue and said, "Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Give me a little more time." Ma Xiaogue pushed Xia Ning away, feeling distressed, angry, and sad. She rolled on the ground for a while and said, "When autumn comes, I will take him away." Xia Ning was silent. As an outsider, she had occupied Qin Sun for long enough. It would be impolite to continue to dominate. After early summer comes midsummer, the end of June in the solar calendar. On this day, Xia Ning had just finished caring for Qin Sun when she heard a chattering conversation outside the door. She guessed that Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun and others came together to visit the patient. It's hard to say who they were visiting. At first, they were visiting Qin Sun, but after looking around, Qin Sun never changed, and Xia Ning herself was getting thinner and thinner, so it became a visit to Xia Ning. There was a knock on the door. Xia Ning shouted, "Come in." See the door open. Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Qiao Lei, and Su Luoluo came in one after another. She found something wrong and stared at them with wide eyes. Except for Su Luoluo, the other three girls were a little shy, with a kind of smugness and embarrassment of being stared at for the first time in a sexy short skirt. Xia Ning walked quickly to them, blinked hard, looked at them carefully, and asked, "You, what's wrong?" Wu Yu, Qiao Lei, and even Niu Xiaojun were too shy to look into her eyes. Some people looked down at the floor, some rubbed their hands nervously, and some bit their lips lightly, arguing in a flurry of words. "What's wrong? What are you talking about? Why are you staring at us like this? Do we have spots on our faces?" Xia Ning raised her hand, pinched Niu Shijun's fat chin, looked left and right, and said, "Your triple chin has become a double chin. Have you lost weight? Did you have liposuction or take medicine?" When Niu Xiaojun heard this, she felt as embarrassed as if she was squatting in the toilet eating spicy noodles, and was caught by someone. She stamped her feet hard, and the ground shook. "What? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How can I lose weight? I am pathologically obese, and there is no hope. I just don't have a good appetite recently. I used to eat 4 bowls of rice a meal, but now I eat 3 bowls, and now I eat 2 bowls. Isn't it normal for me to lose weight?" She became more and more anxious as she spoke. "Besides, how can I lose weight? I can still beat 2 of you by myself." Xia Ning looked confused. It's not that Niu Xiaojun had never tried to control her diet to lose weight before, but the effect was minimal, and she would be so hungry that she looked haggard and had a bad temper. Now, except for her bad temper, her face is not haggard, but rosy and shiny. Xia Ning let go of Niu Xiaojun and looked at Wu Yu. Seeing her shy and panicked retreat, she quickly grabbed her collar and asked, "Your breasts have grown?" Wu Yu blushed, reached out to cover her collar, and said anxiously, "What? I just wore a bra, and it looks a little big." Xia Ning didn't believe it, and reached out to press her chest. She felt something inside the bra, raised her hand and reached into her collar, opened the bra with her fingers, and grabbed a piece of soft meat. She couldn't help but be shocked. "B? Why don't you just grow to C all in one go?" Wu Yu's face was so hot that it could make a pancake, and she was anxious and angry. She was particularly protective of her breasts. She didn't dare to rub them hard when she admired them. Unexpectedly, Xia Ning squeezed them so tightly like catching a mouse. "You're talking nonsense. I'm just developing again. No, I'm developing late. Don't just look at people's breasts and not their acne. I've had endocrine disorders, and can't sleep well these days. Have I told anyone? I deserve these breasts." She pushed Xia Ning away with both hands, and saw that she was holding a nail clipper in her left hand. When she saw Qin Sun's feet exposed outside the sheets, she was so scared that her face turned pale. "You just cut Qin Sun's toes, and didn't wash your hands, and you dare to touch my growing breasts. What if I get athlete's foot?" Wu Yu went into the bathroom of the ward and closed the door. Soon, Lin Yu's voice and occasional giggles came. Xia Ning looked at Qiao Lei, and she was so scared that she pursed her lips like Su Luoluo and asked, "Lulu, I thought you looked better a while ago. But I thought it was an illusion or you were wearing makeup. Now I look carefully. You are already a 70% pretty girl. She reached out and gently stroked Xiao Leilei's eyes, nose, lips, and cheeks. She didn't feel anything unusual, and she increased her strength, but still didn't notice anything wrong. You didn't have plastic surgery? Xiao Leilei once again felt ashamed of having the beauty she had always dreamed of, and whispered, "No. I find it strange myself. I always feel itchy in the bones of my face when I sleep recently. Every morning when I look in the mirror, I feel like I have changed a little, but I don't seem to have changed. But if I compare my current appearance with the photos taken half a year ago, I can see that I am definitely the same person, but I seem to be a little better now." Su Lulu laughed. "Yes, I am super good looking, Sister Leilei." Xiao Leilei was so embarrassed that she started to play with Su Lulu. You scholars just love to make fun of people. Xia Ning was silent. One after another, strange things that couldn't possibly happen happened, making her a little dazed and confused. Am I crazy, or is the world changing too fast? She glanced at Qin Sun, walked to the table, picked up the small spinning top that the company sent over as a prop from Inception, and twisted it. The small spinning top spun on the table, spinning non-stop, making a rustling sound. Chapter 1241. After a few seconds, the small top wobbled and lost its balance, falling on the table. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not crazy, and I can't be crazy. I can't fall down. If I fall down, who will help Qin Sun stand up? After midsummer comes midsummer, the beginning of July in the Gregorian calendar. The sun is as violent as a madman, and the weather is hot enough to kill people. But this is the season that most people like the most. Qin Sun also liked it at first. He liked to see all kinds of beautiful women wearing cool clothes on the street. Xia Ning was sitting at the desk in the ward to handle official business, and suddenly heard a knock on the door. She thought it was Su Luluo who came to deliver food, so she shouted, "Come in." As she said that, she got up and walked to the door, only to see the door open, and Su Luluo led Jingwu in. Jingwu was wearing ragged clothes, shoes of different colors on the left and right, covered in dust, with his hands clasped together, and bowed slightly to Xia Ning. "Ahmed Ba. I'm late." Xia Ning guessed from his appearance that he had come all the way here, and hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "Master Jingwu has come all the way here, and it's really touching to visit you." Jingwu said without too much politeness. "Miss Xia, I came here this time because I encountered a miracle and came here." He looked at Qin Sun and said sincerely, "I want to try to wake up the donor Qin Sun." When Xia Ning heard the word miracle, she thought of the physical changes of Niu Xiaojun, Wu Yu, and Xiao Leilei, and her heart moved, and she quickly stepped forward and asked, "Master, what is the miracle?" A few days ago, she forced Wu Yu and the other two to have a thorough examination in the hospital. Except for Wu Yu's hormone disorder, everything else was fine. Wu Yu evaded the question by saying, "People have different physiques. Maybe they developed late. But how could 3 people develop at the same time? This must be a ghost or a miracle. Perhaps awakening Qin Sun can only rely on a miracle," Jingwu said with embarrassment. "More than half a month ago, I was walking along the national highway through a mountain late at night, and I encountered bandits, who blocked the road and robbed me. They were numerous and powerful, and they were holding machetes and sticks. I didn't dare to be ruthless, so I was ambushed and beaten half to death in the melee, and they robbed me of 13 yuan and 50 cents. I was dragged a few miles away by them, and abandoned in a valley. At that time, I was vomiting blood, my ribs were broken, and my left leg was fractured in the opposite direction. I was dying and had no ability to save myself." As he said this, he pulled up his left trouser leg, revealing a hideous scar. "At that time, I felt that my time had come. I lay in the grass and chanted for a while. Suddenly, I looked at the bright moon hanging in the sky and thought that I should pray for Mr. Qin before I died. I chanted Mr. Qin's strange song again, the song that saved me from wasting my time. That night, I gritted my teeth and endured for a long time before I fainted. After all, I thought it was my last night." As he said this, a look of emotion appeared on his face. As a result, the next day, I opened my eyes and saw the sun shining on the golden mountain. I don't know how to stop the bleeding. When I reached out and touched it, the dislocated bones in my body were actually in place, and the broken bones returned to the correct position. I found a tree branch as a walking stick, limped out of the valley, and stopped a truck on the national highway to go to the hospital. The doctor said that the person who stopped the bleeding and set the bones for me was a skilled doctor, otherwise I would have died. But I know that no one will treat me. It's probably Mr. Chin who saved me from the pain. So, as soon as I was able to get out of bed, I immediately took a car and rushed here. Xia Ning's eyes lit up. In Country C, most people have received anti-superstition courses, but there are scammers who talk about gods and ghosts near every hospital, using herbs that can neither kill people nor cure diseases to cheat people out of their coffins. Xia Ning has been taking care of Qin Sun for a year, and her spirit has been worn out. She began to try her best. She made way for Jingwu and begged, "Master, please pray for Qin Sun." "Great kindness, Jingwu interrupted her. "No need to say more, I have no choice." As he said that, he strode to the bedside of Qin Sun, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, put his hands together, and sang very seriously. "Save me from wasting time. Save me from wasting time. You can't just pick on me and bully me. Please make the decision. Please make the decision. Do more good things. There should also be a reward system. Save me from wasting time. Save me from wasting time." Xia Ning heard that Jingwu was not very skilled in singing, and was a little out of tune, so she was worried that it would affect the effect, but she didn't dare to interrupt. When Jingwu opened his eyes, she asked, "Master, how about you sing it again?" Jingwu was startled and nodded. "More oil doesn't spoil the dish, it should be so." He sang it again, and when he finished singing, he just opened his eyes, and saw Xia Ning coming over with a laptop, pointing to the music score "Save Me from Wasting Time" on the screen and said, "Master, how about I teach you to sing?" Jingwu saw Xia Ning's anxious face, and nodded. "It should be so, keep improving." He was extremely smart. He could remember most of the song after listening to Qin Sun sing it once before. Now, he could sing it very standardly after learning it 4 or 5 times with Xia Ning. Jingwu closed his eyes, and meditated with his hands clasped together, singing it 9 times in one breath. Xia Ning said gratefully, "Thank you, master." Jingwu smiled. "No need, I should do so." One night passed. Xia Ning was disappointed to see that Qin Sun did not change at all, but she was not too surprised. Maybe Jingwu did not encounter a miracle that night, but a ghost. She said, "Master Jingwu, can you take us to the call where you were injured?" Jingwu sighed and nodded. "Amitabha, I should do so." That morning, Qin Sun's private plane took off, carrying Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Su Luluo, Jingwu, and several doctors to a remote mountainous area. After getting off the plane, an ambulance and a commercial vehicle were on standby. After speeding all the way, they finally reached the valley after 7 or 8 hours. They lifted Qin Sun out and put him on the grass. He was still connected to the life support system and powered by a mobile power supply. When the moon rose to the sky, Jingwu sat cross-legged on the ground, put his hands together, and sang a song. "Save me from wasting time. Save me from wasting time. You can't just pick on me to bully. Please make the decision. Please make the decision." The 3 doctors saw a big bald head sitting in the valley singing in the middle of the night, and they felt a little creepy. They quietly walked aside and whispered about this weird scene. "Crazy, all crazy. All crazy." There were many mosquitoes in the mountains on summer nights, and there were mosquitoes all the time, and the small insects crawled on Qin Sun's body. Xia Ning saw it, and resisted the urge to chase it away. What if this was the messenger sent by God to heal Qin Sun? No killing is allowed. Until she saw a snake spitting out its tongue and running away from the side, she jumped up in fear, pointed at it and screamed, "Break it." Crippled. The next day, Xia Ning and others had been guarding all night, and were already exhausted, but they did not fall asleep, watching the sky reveal a hint of fish belly white, getting brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the top of the highest mountain in the distance shone brightly. The sun shines on the golden mountain. Everything in the mountains and fields seemed to be completely awake, and even the birds were singing much more cheerfully. At the moment when the light was shining brightly, Xia Ning immediately put her hands together and prayed, then turned her head to watch the sun shining on Qin Sun's face, shining his face red. Like an apple. Like the apples in Hongwa Villa. She remembered that day when Qin Sun was mean. She chased him on the mountain road with a sharp stone, like a dagger, and he shouted, "Murder your husband." Now that Qin Sun is still unconscious, she has the urge to murder her husband again. Some people deserve to be beaten. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, who was unconscious with his eyes closed, and counted 10. After counting, he raised his hand without hesitation and slapped him. "Are you awake? I gave you face?" Jingwu was stunned, put his hands together, and silently chanted in his heart, "Amitabha, Sin, Sin. I brought you all the way here to be beaten. This time, I am sorry for you." Chapter 1242. It was midsummer, and getting closer to autumn. Xia Ning knew that she could not keep Qin Sun this time, and she was even more anxious. In addition to normal daily care, she would often pull his hair, give him a little color. This day, Xia Ning was very surprised to see Mr. Niu accompanied by Niu Xiaojun to the ward. Mr. Niu first visited Qin Sun's side and comforted her. "Miss Xia, Master Qin must have gone to the fairyland to practice. You don't have to worry too much. He will be lucky and will definitely return safely." Xia Ning smiled and put her hands together. "I wish you good luck." Mr. Niu turned around, took a black handbag from the secretary, took out a rectangular sandalwood box, opened it, and took out a yellow cartoon toilet pad from it. He walked to the head of Qin Sun's bed, stuffed the toilet pad under Qin Sun's pillow, put his hands together, and said, "Miss Xia, no wonder I am rude. Although this toilet seat is placed under the buttocks, I take a bath every day and have a special person to take care of it. It is cleaner than many people's rice bowls. And this thing is not an ordinary item. It may help Master Qin return soon." Xia Ning was stunned for a moment, but did not feel rude. Instead, he was a little touched and said hurriedly, "Grandpa Niu, I know you are unwell and need this thing. How can I take it away from others?" But I saw that Grandpa Niu laughed, waved his hand, and said, "Thanks to Master Qin, after he opened the door for me in the Buddhist temple, my health has been getting better and better. I am getting younger and younger. I don't need this treasure to go to the toilet normally now, and my blood sugar and blood pressure are low." After the doctor checked my various indicators, he also said that I, ha. He laughed a few times, and suddenly felt that it was not right to be so happy as a patient's family member, so he calmly restrained his smile and said, "The doctor said that if I maintain this state, I will definitely be as blessed as the East Sea and as long-lived as the South Mountain." As he said this, he faced Qin Sun on the bed, put his hands together, and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Master Qin." Xia Ning felt honored to see that the distinguished old man Niu actually bowed to Qin Sun, but she was also worried that Qin Sun could not bear it, but she could not say anything. Suddenly, she saw Niu Xiaojun bowing to Qin Sun as frequently as a lucky cat, and she was startled. Niu Xiaojun noticed her eyes, put down his hands, smiled, and said, "Old nun, I have lost more than 30 pounds. Maybe when Qin Sun was consecrating my grandfather in the temple, the little bit of Buddha's aura he revealed swept over me, making my body better." Xia Ning, She was speechless and felt so dreamy. Seeing that everyone else was crazy, Xia Ning no longer concealed her belief in metaphysics. She bought a poster of Qin Sun's Buddha statue online and posted it in the ward. Let the original God pray for Qin Sun himself. A few days later, Xia Ning called Qin Fanshu and wanted her to come and visit Qin Sun. In the past year, Qin Sun's friends have almost become NPCs that refresh at fixed times, and they will visit Qin Sun every once in a while. But Qin Fanshu never did. Xia Ning always believed that Qin Fanshu and Qin Sun had an inexplicable fate, and perhaps she was the key to unlock Qin Sun's rusty lock. Qin Fanshu was a little embarrassed on the other end of the phone. Can it be in a few days?" Xia Ning asked anxiously. "Do you have something to do?" A sigh came from the other end of the phone, and Qin Fanshu seemed to hear her anxiety and said, "I go there in the afternoon." Afternoon. When Xia Ning opened the door and saw Qin Fanshu, she was stunned. She was wearing a pure black dress, a black mask on her face, and a pair of black sunglasses on her eyes, wrapping herself tightly. If she wasn't wearing a dress, she really looked like a robber who was going to rob a bank. Qin Fanshu walked into the room, closed the door, and sighed as she looked at Qin Sun lying quietly on the bed. He's finally honest. Xia Ning ignored her offense, knowing that she and Qin Sun had always been at odds, and a few words were nothing, so she asked, "What happened to you?" Qin Fanshu took off his mask and sunglasses, revealing a scar about 10 centimeters long and 1 finger thick, almost running through the left side of his face from the forehead to the corner of his mouth. The scar was red, black, and purple, and was smeared with some greasy ointment, which looked scary. It looked even more terrifying on such a beautiful face. Xia Ning asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Qin Fanshu waved his hand, walked to the chair in front of the table, and sat down, saying, "Hey, don't mention it. You should have been to the Licking Dog Lake in our school, and you know where it came from, right?" Xia Ning nodded, walked over, and opened a bottle of water for her. Qin Fanshu took it and drank 2 sips and said, "The licker who refused to jump into the lake because of me came to school a few days ago and insisted on asking me to go to the Licking Dog Monument. I went over, And he took out a bunch of roses, saying that he was rich now, and could make more than 1 million a year, and hoped that I could help him spend money, but I refused him again. Speaking of this, she was a little excited, and the scars on her face moved, and she couldn't help but scream in pain and put her hands to cover her face. Who would have thought that he would throw away the roses, pull out a machete from the bushes, and chop me in the face without saying a word? Xia Ning was terrified. What? Qin Fanshu put down his hand, smiled, and said, At that time, I saw the glittering blade and felt that I was going to die. I didn't expect that he was so excited that his hands were shaking, and the machete turned when it was about to reach my face. The back of the knife hit me hard in the face. It hurt me so much. My left eyeball was black and red at that time, and I thought I was blind, but I was also glad that I was not disfigured. Xia Ning looked at her left eye and found that it was a little red and swollen. Qin Fanshu continued. I was so angry that I kicked him in the crotch and then kicked him into the lake. If the students nearby hadn't been worried that I would become a murderer, he would have drowned in the dog-licking lake. As she said this, she pounded the table and cursed. Fuck. Beast. Xia Ning heard her kicking someone's balls and swearing, and felt that she was really like Qin Sun. She smiled bitterly and asked with concern. How are the wounds on your eyes and face? Qin Fanshu put his hands together and bowed. Amitabha, God bless you. The doctor also said that I was lucky. My eyeballs were hit hard but not damaged. I should have been blind. And the wounds on my face are just scary. Just think of it as someone scraping your face. It will heal after a while. As she said this, she let out a long sigh and asked, Xia Ning, what do you want me to do? Xia Ning heard her say, God bless you. A glimmer of hope rose in her heart, pointing at Qin Sun and said, Can you check the secret code that Qin Sun gave you at the J Country Comic Exhibition with him? Qin Fanshu, ? How presumptuous to exchange secret codes with a vegetative person. No, where is the secret code? It makes me sound like I have an affair with him. A few minutes ago, in the mysterious space of the system, Qin Sun and Little Black Ball had a quarrel. Qin Sun cursed. Damn, sometimes you heal too quickly, and when you realize who you have cured, it's too late. How can Qin Fanshu be considered my friend? Little Black Ball replied with his hands on his hips. How can it be ignored? She's so pretty, and you're so lustful, how can we not be friends? Qin Sun, fuck you. Forget it, a woman with a disfigured face is no different from a dead woman, just treat it. But I can't help her with her sexual repression. Chapter 1243. You can't help sexual repression? When the Little Black Ball heard that Qin Sun wanted to be lazy, it was unhappy. It floated in front of him, staring with round eyes and said, Can't cure it? Lazy fisherman, you can't do anything. You can even cure diseases like knife wounds and disfigurement. Isn't it easy to cure sexual repression? Qin Sun stared and cursed. How can I cure it? I can still pick it for her. The Little Black Ball asked back in a mean way. You lustful fisherman, don't you want it? Qin Sun wanted to tear it apart with his hands and cursed. I don't want it, I'm a gentleman. Qin Fanshu is also an adult, and he has to do his own things. In the mysterious space of the system, they quarreled loudly, one big and one small. In the real world, Qin Fanshu couldn't stand Xia Ning's expectant eyes, and sat down beside the bed. She did some psychological preparation for a while, pointed it at Qin Sun's ear and said, That? Odd numbers change but even numbers don't. Xia Ning was shocked. She had heard Qin Sun talking to Qin Fanshu in a furtive way at the J Country Comic Exhibition before, but she only heard a few words and guessed that they were exchanging secret codes. She never expected that this secret code would be a math formula that even high school students know. After Qin Fanshu finished speaking, he was not surprised to see Qin Sun had no reaction, so he shouted again. Ding! Xia Ning, ? What is this? Qin Fanshu waited for a while, and suddenly a small smirk appeared on his face, and he said in a soft voice with the fragrance of green tea, Qin Sun, if you don't get up, I will cheat on you in front of you. After speaking, she stared at Qin Sun for a while, and seeing that Qin Sun had no reaction, she was a little disappointed and relieved at the same time. She regretted that Qin Sun didn't wake up, and was worried that Qin Sun woke up because of her, and he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Qin Fanshu spread his hands and said, I told you it's none of my business. She turned to look at Xia Ning, and found that she was not in her original position, hiding in the corner of the ward, holding a nail clipper in her hand. Qin Fanshu blushed and said, That? I was just joking just now, don't take it seriously. Besides, I'm a patient now, and I can't beat you. Xia Ning smiled bitterly, put the nail clippers on the table, opened a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to her, saying, I didn't take it seriously either. Send me your card number, and I pay for your medical expenses. Qin Fangshu took a sip of water and smiled. I dare not accept this money. If I accept it, it will be considered illegal medical practice. Xia Ning didn't want to owe others favors, especially Qin Fangshu's, knowing that she liked to fly around the world to do part-time jobs to make money. So she said, I will give you a large sum of money, about 200,000. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Qin Fangshu's face change, and he threw the remaining water bottle into the trash can, gave a middle finger, put on a mask and sunglasses, and walked to the door. Xia Ning realized that he had said the wrong thing, looked at her back, and said hurriedly, I'm sorry. Qin Fangshu stopped at the door, and said without turning back, Xia Ning, you should find a doctor. I think you are going crazy. Xia Ning was stunned and began to be dazed. I don't know how long it took. She woke up and saw that the door was empty. Qin Fangshu had gone. Crazy. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed, and it was August, and the weather was getting hotter. Somewhat counterintuitively, autumn actually begins in early August of the Gregorian calendar. Ma Xiaogui brought a large family to snatch the man, and Xia Ning led a group of security guards to confront them, begging, Mom, wait a few more days. I dreamed about him yesterday. He told me that he would wake up soon. After his birthday, I will personally send him back to you. She lied. She had never dreamed of Qin Sun. How could it be so easy to dream about someone who lives with him every day? But it was a bit strange that she had never dreamed of him. Later, she changed her mind and thought that only the dead would dream about him. Not dreaming about Qin Sun meant that his soul was still in his body. This is a good thing. Seeing Xia Ning's red eyes and firm attitude, Ma Xiaogui softened her heart and choked up. Ning, why do you have to torture yourself? This is the last time. It's really the last time. I will come again on his birthday. Xia Ning was speechless and could only cry. Many things happened in the real world. Only a short time passed in the mysterious space of the system, so short that the quarrel between Qin Sun and the little black ball did not end. In the milky white space, the two people confronted each other. The little black ball put his hands on his waist. A doctor should be kind-hearted. How can you be so picky as a doctor? You can treat gynecological diseases, but not sexual repression? Qin Sun scolded. How to treat it? Tell me how to treat it. Why don't you go and pick it? The little black ball spoke very quickly, not as slow as before. I won't pick it. If you want to pick it, ask your mother to do it. Qin Sun heard it steal his catchphrase, stepped forward, grabbed the little black ball, and smashed it to the ground. Paw! It fell into a big cookie with a sound, and he stepped on it and trampled it hard. Hearing the sound of the little black ball under his feet, which was both painful and enjoyable, he got goosebumps all over his body and asked with more force, Mouzai, are you always so mean? The little black cookie hugged his shoes tightly with both hands, and rubbed his little face against the tip of his shoes in enjoyment, and answered, I'm not a irritable Mouzai. I'm a reflection of the host's personality. If you are as cold as Xia Ning, I will be handsome. Qin Sun was startled and twisted his palm hard. Okay, stop talking. Fuck you, you curse people without using dirty words. After stepping on the little black ball for a while, Qin Sun let go of his foot, walked to the window, and looked at the tool people queuing up at the entrance of the hospital. He blinked, started the overclocking mode, and gradually saw the symptoms written on the sign on the toolman's chest. He found that they were all some injuries that could almost heal by themselves, such as insect bites, forehead bruises, ankle sprains, etc., and decided not to waste time. He turned his head and looked at the little black ball and said, Okay, I don't need to take care of these diseases. I'm going back. But he saw the little black ball smiled meanly, raised his little hand, and 3 big black characters appeared above his palm. Depression Qin Sun saw it and was stunned. Yilan is sick again? The little black ball trembled, and 2 big characters Xia Ning flew out of his palm. Qin Sun was shocked and asked hurriedly, Ning has depression? Postpartum depression? Is my future cheating? Or is our family bankrupt? Is the child unfilial? He asked a series of questions, but saw the little black ball just grinning and said, She thinks what a man thinks. Qin Sun thought the black ball was playing a trick on him, so he glared at it, raised his foot, and kicked it, breaking the window and flying far away, cursing. Bullshit! How long have you locked me up here to work illegally? 1 day, 2 days, or a week? Let me out, fucking. Chapter 1244. The faint voice of the little black ball came from a place as far away as the sky. Smelly lazy fisherman, you can return to reality after leaving the hospital. Then, a burst of laughter rang out. Stupid lazy fisherman, your math is not very good. When Shin-sun heard this, he guessed that more than a week had passed. He walked out of the operating room quickly, got into the elevator, walked out of the building, and ran to the hospital entrance. He was anxious. My birthday has been delayed, Ningning's birthday must be caught up. When there was more than 100 meters away from the hospital gate, Shin-sun suddenly saw a little black ball appear out of thin air in front of him, and was shocked. The little black ball hugged Shin-sun's arm, shook its chubby body, and said coquettishly in a dying tone, "Good lazy fisherman, you must let me out for fresh air often after you go out." Shin-sun shook his arm vigorously and cursed. "Get lost, idiot." This shout was so full of energy that the milky white space shook 3 times. In the real world, a mushroom-headed girl wearing noise-canceling headphones was sitting at the table playing Genshin Impact on her phone. Suddenly, she heard someone shouting behind her. She was so scared that her scalp went numb, and she shuddered. She turned around and looked at Shin-sun lying on the bed, with a horrified face. She put down her phone, walked over slowly, pushed him, and asked, "Shin-sun, did you say anything just now?" Seeing that Shin-sun didn't move, she asked again, "Brother-in-law, did you say dirty words just now?" Seeing that Shin-sun still didn't move, she glanced at the closed door, reached into the quilt, touched Shin-sun's arm, and twisted it hard. "Speak. I just seemed to. Clearly heard you swear." Shin-sun still didn't react. Xia Jing blinked and looked at the EG blankly. She found that the waveform on it was no different from before, and she was a little dazed for a while. "I heard it." Xia Jing was a little scared, and opened the door to find Xia Ning. It was Shin-sun's birthday in 2 days. Their whole family just rushed to Haicheng to celebrate his birthday. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, Xia Shujia and Lu Jingya called Xia Ning to an office, closed the door, and did ideological work, asking her not to occupy Shin-sun anymore. Ma Xiaogui had called them several times to complain. Xia Jing stayed alone in the ward playing with her mobile phone. Unexpectedly, she saw a ghost. She trotted to the office, and suddenly met Xia Ning in the corridor. She hurriedly pulled her to hide in the corner of the corridor, and said mysteriously, "Sister, I seem to hear my brother-in-law talking just now." Xia Ning heard this, and looked very calm. She had heard too many similar good news this year, such as Shin-sun's eyelashes moved, toes moved, fingers moved, and lips moved. Now he's talking again. "It's getting more and more exaggerated," she said with a smile. "I know." Seeing that she didn't believe it, Xia Jing said loudly, "It's true." Xia Ning touched her mushroom head. "Yeah, I know." Hearing this perfunctory answer, Xia Jing stamped her feet in anger and said, "Although I was wearing headphones and playing games at the time, I clearly heard him say, 'Go away, damn it.'" Xia Ning was stunned, and then laughed out loud. "I know, you are better at comforting people than anyone else. You actually made up facts based on the characteristics of Shin-sun's words. If you weren't a precocious child, I might have believed it." Seeing that she was anxious to speak again, Xia Ning patted her shoulder and praised her. Okay, your acting is very good. You will definitely be a movie queen in the future. I appreciate your kindness. Go and have fun." After that, she walked out of the stairs. Xia Jing followed quietly, standing at the door of the ward watching Xia Ning massage Shin-sun, but he never moved. She touched the back of her head and felt a little unconfident. Could it be I really heard it wrong? You are hard of hearing at such a young age? In a blink of an eye, Shin-sun's birthday arrived. Shin-sun's family and Xia Ning's family came to the ward to visit Shin-sun one after another, and then Xia Ning asked the driver to take them to Haicheng Villa. She prepared a party, let Shin-sun's parents and family chat and drink with her own parents and family, and leave Su Luoluo there to control the situation. After tonight, Shin-sun will be transported to Shiren. She seems to have completely lost Shin-sun. Xia Ning stayed alone in the ward. After taking care of Shin-sun, she sat at her desk, handling official business while listening to music with headphones. Shin-sun's voice was in the headphones, synthesized by AI, singing Mo Ballroom. Xia Ning's fingers quickly tapped the keyboard, and she didn't know what she was typing, making a crackling noise. She listened to the sad song in her ears, but with a smile on her face, shaking her head and humming along like a drunk little girl. "If you have time, will you come and see me? See how the snow ages. How my eyes melt if you see me. Please turn around and be surprised. Let it be sealed in the sea. These days, Xia Ning dreamed of Qin Sun. She had dreamed of it many times, dreaming of a person sitting up from Qin Sun's bed and walking towards her. But that face was so blurry. She opened her eyes wide to see who it was, and just when she was about to see it clearly, she woke up from the dream. Suddenly, Xia Ning vaguely heard a weak voice calling her. Ning Ning. It was Qin Sun's voice. Xia Ning was frightened and stopped typing. She didn't dare to look back, for fear that if she looked back, she would find that the beautiful dream would disappear immediately. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully, and there was only singing in her ears. I met you by chance after 3,000 miles. A skirt danced in the garden. The light shook off the morning light. In the Mo ballroom in 1980. There was only singing, and there was only singing all the time. Xia Ning felt bitter in her heart, and wanted to look back at Qin Sun, but she heard a rustling sound behind her. It seemed that someone was untying the wires and pulling out the tubes, accompanied by a low voice of complaints such as nasogastric tube. Stupid, are you sick? Xia Ning was so scared that she dared not move. She took off her headphones and listened carefully. The sound became clearer and clearer, but she still did not dare to look back. She resisted the urge to look back and quickly reached out to pick up the small top on the table and twisted it hard. The small top spun on the table, spinning and spinning. After only 10 seconds, she felt like a century had passed, and the small top never fell down. Xia Ning's heart sank, and she concluded that it was undoubtedly a dream. She heard Qin Sun's weak voice behind her again. Ning Ning, you cut short hair? It's pretty. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Tears instantly moistened her eyes, but she still did not dare to look back. Qin Sun's voice sounded again. You? Say something. Why do you always not say anything? Are you angry with me? Xia Ning's whole body trembled. She tried to tighten all her muscles to calm herself down, but her whole body froze. Behind her, there was the sound of the quilt being lifted. Then, the alarm of the electroencephalograph sounded, one after another, a little harsh. Then, with a click, it seemed to be turned off. Someone got off the ground. There was the sound of a person walking barefoot, with a staggering step. The footsteps approached step by step. The sound was very light, and every step seemed to fall on her heart. Xia Ning's heart was beating like thunder. Chapter 1245. The voice became clearer and clearer, not like a dream. Xia Ning wanted to turn around, but she didn't dare to. Tears flowed down her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a pair of big hands pressing on her shoulders, and then someone's head gently rested on her left shoulder, and a warm breath came into her ears. Ning Ning, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Don't blame me if you don't speak again. To her disappointment, Qin Sun's voice became full of energy, and he was not weak at all. This is unreasonable. Even if Qin Sun had woken up, a person who had been lying in bed for a year would have muscle atrophy. How could he speak clearly and walk independently so quickly? Is it another dream? Dreaming during the day? What a daydream! Xia Ning's eyes passed through her hair and glanced at the face on her shoulder. She didn't dare to look closely, for fear that he would disappear like the previous dream. But the facial contour really looks like Qin Sun. Suddenly, Xia Ning heard a sound of surprise in her ear, and saw a familiar hand pointing to the date in the lower right corner of the computer on the desk. Damn! I didn't expect that Qin was getting more and more aggressive. This time I slept for less than a day, and today is my birthday. Then, she felt the man's other hand skillfully pass through her collar, and his fingers lifted her underwear and held her soft flesh. Ning Ning, is the birthday gift I want, the bunny girl underwear, ready? Xia Ning felt the burning heat in her chest, listened to the dirty words that only Qin Sun could say, and squeezed out a sentence from her throat. You? Little brother, you? Are you really awake? Hearing Xia Ning's dry voice, Qin Sun realized that she was trying her best to suppress her emotions, as if she wanted to cry but didn't dare to, and felt that she was making a fuss. I just slept for half a day, it shouldn't be that serious. Qin Sun shook his head was still dizzy, and he simply activated the overclocking mode a little, and his mind immediately became much clearer. He put one hand in Xia Ning's collar, and one hand outside the collar, gently hugged her and smiled. Is it so inconspicuous that I woke up? He glanced at the window. Although there were curtains blocking the view, he could still see the bright sunshine outside, and complained. I was unconscious in the morning, and it's only afternoon now, only half a day, and you have connected me to the tube? A bunch of quacks. This is too much treatment. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning lift her hair, turn her head, and reveal a face full of tears. The pair of black eyes staring at him, as if she didn't dare to blink. Qin Sun saw a face so close to him, and his heart was shocked. Thin, haggard. He reached out and touched Xia Ning's short hair, and realized something was wrong. He hurriedly looked at the date on the lower right corner of the computer desktop. It was the month of his birthday, but the year was actually next year? Qin Sun's heart trembled. A year has passed? I slept for a year? Damn it! Is this what Mouz meant when he said I was not good at math? No wonder it said Xia Ning was depressed. Thinking about Min, she really thought about me. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning looking at him silently, not speaking, but just crying, and his breath couldn't help but choke, hugging her tightly, almost embedding her into his body. Ning. I'm sorry. You have been very hard this year? His voice was trembling, his eyes were red, and he hugged Xia Ning tighter, stretching his big hand into her clothes and squeezing the flesh until it was deformed. Xia Ning was hugged so hard that she had difficulty breathing, and her chest was also painful, but this pain made her more certain. Qin Sun really woke up. She did not struggle, and let Qin Sun do whatever he wanted, trembling. I didn't. She wanted to say I'm fine to show that she was very strong, but she felt wrong when the words came to her lips, so she changed her words. I'm still. She wanted to say I'm fine, but she still couldn't say it. She was unwilling. She was not good, very bad. Xia Ning suddenly got angry, lowered her head, and bit Qin Sun's hand hard, and scolded with a crying voice. What do you say? She got even angrier after saying this. What do you say? What do you say? You say it yourself. She kept talking like a repeater, crying and speaking intermittently. We have known each other for 2 years. And you have been lying down for a year. You feel comfortable? You still ask me. Is it hard? What do you think? You think. Qin Sun hugged Xia Ning tightly, buried his head in her neck, full of guilt, and said with red eyes. No, never again, definitely not again. Xia Ning burst into tears. This was the only time she cried since she was 3 years old. After more than 10 minutes, Xia Ning gradually stopped crying, broke free from Qin Sun's arms, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and returned to her usual strong and cold appearance. She looked at Qin Sun's face carefully, reached out and touched it, smiled, and her nose was sore again. Suddenly, she saw a group of white coats at the door of the ward saluting. They stood quietly at the door, their eyes red and their faces full of emotion. Xia Ning knew that they must have rushed here when the brain map alarm sounded. After seeing her embarrassing appearance, she coughed coldly, called the attending doctor and said, Dr. Wang, please give Qin Sun a full body check. No, only do the necessary checks, don't overcheck. Tell the nurse who draws blood to only draw the required amount of blood, and never draw more, not even a milliliter more. He is still very weak now. Dr. Wang nodded solemnly and asked again, Miss Xia, can I tell Mr. Xia and others about this good news now? Xia Ning hesitated. This kind of good news should be told to the family as soon as possible, especially Qin Sun's family. But this year she became a little superstitious, and didn't want to publicize it before she was completely sure that Qin Sun was healthy. There is a similar saying among the people that pregnant women should not tell others when they are just pregnant. The fewer people know, the safer the fetus. She knew clearly that there was no scientific reason for this, but she just wanted to believe it. Most of the people who opened champagne at halftime had bad endings. Qin Sun stepped forward and said, Let's not talk about it for now. I've been lying down for a year. I can't always let them come to the hospital to visit me. This time, I go to see them and give them a surprise. Dr. Wang, okay. Xia Ning glanced at the medical staff standing at the door eating melons, and said with a majestic tone, Please keep the secret of Qin Sun's awakening. I will fire anyone who leaks it. Keep it secret for 3 days, and the bonus will be doubled this month. Everyone at the door responded with a yes and happily scattered. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's cold look and felt so familiar. He felt relieved, but suddenly saw her turn her head to look at him, and said coldly, Why are you standing as a patient? Qin Sun, ? I have been standing behind you and hugging you for so long, and you just found out? Qin Sun sat down with the help of a chair, but saw Xia Ning glaring again. Lie down. He shook his head helplessly, and with Xia Ning's help, he walked to the bed, and laid down obediently like a kindergarten student taking a nap. Xia Ning sat down, held his hand, and said softly, Be good. Qin Sun, Is her maternal love overflowing again? Chapter 1246. 3 hours later, With the help of the security guards, Chin Sun secretly completed a full-body examination away from the sight of passers-by. The attending doctor was amazed to see that all his indicators were very healthy. Mr. Chin is really gifted. He has been lying for a year, and all his indicators are qualified, and there is no sign of muscle atrophy. He is very healthy. Xia Ning was happy to hear this, and clasped his hands together to thank him. Thank you, Dr. Wang. All members of Chin Sun's medical team will have their bonuses increased tenfold this year. Chin Sun sat in a wheelchair with no desire to live, tilting his head and sighing. I have said that I am very healthy, but you still insist on putting me in a wheelchair. What is this? Half an hour later, Chin Sun secretly got on an ambulance escorted by a group of security guards and drove to the villa. In the car, Chin Sun wanted to go fast, Xia Ning wanted to go slow, and the two quarreled. Master, drive faster, I want to scare them. Master, drive slower, safety first. Drive faster. Drive slower. Drive faster. Drive slower. Drive slower. Drive slower. The car was sometimes faster, and sometimes slower, shaking, like menstruation irregularities. It's really hard to stab a monkey. The ambulance stopped at the entrance of the villa area. Chin Sun wore a mask and sunglasses, and was slumped in a wheelchair without dignity. He was pushed by Xia Ning all the way to the villa, and 3 doctors followed behind. More than 20 meters away from the gate, the doctor stopped and did not disturb. Xia Ning opened the door with a face scan and gently pushed Chin Sun in. He walked very carefully all the way, not wanting to attract the attention of the people in the room, and wanted to give them a big surprise. There is a living room on the first floor of the villa, but it is generally not used for banquets. She asked Su Luoluo to decorate a hall on the 3rd floor as a birthday banquet hall, and took everyone to drink in it. She pushed Chin Sun up the ramp beside the stairs at the door, groaning with effort. Chin Sun moved and said, I can walk. Xia Ning said in a stern tone, scolding in a low voice. Sit down. She pushed Chin Sun up the ramp to the door with great effort, and looked up. She saw Su Luoluo through the transparent glass door. Su Luoluo stood stupidly in the living room, looking out the door, holding a bag of things in her hand. She must have just gone downstairs to get something, and heard the noise. Xia Ning didn't expect her to be here, and hurriedly stretched out her hand to make a silent gesture. She pushed the door open, and pushed Chin Sun in, and found that Su Luoluo still had a dull face, staring at Chin Sun in the wheelchair without blinking. Chin Sun looked up at Su Luoluo, and found that she had changed her hairstyle. It was no longer a mushroom head, but shoulder-length hair. He took off his mask and sunglasses and greeted him. Su, long time no see. After saying that, he saw 2 lines of tears burst out of Su Luoluo's eyes. She sniffed, picked up a bag in her hand, and said with a sob, Boss Chin, do you know crispy dumplings? The specialty I told you about last year. It's just wrapping peanuts, sesame seeds, and sugar, putting them in a frying pan, frying them, so fragrant and delicious. This is my birthday gift for you. Her tears were getting more and more, and she opened the bag with trembling hands, took out a golden dumpling, and stuffed it into her mouth. Listen, it's so fragrant and crispy. Listen. She was not as quiet as usual, chewing with big mouthfuls, making a crunchy sound. Before she finished chewing one, she picked up another one and stuffed it into her mouth, and then another, and another. In a short while, her mouth was bulging like a mole stealing food. Chin Sun looked anxious, stretched out his hand and said, You said it was delicious, why don't you give it to me? Su Luoluo took a step back, subconsciously picked up another crisp dumpling and said, No, you are weak now, this thing will make you angry. You will know how delicious it is when you see me eat it. As she said that, she opened her mouth, which was so full that some crumbs fell out of her mouth, but she still stuffed it into her mouth. Chin Sun smiled bitterly, feeling a little sorry for this crazy person, and joked, How many crisp dumplings do you have to eat to become a corner? Su Luoluo didn't understand, but this was Chin Sun's speaking style. He often said things that others couldn't understand. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Xia Ning and said vaguely, Sister Xia Ning, President Chin is really back? Xia Ning said, holding back tears. Yes, he's back. Seeing Su Luoluo turning around and running to the elevator, knowing that she wanted to announce the good news, he hurriedly called her and said in a low voice, Luolu, stop. Chin Sun wants to give them a surprise. On the 3rd floor, a large banquet hall. Chin Sun's mother, father, grandparents, and 3 uncles, Xia Ning's father, mother, grandparents, uncles, sisters, and uncles. The two families gathered together. The banquet hall was decorated festively, but the atmosphere was very silent. They drank from noon to afternoon, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol. Ma Xiaogui stood up with both hands on the table, and spoke with a big tongue. I am a rural person, and I don't speak much, but my family has always been. I am the head of the family, and I am also the bad guy. Qin Sun tonight. We must take her away. Lu Jingya sat beside her, stood up and supported her, saying, Mother-in-law, everyone is drunk today, don't leave in a hurry, wait for 2 days to rest before leaving. I have lived in Haicheng for a while, and know the way. I will take you around to see. Ma Xiaogui said, taking her hand away from her. No. Take her away today. Xia Ning. She is crazy. If we don't take Qin Sun away, she will be hopeless. Hearing this, Lu Jingya's nose was sour. She knew her daughter best. This year, Xia Ning's spirit seemed normal, but from her increasingly thin figure, it was clear that she was just holding on. Maybe it was not a bad thing for Ma Xiaogui to take Qin Sun away. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. In the room, everyone was silent and acquiesced to this decision. Ma Xiaogui said again, and I. Her already flushed face became even redder, as if she had made a decision that went against her ancestors. She slapped the table and said loudly, I've decided for Qin Sun. From today on, he will break up with Xia Ning. As soon as this was said, everyone stared at Ma Xiaogui with wide eyes, with complicated expressions. Lu Jingya pulled Ma Xiaogui's arm and said, Mother-in-law, you are joking. These are all young people's affairs. We, as elders, can only give suggestions. How can we make decisions for them? Ma Xiaogui's tears fell on the table, and she was excited and stopped stuttering. Ningning is a good child. I can't let Qin Sun hurt her, I can't. She is a good child and shouldn't suffer this. Shouldn't. Everyone was moved and didn't know what to say. Lu Jingya knew that with Qin Sun's current state, he and Xia Ning were now a couple in name only. But once this status is gone, Xia Ning will collapse. She said loudly. No. Ma Xiaogui, divided. Lu Jingya, no. Ma Xiaogui, divided. Lu Jingya said anxiously. Anyway, Xia Ning will not find another boyfriend, and Qin Sun is like this, can't you just give her a status? Ma Xiaogui jumped up and down anxiously, pounding the table and crying. I want to take care of the children for them, but Qin Sun can't do it. He can't do it. Ningning is only a few years old, and she still has a long life. Suddenly, the door opened. Everyone looked and saw Qin Sun sitting in a wheelchair being pushed in by Xia Ning, with incredible expressions on their faces, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Qin Sun stood up from the wheelchair, looked at Ma Xiaogui, and complained. Mom, how can you say your son is not good in front of so many people? I don't want face. Chapter 1247. The room was quiet, and everyone stared at Qin Sun with wide eyes. After a while, the room became chaotic, with shouting, crying, stools falling, dishes falling to the ground, and all kinds of noisy sounds. Qin Sun looked at the chaos in the room, his eyes slightly red, and suddenly saw his mother pointing at his nose and cursing. You still know how to wake up? Why don't you die? After cursing, she rushed over and hugged Qin Sun tightly. Others were about to rush over, but when they saw that Ma Xiaogui had taken the lead, they stopped and watched this scene with red eyes. Qin Sun hugged his mother tightly, his eyes passed over her shoulders, and swept through the family members one by one, giving them a reassuring look. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Xia Ning stood behind and watched Qin Sun and Ma Xiaogui hugging each other, and quietly reached out to hold Qin Sun's waist, wanting to give him a little support so that he wouldn't be so tired. After a while, Ma Xiaogui let go of her hand, gently stroked Qin Sun's face, and choked. It's good to wake up. It's good to wake up. You woke up? She looked at Xia Ning, and saw that her eyes had regained their former spirit, without the trace of deadness in her eyes. You woke up. Ningning also came back to life. Qin Sun smiled and said nothing. He didn't have the difficult experience of others in this year, and even felt that it was a bit fun to be in the mysterious space. He couldn't fully empathize with their touching moments of optimism. Suddenly, he felt someone gently tug at the corner of his clothes behind him, and Xia Ning's small voice came. Sit down. Qin Sun knew that she was worried about his physical weakness, but he was just ridiculed by his mother. No, he was unwilling to sit down, and said in a low voice, I won't sit. Xia Ning's voice was a little louder. Sit down. Qin Sun, no. Sit down. No. Just after he said a few words, he felt a pair of hands on his shoulders, pushing him down hard. He couldn't help but smile slightly, standing proudly like a pine tree on the mountain. Xia Ning pushed harder and harder, but Qin Sun remained motionless. Everyone in the room laughed. Qin Sun held on for a while, and felt that the strength on his shoulders was weakening. He was feeling proud of his victory, and suddenly heard his mother shouting, "Sit down. If you don't sit down, you kneel down for Ningning." He was startled, and without saying a word, he sat down on the wheelchair, half lying on it, looking at his mother with a wronged face. Ma Xiaogui said angrily, "Qin Sun, why are you showing off?" "Ah?" She took Xia Ning's hand, pulled her in front of Qin Sun, and said, "Look at how thin this child has become. Do you know how much Ningning did for you when you were a vegetable?" She was excited, and exaggerated how Xia Ning had summoned the world's top doctors to see Qin Sun, raised 10 billion to buy him a villa, built a building, and managed 3 companies, and even personally wiped his body and massaged him every day. She started crying again. "Qin Sun, I am Ma Xiaogui, tell you that you can disobey me in the future, but you must listen to Ningning. If she asks you to sit, you sit, or kneel down." Qin Sun was shocked. When he just woke up, he asked Xia Ning in the ward if she had a hard time this year, and he got a sentence. "What do you think?" After that, she never said a word about how hard she had worked. After listening to Ma Xiaogui's story, he realized that Xia Ning had worked so hard. And she really collected 10 billion? Wouldn't that mean another lottery? Qin Sun was a little worried. If he had to be in a coma for a year for 1 billion slacking off, wouldn't he have to be in a coma for 10 billion slacking off for a lottery? He looked up at Xia Ning, and saw that her eyes were red, and she turned her head away in embarrassment. He reached out and grabbed Xia Ning's hand, took a deep breath, closed his eyes gently, and called up the slacking off panel. Seeing this, Ma Xiaogui turned back, and said to the Xia and Lu families, "Look, he was moved. He also knows how to be embarrassed. Sleeping for a year is really a piece of shit." Qin Sun closed his eyes, and looked at the slacking off panel in his mind. Slacking off value, 91100001640. The next lottery requires 10 billion slacking off value. He frowned slightly, confused. 9.1 billion? Shouldn't it be 10 billion? Did the bastard Mo Yuzai collect my slacking tax? Suddenly, he was startled and realized that the first time he needed 1 billion, and the next time he needed 10 billion, so the total should be 11 billion. It's not 10 billion. So this is what Mo Yuzai meant when he said I'm not good at math. Qin Sun thought of Mo Yuzai's mean look, and closed his eyes, unable to help but whispered, "Fuck." Everyone watched him quietly with his eyes closed, confess, waiting for him to open his eyes, confess his love to Xia Ning, and even propose to her in one breath. The room was quiet. Although the sound of hack was very small, it was still clearly heard by everyone. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what Qin Sun was crazy about. Ma Xiaogui saw Xia Ning's face change slightly, and pointed at Qin Sun, and cursed with bared teeth. "He's scolding himself. This beast is scolding himself. He's scolding himself." She seemed to want to vent her anger on Xia Ning, and raised her hand to slap Qin Sun in the face. Qin Sun felt a gust of wind, opened his eyes, and saw a big slap coming. He tilted his head slightly to prepare for the slap, but saw a pair of hands quickly covering his face. It was Xia Ning's hand. Lu Jingya exclaimed, rushed forward, hugged Ma Xiaogui, and dragged her away, saying, "Mother-in-law, Xiu Xuan just woke up and his mind is not clear. Don't be violent. What if the slap hurts him again? He's a patient." Ma Xiaogui pointed at Qin Sun and scolded him, saying, "Qin Sun, I tell you, if you dare to treat Ningning badly in the future, she doesn't need to go back to her parents' home. I will personally beat you to death with a spatula." As she said that, she looked at Qin Sun's father and winked. His father immediately expressed his position. "I take the beer bottle." His grandfather, "I take the hoe." His grandmother, "I take the needle." His uncle, "I take the belt." After a while, all of Qin Sun's relatives expressed their opinions, and the tools became more and more exaggerated, including dung forks, toilet plungers, and excavators, as if they were going to make Qin Sun die without a burial place. The Xia family and the Lu family did not feel uncomfortable when they heard these vulgar words, but looked at Xia Ning and Qin Sun with a smile. Xia Ning was moved and embarrassed, lowered his head, and met Qin Sun's smiling eyes again, just about to look away. But he heard Qin Sun say softly, "Okay." Xia Ning was stunned. "What's good? What's good?" Qin Sun held Xia Ning's hand and said, "If I divorce you in the future, I will leave the Qin family." Ning Ning, you continue to stay in our house. Xia Ning's eyes turned red, pursed her lips slightly, and couldn't speak. The two looked at each other, and no one had the heart to disturb them. Lu Jingyao looked at him for a long time with an ant smile, and couldn't help saying, Qin Sun, Ning Ning will be a 26-year-old girl soon. If she delays any longer, she will be an older leftover woman. Hearing this, Qin Sun stood up, hugged Xia Ning's face, and kissed her lips passionately, which made Xia Ning beat him constantly. He let go of her hand and said, Let's get married. Xia Ning's face turned red, and her eyes followed red, covered with a layer of mist. She turned her head away and dared not look directly into Qin Sun's eyes, and said with sobs, I am not as strong as you. I can't beat you. I can't escape, whatever you say. Is what it is. Chapter 1248. A cheer erupted in the room. Xia Ning ran out of the door in shame, ran a few steps and ran back to press Qin Sun on the wheelchair, saying, Sit down. After that, she ran out again and ran all the way to the bedroom on the second floor, got into the quilt and covered her head. After a while, she heard the sound of a door opening, and her heart beat wildly. She thought it was Qin Sun chasing after her, so she covered her head tighter with the quilt. Suddenly, the quilt was lifted. Xia Ning opened her eyes and saw Xia Jing looking down at her, with a weird smile on her face, shaking her head and saying, Let's get married. Let's get married. Let's get married. Xia Ning's face became even redder, and she pounded the bed and said coldly, You are a repeater? Xia Jing didn't care about other people's lives. She only cared about her own happiness. Let's get married. Let's get married. Let's get married. Xia Ning was furious and stood up, grabbed Xia Jing, and pressed her on the bed, covering her face with a quilt. She struggled for a while, and then stopped moving. She was startled and lifted the quilt. Seeing Xia Jing's smug smile, she said again, Let's get married. Xia Ning covered her ears with both hands and shouted, It's so annoying. Can you shut up? Xia Jing sat up, stretched out her hand and said, Sister, Qin, brother-in-law became a vegetable before, you were not in a good mood, I didn't dare to provoke you, and didn't ask you for the money Qin Sun borrowed from me. You paid back everyone's money, but you didn't pay me back. Give it to me now. Xia Ning put down her hand and asked, How much? Xia Jing replied, 2,000, but you have to pay back 200,000. Xia Ning frowned. Are you crazy? Xia Jing said, This is the loan shark that Qin Sun said he borrowed. Xia Ning shook his head. Is there such a loan shark in the world? No, it's illegal. Xia Jing smiled cunningly and said sarcastically, Let's get married. Let's get married. Let's get married. Xia Ning was desperate and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Okay, I give you a red envelope of 200,000 yuan on the day we get married. Xia Jing grinned. Hee hee. Then I will definitely be your flower girl. Xia Ning smiled slightly and said, Where can I find such a big flower girl? Xia Jing, No hee hee. Suddenly, she noticed a large photo hanging on the wall of the bedroom, and found something wrong, so she stood up and looked at it carefully. Seeing this, Xia Ning's face flashed with panic. This is her wedding photo with Qin Sun. It was a prop prepared for Song Ying's marketing. Later, it was decided to borrow it for Cheng Wan's nephew's wedding, so these photos were deleted. However, she quietly restored it from the recycle bin and printed it out, and hung it in the bedroom a few months ago. Xia Jing put her hands behind her back, looked at it for a while, turned her head, and smiled at Xia Ning. Sister, you are so coquettish. Xia Ning, shock. I really want to kill someone to silence them. The next day, the villa was quiet. Everyone else left, leaving Qin Sun and Xia Ning alone, giving them a world for two. After the doctor gave Qin Sun a routine check and said there was no problem, Xia Ning drove Qin Sun to the company. The building in Magic City is still under renovation, and Oak and Pomelo are still in Haicheng. Today, Beijing Film and Television and Yuzi Film and Television are discussing the male lead of Inception in the company. Xia Ning looked at the car and suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her legs. Without even looking, she knew that it was Qin Sun who had put his hands on her legs, and said coldly, Little brother, be honest and don't put your hands on my legs. I tell you, don't even think about it this week. Qin Sun said, very unhappy. Didn't the doctor say I'm healthy? Xia Ning held the steering wheel and looked forward. It's better to be careful. But she heard Qin Sun snort coldly. Hang up the wedding photos and don't let the bridal chamber. Is there such a reason in the world? Xia Ning's face turned red in an instant. She glanced at the truck on the opposite road and wanted to turn the steering wheel and get under the truck directly. Yuzi Film and Television Company, Meeting Room. Legal Representative Nyo Xiaojun, Director Wu Yu, Heroine Yi Lan, Supporting Actress and Acting Teacher Qiao Lele, Gold Medal Assistant Su Luoluo, Promotional Song Singer Song Ying, 3 executives of Beijing Film and Television, and super popular idol Bai Hong all gathered together. Yuzi Film and Television and Beijing Film and Television are the relationship between a subsidiary and a parent company, but Yuzi Film and Television has Qin Sun's birthday gift for Xia Ning, and once overwhelmed the master, almost listening to orders but not announcements. Because the industry rumored that the script of Inception was invincible, many male actors knew that the male lead was vacant, and used their connections to fight for it. Today's meeting was held because the super popular idol Bai Hong contacted the executives of Beijing Film and Television, and asked them to make connections, and wanted to join this crew. Wu Yu looked at the sunny and handsome Bai Hong opposite and said, "Mr. Bai is willing to join the crew of Inception. It should be our honor. But unfortunately, your image is too creamy and sunny, and your age is not quite suitable." This? She seemed a little embarrassed. She deliberately acted embarrassed, not to refuse, but to lower the price. Bai Hong's acting skills are above average. If he is willing to listen to the guidance of the acting teacher and polish each scene several times, he can reach a passing level. As long as he doesn't ruin this role, with his popularity and the quality of the script, the movie will definitely sell well. Bai Hong said with a smile. Director Wu, I know that traffic money is easy to make, but this kind of money can't be made for long. In the past 2 years, I think my professional attitude can be called excellent. I have tried my best to perform the roles given to me to a level above the standard. Seeing Wu Yu smiling and nodding lightly, he knew there was a play and said loudly, Director Wu, I am also ambitious in the entertainment industry. As he said, he stood up and his expression became serious. I idolize Mr. Qin Sun, and I also want to become a super talented person with both traffic and strength. If I am lucky enough to become the protagonist of a movie written by him, it will be the honor of my life. When everyone heard him mention Qin Sun, their faces dimmed. Qin Sun is still lying in the hospital. If they want to see him, they have to make an appointment with Xia Ning. They can only see him once a month, except Su Luoluo. A year has passed, and there are still many discussions about Qin Sun on the internet, but netizens are all commemorating him with a nostalgic mood. Some people are alive, but they are already dead. Wu Yu is in a depressed mood, tapping the table with his fingers, disrupting the rhythm of bargaining for a while. Suddenly, there was a fierce cheering, shouting, crying, and yelling from downstairs, so loud that it felt like an earthquake. The conference room was well soundproofed, but the sound was still heard, and everyone was a little surprised. Is it Oak Marketing Company downstairs? What's wrong with them? Are they crazy? Did they receive a big order? There is really no discipline at all for yelling and crying during working hours. It's really annoying. If anyone in this company yells like this in the future, don't blame me, the legal person, for firing them. Su Luoluo guessed something when she heard the sound. Her breathing became a little rapid, and her hands clenched tightly under the table. From today to today, she kept the secret of Qin Sun's awakening so secret that she almost had uterine fibroids. After everyone complained for a while, regardless of the shouting downstairs, they returned to the topic of Bai Hong's fight for the male lead. Bai Hong stood, speaking earnestly. Director Wu, Sister Yi, although I am a popular star, I gained weight, went to the sun, and worked hard to make myself haggard for this role, and I would not blink a single eye. Please believe in my determination. He talked non-stop for more than 5 minutes, and he almost cried while talking, and he held his hands on the table and said loudly, I have already discussed with the company, and the salary is only 5 million. When these words came out, Wu Yu's eyes lit up slightly. With Bai Hong's status, he got the same amount as Qiao Lele, which was almost free. She frowned slightly, ready to bow her head and pretend to think, but suddenly saw the door was pushed open, and she couldn't help but frown and curse. How rude. We are at a meeting. But she saw Xia Ning walk in, and she immediately shut her mouth, very surprised. Xia Ning walked into the room, bowed slightly to Bai Hong, and smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, we can't give you the role of the male lead in Inception. Bai Hong said excitedly, when he saw that the opportunity to be recorded in film history was flying away. Miss Xia, why? I have a good attitude, good acting skills, and low pay. I will never disgrace this script. Is there anyone more suitable than me? Why can't you give me a chance? Xia Ning smiled and sighed. I'm so sorry. She turned around, stretched out her hands to hold something, and slowly stepped back and said, "Because that man is back." She turned around and revealed the Guyu Lying performance artist Chin Sun in a wheelchair. Chin Sun said with a smile, "Long time no see." Chapter 1249. A voice of "Long time no see" is like a spell that freezes everyone. Yi Lan, Song Ying, Xiao Lele, Niu Xiaojun, Wu Yu, Bai Hong and all the others were stunned. They blinked, looked carefully, and looked again, confirming that the person lying on the upper half of the wheelchair was indeed Chin Sun. The women's eyes were red, and thousands of words were surging in their hearts, but they were blocked in their chests. They opened their mouths several times, but couldn't say a word. When Bai Yihong saw that the man was Chin Sun, his heart sank to the bottom, knowing that he had no chance anymore. In terms of appearance, acting skills, and fan appeal, he was better than himself, and only his professional attitude was better. Moreover, if Inception was Chin Sun's first show after his return, with the fans' posture of setting up morning halls on the internet in the past year, even if the movie release was a pile of shit, they would go to taste it. Bai Hong had the shallowest feelings for Chin Sun, and he came to his senses first, and immediately changed his strategy to hug his thigh. He walked around the table quickly, slid to his knees in front of Chin Sun, knelt on one knee, held his hands with both hands, and shouted with sobs, "Mr. Chin." Chin Sun heard this sad and resentful cry, knowing that he had indeed honed his acting skills this year, so he pulled back his hand and joked. "Why, are you proposing to me?" Bai Hong said with tears in his eyes. "Mr. Chin, you are finally back. Just now I didn't know you had woken up, so I was ignorant of the world and tried to fight for the male lead of Inception. Except for you, there is no one in the world who is more suitable for this role. If I knew you were awake, even if I heard similar rumors, I would not dare to be so bold. Please forgive my abruptness." He held Chin Sun's hand, tears as big as beans flowed down, and he fell on his knees and cried bitterly. "Boss Chin, we missed you so much this year." Everyone saw Bai Hong, a super popular traffic star, flattering him without any moral integrity, and their faces changed. Some were contemptuous, some were disgusted, and then they felt reasonable, and then they felt very lucky. In the big dive vat of the entertainment industry, how many people can't flatter? In order to please investors, artists can do even more disgusting things. There are so many male artists in the circle who can't hold shit, so what's the point of sliding on their knees to flatter? Even if Bai Hong recognized Chin Sun as his father on the spot, if Chin Sun really agreed, his agency would hold a celebration banquet to praise him for his courage and means. You know, Chin Sun is not only an artist now, but also a capital boss who controls Yuzi Film and Television, Beijing Film and Television, Oak Marketing, and even the internationally renowned Hamiyu. Chin Sun shook his legs violently. Bai Hong's head was hit by his knees several times, and he realized that his performance was too much. He felt bitter. He looked up, but saw Chin Sun looking at him with a smile and said, "Mr. Bai's acting skills have improved by leaps and bounds this year." He looked embarrassed. He heard Chin Sun say again, "I see your determination to make a name for yourself in the film industry. This year, there will definitely be more than just Inception filming. If there is a chance, I will tailor a script for you. Don't worry." Bai Hong looked excited, thinking that his shameless performance just now was really fucking worth it, and his eyes suddenly turned red and tears flowed. "Boss Chin, what virtue and ability do I have? You are too, He held Chin Sun's hand tightly, and said with a touching look, "Okay then. I will act for free." Chin Sun nodded. Bai Hong wanted to tell him about his missing feelings, but suddenly found a flash of impatience in his eyes. He knew he had to leave, so he stood up and said a few polite words, and left with his agent Bai and the executives of Beijing Film and Television. In the corridor, the two executives of Beijing Film and Television were excited, looking at each other from time to time, and seeing the excited smiles in each other's eyes, they almost couldn't help laughing out loud. They didn't laugh at Bai Hong sliding to his knees, but they just hated themselves for not having such acting skills. What made them happy was that Chin Sun woke up and returned, and Beijing Film and Television stocks were going to rise sharply. It's really going to make a fortune with laughter. The agent followed Bai Hong step by step, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Xiao Bai, I think you could become a star." Although Chin Sun acts a little eccentric, he has a good reputation. With his promise today, it won't be surprising if you win the Best Actor award in the future. Bai Hong smiled, and was very proud. In the meeting room, the door was closed. Niu Xiaojun looked at the smiling Chin Sun, and was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted, "Fuck you. You didn't even say anything in the group when you woke up, and you just ran over here suddenly. Are you trying to scare your father to death? Fuck you. Qin Sun leaned over, stretched out his hand to support his face, and tilted his head to look left and right. I saw that Niu Xiaojun had lost a lot of weight. He was about 1.67 meters tall, and weighed about 120 kilograms. He said with a half smile. Excuse me, who is this plump and pretty lady? You look a bit like an old friend of mine named Brother Niu. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Xiaojun blushed, pointed at him with trembling fingers, and his lips trembled. You beast, you scold me the first time you see me after waking up? Fuck you. As she said that, she lifted the bottle of mineral water on the table, covered her face, and ran out of the back door of the conference room. Qin Sun looked at the door leaf that was hit and opened and closed, smiled, and his eyes fell on Wu Yu. He saw that she no longer had short hair like a man, but had a refreshing short hair hanging over the ears, and wore a professional skirt that was a little girly. His eyes fell on Wu Yu's chest, and he knew at a glance that she had AC, and knew that she not only had a long chest but also had a pad, and he couldn't help but smile softly. Qin Sun hadn't spoken yet, but he saw Wu Yu getting anxious. What are you looking at? Don't look. Don't say. Don't ask. Shut up. None of your business. Big pervert. She cursed a few times, and the more she cursed, the more embarrassed she became. She followed Niu Xiaojun's example, and hid her face, and ran away from the back door. As soon as she went out, Wu Yu ran into Niu Xiaojun hiding behind the wall and eavesdropped. She was startled, but she covered her mouth and dragged her to the corridor not far away. Niu Xiaojun let go of her hand and cursed in a low voice. Do you think Qin Sun is a beast? He coveted our beauty as soon as he woke up. Wu Yu nodded. Who said he wasn't? Fortunately, I didn't wear a loca dress today. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong and said, Have you noticed that Qin Sun doesn't seem to be surprised that you have lost weight and I have grown breasts? He is a little too calm. Niu Xiaojun recalled Qin Sun's expression and nodded. It seems so. Could it be that our gene mutation has something to do with him? In ancient times, Wei Zheng slew a dragon in his dream, and now Qin Sun has breast augmentation in his dream? Wu Yu frowned and thought for a while. No, it should be Xia Ning who told her. Niu Xiaojun was stunned, and felt that it made sense, and pushed Wu Yu with an unhappy face. Then you were so mysterious and noisy just now, making me almost superstitious like my grandfather. Meeting room. Qin Sun looked at the back door, stunned, and didn't understand where she and Niu Xiaojun's inexplicable sense of shame came from. Suddenly, he heard a sweet and coquettish shout. Brother Qin Sun. He turned his head, and saw Song Ying running over in a cool skirt. Chapter 1250. Xia Ning frowned when she saw this, and wanted to reach out to stop Song Ying, but changed her mind, and put her hand down. Let her go. It won't cost her a piece of meat. Song Ying jumped and hugged Qin Sun in the wheelchair. Her voice was full of tears. Brother, I missed you so much these years. Qin Sun felt that he couldn't breathe, and wanted to push her away, but he felt that pushing her anywhere would be like taking advantage of others. He looked up at Xia Ning, who wanted to ask for help, but saw that she had a playful smile on her face, and looked like she was watching a good show. Suddenly, Song Ying let go of Qin Sun and said, Brother, give me a kiss. After saying that, she pouted at Qin Sun's face with lightning speed. Xia Ning was shocked, showing a hand speed she had never had in her life, and covered her mouth and said coldly, This won't work. Song Ying's face was deformed by the cover, and she said in a muffled voice, I just kiss your face, not anywhere else. Xia Ning was firm. That's really not okay. Song Ying stood up, her face almost purple, stamped her feet and cursed. So annoying. You're embarrassed, and you haven't kissed me yet. After saying that, she covered her face and rushed out of the back door of the conference room. As soon as she went out, she saw two people eavesdropping behind the wall. She was so scared that she was about to open her mouth to shout, but was covered by a hand. Helpless, she had to follow the crowd and hide behind the wall to eavesdrop. In the conference room, Qin Sun looked at Yilan, and Yilan also looked at him. The two looked at each other in silence for a while. Suddenly Yilan laughed. It's been a long time since we last met. Qin Sun smiled. Yes, Queen Yi, you are still as charming as ever. Yilan asked after taking a look at his wheelchair. Are you disabled? Qin Sun stood up and turned around, and was pressed into the wheelchair by Xia Ning again, saying, I'm fine, but my wife has been worried about my health and insisted that I sit in a wheelchair. Hearing the name wife, Yilan was startled and asked, Are you getting married? Without waiting for Qin Sun to answer, she stood up and said, This is natural. We have seen how Xia Ning treated you this year. If you don't marry him, then you are. She suddenly became dazed and didn't know what to say. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath and continued. Then you are a beast with sores in your mouth and pus on your feet. You will fall to death when walking, be hit to death when driving, choke to death when drinking water, and be smashed to death when sleeping. Stupid thing. Her tone was excited and a little angry. After Yilan finished scolding, she lowered her head to pack her things, picked up her bag and walked to the back door. After walking a few steps, she turned around and looked at Qin Sun and said, You don't need to send me an invitation to your wedding. I will only eat at the table, not give you red envelopes. You are at a loss. Call me when you get divorced, and I will set up 2 tables for you. After saying that, she walked a few steps to the door, turned back, and said loudly, You are a beast if you don't marry Xia Ning. You are a beast if you don't marry me for the second marriage. Qin Sun, ? How presumptuous. So why do I have to be a beast? Yilan walked to the back door. As soon as she reached the door, she saw a hand covering her and took a step back and cursed. Are you 3 sick? Niu Xiaojun withdrew his hand in dismay. Song Ying looked at Yilan, hesitated, and said, That? Sister Yilan, I said a long time ago that I would be the first heir when brother Qin Sun gets divorced. You have to line up behind me. Yilan smiled, walked past her, and turned back and said loudly, Do you really think this couple will get divorced? Song Ying was struck by lightning when she heard it, and stuck her head into the door, looked at Qin Sun and asked, Brother Qin Sun, you and sister Xia Ning will get divorced, right? Qin Sun laughed and scolded. Get lost. Song Ying quickly retracted her head and shouted, Okay. In the corridor, several women walked towards the elevator, walking in silence all the way until they reached the elevator door. Suddenly, Song Ying asked in confusion, I don't seem to be that sad? Yilan pressed the elevator button and said coldly, The result was known almost 2 years ago. With so much time to take precautions, how sad can it be? Song Ying nodded. That makes sense. Sister Yilan, are you really not going to the wedding? Yilan sneered. I would like to attend his funeral. In the conference room. It became empty and deserted for no apparent reason, with only Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele as the only attendees. Su Luoluo saw Qin Sun looking at her with a smile on his face, and suddenly felt embarrassed. He stood up, raised his hands high, jumped a little, and shouted, Great! Then, he covered his face and fled through the back door. Xiao Lele was the only one left. She stood up and bowed to Qin Sun. When she stood up, she was already in tears, looking quite touching, and said, Master Qin, when the filming of Inception starts, I will help you cook the big pot of rice. Without waiting for Qin Sun to answer, she suddenly imitated Su Luoluo and jumped with both hands raised high. It's really good. She also covered her face and ran away. Qin Sun was confused. This. Eating too many crispy dumplings can easily reduce intelligence. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yilan's hot temper has really not changed at all. We haven't even got the marriage certificate yet, and are talking about divorce. Unlucky. After saying that, he felt a pair of smooth hands hugging him from behind, and Xia Ning said softly, Actually, it's pretty good. She said to Song Ying in the corridor, Do you really think they will get divorced? Which was actually said to us, meaning, I wish us a happy marriage. Qin Sun thought carefully. Maybe. Right? Qin Sun had already appeared in public, so Xia Ning no longer hid, and asked him to call the people who cared about him. The first one was Monsieur. The video was connected. In the mobile phone camera, Monsieur was stunned for a moment, and screamed loudly. Boss? Is it the boss? Is it you? Qin Sun smiled and nodded. It's me, I'm back. On the other end of the phone, Monsieur burst into tears, and couldn't speak. After a while, she shouted loudly. Lady, Pundi, Dedi, Indi, Ingha, come to see the boss. He's alive. After a while, Qin Sun saw 6 faces squeezed in front of the camera, happily, and slightly shyly shouting, Hello, boss, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Alas! So many unmarried girls, how many red envelopes will they have to give out on the wedding day? The second video. Qin Sun called Anka, but no one answered, so he called Huang Huai. The video was connected. In the phone, Huang Huai was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, Is it really you? She sniffed, looked up and blinked, not letting the tears flow out, and smiled at the camera. I knew you could do it. Chin Sun saw that she was the calmest girl and smiled. You are worthy of being a science master, calm and strong, not crying and shouting like them. After saying that, Huang Hui smiled bitterly. Actually, I am not that strong. I didn't dare to listen to written for Huang Hui for a year. Chin Sun smiled. You can listen to it today. Huang Hui shed tears. Okay. After hanging up the video, and could call the video soon. Chin Sun answered and saw Enku was stunned in the camera. Her whole face turned to the camera, and she looked at it with wide eyes for a long time, and her eyes gradually became wet. He smiled. Don't look at it like that, it's really me. Enku said with her face away from the camera at a normal distance. I'm worried it's AI. Chin Sun smiled and saw that the small suit she was wearing was right on her body, knowing it was a custom-made one, and said, Did Mr. N get promoted again this year? Enku laughed. I've scolded at least 300 people this year. People in the company secretly call me a female devil. It would be impolite if I don't get promoted again. Chin Sun laughed. Girls, be gentle. It's easy to get sick if you're always so irritable. Enku lowered her head slightly, and covered her mouth with a chuckle. She raised her head, and her eyes became as gentle as the water towns in the south of the Yangtze River. I've been worried about my brother for so many days, and you didn't say a nice word when you woke up, but criticized me instead. If I had known this, I wouldn't have replied to your video. Chin Sun didn't know what to say for a moment. After holding it in for a while, he uttered a word. 6. Hang up the video. He found Xia Ning looking at him with a smile, and felt a chill on his back, and asked, What's the matter? Xia Ning said with a smile. I noticed that all your friends seem to be female. Chapter 1251. Chin Sun was not convinced, picked up the phone, typed Xia Shuheo in the address book, and said, There are men too. Before he could dial, he heard Xia Ning say, My uncle was arrested yesterday. Chin Sun was shocked. I saw him at home yesterday afternoon, and he said he would take me to play. Xia Ning laughed sarcastically. He was very happy to see you yesterday, and he went to find a girl at night. I don't know if my grandfather or father ordered him to be arrested and put in a cell. If you want to play, I will order you too. Chin Sun was startled, raised his thumb, and said, This is really 6. 2 or 3 days later. Xia Ning saw that Chin Sun was indeed fine, so he took him and the wheelchair to fly to the Magic City, visited his big villa, and saw his private jet. In a Soviet-style villa, next to a lotus pond. Chin Sun sat in a wheelchair, holding fish feed and throwing it into the water, attracting a group of koi to scramble for food, splashing water. He turned his head and looked at Xia Ning beside him, and said, You still have to spend this money, your vision is worse than mine. I live in this house happily. Xia Ning frowned and smiled. Your vision is not as good as mine? You mean, I am not as good as you? Chin Sun, ? He threw the whole bag of fish feed into the pond, lying on his side, holding his forehead, and groaning. Oh, I'm dying, my head hurts. Xia Ning knew that he was pretending or a little nervous, squatted down, held his hand, and said, Okay, I won't do it anymore. Chin Sun immediately sat up straight, with a proud face, without even looking at Xia Ning, and stretched out his hand and said, Xiao Xia, another sack. I also have more than 3 billion in deposits now, and I have to feed the fish 1 sack at a time. At night, the two lived in the villa. Chin Sun's conspiracy succeeded, and he stripped Xia Ning clean. Seeing her naked and shy face covering her face, he suddenly thought of the overclocking mode. How fierce would that be? He directly overclocked 100 times, and the whole person burst out with a terrifying momentum. Xia Ning was terrified and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Chin Sun shouted loudly. Hey, she felt something unusual in her lower body, trembled all over, and couldn't help but screamed in pain. Ah! And then, there was nothing else. The 4 eyes met. Chin Sun's face gradually turned red, and he said weakly, Ning, listen to my explanation. Xia Ning bit her lip, turned her head away, and said in a low voice, It's okay, you've been lying down for so long, this is normal. Actually, that was really powerful. Chin Sun raised his head and howled. Damn! So overclocking in this area is the ultimate efficiency. This is too fast. A lifetime of fame is ruined. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. After visiting the building under renovation, the two returned to Haicheng. This day is Xia Ning's birthday. Chin Sun quietly got up early. He placed an order on his mobile phone last night, ordering a white fluffy Pomeranian, and asked the owner to deliver it this morning. He wore a mask and sunglasses, and sat in a wheelchair to the gate of the courtyard, received the puppy from the store, and returned to the living room. He closed his eyes and called up the system panel. Scanning the entire panel, he saw only the number of the slacking value and the lucky wheel in the upper right corner, but no slacking cub was there. He shouted in his heart, "Slacker?" Suddenly, he saw a small black dot flying out from the center of the panel, getting bigger and bigger. A small black ball flew in front of him with one hand raised like Superman, shouting, "Your father is here." Chin-sun frowned, unhappy. "You are such a disrespectful thing. I wanted you to see this colorful world as a pet dog, but I didn't expect you to say such nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a pair of legs grow out of thin air from the small black ball, kneeling in the air with bent knees, looking up, opening a pair of tearful eyes, begging, "Good-hearted slacker. I'm sorry. I was wrong." After saying that, it immediately turned into a fluffy white Pomeranian, rolling around in the air, trying its best to be cute. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Chin-sun's mind moved, opened his eyes, and saw a stream of light passing by, and a white Pomeranian landed at his feet. It untied the gift box containing the Pomeranian with its mouth, grabbed the Pomeranian in one bite, rushed to the living room door, and jumped up to unlock it. When the door opened, it swung its body and fell outside. It ran all the way, opened the courtyard door as usual, threw the Pomeranian out of the courtyard, and closed the door. Moyuzi returned to the living room with its tail wagging, jumped on Chin-sun's legs, and rubbed his hand affectionately with its face, indescribably flattering. Chin-sun touched its head and smiled. "Good dog, good dog." Suddenly, he touched the dog's belly, frowned, and said, "Do you want to become a female yourself, or do you want me to sterilize you myself?" Moyuzi was shocked and changed his gender immediately. Vicious Moyu man. He is more protective of food than a dog, and even does not allow female pets to get close to Xiaoning. In a daze, Xiaoning heard a humming sound, opened his eyes, and saw a white fluffy puppy in front of him, and sat up in fear. The puppy's eyes were bright, and it rolled around on the quilt for a few times, barking at her twice. Xiaoning was delighted to see how cute it was, and she stretched out her hand. Seeing the puppy trotting over, and putting a little paw on her palm, she was even happier. What a good puppy. She looked up and saw Chin-sun coming out of the door, smiling at her. "Happy birthday. This is my gift to you, a very well-behaved pet dog. Its name is Dudu." As soon as the voice fell, Moyuzi cooperated and barked twice, rubbing his head against Xiaoning's palm. Suddenly, Xiaoning realized that something was wrong, frowned, pointed at Chin-sun and shouted loudly, "Did I ask you to stand up? In a wheelchair?" Moyuzi immediately bared his teeth and barked at Chin-sun several times. Chin-sun, ? What? Baring your teeth at me? Do you think female dogs can't be sterilized? Xiaoning played with the Pomeranian for a long time, took pictures of it, played with her phone for a while, watched videos, and watched. She found something interesting, and shared it with Chin-sun. "Chin-sun, I found that this dog is a little smart. Dudu seems to like to watch. When I watch, it will follow and stare at my phone." "Chin-sun, ah?" Xiaoning explained again. "Dudu loves to watch." Chin-sun half closed his eyes, and pointed at Moyuzi, and said seriously, "Dudu, you can watch, but don't watch pornographic things." Xiaoning, ? Why do I feel that he is stupider than a dog? Afternoon. Chin-sun was really uncomfortable, and he persuaded Xiaoning to take him out for a walk. At dusk, Xiaoning took him to a nearby park, the one where he pushed him into the lake on the day of the wedding photo shoot. The summer breeze was slightly warm, and the willows were swaying. The park was full of couples in love, and elderly people taking walks. Xiaoning was wearing a mask and sunglasses, pushing a wheelchair, on which sat Chin-sun, who was also wearing a mask and sunglasses, and behind him was a group of snow-white puppies. The wheelchair rolled, making a rustling sound on the bluestone road. Neither of them spoke, it was quiet and beautiful. Suddenly Chin-sun heard a hurried sound of footsteps approaching behind him, and then a familiar woman's voice sounded. Odd changes, even does not change. Chin-sun was startled, slowly turned his head, and saw Chin Fangshu standing behind him in a long red dress, and couldn't help frowning with disgust. Although he was wearing a mask and sunglasses, Chin Fangshu still recognized him at a glance and said again, "Ding!" Chin-sun raised a middle finger and cursed. "Damn, idiot." This scene was just like Chin Fangshu's response to Chin-sun a year ago. Chin Fangshu smiled, and gave a middle finger in return. "I knew the rumors on the internet were true. Good people don't live long. You, a scourge, will definitely be remembered for thousands of years. After saying that, she smiled politely at Xia Ning, turned around and walked in the other direction, without a trace of nostalgia. Like an elf in the mountains. Qin Sun looked at her skirt fluttering in the wind, and snorted coldly. Odd changes, evens remain the same, ding ding ding, what a boring woman. Suddenly, he felt someone lift his ear gently, turned his head, and saw Xia Ning looking at him with a smile and said, "I knew you were giving secret signals." As he said that, his hand tightened. Qin Sun cried out in pain. "Spare me, female president.